On the first day of the 12th lunar month, our household was bustling with excitement. My name is Meng Qianqian. After 5 years, my husband, the eldest son of the Lu family, who is thought to have died in battle, returned alive. Not only was he unharmed, but he also came back as a celebrated war hero, granted the title of General of the North. I stood at the doorway, secretly observing him. Clad in silver armor, he looked like a stranger to me. 5 years ago, following my grandfather's wishes, I married into the Lu family, but I never got to meet my husband before he left for war. Soon after, news came that he had died in battle. His body never recovered. Beside me stood a woman I didn't recognize. She was slender, dressed simply, and her quiet presence stirred unease in me. Lu Mother was overcome with emotion, crying as she chastised her son for not sending word of his survival. My husband knelt before her, apologizing for his unfilial behavior. When his sharp eyes suddenly turned to me, I froze. But before tension could grow, Lu Mother introduced me, and I called him husband softly. The words seemed to stun him, and his cold demeanor faltered. Later, Lu Mother tried to arrange for him to live in my courtyard, but he hesitated. Instead, he introduced the woman as Wanner, explaining that her family had saved his life and that he owed her a great debt. Lu Mother agreed to treat her as a guest, but her mood darkened when Wanner recoiled from her touch and sought comfort from my husband. That evening, my husband came to my courtyard. I was enjoying a peaceful moment, eating snacks and reading, when he appeared. Embarrassed, I quickly tried to hide my indulgence, pretending to be the dignified wife I was supposed to be. He seemed taken aback by my casual demeanor, as if he expected me to be heartbroken over Wanner. He got straight to the point, saying Wanner would stay with the family and asking me to get along with her. He promised I would always be his official wife and that Wanner wasn't interested in competing with me. His words were firm, leaving no room for argument, but they left a sour taste in my heart. I nodded, but deep down, I knew this was only the beginning of my challenges as his wife. Last night, my husband spoke to me about Wanner staying in our home, asking me to get along with her and promising I'd always be his official wife. I didn't respond the way he expected. Instead of tears or protests, I stayed calm. He seemed confused, as though he'd prepared for a dramatic argument that never came. At some point, he noticed the stack of letters on my bedside table. They were the ones he'd sent me during the war, short notes about his safety and instructions to care for his family. I'd replied to everyone, struggling to learn to write just to send him proper letters. But those times are long gone. He has Wanna now, and I don't fit into his vision of the future. When he left abruptly to tend to Wanna, my maids, Banksia and Limomo, came in. They'd arranged the letters on purpose, hoping to remind him of my devotion over the years. I told them to stop meddling and to burn my collection of over 100 letters written to my deceased husband. Banksia hesitated, tearfully asking if all my effort had been in vain. I replied calmly, it was like feeding my love to a dog. The truth is, I've supported this family financially ever since I married into it. My dowry saved the Lu family from their debts, and it's been paying for everything ever since. Yet here I am, treated as someone disposable. That realization hurt, but I've grown used to facing these challenges alone. This morning I woke up late for once. Banksia and Limomo dressed me up beautifully, thinking my husband might finally show me some care. When I entered the room, he barely glanced at me and said he was only there because his mother asked him to bring me to breakfast. At breakfast, I noticed how warmly Lu Mother treated me, piling food on my plate and making sure I was comfortable. It was a stark contrast to the cold way my husband acted. But then came another blow. My favorite osmanthus cakes had been sent to Wanner because she also wanted to eat them. My husband looked at me and coldly said, "You wouldn't argue over a piece of cake, would you?" I didn't answer.
What was there to say?
It wasn't about the cake. It was about respect, or rather the lack of it. During breakfast, Lu Mother was called away, leaving just me and Lu Lingxiao at the table. The silence was heavy until I broke it. "What if I do mind?" I said, referring to the issue of the osmanthus cakes. He frowned, dismissing my concerns. You're the main wife of the Lu family, living in wealth. Why begrudge Wanner a single cake? Do you know the hardship she's endured? I stared at him, confused. Her hardships aren't my fault. Why should I give up things for her? His face darkened, accusing me of being unreasonable over something so small. I countered, if she takes my cake today, what stops her from taking everything tomorrow? Should I just live off her leftovers from now on? Frustrated, he snapped, saying my position as his wife should be enough, and that Wanner's simple wants weren't worth fighting over. Isn't she supposed to live under my rules? I replied. At that, he slammed his chopsticks down. Wanner is not a concubine. His outburst made it clear he would always side with her. Our argument was cut short when a maid rushed in, saying Lu mother had fallen. We hurried to her side, and it turned out she had twisted her foot while trying to handle an urgent matter involving my great-grandmother, who was unwell. Lu Lingxiao and I were tasked with fetching her. On the way, I stopped to grab a bundle. He was annoyed, questioning my priorities, but I ignored him. At the location, the situation turned chaotic. My great-grandmother, confused and stubborn, had caused trouble at a shop and even gotten into a scuffle. The people involved weren't ordinary, either they were connected to a powerful and dangerous figure in the city. Lu Lingxiao was tense, trying to manage the fallout while I went to see my great-grandmother. She wouldn't respond to him at all, but when I softly called her name, she opened the door and pulled me inside. She acted like a guilty child, telling me she had wet her clothes. I had anticipated this, and brought fresh ones for her. Once she was cleaned up and in better spirits, she clung to my hand and refused to let go. When we returned to the carriage, she handed me a crumpled cake she had hidden all morning, her eyes clear and childlike. Eat the osmanthus cake, Qianqian.
Don't be sad, she said softly.
Her words hit me harder than I expected. At least someone, even in her confused state, cared about how I felt. That night, after helping great-grandmother to bed, I was heading back to my courtyard when I ran into Lu Lingxiao. He seemed hesitant, and before he could speak, I told him that great-grandmother was asleep and he could visit her tomorrow just later in the day since she liked to rest early. But he surprised me by saying, I came to see you. I thought for a moment and casually replied, the osmanthus cakes are gone. He looked startled, probably remembering he had taken mine earlier. Trying to make amends, he offered to buy me more next time he visited the shop. Before he could say more, a maid interrupted, relaying that Wanner was waiting for him in another courtyard for dinner. Without hesitation, he left, rushing to her. I turned to leave, my maid Banksia muttering angrily about how Wanner always seemed to call him away. I stayed silent, already too tired to care. The next morning, I woke drenched in sweat from another nightmare, a habit I developed after being pushed into the water months ago. Li Momo worriedly suggested a doctor, but I brushed her off. There was no point in trying to fix something that couldn't be undone. At morning greetings in the main courtyard, I watched as my mother-in-law served her duties tirelessly, only to have the second lady barge in, taking over as if she owned the place. She flattered the old madam endlessly, praising Lu Lingxiao's accomplishments while subtly maneuvering for personal gain. It was a routine I'd grown used to, the second lady enjoying the rewards while the first lady quietly bore the responsibilities. But what followed stung the most. The old madam, in her usual tone of faux kindness, called me over. She held my hand and spoke about how proud I must be now that Lu Lingxiao had returned as a general. Yet her words quickly turned sharp. She chastised me for my behavior over the osmanthus cakes, calling me a small-town merchant's daughter who had been lucky to marry into the Lu family. She warned me to behave, not to bring shame to my husband, and to remember my place. Her words burned, but I smiled and nodded, the mask I'd worn for years firmly in place. Deep down, I realized that no matter what I did, I would always be an outsider in their eyes. That morning, the second lady smiled slyly and lectured me about being generous, suggesting I was jealous of Wanner. She added that my behavior could embarrass the Lu family. I held my ground, but Lu mother tried to defend me, mentioning how my dowry had saved the family during hard times. The old madam immediately dismissed that, claiming many women would have begged to marry into their family. She even suggested my family had been desperate to secure the match. I stayed calm, though her words stung. If I don't deserve this position, why not let Juana have it? I said plainly. She can take over as the main wife and manage the household. I'll step aside. My words shocked everyone. The old madam was speechless, and the second lady's smugness vanished. I added that if Juana were to take over, she'd also be responsible for all the expenses of the household, things like their children's education and wardrobes. That shut them up. I left them to stew and went to visit great-grandmother. Despite the old madam's insults, I knew the truth. My dowry had kept this household afloat, and now they wanted to forget that. Let them figure out how to survive without me. At the garden, I played hide and seek with great-grandmother to cheer her up. The winter sun felt warm, and for a moment, I found peace. That was until Lu Linglong stormed in, breaking the calm with her shrill demands. She ordered me to buy her a dress for a banquet, acting as though I owed her. I brushed her off, telling her to ask her own mother. Enraged, she threatened that my husband would divorce me. Feel free, I replied without care. When she tried to grab me, I sidestepped, caught her wrist, and slapped her across the face. The sound echoed in the garden, a small but satisfying victory in a place where I'd been pushed around for too long. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Linglong has never let anyone touch her finger, let alone be slapped. Her left face suddenly felt hot and painful, but she was more shocked. You hit me? She immediately raised her arm to fight back.
Slap.
Meng Qianqian slapped her right cheek again. Lu Linglong was completely stunned this time. Is this still the cowardly sister-in-law who dared not say a word when she was bullied? Am I seeing things? The severe pain on both sides of her face reminded Lu Linglong that all this was real, and she was indeed beaten by this cowardly sister-in-law. You dare to hit me, Meng Qianqian. You are crazy. Well done. Well done. The old lady jumped out from behind the rockery. She wanted to sneak over and kick him a few times, but was stopped by Meng Qianqian. Lu Linglong was very angry. Great-grandmother? The old lady stuck out her tongue. Lil. Meng Qianqian asked Lu Linglong calmly, do you want more? Lu Linglong gritted her teeth. At this time, Lu Lingxiao came over. Great-grandmother. He first paid his respects to the old lady. Lu Linglong immediately felt like she had seen a savior. Her eyes turned red and she hugged his arm and started crying. Brother,
please help me.
My sister-in-law bullied me.
Look at what she did to my face, da-da.
Oops, the old lady sat down on the ground, kicking her legs, and her howling voice drowned out Lu Linglong's cries. She hit me. She hit me. Lu Lingxiao quickly pulled his arm out, knelt on one knee, held the old lady's shoulders and looked her up and down. Great-grandmother, who hit you? Are you hurt? Does it hurt? The old lady raised her finger and pointed at Lu Linglong. She. Lu Linglong was startled. Great-grandmother? When did I hit you? Lu Lingxiao sighed. Great-grandmother, Linglong won't hit you. Lu Linglong doesn't have the courage. The old lady's eyes flickered, and she said confidently, when she hits Qianqian, she hits me. Lu Linglong was furious. I didn't hit her. The old lady said sternly. You hit her. You pulled Qianqian's hair just because Qianqian didn't buy you clothes. Lu Linglong jumped up and down. I didn't even grab it, and she slapped me. The old lady said to Lu Lingxiao, look. Lu Linglong was dumbfounded. This crazy old lady, why is she not crazy now? Great-grandmother, the ground is cold. Get up first. Lu Lingxiao helped the old lady up, and then looked sternly at this spoiled cousin. He was a general who had killed people on the battlefield. This look made Lu Linglong tremble with fear. Big brother. Lu Lingxiao said sternly, she is your sister-in-law. You should never disrespect your sister-in-law. Lu Linglong was not convinced. What do you say if she hits me? Lu Lingxiao said, you have no rules, so as your sister-in-law, I will naturally discipline you. Lu Linglong was so aggrieved that she shed tears. I don't like Big Brother anymore. After saying that, she wiped her tears and left without looking back. Lu Lingxiao frowned, sighed deeply, and said to Meng Qianqian, Uncle and Auntie only have Linglong as their daughter, so they love her more. You should be more generous as her sister-in-law. If she offends you, just reprimand her with words, and don't use violence again. Meng Qianqian glanced at him calmly and said, Great-grandmother, let's go and play over there. The old lady glared at Lu Lingxiao. Go play over there. The old man and the young man walked away. Lu Lingxiao looked puzzled. He is trying to be a peacemaker, but somehow he is caught between two sides. However, when the second wife learned that her daughter had been slapped twice by Meng Qianqian, she was so angry that she almost rushed to Meng Qianqian to demand the slaps back. But when she thought of Meng Qianqian being with the old lady, she lost her courage. She can hit Meng Qianqian, but she can't hit the old lady. You go. She pushed her husband impatiently. Mr. Lu was half lying on a rattan chair playing with a bird. He asked in confusion, What are you doing? The second lady said, Go teach that girl a lesson. Master Lu snorted. I'm not going. The second wife was so angry that her eyes widened. Is Linglong your biological daughter? Master Lu said nonchalantly. She bullied the girls from the Meng family quite a lot. Let her learn a lesson. Mr. Lu is a man without any ambition. He does nothing all day long. He either plays with birds or does cockfighting. He never gets involved in serious business. The second wife gritted her teeth secretly. Why did I marry a loser like you? Master Lu said, Hey, I'm not deaf. The second wife suppressed her anger and sat down next to him. You should think of a solution. Master Lu frowned and said, Two kids are fighting. Why are you interfering? I'm not talking about Linglong. The second lady looked around and waved at the maid. The maid retreated tactfully. The second wife leaned close to her husband and whispered, Xiao Gur has been dead for 5 years, and there is no successor to the first house. Originally, the Lu family's property and the girl's dowry were to be passed on to our house, but now Xiao Gur is back. The cooked duck has flown away. Master Lu yawned and said, Don't worry, if Xiao Gur doesn't come back, it won't be our turn. The second lady asked curiously, What do you mean? Master Lu turned over and faced away from her. Nothing. At night, Lu Xingzhou returned to the Lu family. He worked in the Ministry of Works and was very busy with official duties. He also supervised the construction of various palaces and government offices and the repair of roads all year round, so he only went home once during his days off. After 5 years, the father and son were reunited again. Father. In the study, Lu Lingxiao knelt down and bowed heavily. Get up. Lu Xingzhou helped him up. I'm glad you're back. Unlike the women who were always concerned about each other's well-being, the father and son talked more about business. My son faked his death and sneaked into Beiliang. He hid in the capital for 4 years. Later, he joined forces with General Han to kill Beiliang's King Rongin and captured 12 third-rank officials of Beiliang alive. Lu Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. Prince Rongin is a great general of Beiliang. You killed him, which is a great achievement. No wonder His Majesty appointed you as the general of Zhenbei. Have you met Qianqian?
Yes.
Lu Lingxiao said. Lu Xingzhou said, Being an official in the court is different from fighting on the frontier. Your every word and action is watched by countless people. The censor's pen is not vegetarian. Your father hopes that you will not make any mistakes. Lu Lingxiao paused and said, Father, Wanner and I truly admire each other and will never let each other down in this life. Lu Xingzhou said, A man should put his wife first. Lu Lingxiao turned his head away. Father would only say that because he married the one he loves. He knew that his parents had a good relationship. His father never had a concubine or a mistress in his life, only one wife. He didn't want his mother to go through the pain of childbirth, so after he was born, he stopped allowing his mother to have children. Lu Xingzhou said, Let's not talk about this. I came back for another thing. The governor's mansion will hold a banquet tomorrow. You ask Qianqian to prepare. Your mother and I will take you and Qianqian to the governor's mansion for the banquet. Lu Lingxiao wondered. We have never had any dealings with the governor's office.
What kind of banquet is this?
Lu Xingzhou, the 1-year-old feast.
Lu Lingxiao, who's doing the zhou zhua?
Lu Xingzhou, Commander Lu's daughter. Lu Lingxiao was even more surprised. He is a child? Isn't he still unmarried? Lu Xingzhou pondered and said, the fact that Grand Commander Lu has a child was kept secret even more strictly than the news of your fake death. There was not even a whisper of it before. After a pause, Lu Xingzhou continued, in fact, it's not that he deliberately concealed it, but as long as he doesn't want to, no one can find out about his affairs. Lu Lingxiao frowned. Aren't there still Jinui? Lu Xingzhou sighed. The Jinui have long become his minions. Lu Lingxiao couldn't believe it. How could it be? The Jinui was directly led by emperors of all dynasties and always took orders from the emperor. Lu Xingzhou looked out the window at the night with a complicated expression. At that time, the emperor was just a child under 10 years old. Grand Commander Lu took over the Jinui on his behalf on the grounds that the emperor was young, saying that he would return the power of Jinui to the emperor when he took power. Lu Lingxiao said coldly, you tell such nonsense, and the ministers believe it? Lu Xingzhou said, what if I believe it? What if I don't believe it? Lu Lingxiao was speechless. He didn't expect that only 5 years had passed, and General Lu had already gained absolute power in the court. Lu Xingzhou added, he is in charge of the Imperial court, but the military power is not in his hands. I think this may be the purpose of his banquet tomorrow. He wants to take the opportunity to win over the heroes who have returned from the border this time. Lu Lingxiao was stunned. Just for the sake of holding a banquet. To have a child? Is this person so absurd? Lu Xingzhou was much calmer than his son. He has done even more absurd things. Never mind, don't worry about his family affairs. Just think about how to deal with it at the banquet tomorrow. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists and said indignantly, Father, when I was ordered to go to war, I swore a solemn oath in front of the ancestral tablets that I would only be loyal to your majesty in this life. I will never associate with such traitors. When the time is right, I will eradicate this scourge for the great Zhou and your majesty. When they came out of the study, the father and son ran into Meng Qianqian, who was coming out of Lu's mother's room. Meng Qianqian bowed to Lu Xingzhou and said, Father. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Are you here to see your mother? Meng Qianqian responded. Lu Xingzhou said to his son, you and Qianqian go back to hiding courtyard and have a rest early. We will be busy all day tomorrow. The meaning of this statement couldn't be clearer. Lu Lingxiao glanced at Meng Qianqian and said to Lu Xingzhou, son knows. Of course Lu Lingxiao would not stay overnight at Height Inn courtyard, but he felt guilty towards her, so he decided to send her there first to save her face in front of the servants. But as soon as he left the main courtyard, Meng Qianqian said to him, I will go back to Height Inn courtyard by myself. Please do as you please, husband. Lu Lingxiao was stunned. Mother Lu's foot injury had not healed yet, so she could only walk around the house and did not attend the banquet. Meng Qianqian has been a widow at home in the past few years. Except for looking for the missing old lady, she has hardly ever left the house. The second wife came up with the idea of accompanying Meng Qianqian on a trip. But if she goes, Mr. Lu must go as well. But Mr. Lu hated socializing the most, so he ran away with the birdcage, almost angering the second madam to death. Also invited to the banquet was Lu Xingzhou's colleague, Lord Lu. Lord Lu worked in the Ministry of War and happened to live near the Lu family, so Lu Xingzhou simply took his carriage and left. The two of them could discuss countermeasures on the way. Meng Qianqian and Lu Lingxiao were riding in the same car. As soon as Meng Qianqian brought Banksia to the carriage, she found that Lin Wanner and Luo were also there. Lu Lingxiao coughed lightly and said, Wanner wants to go out and buy some fabric to make clothes for the child. It's on the way. Lin Wanner was dressed in plain clothes, looking pure and elegant. She didn't say anything, just sat beside Lu Lingxiao with her eyes slightly lowered, looking a bit pitiful. Meng Qianqian watched coldly. Banksia's face darkened. She said angrily, Husband, there's only one seat left in the carriage. It's not enough. Lu Lingxiao looked at Meng Qianqian. Wanner is pregnant. Lulua has to take care of her. Let Banksia stay. Banksia's almond eyes widened. I'll stay, but where's my young lady? Lu Lingxiao said. I will take care of your young lady. Lin Wanner pulled his sleeve, shook her head at him, and then signaled Lua with her eyes to get out of the car. Green Ivy complained. Miss, how can I feel at ease when you are pregnant? Lin Wanner gestured in sign language. The shop is not far away. Just walk over there. Green Radish got off the carriage reluctantly. Banksia raised her eyebrows. Humph. Meng Qianqian and Banksia got on the carriage and sat opposite Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wanner. No one spoke along the way. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a cloth shop. Lu Lingxiao helped Lin Wanner out of the car. Banksia was anxious. Son-in-law. Lu Lingxiao's eyes passed Banksia and fell on Meng Qianqian's calm face. I will accompany Wanner to pick out materials for a while, and then leave when Lulua arrives. Uncle. Amid Banksia's repeated requests to stay, Lu Lingxiao took Lin Wanner's hand and walked into the shop in great affection. Banksia was so angry that she cried. The capital city is extremely cold in winter, and the biting cold wind blows in from under the curtains like a knife. Meng Qianqian fell into water during a thunderstorm, and not only did she suffer from headaches and nightmares, but she also became extremely afraid of the cold. Her hands and feet quickly froze. Unfortunately, the weather was not good. A loud thunderclap flashed, tearing a hole in the gloomy sky, and heavy rain poured down. The only oil paper umbrella in the carriage was just taken away by Lu Lingxiao. It turns out he also knew it would rain. Banksia looked at Meng Qianqian's body, which was freezing bit by bit, and cried out of heartache. Miss. Meng Qianqian looked calm. Let's find a place to shelter from the rain first. Wu Gur, you should also take shelter. Don't worry about the carriage. Horses are not afraid of rain and cannot be harmed by it. As for the car, in Meng Qianqian's eyes, it is not as important as a person. Yes, Madam Young Master. The driver bowed in gratitude. The lives of these servants are worthless, and only the eldest young lady treats them as human beings. The two entered the cloth shop, but Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wanner were gone. Banksia and the coachman borrowed an umbrella from the owner of the cloth shop and went to look for Lu Lingxiao separately. The boss asked with a smile, Girl, who are those two people to you? They are so loving. Meng Qianqian said, My husband is with his mistress. The boss is speechless. The rain was getting heavier and there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian heard a heart-wrenching cry. Boss, do you have any children at home?
No.
Meng Qianqian stood up and put a piece of silver on the counter. Can I borrow your umbrella? She held up an oil paper umbrella, went out through the back door, and stepped resolutely into the rain. In the rain-soaked alley, corpses were scattered all over the ground. Several burly guards stood in the rain, with murderous looks on their faces. The blood on the tips of their swords flowed down with the rain, forming a winding river of blood on the ground. Flying fish suit and embroidered spring sword. It's the embroidered uniform guard. The only Jinui who did not draw his sword was holding a crying baby stiffly, his expression more painful than if he had been stabbed. Not far away, a man in purple grabbed a young woman's throat with his armored hands and pressed her against a cracked wall without mercy. You can't kill me. I'm a child. Before the woman could finish her words, the man in purple moved his hand and broke the woman's neck. I want to kill people no matter who you are. It was a very pleasant voice, with an inherent coldness, danger, and arrogance. The man in purple took out a clean white handkerchief, wiped the armor on his hands, and threw it into the muddy blood. At this time, the Jinui holding the child spoke up. My lord, the child, what should we do? The man in purple did not answer, but turned around and strolled in front of Meng Qianqian. An overwhelming murderous aura enveloped her. He opened her oil paper umbrella and smiled. What did you see? The Jinui became alert instantly. Someone was coming? They didn't even notice it. The tall body of the man in purple blocked Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian held up a half-tilted oil paper umbrella and said, I didn't see anything. The purple-clothed man raised an eyebrow. Oh? The Jinui clenched their embroidered spring swords. Silence. The purple-clothed man asked with a smile, "Can you hold a baby?" Meng Qianqian said, "Yes." The man in purple did not turn around, but just raised his hand. The Jinui understood and immediately handed the baby, whose face had turned purple from crying, to Meng Qianqian. Strangely enough, the little guy stopped crying as soon as he was in Meng Qianqian's arms. The purple-clothed man kept smiling as he walked past Meng Qianqian and went straight forward. Meng Qianqian held an umbrella in one hand and held the child in the other, following the man in purple obediently. The two of them left the alley. A carriage stopped in front of the man in purple in the rain. The driver jumped down, not with the stool, but knelt on the cold and muddy ground, using his back as a stool, as steady as a rock. The man in purple stepped onto the human stool and got on the carriage. The driver didn't move. Meng Qianqian paused, then stepped on his back to get into the carriage. The driver then stood up and returned to the driving seat. Meng Qianqian put away the umbrella and placed it outside the door curtain. This carriage may look inconspicuous from the outside, but its interior is luxurious to the extreme. The walls are made of gold. The candles are made of oriental pearls. The couch is made of agarwood. The pillows are made of gold brocade, and even the floor of the carriage is covered with an extremely rare white tiger skin. Unlike the Lu family carriage that was leaking everywhere, every wooden board of this carriage was tightly fitted, and there was enough silver charcoal. The cold body warmed up instantly. The man in purple was half lying lazily on the main couch facing the door curtain. He had an extremely beautiful face, with a cold and pale complexion that reminded people of sinister bones. His eyebrows were thick and long, slanting into his temples. He had a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes with a smile on their faces, and the corners of his lips, which were more beautiful than those of a woman, were slightly raised. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, which was chilling. Meng Qianqian sat down on the bench beside him, holding the child. The purple-robed man looked at her with a smile and said playfully, "What do you want to say?" Meng Qianqian glanced at the incense burner beside him that was emitting bursts of fragrance. Children can't smell this kind of fragrance. The purple-clothed man was indifferent. "That's it?" Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Is there anything to eat?"
"I'm hungry."
The purple-clothed man sneered, grabbed a bundle and threw it on Meng Qianqian's stool. "Change your clothes." Meng Qianqian rolled up her sleeves that were wet by the rain, revealing her thin white wrists. Her frozen fingers slowly and clumsily untied the baby's swaddling clothes. The purple-clothed man said calmly, "I'm talking about you. You're covered in rain. Do you want to freeze her to death?" Meng Qianqian didn't say anything. She put the child on the couch and took out a set of adult clothes from her bag. Seeing that the man in purple not only did not leave but stared at her, Meng Qianqian still did not say anything. She just raised her hand silently and slowly pulled off the belt around her waist. When she took off her white middle garment, the man in purple sneered and got off the carriage. The incense burner that was emitting a faint fragrance was also taken away by him. "If she cries, kill her." After the purple-clothed man gave his instructions to the Jinui, he disappeared in the heavy rain. The first one is a child, and the second one is Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian changed her own clothes and also changed the child's clothes. The little guy looks only 8 or 9 months old, fair and tender, with a soft face, a rosy little mouth, thin eyebrows, and long eyelashes. At first glance, he is a cute little beauty. Perhaps because he felt comfortable after changing clothes, the little guy raised his chin and fell asleep in Meng Qianqian's arms with a very proud look. The carriage stopped outside the back door of a mansion. The sound of stringed and wind instruments penetrated the thick rain and came faintly. Meng Qianqian lifted the curtain. A maid was already waiting with an oil paper umbrella. Meng Qianqian handed the sleeping child to her and reached out to pick up the umbrella from under the curtain, but found that it was gone. Meng Qianqian said to the Jinui, "Excuse me, can you lend me your umbrella?" A Jinui asked, "Are you really going to let her go? And not silence her?" Another Jinui said, "The master said that if the young lady cries, she will be killed, but the young lady didn't cry. The 1-year-old banquet was held in the Tsuyu Pavilion of the governor's mansion. The guests had already taken their seats and were toasting each other, singing and dancing, with drums and music playing. It was a very lively scene. Lu Xingzhou sat in his seat, watching the sky getting darker, then looked at the empty seat next to him and couldn't help but frown. "Wu Qi," he shouted. The long servant bowed and said, "Master." "Go and see if the young master has arrived."
"Yes."
Wu Qi went there immediately, but soon returned, his body wet. "Master, I didn't see the young master's carriage." Lu Xingzhou frowned even more tightly. "What's wrong with this kid? Maybe the young master has forgotten the way to the governor's mansion?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head. "My son is a military commander, and he has memorized the entire defense map of the capital. How could he not know the way to the governor's mansion? Could it be that the rain was too heavy and the carriage broke down halfway? But even if we hired another carriage, we should have arrived long ago." When Lu Xingzhou was at a loss, a loud voice came from outside. "The Grand Commander has arrived." The banquet hall, which was filled with singing and laughter, suddenly fell silent. The singers and dancers stopped singing, and the guests stood up one after another and bowed towards the door. Admiral Lu walked in with a smile. He was dressed in purple, with a purple crown on his head, his hair was as black as ink and his face was as beautiful as jade. There is no man in the world more handsome than him, nor is there anyone more cruel and ruthless than him. He smiled calmly and said, "I killed a few people. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Today is a family dinner, so you don't have to be so polite. The only one who can talk about killing is this great governor." Everyone looked at each other, angry but not daring to say anything. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Take a seat." Everyone waited until General Han, who had made the greatest military contribution in this battle, took a seat before they sat down with trepidation. Lu Yuan's eyes swept across the empty seats and came in front of Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou stood up. "Grand Commander Lu." Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "How is old Lady Lu?" Lu Xingzhou said politely, "Grandmother is in good health. Thank you for your concern, Grand Commander." Lu Yuan glanced at the seat and asked Lu Xingzhou, "Where's your son?" Lu Xingzhou had a complicated expression, "My son." Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "Could it be that your son despises me and disdains to give me this favor?" Lu Xingzhou said hurriedly, "Grand Commander, you are too serious. My wife is injured, and I am staying at home to take care of her." "Father." Lu Lingxiao's voice came from the door. Lu Yuan curled his lips, his eyes meaningful. Mrs. Lu recovered so quickly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Xingzhou's eyes, and he said to his son seriously, "Ling Xiao, come and meet the Grand Commander." Lu Lingxiao looked coldly at the man in front of him who was only a few years older than him and reluctantly bowed. "Grand Commander." Lu Xingzhou asked Lu Lingxiao in a low voice, "Why are you so late? Where's Qian?" Lu Lingxiao hesitated to speak. A young woman in plain clothes walked in with the support of green ivy. The woman had her face covered, revealing only a pair of pitiful eyes. Lu Xingzhou recognized at a glance that she was not Meng Qian. He glared at his son. Lu Lingxiao held Lin Wanner's hand and whispered, "Dad, I will explain to you later." Lu Lingxiao was stunned. Lu Xingzhou, who was standing by, was overwhelmed. Why would this kid do anything else but bring this woman to the banquet at the governor's mansion? Now, it's not right to admit it, nor is it right to deny it. If you don't admit it, how can your son bring his concubine to the banquet? It is recognized that before Lu Xingzhou could think of a foolproof plan, Lu Yuan changed the subject and smiled faintly. "Speaking of which, Beiliang has always been a major concern for my great Zhou. General Lu played a great role in our victory over Beiliang this time, and this governor also appreciates General Lu very much. Thank you for the honor, Grand Commander." Lu Xingzhou's expression relaxed, and he winked at his son. Lu Lingxiao reluctantly cupped his hands and said calmly, "This is the credit of all the soldiers at the border." Lingxiao just did his duty and dare not take credit for it. Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. "Lord Lu, you gave birth to a good son." After Lu Yuan left, Lu Xingzhou said to his son. Come out with me. The father and son came to the yard. At this time, everyone was at the table and no one paid attention to the side. Lu Xingzhou asked in a deep voice. What's going on? I'm asking you about Qianqian? Lu Lingxiao said, who knows where she went? I asked her to wait in the carriage for a while, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. I looked for her for a long time, thinking that she was angry with me, and came to the banquet first. As for Wanner, she just bought some fabric for clothes on the way. No one expected it to rain suddenly, and it rained so hard. I was worried about leaving her alone outside. Lu Xingzhou glared at his son in dismay. You think you can leave your wife out there? If anything happens to Qianqian, everyone will know that you brought a mistress to the Grand Commander's banquet today. Lu Lingxiao said seriously. Father, Wanner is not a concubine. Lu Xingzhou said coldly. Shut up. Lu Lingxiao suppressed his rebuttal and said, maybe. She is already on her way. She is the wife of the eldest young master of the Lu family. No one in the capital dares to touch her. That's better. After Lu Xingzhou finished speaking in a cold voice, he called his long-time attendant and asked him to go find Meng Qianqian quickly. You go too. Lu Xingzhou said to his son, I will tell the Grand Commander that you should go back and take care of your mother. Lu Lingxiao knew he was in the wrong and nodded. The two returned to their seats. In just a moment's time, Lin Wana was surrounded by a group of female relatives who called her Madam Lu one after another. And the name of Green Ivy also changed from my miss to my madam. A lady took Lin Wanner's hand and asked about her well-being. Suddenly, she stroked the scar on Lin Wanner's left hand and asked, Mrs. Lu, what happened to your hand? Green Rose said, my wife was shot by a stray arrow while trying to save the young master. You don't know how dangerous it was. If it was half an inch off, my wife's hand would have been broken. Did you encounter an assassin? What assassin in the capital city would use stray arrows? They are used in border battles. Lin Wanner quickly pulled her hand back. Green radish covered her mouth. Lu Lingxiao hurried over and said, Madams, my mother is not feeling well. We will leave first. After saying that, he quickly got up and left with Lin Wanner and Luo Luo. But as soon as he reached the door, he bumped into a soldier returning from the border. General Lu. Green Ivy? You're here too. Is this Miss Lin? I almost didn't recognize you with the veil on. The ladies all pricked up their ears. Miss Lin? The young lady of the Lu family. Her last name is Meng. On the way back in the carriage, Lu Lingxiao looked solemn. Lin Wanner pulled Lu Lingxiao's sleeve and gestured with sign language. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Did I cause you trouble? Lu Lingxiao held Lin Wanner's hand and said gently, Wanner, don't worry, I will take care of it.
Lin Wanner was silent.
Lu Lingxiao asked, Does Wanner feel wronged? Lin Wanner shook her head and gestured. I am worried about the eldest young lady's wife. Will she be in trouble? Lulua snorted. Miss, the eldest young lady's wife will not be in trouble. Who knows? Maybe she has already returned to the Lu family, making us worry.
Lin Wanner pushed Lu Lingxiao.
Lu Lingxiao said, Okay, I'll go find you. I'll take you back to the Lu family first. However, Lu Lingxiao felt that Luolua's words made sense. Maybe Meng Qianqian really went back. Where else could she go? After getting off the carriage, Lu Lingxiao escorted Lin Wanu up the stairs. Just as they were about to knock on the door, it opened from the inside. Where's my lady? Where's your lady? They both spoke at the same time. Banksia stamped her feet. I just wanted to ask you, uncle, where is my young lady? Banksia couldn't find Lu Lingxiao, so she went back to the cloth shop with Wu Ger. The owner of the cloth shop said that the young lady had borrowed an umbrella and left. It is very far from the governor's mansion, and the young lady doesn't have a carriage, so I don't think she will go to the banquet alone. They hurried back to the Lu family to see if the young lady had returned. If not, they would ask more people from the mansion to go out and look for her. Isn't your young lady with you? Now Lu Lingxiao was really worried. Although he didn't love Meng Qianqian, she was his wife after all, and an innocent life, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. Just then, a thin figure, holding a broken oil paper umbrella, came staggering out of the heavy rain. The heavy rain continued to beat on her thin shoulders. She was soaked all over, and even the joints between her bones seemed to be soaked by the cold.
Vous guerriez, young madame.
Banxia's expression changed, miss. The two rushed out. Lu Lingxiao had a gloomy face. He walked up to Meng Qianqian holding an umbrella and asked, "Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? You disappeared when you came back. Where did you go?" Meng Qianqian's whole body was frozen. Even her cheeks, lips, and tongue were numb. She looked at him coldly. Lu Lingxiao discovered that she was not wearing the same clothes she wore when she went out, and when he looked at the bag that had fallen to the ground, his expression became even colder. "You went shopping for clothes? Warner bought some, so you bought some too. Do you have to argue with Warner about everything? It's okay that you're not sensible on ordinary days, but do you have to lose your temper on such an important occasion? Was she being mad? Was she arguing with Lin Warner? Was she not waiting for him obediently in the carriage? He has such a bad memory that he doesn't even remember what he has done." She had never argued with Lin Warner. They both wanted this and that and more. Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? It's a pity that Wana was worried about you all the way and urged me to go find you quickly." Meng Qianqian looked at him with cold eyes, without any warmth. After he said this, her sharp eyes pierced his heart like a sword. He was suddenly stunned. "Son-in-law, stop talking." Banxia couldn't bear to listen anymore. "What did you do wrong, miss? My son-in-law is going too far." Banxia didn't care that they were outside. She took off her jacket and wrapped it around the cold Meng Qianqian. The driver Wu Gur picked up the bag on the ground and opened an umbrella to hold it over Meng Qianqian's head.
"Give it to me."
Banxia took the umbrella with sobs and helped Meng Qianqian into the mansion. The driver gritted his teeth and said to Lu Lingxiao, "Master, even if you beat me to death today, I still have something to say. The governor's mansion held a banquet, and you took another woman to ride in the master's wife's carriage. It was wrong of you. You also left the master's wife behind and left for more than an hour. The master's wife had been waiting in the carriage without a single complaint. Later, it started to rain heavily, and you took the umbrella with you. The master's wife went to the cloth shop in the rain to look for you, but you went somewhere without even saying hello. The eldest young lady is worried about you, so she went to see you in the rain." The last sentence is Wu Gur's own opinion. He was going to be kicked out of the house anyway, so a few words didn't matter. The coachman made up his mind and went for it. It was raining so hard, her clothes must have gotten wet, so she went to buy new ones. You really wronged the eldest young lady." Lu Lingxiao was left speechless by the driver's words. He looked at Meng Qianqian, who disappeared in the heavy rain, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Meng Qianqian and Banxia returned to Haiding Courtyard.
"Madame Ali."
Banxia almost pushed the door open with her shoulder. Nanny Li was startled. Seeing Meng Qianqian, who was wet and almost unconscious from the cold, she quickly took a few steps and hugged her. "What's wrong, miss?" "I don't know."
Boo.
Banxia was so heartbroken that she burst into tears. Nanny Li's eyes quickly turned red. The Meng family is considered a wealthy family in Qingzhou, even if they are merchants. But her daughter was raised in the palm of her hand by the elders. When has she ever suffered such a crime? Where's the uncle? My uncle is going too far. Banxia cried so hard that she was out of breath. Madame Li said, "Stop crying. Also bring some hot water bottles and some charcoal." Banxia left crying. Nanny Li helped Meng Qianqian sit down on the stool and began to take off Meng Qianqian's wet clothes. "Last time you fell into the water, the doctor said that the young lady must not catch a cold again." Meng Qianqian held the umbrella all the way, and her hands were so cold that she couldn't even straighten them. Nanny Li stroked her stiff fingers for a long time before slowly separating them. When Nanny Li took off Meng Qianqian's blood-soaked shoes, she could no longer control herself and turned around and started crying. "Meng Qianqian, mammy." Nanny Li wiped her tears, raised her head, and looked at her with red eyes. "Hey, miss." Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Starting tomorrow, stop paying the monthly fees for Song's Wuxuan and Feng Yuan." Madame Li said, Maple Courtyard is Miss Lin's courtyard, so it's okay to stop using it, but Pine and Bamboo Pavilion belongs to your uncle. Do you want to stop using it for your uncle as well? Meng Qianqian said without hesitation. Stop it. Meng Qianqian took a hot bath, changed into dry clothes, hugged the hot water bottle, and lay on the soft bed. Banksia sat at the head of the bed and watched over her. The young lady doesn't have many confidants around her, so she and Banksia must not fall ill again. Madame Li looked at the snacks on the plate and asked, "Did the young lady eat anything?" Banksia shook her head. Miss said she couldn't eat. The two of them didn't know what happened to Meng Qianqian on the way, and they also thought that Meng Qianqian got lost and went to look for Lu Lingxiao.
Who can eat that?
Li Ma sighed and said to Banksia, "You are tired too. Go and rest for a while. I will keep watch over you." Banksia doesn't want to leave.
Go quickly.
Nanny Li chased Banksia away. After sitting for a while, he changed the hot water bottle for Meng Qianqian and tucked in the quilt. Meng Qianqian did not sleep well. She had another nightmare. The moment before, she fell into a freezing cold lake, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a raging fire. The huge flames shot straight into the sky, and outside the house there were screams one after another. She was hidden in a water tank, and her tall body blocked the sweeping flames. Meng Qianqian sat up with a start and found someone sitting on the stool beside the bed. He was dressed in purple, with a purple crown on his head. His complexion was as cold and white as bones. His narrow and long phoenix eyes contained a lazy smile, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. A hint of surprise flashed across Meng Qianqian's eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before she returned to her calm state. "Are you afraid of me?" The Grand Commander is so powerful that he can stop crying by shooting an elephant. How can I not be afraid? I wonder why the Grand Commander is visiting me so late at night? Lu Yuan was not surprised that Meng Qianqian called out his identity, just like Meng Qianqian was not surprised that he could find out that he was a member of the Lu family. If he doesn't even have this ability, he wouldn't be the commander-in-chief who can manipulate the court at will. As for breaking into her bedroom in the middle of the night and being alone with a woman in the same room, it was probably not an absurd act for this rebellious governor. Lu Yuan said with a half-smile, "You held my sleeve and called me Dad all night. I almost wanted to check when I had a daughter as old as you." Meng Qianqian looked down and quickly let go of the purple sleeve that she was holding tightly. Lu Yuan flicked his wide sleeves, grabbed a basket from behind, and placed it on her legs. She was so adorable. Meng Qianqian blinked awkwardly.
Lu Yuan said, "Feeding."
Meng Qianqian said, "I don't have milk." Lu Yuan gave her a look that said he was not a fool and took out a water bag filled with hot goat's milk from under the swaddling clothes. Meng Qianqian felt a little dizzy and her throat felt like it was burning. She said to Lu Yuan, "I have caught a cold. It's contagious. For such a young child, catching a cold is very dangerous." Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "She will die of starvation if she doesn't eat anyway. You have to choose between starvation and death from illness." "Who told you to kill her wet nurse?" Meng Qianqian asked. "What if she still doesn't eat?" Lu Yuanfeng smiled calmly. "Then I'll kill you too." Meng Qianqian said tactfully, "Hand me a spoon." Lu Yuan sneered. "Are you ordering me around?" Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Please, Grand Commander, give me a spoon." The Grand Commander did in the end take a clean spoon from the 8 Immortals table and give it to her. Meng Qianqian held the little girl in her arms, folded a clean handkerchief and placed it under her chin, then slowly fed her with the handle of a porcelain spoon. Seeing that the little guy really ate it, Lu Yuan narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, as if he was a little surprised. "Have you ever taken care of a child?" he asked casually. Meng Qianqian said, "I have a younger brother at home." Lu Yuan folded his arms and looked at her lazily. "Your younger brother Meng Lang is only 1 year younger than you." He actually called out her brother's name accurately. I'm afraid even her husband Lu Lingxiao might not know it as clearly as he did. It's not surprising when you think about it. Even though it's only been less than a day, the most ruthless man in the world would bring his child to find her in the middle of the night. He must have checked her entire family. "Cousin," Meng Qianqian said. You are also in charge of my cousin? I am happy to do so. The little guy smacked his lips, looking at Lu Yuan and Meng Qianqian from time to time, as if he was listening to what they were saying. Meng Qianqian looked into the little guy's big dark eyes and said, "You can tell at first glance that this child is not even a year old." Lu Yuan curled his lips and said arrogantly, "If I say she is 1 year old, then she is 1 year old. That's right. Who else but you can call a deer a horse?" Meng Qianqian stopped talking and concentrated on feeding the baby. Lu Yuan sat on a bare stool with no backrest and no footrest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He exuded a cold and irritable vibe. You can see that he is trying his best to endure it. No one in the capital city could have expected that the all-powerful commander-in-chief would one day be so frustrated by a little kid that he couldn't even vent his anger. I don't know how long it took, but the little guy was finally full. He burped twice, raised his little chin, and fell asleep very proudly. During this time, neither Meng Qianqian nor the Grand Commander mentioned the Lu family's attendance at the 1-year-old celebration banquet. One of them doesn't care, and the other doesn't care either. Meng Qianqian didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. The commander-in-chief and the little guy were gone. If it weren't for the faint scent of milk lingering in her arms, she would have thought that the father and daughter had never been there. She caught a cold, so she did not go to pay her respects to the old lady, but stayed alone in Haitang courtyard to recuperate. Nanny Li stewed bird's nest for Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was eating when the housekeeper from Fengyuan came over. It turned out that Lin Wana had picked out several pieces of fabric yesterday and had them delivered to her house. It was delivered early in the morning, and I am waiting for payment at my house. Meng Qianqian said, "Let her tie it herself. Why ask me for help? I didn't buy the material." Nanny Qian was shocked beyond words. Seeing that she didn't leave, Meng Qianqian asked, "Anything else?" Madame Qian came back to her senses and said in doubt, "There is indeed a second thing. Fengyuan needs to eat a bowl of blood swallows every day to replenish Miss Lin's energy and stabilize her pregnancy. But there is a fixed number of blood swallows in our house. You can go to the storehouse to get as many as you want. Today, Lula went to get it, but she didn't get any." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Nanny Li, thinking that it was Nanny Li who was making things difficult for Fengyuan. After all, the eldest young lady had been a soft persimmon in the mansion for several years and was known to be generous and easy to control. Meng Qianqian put down the spoon and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. "It's my idea. If Miss Lin wants to eat, let her pay for it herself. Birds' nests are precious and are shipped from far away. When they arrive in the capital, they can be sold at a high price of 30 taels per catty. Bloodbirds' nests are even more expensive. Even 100 taels is a bargain. The old lady eats 1 bowl every day, and sometimes the second lady and Lu Linglong would also go to get a few bowls. This is not to mention the old lady who eats and takes them back to her parents' home. Every month, she spends hundreds of taels of birds' nest alone." Meng Qianqian was reluctant to eat it before, but look, she has been feeding a bunch of ungrateful people for many years. Madame Qian looked at the large bowl of blood swallows left on Meng Qianqian's table and said with a wry smile, "Isn't Miss Lin also trying to expand the Lu family? How can Miss Lin pay for this money herself? Besides, you can't eat so much by yourself, it would be a waste, right?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Even if I eat half and pour out the other half, that's my business. If she doesn't want to pay, then she can't eat." Nanny Qian didn't expect the eldest young lady's attitude to be so tough, so she hurried to Facade to report to the old lady. The old lady was so angry that she sent the nanny beside her to scold Meng Qianqian, telling her not to be ungrateful, saying that the ingredients were bought for her future great-grandson, and the bird's nest was also for her future great-grandson to eat. Meng Qianqian said, "Since Grandma loves her precious great-grandson so much, why not take out the money from Fengyuan as a token of your appreciation? It's not expensive, only about 700 or 800 taels." "Did she really say that?" "Yes, old lady, it is absolutely true."
"I dare not lie."
The old lady was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This girl is rebellious. She wouldn't pay even 700 or 800 taels. The nanny asked, I heard that the eldest young master brought Miss Lin to the banquet yesterday. Is it because of this? The old lady said angrily. Isn't it her own fault? Someone helped her out, but she wasn't grateful. Instead, she cut off their spending. I told you not to marry a girl from a small family like this. She's always jealous of others. No wonder Xiao Gunner won't enter her room. Begonia Courtyard. After Meng Qianqian finished eating the bird's nest, she said to Li Mama, after I finish this batch of bird's nest, I will never buy it again. Nanny Li hesitated. If this happens, then the old lady won't have anything to eat, right? Meng Qianqian said, I still say that if you want to eat, buy it yourself. Having suffered so much injustice yesterday, Matron Li can understand any decision the young lady makes today. You can vent your anger, but you can't touch the principals. The old lady is the principal of the Lu family. Nanny Li closed the door.
Miss, please be honest with me.
What are your plans? Do you want to put pressure on the Lu family and control Miss Lin? Or Meng Qianqian shook her head. Why should I control her? As long as she doesn't bother me, I can ignore her. Madame Li said, the young lady did this. Meng Qianqian said seriously, Mammy, it was the Lu family who came to ask to marry me. My grandfather was reluctant to let me marry far away at such a young age. The old man repeatedly promised that he would treat his granddaughter well and would never let her suffer any grievances in the Lu family. In the past few years, I have fulfilled my duties as a wife and the filial piety of a daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. I gave everything I should and shouldn't give, but what did I get? A husband who doesn't love her and an in-law family that drains her dry. Mammy, I don't want to do this anymore. Early in the morning, Lu Lingxiao went to the military camp, and when he came back he heard about the material and bird's nest. He frowned and said, let Songs Lu Yuan tie the knot first. What is going on? How did he become a pauper?
Can he speak?
Lu Lingxiao glared at the servant coldly, who stopped. The servant said angrily, Madam, the eldest young master. Lu Lingxiao has been in Beiliang and the border for many years. After returning home, he never asked about the housework. He naturally thought that the household affairs were still taken care of by his grandmother or mother. Of course, it would be fine if it was Meng Qianqian. After all, her grandmother was old and her mother was not suited to overwork. As a granddaughter-in-law or daughter-in-law, it was only right for her to share some of the burden. Begonia Courtyard. Meng Qianqian was reading a storybook. Banksia listlessly pulled the curtain and entered. Miss, the son-in-law is here. All disappointments do not erupt suddenly, but are accumulated from one thing after another. When Banksia saw her brother-in-law again, she was not as happy as before. Lu Lingxiao didn't bother to argue with the servant. As soon as he entered the house, he felt a warm feeling coming towards him. It was freezing cold outside, but it was as warm as spring in here. Even the old lady's house was not as warm as this. My grandmother only used 2 basins of charcoal, but you use 3. Are you so afraid of the cold at such a young age? He snorted coldly and was about to sit down, but found that the chairs next to Meng Qianqian were all filled with things. He looked at Banksia. Banksia shook her head and walked away. He frowned and had to sit on an uncomfortable stool. Meng Qianqian ignored him and continued reading the storybook. Lu Lingxiao glanced at her, suppressed his unhappiness, and said to her, I know you are angry with me, but it's been a whole night. You should calm down. Meng Qianqian's interest in reading was interrupted, and a hint of coldness flashed across her brows. She put the bookmark in and closed the storybook. What do you mean by after one night, the anger should subside? In my husband's eyes, as long as you play dumb, I can handle what happened on my own. There is no need to solve any problem. Just let it go like this. Lu Lingxiao didn't want to argue with a little girl. I was not thoughtful enough about what happened yesterday. Meng Qianqian said calmly, it's really perfunctory. Lu Lingxiao stood up suddenly as if he had been poked in the sore spot. Meng, don't be unreasonable. I already said it was an accident, and I didn't expect you to look for me. Can't you just find a place to hide from the rain? I'm a grown man. Do I need a woman like you to worry about me? Meng Qianqian laughed when she heard this. How does he have the nerve to say such things? He himself brought a concubine and left her in the carriage, leaving her exposed to the wind and rain. All kinds of bad behavior. He did not mention a word. If she really found a place to shelter from the rain, will he say again, "Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? Who told you to go to the cloth shop? I spent so much time looking for you that I even delayed the 1-year-old celebration. Since you think it's my fault, why are you pretending to apologize?" Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, "Are you done yet? Aren't you okay?" Meng Qianqian said coldly, "Should I forgive you just because I'm fine? I'm lucky to be fine, not because of you, my good husband. I want to rest, husband, please go back. Banksia, see the guest off." "A guest?" "He is her husband, the male owner of this courtyard." Banksia lifted the curtain with a cold face. "Sir, please go." Lu Lingxiao was really a little angry. Being chased away by a woman, where would his face be? He simply sat down and refused to leave. Banksia urged. Son-in-law Lu Lingxiao shouted, "Get out." Nanny Li dragged Banksia away. Meng Qianqian sneered. General Lu is so powerful. Lu Lingxiao rarely lost his temper with women, and he felt a little regretful after he did so. After calming down for a moment, he said earnestly, "Ms. Meng, I am not here to find you to blame. Grandmother let you be the head of this family because she trusts you. You should act like a head of the family instead of being jealous of honor and speaking ill of your husband. I said I would treat you well, and that still counts." Hearing the word head of the family, Meng Qianqian smiled. "Husband, today, you are not here to apologize. You are here to ask for money, right?" Lu Lingxiao said seriously, "These are two different things. There is no need to confuse them." Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Okay, then I'll follow my husband's wishes and just talk about the money." Lu Lingxiao frowned. "That's not what I meant." Meng Qianqian took out an account book and said, "My husband has been at the border for 5 years and has never sent a single copper coin home for household expenses. I believe he must have saved a lot of money. Why don't you pay me back the money he owes me over the years?" Lu Lingxiao was confused. "When did I owe you money?" Meng Qianqian was surprised. "Didn't Grandma tell my husband? In the past few years, the expenses of the mansion have always been paid with my dowry. Even the huge debt owed back then was not paid off until I got married." "You're talking nonsense." "Whether I am talking nonsense or not, my husband can check it out by himself in the accounting office." What Meng Qianqian said was quite lenient. The Lu family had even mortgaged their house. If Meng Qianqian hadn't redeemed the house in time, the family would have been homeless long ago. In fact, I am not an unreasonable person. A woman obeys her father at home and her husband outside. I am happy to spend some money on my husband, but my husband is a man who stands tall and proud. Now he has made great achievements in the war and is a role model for the 3 armies. I think he would not be willing to spend money on a woman. It's okay for me to use my dowry to support my husband, but if I ruin his reputation, I will be blamed for it. What do you think?" Meng Qianqian spoke the sharpest words in the gentlest tone. If Lu Lingxiao were still a man, he would never give up his self-esteem. Meng Qianqian sighed. "How about this? I'll keep it a secret for my husband. Madam Li, go get the silver and settle Miss Lin's bill. Don't ever say it was given by me. Say it was my husband's own military pay. My husband can afford to support his own woman. No need." Lu Lingxiao stood up with a cold expression and left. Nanny Li and Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were so afraid that the general would be angry with the young lady and attack their young lady directly. "Young lady, you have completely torn off the veil today. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you really annoy the son-in-law, he will divorce you in anger. What should we do? By then, they won't return the dowry, and we will have no choice. It's true that the dowry belongs to the woman, but where is there so much justice in the world? In the final analysis, for those who are divorced, it is because their parents' family cannot prevail over their husband's family, and if they can prevail, they will just get divorced. The young lady is unfamiliar with the capital and has no backing, so it will be difficult for her to defeat the Lu family." When Banksia heard this, she immediately panicked. "Miss Meng Qianqian said, 'It's okay. There are 7 reasons for a man to divorce his wife, and there are 3 reasons why a woman cannot divorce her. If you have a wife but have nowhere to go, you won't leave her. If you mourn for 3 years, you won't leave her. If you were poor at first but rich later, you won't leave her. It means that a man who has no natal home to return to cannot divorce, a man who has to mourn for his husband's family for 3 years cannot divorce, and a man who married his wife from a poor family but later became rich cannot divorce. She had completed the mourning period for Lu Lingxiao and his grandfather. If Lu Lingxiao wanted to divorce her, there was no way. However, Nanny Li's concerns are not unfounded. She really should have planned ahead. However, after Lu Lingxiao left Haitang courtyard angrily, he immediately went to find the old lady to ask for clarification. But then he remembered that he was angry, and it was against filial piety to question his grandmother about such a thing. Fortunately, some things had spread among the servants, and he could find out if he paid a little attention. It turned out that when my grandfather was alive, he had lent a lot of money at high interest. My grandfather was a military general and no one dared to default on his debts, so he made a lot of money in the early years. My grandfather tasted the sweetness of it, and his business grew bigger and bigger. However, usury caused great harm to people. After the emperor ascended the throne, his first imperial decree was to ban usury among the people. At that time, many people wanted to quit while the going got tough. My grandfather also wanted to quit, but he had lent too much money, so it was too late, and he ended up losing all his money. In order to turn his life around, my grandfather mortgaged his house, shop, and farm to a money shop, borrowed a large sum of capital, and partnered with others to transport salt. But can the salt transport be touched? Not to mention that my grandfather was only a 4th-rank military commander. Even if he was a royal relative, he could not easily take over the salt transport. Not surprisingly, the news leaked. It was because of my great-grandfather's service to the emperor that my grandfather did not lose his official position and was only fined. But as a result, the Lu family was completely in debt. When Lu Lingxiao reached the age for marriage, the old lady had thought about finding him a marriage of equal status in the capital. However, once people learned about the Lu family's situation, they were afraid to marry their daughters to him. In other words, the Meng family was far away in Yuzhou, and they didn't know that the Lu family had long since become a mere shell. So Meng Qianqian did not lie. It was she who filled the holes of the Lu family and paid off their foreign debts. It was also thanks to her dowry that the Lu family was able to maintain their prosperous and respectable life. The servant sighed, "That's the thing, young master. In fact, it's not shameful to eat free food, but it's shameful to eat free food for free." Lu Lingxiao said coldly, "Why are you talking so much?" The servant shut up in dismay. "What's your name?" Lu Lingxiao asked. The servant said, "Master, be careful with your words." Lu Lingxiao's face darkened. "You're still scolding me? I asked you what your name is." The servant said aggrievedly, "Shen Yan, my name is Shen Yan. I talk a lot, and I am a chatterbox, so you gave me this name to remind me to be alert at all times." Lu Lingxiao said, "I don't think this name is of any use to you. Be careful when speaking and stop yourself from speaking." Lu Lingxiao asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" Shen Yan said hesitantly, "I have something to report." Lu Lingxiao, "Speak." Shen Yan said, "The old lady is paid for the material." Lu Lingxiao's expression relaxed. "My great-grandmother still loves me." Shen Yan added, "It's not for Miss Lin." Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was halfway through calculating her accounts when the old lady walked in, looking energetic. It is true that she is stupid and dumb, but under Meng Qianqian's care in recent years, her body has become stronger and stronger. Meng Qianqian put down the account book. "Great-grandmother." The old lady came up to her and glanced at the account book in her hand. "What is this book about?" Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "This is not a storybook, it's an account book. I'll read the new one tomorrow and tell it to my great-grandmother." The old lady nodded wildly. "Then you must remember it." Meng Qianqian smiled. "Okay." The old lady gave a triumphant smile. Hihi Banksia and Nanny Li were amused by the old lady and laughed secretly with their hands covering their mouths. The old lady smiled evilly and said mysteriously, Qian, guess what I bought for you? Okay, you can't guess. The old lady raised her hand and said, Bring it in. Two servants came in carrying some colorful fabrics. Madame Li took a closer look and said in surprise, Isn't this the floating brocade sent by the cloth shop? Miss Lin picked it out for her unborn baby, but a child would need so much cloth. Everyone could see that she picked it out for herself. She is quite good at choosing, and all of them are top-quality brocades. Wearing this kind of precious material, everyone would say that she is the wife of General Jinbei. Does Qian like it? The old lady tilted her head and asked. Meng Qian felt warm in her heart and nodded. I like it. It was given by my great-grandmother. Qian likes it. The old lady put her hands on her hips and smiled like a little poisonous old lady. Ho, Meng Qian asked in confusion. Great-grandmother, where did you get so much silver? 700 or 800 taels is not a small amount. The old lady, coffin money. Meng Qian. Maple Courtyard. Lu Lingxiao had dinner with Lin Yuan. Sorry, my great-grandmother bought the material. I'll give you a new one later, he said to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook her head and gestured in sign language. Only one piece of the material is for our child. The rest were originally selected for the eldest young master's wife. Lu Lingxiao originally felt a little grateful and ashamed for Meng Qian supporting the family for many years, but after hearing what Lin Yuan said, he suddenly felt that Meng Qian was still not as sensible as Yuan. She has indeed made contributions to supporting the family, but she shouldn't take advantage of this to do whatever she wants at home. Lu Lingxiao held her hand distressfully. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. You always think about her, but she only cares about herself. If she could be half as sensible as you, she wouldn't cause such unrest in the family. Lin Yuan gestured and said, The eldest young lady is young. General, please be more considerate and don't be angry with her. Lu Lingxiao frowned. I don't need to. I will try to give in to her in the future. You've been pregnant for a long time, so take a rest first. I have made great contributions this time, and His Majesty will reward me. When the reward arrives, I will take you to buy fabrics for you and the child. You can pick out a few more for yourself. Lin Yuan snuggled into his arms and wrote on his palm with her fingers. Yuan is already content to be able to serve the general, and she doesn't ask for anything else. Lu Lingxiao put his arm around her shoulders and said, I brought you back to Beijing, but I didn't want you to live a hard life. In addition to the position of legal wife, I will give you all the love, wealth, and glory that others have. Begonia Courtyard. Meng Qian played with the old lady for the whole afternoon and then continued to check the accounts in the evening. The accounts of the mansion are divided into two parts. One is the internal account, and the other is the external account. The internal accounts refer to the household expenses, while the external accounts refer to the profits and losses of industries such as farms and shops. Judging from the accounts, not only did none of the farms or shops make a profit, but a lot of money had to be poured into them every year. It is easy to imagine where the silver came from. Meng Qian closed the account book and said, I didn't expect that in just 5 years, most of the dowry I brought has already been spent. Madame Li said with a pained look, Yes, there are only 10,000 taels left. For the first time, Meng Qian experienced the inconvenience brought about by being in an unfamiliar place. No matter how short of money the Lu family is, they are still nobles in the capital. Putting aside the old man's service to the emperor, Lu Xingzhou works in the Ministry of Works, and Lu Lingxiao has just made military achievements. It is too difficult for a small merchant girl with no relatives in the capital to get away with the Lu family unscathed. Xiaoju, stay alive. Father, in the middle of the night, Meng Qian was awakened by a nightmare again. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down her temples, soaking her black hair. TSK, there are many women who want to climb into my bed, but you are the first one who is eager to recognize me as his father. Lu Yuan's casual voice slowly came into the ears, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Meng Qian quickly loosened his purple sleeves, sat up calmly, glanced at him, and said, Does the Grand Commander always like to break into women's inner rooms so much? I can go wherever I want. The Grand Commander has none of virtue, shame, or ethics. Lu Yuan lazily leaned on the back of a chair covered with tiger skin, his long legs crossed and resting on an exquisite footstool. There is no such luxurious rosewood furniture in Heitanjuan. Meng Qianqian glanced at the charcoal basin beside her again, and the silver charcoal inside had turned into red charcoal that only the masters of the palace could afford. He would enjoy it. Lu Yuan turned a page of the book in his hand and said with a look of disdain, "You women only read these boring things?" She herself didn't like reading storybooks, but she read them in order to tell them to the old lady. Meng Qianqian said, "I am a humble girl with no ambitions. I am sorry to make you laugh at me, Grand Commander." Lu Yuan turned another page. "Who is Xiaojiu?" Meng Qianqian said, "I am a girl at home."
What?
A fierce little baby voice came from the basket. Only then did Meng Qianqian notice the hungry little creature. This can't be blamed on her. It's just that the presence of a certain great commander is too strong. Meng Qianqian took the little guy out of the basket. The little guy's body tensed up, and Meng Qianqian saw that the situation was not good, so she quickly lifted the little guy out. Achoo! The little guy sneezed loudly. Lu Yuan calmly took away the book that was covering his face in time, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Meng Qianqian blinked innocently. The little guy had bubbles of snot hanging from his nose and looked confused. Meng Qianqian hurriedly fed the little guy and wiped his nose clean. The little guy's appetite was not affected. He drank the milk with relish. Soon he was sweating, and his face became much rosier. Meng Qianqian suddenly asked, "I don't know how to address your daughter." Lu Yuan said calmly, "Baozhu." The little guy seemed to understand Lu Yuan's ridicule and shouted fiercely, "Whoa!" A certain general snorted, "You caught the pig yourself." Other people grab abacus, gold, silver, and pen holders during the Zhuazhou celebration, but she crawled to the kitchen and grabbed a roasted suckling pig. Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Seriously, do you want to eat meat?" "You are too young to eat meat." The little guy opened his mouth and showed off his little teeth to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian said, "You can't eat it even if you have teeth." The little guy felt wronged. Woo-wah. Just when Meng Qianqian thought that Lu Yuan was too lazy to tell her the little guy's real name, Lu Yuan turned a page of the storybook and said lightly, "Baoshu, nicknamed Zhao Zhao." After Baoshu had eaten and drunk her fill, she played with her little feet for a while and then fell asleep. Meng Qianqian glanced at Lu Yuan calmly. There were only a few pages left in Lu Yuan's book. He looked at it and said calmly, "You've been peeking at me all night. If you have anything to say, just say it." This person is so perceptive, whether he discovered me in the alley or saw through me at this moment. But I don't have any better choice, so I'll just give it a try. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "I want to make a deal with the Grand Commander." Lu Yuan flipped a page of the storybook and said indifferently, "Don't think that just because you fed my daughter a few times, you are qualified to do business with me." Meng Qianqian went straight to the point. "Beiliang's spies have entered the capital."
I know.
But the royal guards didn't find out their whereabouts, and they certainly couldn't find out.
Oh.
Lu Yuan finally became interested. He closed the storybook and looked at her with a pair of bewitching eyes. There was a smile in his eyes, but also endless murderous intent. Meng Qianqian met his gaze. "Beiliang's spies are hiding in Manhwa Tower." Lu Yuan curled his lips. "Lu Lingxiao told you?" Meng Qianqian said calmly. He heard it accidentally. He is not sure and does not dare to check. But I think the Grand Commander should dare to do it. After all, there is no place in the world that the Grand Commander's Jinui dare not go. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? I dare not. I haven't even agreed to make a deal with you yet, but you've already told me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Are you going to turn against me and deny my promise? The Grand Admiral may not be a good person, but he is definitely not a villain. Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. "What do you want?" In the next few days, there were several heavy snowfalls in the capital. Meng Qianqian stayed in Heitanjuan to check the accounts on the pretext of recuperating from illness. She no longer indulged those people in the mansion. Not only did she stop producing birds' nests for the old lady, but she also reduced several extravagant expenses. The old lady was so angry that she called Meng Qianqian over to give her a lecture, but Meng Qianqian refused to go. The advantage of heavy snow was that the old lady did not dare to risk falling and come to He Tanjuan to scold her in person. The old lady wanted to ask Lu Lingxiao to discipline his wife, but Lu Lingxiao was not there. The embroidered uniform guard discovered Beiliang's spies in Wanhua Tower in the capital. 3 of them were captured on the spot, while the other 2 escaped. Lu Lingxiao had been lurking in Beiliang and was familiar with the disguises of the Beiliang people. He was busy catching spies for the court and had not returned home for several days. The old lady was so angry that she had no place to vent her anger, and several blisters appeared on her mouth. After waiting for a long time for the snow to stop, someone from the old lady's family came. "Miss, please come over to the old lady." Banksia walked into the room and said. Meng Qianqian had just finished reading the last book of bad accounts and circled the mistakes with a cinnabar pen. "Miss, are you going?" Madame Li asked worriedly. "I heard that the Zhao family is here. They're probably here to ask for money again." The old lady ate and took money from her mother's family, and her eating habits were so ugly that even Nanny Li couldn't stand it. Meng Qianqian closed the account book and said, "You're here at the right time. It's time to settle some accounts. After eating her for so many years, it's time to make them spit it all out." The visitors from the Zhao family this time were the old lady's younger brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. As soon as Meng Qianqian arrived at the door, she heard Mrs. Zhao crying and begging. "Big sister, you must help Hinger. He is your nephew. Please save him." The second madam curled her lips and said, "He could have offended anyone else, but he offended the commander of the Imperial Guard. What can we do?" Madame Zhao said, "How about it let Brother Xiao go and plead for him?" The old lady said, "Brother Xiao has not been here these few days. What's the matter? He's not familiar with Jinyui and can't talk to him." Old Madame Zhao cried, "Brother Heng is drunk. He didn't mean to tease her. Besides, he didn't know that girl was the commander's sister. Just 20,000 taels. Let's forget about it. Otherwise, they will beat Brother Heng to death." The second wife was horrified. 20,000 taels? Where did our Lu family get so much money? That's right. The second wife had long been fed up with the old lady's behavior of subsidizing her parents' family. The old lady frowned and said to Meng Qianqian, "Saving people is important. Take it out first." Meng Qianqian sighed. "It's not that my granddaughter-in-law is unwilling to pay this money. It's just that I only have 10,000 taels left." Madame Zhao was surprised and said, "You do have so much dowry silver, but only 10,000 taels are left? How did your Lu family spend it?" Meng Qianqian sighed again. "I don't know either. In the past few years, I just paid the bills. My grandmother decided how to spend the money." Fortunately, the old lady didn't trust her, and all the managers in the mansion were the old lady's own confidants. Otherwise, she would have been unable to explain herself. The old lady's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Take out the 10,000 taels and let your great-aunt help you out." Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "It's okay for emergency use, but let's make it clear first. This money is a loan for me to the Zhao family, with both principal and interest, and it's in writing as a proof." The old lady was unhappy when she heard this. "Why would we set up this for our family? Can we still rely on your money?" Madame Zhao said, "Yes, Qianqian, you're being too polite." Meng Qianqian ignored the 2 of them and turned to look at the second madam. "What do you think, second aunt?" The second lady knew the Zhao family's moral character very well. "Write the IOU. Sign a written agreement. Otherwise, don't lend me the money. Sister-in-law, don't you agree?" Mother Lu nodded. "Brothers should be clear about the accounts. Let's write an IOU." Meng Qianqian looked at the old lady and said, "Grandma, I'll put the IOU in your hands. I won't rush you to pay it back." Although the old lady supported her natal family, she was still worried that if the money could not be repaid, the Lu family would not be able to survive in the future. "What's more, I am the one who holds the IOU, so if just in case my parents really can't pay it back, or pay too little, I will have the final say." Old Madame Zhao knew very well how much this aunt favored her mother's family. If the IOU was in her hands, Wouldn't it be the same as not having fought at all? Old Madame Zhao also readily agreed. The old lady looked at Meng Qianqian suspiciously. Do you really only have 10,000 taels left? Meng Qianqian took out a key from her purse. Grandma, this is the key to the storeroom. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. The old lady took the key. Go to the warehouse. The second wife's eyes flashed, and she took Mother Lu's arm and said, Sister-in-law, let's go too. She had to watch it personally, and must not let the old lady and the Zhao family take away the extra money. The group went to the warehouse in a mighty procession. Although the key is in Meng Qianqian's hand, there are always security guards who know martial arts guarding outside the warehouse. The security guards were arranged by Lu Xingzhou. The security guards know exactly whether Meng Qianqian has moved things in the warehouse without permission. Therefore, when they counted again and confirmed that there were only 10,000 taels of silver left in the box, they were all dumbfounded. Why did it cost so much? The second wife gritted her teeth secretly. The old lady's heart was no less sad. Meng Qianqian saw the shock of the two people. The money was almost spent. Are they stupid? In fact, even in the capital, 10,000 taels is a considerable sum of money. However, compared with the huge dowry that Meng Qianqian brought that year, the remaining amount is not much. Meng Qianqian and Lu's mother have always been frugal, as has the old lady, so it is easy to imagine who squandered the money. Unfortunately, the person involved doesn't think so. The old lady thought that the second wife must have stolen a lot from it, while the second wife thought that the old lady gave too much to her natal family. Meng Qianqian looked confused. Grandma, second aunt, you look very unhappy. Is there something wrong? Otherwise, let's call a few managers and check the accounts together? No need.
Need not.
The old lady and the second lady said in unison. Meng Qianqian saw through it but didn't say anything. She continued, in fact, my daughter-in-law has also looked at some account books recently and feels that there are indeed major problems with the accounts. The old lady quickly frowned. What accounts can you understand? Do you think the Lu family in the capital is a small family, like yours in Yuzhou? Not to mention the expenses of the various courtyards in the mansion, your father-in-law is an official outside, and he is to deal with favors. You are a merchant girl, so naturally you don't understand the ins and outs of officialdom. Madame Zhao looked at the old lady eagerly. Sister, we are still short of 10,000 taels. What should we do? The old lady glanced around. The second lady immediately took a step back and said, I didn't. Mother Lu said, neither does my daughter-in-law. Mother Lu really had nothing. Her dowry had been supplemented early in her life. The old lady said to her younger brother and sister-in-law, I remember that the Zhao family has 2 shops on East Street, which should be worth 10,000 taels in total. Madame Zhao's face changed. Big sister, the old lady waved her hand. It settled. Old Madame Zhao originally wanted to take everything from the Lu family, but she never expected that Meng Qianqian's dowry was squandered by the Lu family until only the last 10,000 taels were left. In fact, she was somewhat resentful of her aunt. In recent years, her aunt had been taking advantage of the Meng family's maid and must have saved up a lot of money for her coffin, but she insisted that the Zhao family buy the 2 most valuable shops. But she couldn't say it. After all, the 2 shops were secretly bought for her mother's family by her aunt using the dowry money of the maid from the Meng family. Meng Qianqian wrote an IOU in front of everyone, asked Madame Zhao and her grandson to sign it, and then handed the IOU to the old lady. The second wife complained, we gave it all to the Zhao family. What are we going to eat? Are we going to starve? Meng Qianqian said helplessly, there is still some gold and silver jewelry in the storeroom. Grandma doesn't have to return the key to Qianqian. This is totally incompetent. But what can the old lady say? Meng Qianqian has indeed been squeezed dry. Back at Haiting Courtyard, Nanny Li was heartbroken. Miss, you just lent the last 10,000 taels to the Zhao family without even taking the IOU. What if the Zhao family refuses to pay you back in the future? Meng Qianqian said, of course the Zhao family won't return it. If you are powerful, no one will dare to owe you money even if you don't have an IOU. But if you are powerless, No matter how many IOUs you have or how much evidence you have, the other party will be fearless and will refuse to pay you to the end. Unfortunately, Meng Qianqian is the latter. So, from the very beginning, she didn't expect the Zhao family to pay back the money. Midnight. Meng Qianqian woke up from her sleep. She was not awakened by a nightmare, but she opened her eyes at the right time out of habit. Lu Yuan sat on his exclusive rosewood official hat chair again, roasting smokeless red charcoal, and flipping through her new storybook lazily and comfortably. This one is not as good as the previous one. It's so ugly. It's ugly, but you still look at it? Meng Qianqian glanced at the bedside table, on which was a thick stack of banknotes and 2 shop deeds. It was a good deal to make a deal with the Grand Commander. Not only did he successfully transfer out 10,000 taels of dowry, but he also made the Zhao family give up their 2 most valuable shops. In front of him, Meng Qianqian checked the authenticity of the deed and counted the silver bills on the table. 2,000 taels more. The Zhao family only took 10,000 taels of silver from her. Commander Lu flipped a page of the storybook and said nonchalantly, "Baozhu gave it to you. The little guy can already pay for his milk?" Meng Qianqian said, "Oh, and counted out 2,000 taels of silver notes. Please ask the Grand Commander to pass this money to the commander. It's not easy for others to put on a performance, and she understands the social etiquette." He was originally worried that this gentleman would refuse, thinking that she was taking the opportunity to curry favor with him and his men. She had even thought of what to say, but unexpectedly, Admiral Lu just said him indifferently. Meng Qianqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This person is a little unruly, but it's not tiring to get along with him. Meng Qianqian asked, "Where is Zhao Zhao?" "Lu Yuan in the basket."
Meng Qianqian, no.
Lu Yuan was stunned and turned to look at the basket with only an empty swaddling clothes. It was a dark and windy night in the governor's mansion. A sneaky little figure crept out of the basket and grunted into the small kitchen. When no one was paying attention, he grabbed a big chicken leg. However, when Baoshu crawled back to her room with the big chicken leg in her arms, she was horrified to find that her basket was missing. "My cheap dad is gone too."
What?
Baoshu went crazy. Since Baoshu is not here, there is no need for General Lu to stay in Haidang Courtyard. He threw the half-read script back onto the bedside table and stood up calmly. His tall and slender figure blocked the dim candlelight behind him. His angular and handsome face was shrouded in darkness, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes could see through everything in the dark night. Meng Qianqian asked calmly, "Will you come again in a while?" "If she doesn't come, she will sleep." Admiral Lu sneered and looked down at her. "It's already dawn. Do you think I have nothing to do?" Meng Qianqian looked at the storybook he had flipped through and blinked calmly. Admiral Lu bent his noble waist, and a strong sense of oppression and masculinity came to his face. He pinched her chin with his cold fingers and smiled playfully. "Or, do you want everyone to see me coming out of your room? I don't mind, but I don't know if the Lu family will do anything to you." Meng Qianqian looked calmly at the most ruthless and treacherous minister of this dynasty. "Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If I can get the protection of the Grand Commander, what's the harm in offending the Lu family?" Lu Yuan smiled, his smile full of murderous intent. "This governor will not protect any woman. No matter how great your contribution is, your life or death has nothing to do with this governor. Remember this, governor. I have never been a good person." It was not until he left that Meng Qianqian let go of the silver needle that she was tightly holding in her hand. Her entire back was soaked with cold sweat. "I have long heard that this treacherous minister is moody and ruthless, but with Xiao Zhaozhao around these few days, he has suppressed his murderous aura, giving me the illusion that he may not be as terrible as the rumors say." In addition, the fact that he agreed to the deal so readily exacerbated this illusion. She was being too hasty. How could she, a small businesswoman, rise to the top overnight and climb up to such a high branch that even the Lu family couldn't climb? He brought Baoshu to see her because he wanted to coax her, not because he was really controlled by a little baby. This feared commander-in-chief had no weaknesses, no fetters, and no emotions. When Meng Qianqian woke up, everything in the room had returned to normal. She didn't know how the Jinui moved such a large object, but it was not her concern anyway. Nanny Li brought hot water into the room, hung up the curtains, looked at Meng Qianqian's slightly pale face and asked, "Miss, are you having a nightmare again?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "No, I checked the accounts late and didn't sleep well." Madame Li said earnestly, "It rained a few days ago, and I just got better from the cold. Be careful not to get tired." Meng Qianqian nodded. "I understand, madam." Madame Li brought the clothes over and said, "Young lady used to not like to be told nagging by servants." Meng Qianqian said, "I was young and ignorant before, but I knew in my heart that Nanny was doing this for my own good." Matron Li smiled and said, "Of course. The young lady has been sensible since she was young. She was raised in the palm of her hand, but was not spoiled. However, after she fell into the water, her temperament became much more transparent."
Miss.
Banksia came in with a food box. "I just came from the kitchen of the public house, and they said that the old lady was very angry." Meng Qianqian had expected the old lady to get angry, but she had thought she could at least keep calm for a few days, but she didn't expect that she couldn't keep her temper at all. Speaking of which, it was because Meng Qianqian had taken too good care of the old lady in the past few years in the mansion, and the old lady was used to it. Suddenly, no one was paying for her, and she immediately couldn't sit still. The old lady then wanted the second wife to give up some money, but the second wife said she had none and pretended to be sick. The old lady was so angry that she almost died. I heard that she even broke several dishes. "You deserve it," Banksia said with relief. Madame Li hurriedly said, "Keep your voice down, or someone might hear you." Banksia said playfully, "I saved that, mammy." Meng Qianqian took a sip of tea and said, "You're so angry just because you gave up 2 shops. If you take more back in the future, won't it cost me your grandmother's life?" Banksia didn't understand, but Nanny Li's eyes lit up. Mississippi Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "Mammy, there is no rush to settle this account. Let's settle it slowly." After breakfast, Meng Qianqian took Banksia out. Everyone in the Lu family knew that the old lady loved storybooks, and she looked down on those bought by others. So Meng Qianqian went out to select them herself every 1 or 2 months. "It has been exactly 1.5 months since I last went to the study. Miss, why are there so many soldiers on the street?" "It's probably because it's almost the end of the year, and they're on patrol." This scene probably means that the 2 Bailiang spies who escaped from Manhwa Tower have not been captured yet. It's not surprising when you think about it. Being able to escape from the Jinui shows his ability. "Mrs. Lu, are you here to pick a storybook for the old lady again?" The servant boy welcomed Meng Qianqian in with a smile. Meng Qianqian asked, "Are there any new scripts?" The book boy smiled and said, "Yes. There will be many candidates going to Beijing to take the exam next spring. Suddenly, we have a lot of notebooks." Banksia wondered, these candidates are not concentrating on preparing for the spring examination, so how can they have the leisure to write storybooks? The 2 young masters of the Lu family are studying so hard in the Imperial College that they don't even have time to go home. The book boy said politely, "Miss Banksia, you don't know that some candidates come from poor families and have to rely on some means to make a living to earn some food and money." Banksia understood. "Oh." Meng Qianqian picked 5 books and asked Banksia to pay for them. "Miss, are we going back to the Lu family?" "To East Street." She was going to take over the 2 shops on East Street. "This place is not far from East Street. Just cross an alley and turn a corner, and you will arrive." Meng Qianqian and Banksia walked there. In order to avoid being recognized, Meng Qianqian and Banksia both wore veils. As soon as they arrived at the door of the first shop, Banksia hugged her young lady's arm and pointed inside. "Young lady, look, it's Miss Lin. This shop sells spices and rouge and powder." Lin Wanner was taking Luluwa to choose from several boxes of high-quality rouge. Lin Wanner was also wearing a veil, but people who were familiar with her could still recognize her at a glance. "Miss, are we still going in?" Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. "Why not come in? I'm the principal wife. She should be the one to hide." Banksia puffed out her chest and said, "That's right." The 2 entered the shop. "Mrs. Lu?" An excited female voice came from behind him. Meng Qianqian paused slightly and was just about to see who was calling her when she saw a lady in her early 30s, dressed luxuriously and covered in jewels, walk past her and pat Lin Wanner on the shoulder. Lin Wanner turned around. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "I knew it was you. I saw you at the banquet at the governor's mansion last time. I am from the family of Censor Wang. Do you still remember me?" At this time, several ladies who were traveling with her also entered the shop. Lu Lingxiao had made great contributions at the border and was in the emperor's favor. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with his wife? Several ladies immediately surrounded him with smiles on their faces. Some of them had been to the governor's mansion for the banquet, but were unable to speak to Lin Wanner, while others had not been able to attend the one-year-old celebration banquet and had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Lu Lingxiao's wife. Seeing this, Lu Luo hurriedly said to Madame Wang, "Madame Wang, my wife remembers you. She has been thinking about you a lot since we parted at the governor's mansion." Mrs. Wang was flattered. Although her husband held a high position and was an old official, he was no match for the popular General Lu. "Mrs. Lu, thank you for your concern. I have wanted to visit you at the Lu family for a long time." Banksia was very angry. "Is this fair?" Lu Lingxiao kept the fact that he took Lin Wanner to the banquet a secret. Only Meng Qianqian and Li Ma knew about it in hiding courtyard. Even Banksia was kept in the dark. "Miss." Banksia looked at Meng Qianqian in great shock. Meng Qianqian nodded calmly. Banksia was confident. She took her young lady's arm and said loudly, "Ladies, you have the wrong person. The real general's wife is here." Everyone looked over here at the same time. Lin Wanner and Luoluo's expressions changed. The ladies had never met Meng Qianqian before, and only met Lin Wanner and her servant once at a banquet. Madame Wang looked at Luoluo, then at Lin Wanner's hand, which she was holding. "I'm not mistaken. She is Luoluo, the maidservant of the general's wife. There is an arrow wound on the base of the general's left hand. She was injured by a stray arrow while trying to save General Lu." "Whose general's wife are you?" Banksia said confidently. "My lady is naturally General Zhenbei, Lu Lingxiao's wife." To Madame Lu? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but look back and forth between Meng Qianqian and Lin Wanner. Both wore veils. Meng Qianqian is wearing a light pink fur coat, with picturesque features and the youthful spirit of a girl like the morning sun in early spring, yet she is calm and composed, with a tranquil temperament. Lin Wanner was dressed in plain clothes, with a slender figure and a delicate appearance like a chrysanthemum. Originally, she was also extremely beautiful, but somehow, after looking at Meng Qianqian and then looking at her, she seemed a little dull. Madame Wang said to Meng Qianqian, "You said you were Madame Lu, but it was clearly her that General Lu took to the governor's mansion for the banquet last time." Meng Qianqian did not rush to refute, but walked slowly to Lin Wanner and said calmly, "Miss Lin, do you dare to admit in front of everyone that you are my husband's wife who is married with 3 letters and 6 ceremonies?" Lin Wanner tightened her grip on the handkerchief. Meng Qianqian said in a dignified manner, "If you admit it, I will give you this identity." Madame Wang frowned strangely. "Last time, I seemed to hear someone calling Miss Lin in the governor's mansion. Later, that person said he called her the wrong name." The ladies exchanged glances. A general suddenly has 2 wives. This is going to be a good show. Someone looked at Lin Wanner and muttered, "Speak up, are you mute?" Luoluo hurriedly explained, "My wife hurt her throat and can't speak anymore." Banksia put her hands on her hips and sneered, "She can't speak. So, how did she talk about Madame Wang in the mansion? Did she talk with her feet?" Green Ivy blushed. "Also, my young lady didn't even drink her concubine's tea. You are not even qualified to be called aunt, yet you dare to call her madam. I will teach you some manners today." Banksia is not a soft persimmon. In the past, the young lady gave in to them, but now the relationship has fallen out. What else can she tolerate? Banksia raised her hand and slapped Luoluo. Seeing this, Lin Wanner raised her hand and slapped Banksia. Meng Qianqian slapped Lin Wanner backhanded and forehand, knocking her unconscious on the spot. The crowd gasped one after another. "Oh my God, this is so intense." Everyone looked at Meng Qianqian. This is the principal wife, right? Lulua covered her face and said in a cowardly and annoyed manner, if you treat my young lady like this, the general will not let you go. Everyone looked at Lin Wanner again. Could this be just when everyone was confused about what was real and what was fake? There was a commotion on the street, the sound of horse hooves, roars, and screams. Then, two masked strong men rushed into the shop with knives. One of them had a crying and struggling child under his armpit. Close the door. Otherwise, I'll kill him. And you too. He held the knife and shouted at the waiter. The waiter was so scared that he closed the shop door. Close the back door too. The masked man who caught the child shouted. The other waiter did so in horror. The ladies were terrified. The burly man who caught the child shouted angrily, "Don't shout. I'll kill anyone who shouts at me." The ladies covered their mouths tightly. Meng Qianqian's eyes swept over the two burly men. Two of them were injured. The one who caught the child was slightly injured, and the other one was stabbed in the right arm. Judging from the exposed knife wound, it seemed that he was injured by the embroidered spring knife of the embroidered uniform guard. Combined with the man's accent, Meng Qianqian almost guessed the identities of the two.
Ah.
The child kept crying. The slightly injured strong man was very annoyed. Cry again. I will pull out your tongue, believe it or not. Meng Qianqian said calmly, his arm is dislocated. Of course he will cry. If you don't let him go, he will die of pain. The slightly wounded strong man shouted, even if I die, we still have you guys. Can't we just catch a few more? A lady who was closest to Lin Wanner whispered, Hey, aren't you the general's wife? You should think of a solution. The slightly injured man had excellent hearing and heard it immediately. He hurriedly asked in a stern voice, Who is the general's wife? The lady pointed at Lin Wanner and said, She. My lady is not. She is. Luoluo pointed at Meng Qianqian without hesitation. The slightly injured strong man gritted his teeth. Which one is it? I am. Meng Qianqian stood up calmly. My husband, Lu Lingxiao, cut off the head of your Bailiang prince and killed 100,000 of your Bailiang soldiers. If you capture me back, I will definitely be more valuable than capturing anyone here. Madame Wang's face turned pale. People from Bailiang? Are they from Bailiang? Brother. The slightly injured strong man looked at the other man. The other man glanced at Meng Qianqian and Lin Wanner with a sinister look. Capture both of them. One of them must be the real one. The slightly injured strong man. This child.
Kill him.
Everyone screamed. Just at this moment, the door was kicked down with a bang. Lu Lingxiao, dressed in silver armor, stepped in like a god with a powerful aura. The two Bailiang spies paused. Lin Wanner flew towards Lu Lingxiao. Meng Qianqian pounced on the Bailiang spy, snatched the child from his hands, and raised her palm upwards to take the child's arm back. The Bailiang spy lost his hostage and turned around and put the knife to Meng Qianqian's neck. At the same time, Lin Wanner was whipped back by another spy. Lu Lingxiao can only save one. He gritted his teeth and cut off the 9-section whip with one knife. Lin Wanner fell into his arms. He hugged the woman tightly in his arms, but his eyes were looking at his wife, who was captured by the Bailiang spies. Meng Qianqian was quiet, neither calling for help nor screaming.
Miss.
Miss. Banksia chased after him crying. A young woman passed her, stumbled in, and ran towards the crying child. At this time, the child was being held by Mrs. Wang and gently comforted. The woman knelt down in front of Madame Wang and said, Thank you, madam, for saving my son. Madame Wang hurriedly said, It was not me who saved your son, it was the general's wife. The woman hugged her son and looked around. She saw Lu Lingxiao in armor and Lin Wanner in a veil. The common people did not recognize the imperial official, but the man in armor must be the general, and the person beside him must be his wife. She hurriedly took her son over to thank him. Thank you, Madam General. A lady glanced at Lin Wanner and said coldly, She is not the general's wife. The real general's wife was captured by two Bailiang thieves in order to save everyone here. That's right. How can a woman who is afraid of death be worthy of calling herself the general's wife? Didn't you enjoy being the general's wife just now? At the critical moment, why didn't you say that you were the general's wife? From the moment Meng Qianqian stepped forward, no one doubted her identity anymore. And these words were not only said to the woman and Lin Wanner, but also to Lu Lingxiao. Your wife was in danger, but you didn't save your wife first, but saved another woman. Lu Lingxiao didn't know what had just happened, but when he heard from several ladies that Meng Qianqian saved the child and all of them, he was extremely surprised. That little girl is so timid that she can't even protect herself. How can she have the courage to fight against the Beiliang people? Is there something wrong? Now is not the time to investigate this matter. The most urgent task is to quickly capture the 2 Beiliang spies and rescue Meng Qianqian. I'll save people first and you go back first. After Lu Lingxiao finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Wanner tried to pull him back, but failed. As Lu Lingxiao chased onto the street, he ran into Banksia, who had fallen with a bloody head. He pulled Banksia up. Banksia pushed him away and cried loudly, "Go away. You let my young lady be captured. I hate my uncle. I hate my uncle." Lu Lingxiao frowned, but didn't argue. Banksia suddenly knelt down and begged in grievance and despair. "Sir,
Please.
save the young lady. After all, she is your wife." Lu Lingxiao gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. "I will rescue her." However, after the 2 Beiliang spies captured Meng Qianqian, they immediately robbed a carriage. The lightly injured Beiliang spy was driving the carriage. Meng Qianqian and another person were sitting in the carriage, with the other person holding a long knife against their necks. "Brother, the woman Lu Lingxiao saved just now was another woman. I'm afraid that's the real one. This girl is of no value to us and would be a burden to us. We might as well kill her. It is impossible to let them go. Beiliang and Dezhou have a 10-year blood feud. They will never show mercy to the people of Dezhou." He drove quickly, "Brother. Why don't you say anything?" "Something's wrong," said the seriously injured Beiliang spy. "What's wrong, brother?" The seriously injured man lifted the car curtain and looked at the empty street. "It's too quiet. When has the street ever been so quiet?" After hearing what his elder brother said, the lightly injured Beiliang spy also sensed something was wrong. Not only that, in broad daylight, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if some dangerous aura was approaching.
Parking.
The seriously injured man shouted loudly. The lightly injured spy quickly used all his strength to tighten the reins and stop the carriage. And just an inch away from the tip of his nose, an extremely thin silk thread was faintly visible in the sunlight. This is the Jinyui's unique hidden weapon, which can cut through iron like mud. If they had just rushed forward without caring about the consequences, they and the carriage would have been cut in half. His hands and feet were cold, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Big brother." He was so frightened that he even stuttered. At this moment, he heard a casual laugh. Looking forward carefully, he saw a purple figure appearing on the empty street. He sat on an official hat chair carved with dragons and phoenixes, with the servant at his feet using his back as a stool, not moving at all. He had a beautiful and gorgeous face, a pair of phoenix eyes that contained smiles and danger, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised, looking unruly. Beside him stood several Jinyui dressed in Feiyu uniforms. Inside the carriage, a dull voice of a seriously injured person was heard. "It turns out to be the Grand Commander. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Lu Yuan said sarcastically, "Why would I be so lucky to meet you Beiliang people? Kill them for me." Jinyui clasped his fists and said, "Yes." Slow. The person in the car opened the curtain, pushed Meng Qianqian out, put a knife to her neck and threatened, "If the Grand Commander dares to touch us, I will drag her to be buried with me." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "What does the life and death of a woman have to do with me?" The Beiliang spy brought his knife closer. "She is the wife of General Lu Lingxiao, the northern general. You also said that she is Lu Lingxiao's wife, not this governor's wife." As Lu Yuan spoke, his half-smile fell on Meng Qianqian's calm face. "Why don't you ask her if she is willing to be my wife? If she is willing, I will let you two go today for my wife's sake."
"No."
Meng Qianqian said lightly. Lu Yuan looked at the man holding the knife, helplessly spread his hands and smiled even more. Did you hear it? The lightly injured spy threw away the reins and drew the long sword from his waist. Brother,
Stop talking nonsense with this guy.
I'll hold them back, you go first. The person in the car looked at Lu Yuan deeply and said, I want to see if you really don't care about the lives of the people of Dezhou. He aimed at Meng Qianqian's hand and chopped it down hard. Meng Qianqian did not dodge and just sat quietly in the car. Swoosh! An arrow flew through the air and shot through his head from the temple. His body stiffened, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell straight off the carriage. The lightly injured spy flew into a rage. Brother, I will fight you. He flew up, crossed the hidden weapon thread, and stabbed Lu Yuan with his sword with all his strength. The archer ambushed on the roof drew his bow and fired 3 arrows at once.
Clang.
There seemed to be a very slight collision sound in the air, and one of the arrows that was about to hit the vital point deviated by a millimeter at an almost invisible angle. The Beiliang spy was shot away, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a large pool of blood. I can't possibly miss. The archer leaped from the roof. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard called on his men to come and deal with the bodies and take away the Beiliang spy who was still breathing. The archer personally checked the arrow that had pierced the opponent's chest. How could it be? The commander of the Jinui said, Okay, it's your archery skills that have improved. Even I was fooled by you. I almost thought you really shot the man to death. I forgot to tell you that the Grand Commander actually wanted to kill him alive. The man launched a fatal attack that could have injured the Commander-in-Chief, so the archer had no intention of letting him live.
You shot.
You deflected my arrow? The commander of the Jinui said, Your arrow is so fast. How can I stop it? It's not shameful to admit that you missed. You are only 16. Why are you trying so hard to save face? 17. The young archer corrected. All right, 17. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard responded perfunctorily, as if he was coaxing a child. The young man in blue came to Lu Yuan with a bow in his hand and a quiver on his back, and said aggrievedly, I didn't miss. Lu Yuan smiled and threw him a box of Zhou Ji's osmanthus cake. The boy sat down on the side of the road, opened the box and counted, his handsome brows furrowed. 1 piece is missing. Lu Yuan threw him another box, and there happened to be 1 more piece in this box. The boy put the extra piece into the first box, and his frown finally relaxed. The commander of the Jinui came to the carriage and said politely to Meng Qianqian, Madam Lu, are you injured? Meng Qianqian said, No. The Beiliang spy was injured and got blood on her body when he kidnapped her. The commander of the Jinui nodded and said, The carriage is broken. Madam Lu, please move. Under his guidance, Meng Qianqian got on another carriage. Lu Yuan was there too, still looking lazy and uninhibited, with the corners of his lips slightly raised, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Meng Qianqian sat far away, wishing she could fall out. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Are you so afraid of me? Meng Qianqian said calmly, I almost died at the hands of the Grand Commander. I dare not be afraid. Lu Yuan smiled coldly, without making any excuses or asking why she was kidnapped by the Beiliang people. No conversation along the way. The carriage drove into the governor's mansion. Lu Yuan stepped on the driver's rock-like back with her clean and expensive shoes and said to someone unknown, Take her to Tinglan Garden. The servants in the governor's mansion were all well trained. They were surprised for a moment, but did not show it on their faces. Although this was Meng Qianqian's second visit to the governor's mansion, she didn't even go in last time. She didn't know where Tinglan Garden was and just followed the servants silently. Girl, please come in. The maidservant didn't know her identity, and because she was young, she called her young lady. Meng Qianqian entered the side room. I will go get some water. Young lady, please wait a moment. Not long after the maid left, a chubby little figure crawled over. She was wearing tiger head shoes, a tiger head hat, and a lifelike tiger-patterned cotton jacket. She moved very skillfully. The threshold was so high that she just took a step with her short legs and threw herself over. Meng Qianqian turned her head and looked. Zhao Zhao?
Whoa.
The little guy immediately felt aggrieved. I'm going to cry if I say so. Meng Qianqian went forward to hug the little one, but when she thought of herself covered in blood, she withdrew her hand in time and touched her little tiger's head instead. The little guy pointed outside and whined an accusation with a very fierce expression. Although Meng Qianqian didn't understand, she felt that the little guy was cursing someone. She didn't know who he was cursing, and his words were quite dirty. Meng Qianqian washed her face, changed into clean clothes, and fed the little guy. Bao Shu was full and satisfied, and she lifted her little feet up in contentment.
Whoa.
She lay in Meng Qianqian's arms and pointed outside. Want to go out and play?
Woohoo.
Meng Qianqian sighed. Your father is too cruel. I dare not walk around, otherwise I will die, without knowing how. Lu Yuan, who just arrived at the door. The two of them went to the garden after all. Lu Yuan hated noise the most. The servants in the mansion didn't even dare to speak loudly. The governor's mansion had remained the same for many years, like a stagnant pool of water. However, that afternoon, the whole garden was filled with Bao Shu's laughter. At dusk, Lu Lingxiao came to the door. Lu Yuan went to the flower hall to meet him. Grand Commander. Lu Lingxiao bowed and saluted. I heard that the Grand Commander personally led the Jinui to capture the Bailiang traitor, and also brought my wife to the governor's mansion for interrogation. My wife has nothing to do with this matter, please understand, Grand Commander. Lu Yuan gave him a meaningful look and said, General Lu is really quick. It's only been a whole day, and you've already found the governor's mansion. I almost thought you had forgotten about it. Lu Lingxiao suppressed his displeasure and said sternly, I didn't expect that the Grand Commander would personally review this matter. I thought he had gone to the Jinui division. Lu Yuan smiled and said, You came at the right time. Come and interrogate the survivor with me. Lu Lingxiao had no choice but to respond, Yes. The two men came to the dungeon of the governor's mansion, and a strong smell of blood hit their noses. Lu Lingxiao had been to the battlefield and had seen the most brutal and inhumane scenes, but when he came here, he still felt uncomfortable all over. The screams came from a secret room, and it was not difficult to guess that the people inside were suffering unimaginable torture. General Lu? Lu Yuan turned around and looked at Lu Lingxiao with a smile. Lu Lingxiao calmed himself down, took a step forward, and followed into the secret room. The spy had his hands tied and was hung high on a pillar. His body was covered with whip marks and branding marks. The smell of burning flesh made Lu Lingxiao frown. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The guards carrying out the execution stepped aside. Lu Yuan smiled, looked at the spy, and asked, Who let you in? What's the purpose? The man said weakly and sarcastically, The purpose
is naturally to kill the
Emperor of your great Zhou. Lu Yuan smiled and said, I see. I shouldn't have stopped you, if I had known. Lu Lingxiao's body trembled, and he looked at Lu Yuan in shock. Lu Yuan pointed at Lu Lingxiao and said, Do you know this General Lu next to me? The Bailiang spy looked at Lu Lingxiao with a sneer. I know him. How could I not know him? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Oh? The Bailiang spy said to Lu Yuan, Didn't you ask me? Who let us in? Commander-in-Chief Lu is so smart.
Could he not guess it?
Lu Yuan smiled. You mean, it was General Lu who let you into Human Pass? Lu Lingxiao's face changed. Don't talk nonsense. I have never seen you. Lu Yuan said with interest. General Lu, don't be impatient. Just listen to him finish his words. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists. He asked how could the man be so kind as to bring him along to interrogate the spy, and it turned out that he was waiting for him here. Just because I didn't accept his solicitation, did he intend to use this despicable method to frame me and destroy the military achievements I worked so hard to build? The Bailiang spy laughed wildly. It happened that I took his wife hostage today. This was originally part of the plan. The smile in Lu Yuan's eyes deepened. You mean, Mrs. Lu is also your accomplice? The Bailiang spy laughed and said, Exactly. Both of them, are from our Bailiang hiding in the Great Zhou. Puff the sharp blade enters the body. Lu Lingxiao looked in disbelief at the embroidered spring sword that pierced his chest. Lu Yuan pulled out the embroidered spring knife from the chest of the Beiliang spy, threw it to the Jinui beside him, took out a clean white handkerchief to wipe his hands, and said calmly, "Some things don't need to be finished. Today is another early update day." Half a quarter of an hour later, Lu Lingxiao came out of the dungeon and looked at the dark clouds covering the moon on the dome, and his eyes turned cold. The arrogance and ruthlessness of this great commander-in-chief are 10 or even 100 times more serious than the rumors say. The existence of such treacherous ministers in the Great Zhou is truly a disaster. We must eliminate this scourge for the court and your majesty as soon as possible. When Lu Lingxiao got on the carriage, Meng Qianqian was already inside. Thinking of what happened in the dungeon, he felt depressed, but he couldn't tell her. After all, she was just a little woman in the backyard and didn't understand these things at all. He sat down opposite Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian didn't look at him, but just sat there quietly, as if she didn't intend to pay any attention to him at all. Lu Lingxiao looked her up and down and found that she had changed her clothes again. However, having learned his lesson from last time, he did not question her this time. "Today, are you scared?" Meng Qianqian ignored him. "Are you injured?" Lu Lingxiao continued to ask. Meng Qianqian still ignored him. Lu Lingxiao said, "Mother is very worried about you, and great-grandmother also asked where you have been, and why you haven't come back yet." Meng Qianqian remained silent. Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Say something." Meng Qianqian looked at him coldly. "What does my husband want me to say? That I'm fine, that I got through it safely, that the Beiliang spies didn't almost kill me, that the Jinui's hidden weapons didn't almost cut me in two. Or, my husband kept saying he would come to save me, but he didn't come until dark. If the Grand Commander doubts me at all, I'm afraid my husband won't be able to collect my body in time. It's not surprising. My husband gave me to the Beiliang people in front of everyone. I'm not dead, and my husband can't live with his sweetheart. Isn't it a pity?" Meng. Lu Lingxiao was so angry that he stood up. He forgot that he was in a carriage and hit the roof with a bang. His face twitched in pain, and he sat down again with gritted teeth. "When did I give you to the Beiliang people? Don't talk nonsense.
Wanneer is pregnant?
If we don't save her, she will probably die.
Besides, she is closer to me."
Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. "Is it because she is closer to her husband that I took her to the governor's mansion to enjoy my status?" Lu Lingxiao was furious. "Why are you bringing up the past? This matter has already passed, so don't mention it again." Meng Qianqian, Lu Lingxiao said, "Also, if you are angry with me, just go for me. Don't always bring Wanner up. She didn't do anything to let you down. She was in the governor's office for the sake of the overall situation, and she didn't want to affect my future, so she didn't clarify it to anyone. You don't have to expose her and humiliate her in public like you did today." Meng Qianqian laughed angrily. "Did she tell you that? I originally thought that if a man's heart was blind, his eyes would also be blind, but it turns out that not only that, but even his brain was damaged. Lin Wanner pretended to be her and replaced her, but he blamed her for exposing her. This was the husband for whom she had been a widow for 5 years. She didn't believe that no one had told him the whole story, but he just didn't want to believe that his Wanner had done anything wrong. Even if his Wanner was wrong, she was forced to do so and had her reasons. Only he was wrong no matter what he did. As long as she sits in the position of the legal wife, she will always be the one bullying Lin Wanner. Even though it was her whose identity was replaced, she was also the one who was left behind." Lu Lingxiao said, "It doesn't matter who said it. I hope you don't misunderstand some things." Wanner didn't clarify it for the sake of the overall situation. Meng Qianqian asked, "Running faster than a rabbit is also for the overall situation?" Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Wanner rushed towards me to protect me. She wanted to block the Beiliang people's knives for me. She is not a coward. Her father and brother died in the battle with Beiliang. Both father and son were loyal and brave. She is also a woman of integrity. Do you think she was not captured by the Beiliang people? At least you came back safe and sound, but she not only lost her martial arts, but also her voice was poisoned by the Beiliang people. I owe her all these." Meng Qianqian stroked the silk handkerchief in her hand again and again. Whoever is weaker is right. Lu Lingxiao opened his mouth. Is this what I mean? Isn't it? Meng Qianqian looked into his eyes with deep eyes. You only remember that you owe her. What about you owe me? Her eyes were clear and calm, but just like a sword, with a cold and straightforward sharpness that made it impossible to look directly at them. Lu Lingxiao looked away, rested his hands on his knees, and whispered, Why are you talking about money again? It turns out that in this man's heart, all he owed her was money. Meng Qianqian said, If you don't mention the money, then what about the love between us? General, you may have forgotten that you and I don't have this. Lu Lingxiao said in a deep voice, Isn't it just that I asked you to advance some money? When His Majesty's reward comes, I will return it to you. Well, I'll have someone send the account book to my husband when I get back. Please don't break your promise and pay back my dowry as soon as possible. After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, the carriage arrived at the Lu family. She lifted the curtain and got off the carriage without looking back. Lu Lingxiao was so angry that he fell backwards. Never mind. She was wrong today, so let her vent her anger. After Lu Lingxiao returned home, he first went to report his safety to his mother, and then went to the study to meet Lu Xingzhou. He told the emperor everything that happened in the dungeon, including what Lu Yuan said when he heard that the Beiliang spies were coming to assassinate the emperor. If I had known, I would not have stopped them. Lu Xingzhou was not surprised by Lu Yuan's arrogance and wolfish ambition, but he was still a little surprised when he heard that Lu Yuan killed the Beiliang spy who slandered Lu Lingxiao and Meng Qianqian without saying a word. After a while, Lu Xingzhou murmured, It seems that he is determined to win you over. In name, he took Qianqian to the governor's mansion for interrogation, but in fact he led you there to do a favor. Killing the Beiliang spy who threw dirty water on you is to show his attitude he believes in you. He was talking about throwing dirty water on you, not you guys. In Lu Xingzhou's opinion, everything the Grand Commander did was to win over his son and had nothing to do with Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao also felt that his father's words made sense. Father, what should we do? Lu Xingzhou, don't offend him openly, just wait and see what happens. Lu Lingxiao, I understand, father. Lu Xingzhou added, There is one more thing. You have been back for a while and have been neglecting Qianqian. You are to move to hiding courtyard tonight, and you are not allowed to move out until Qianqian is pregnant with a legitimate child. Lu Lingxiao's expression changed. Father. Lu Xingzhou said sternly, If you can't do it, kick that woman surnamed Lin out. Coming out of the study, Lu Lingxiao called the servant in the yard. Who is here just now? The servant thought for a moment and replied, Madam, the eldest young master. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists little by little. It snowed at night, and the wind was cold. Just as Banksia was about to close the door, she saw Lu Lingxiao appear at the door with a cold expression. She turned her face away and stopped calling her son-in-law. Lu Lingxiao walked straight into the house. Meng Qianqian was eating fried fruit and reading a storybook. She glanced at the figure on the ground and asked, You're here to pay back the money so soon? Lu Lingxiao looked at her deeply and asked, After you return home, did you go to see your father? Meng Qianqian hummed. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists. It's you. I thought you were wrong today, and it was right for you to vent your anger on me. I never expected you to be so scheming. You're using my father and Wanner to force me. Meng Qianqian smelled the strong smell of alcohol on him and frowned slightly, saying, If you want to get drunk, go back to your own yard. Lu Lingxiao grabbed her wrist, forcibly pulled her up, and threw her heavily onto the bed, saying in a cold tone, Don't you just want to consummate your marriage? This general will help you. The script in Meng Qianqian's hand fell on the footstool in front of the bed. Lu Lingxiao moved forward, knelt on one knee beside Meng Qianqian, clasped Meng Qianqian's wrists with both hands, pressed her loosely under his body, and looked at her with sharp eyes. Meng Qianqian lay calmly under him, looking at him peacefully, without any rejection or struggle. Lu Lingxiao said coldly, You are really submissive. Clothes are thick in winter, and she always wears a cloak when going out. At first glance, she is not as delicate as Wanner, but at this moment, Lu Lingxiao holds her slender wrist and feels that he can break it if he is not careful. When she first came to the Lu family, he actually saw her from a distance. She was a plump and greedy girl, but after 5 years, she has become so thin. Lu Lingxiao tightened his grip on her wrist, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his drunken red eyes. But when he thought about how she was willing to use such unscrupulous means to consummate her marriage with him, the reluctance in his heart disappeared in an instant. Even if I treat her rudely, it's her own fault. Just as Lu Lingxiao raised his hand to tear her clothes, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. He stopped and slowly raised his head, only to see a person sitting cross-legged on the inside of the bed, with his arms folded, staring at him. His body trembled, and he sobered up instantly. "Great-grandmother, why is my great-grandmother here?" The old lady narrowed her eyes. "Are you bullying Qianqian?" Lu Lingxiao said hurriedly. "I didn't." The old lady aimed at his head and slapped him in the face. "Do you think I'm blind? How dare you, little brat, throw Qianqian? I'll let you throw me. I'll let you throw me." The old lady slapped him left and right, making him slap her face loudly. Lu Lingxiao quickly let go of Meng Qianqian, holding his head and hiding under the bed. "Great-grandmother, it's not what you think. You misunderstood. How dare you quibble?" The old lady also jumped off the bed. She was not satisfied with the slapping. She picked up the laundry stick on the table and beat Lu Lingxiao. Lu Lingxiao did not dare to fight back. He was beaten and fled all over the room. But the room was so small, where could he escape? "Don't dirty the table." "Well, you can't go on the table."
Come down.
"You can't hide on the beams." "You're running so fast, you're trying to tire me to death."
Can't you be faster?
In the blink of an eye, Lu Lingxiao was hit by the old lady several times. "My great-grandmother is much healthier now than she was 5 years ago, so the beating really hurt." He was a military commander and had experienced greater pain, but being injured on the battlefield was different from being beaten by his great-grandmother. It was very embarrassing. He ran away with his head in his arms, gritting his teeth and looking at Meng Qianqian, who was lying on the bed. Meng Qianqian had already sat up, eating fried fruit, and tilted her head to watch him get beaten. Lu Lingxiao gritted his teeth. This woman. The moment he was distracted, the old lady caught him and knocked him down with a club.
Hey.
Lu Lingxiao. A quarter of an hour later, the old lady dragged Lu Lingxiao, who was beaten up by her, to Lu Xingzhou's study. When Lu Xingzhou saw the two of them, he was shocked. "Grandma, this is..." The old lady said fiercely. "Keep your son under control. If a son is not well disciplined, it is the fault of the father. If this kid dares to hit Qianqian again, I will beat you too." After the old lady left, Lu Xingzhou looked at his son coldly. His face was flushed and he reeked of alcohol, and it was obvious that he had drunk too much. Lu Xingzhou said angrily, "I asked you to move to Qianqian's yard, not to let you go crazy and get drunk." Lu Lingxiao had no way of arguing. He was indeed a bit rude just now, but if she wasn't scheming, why would he be so angry? Lu Xingzhou said irritably, "Go back to your own yard and reflect on your actions." Lu Lingxiao left. Lu Xingzhou looked at his back and waved his sleeves. "You are ignorant." The servant asked awkwardly, "Master, are you saying that the eldest young master is ignorant, or that the young mistress is ignorant?" Lu Xingzhou said, "Both of them are ignorant." After a pause, Lu Xingzhou went to Lu's mother's room. Mother Lu sprained her foot last time and was called by the old lady to work all morning, and she has not recovered yet. Lu Xingzhou told her about his son. "You should also persuade Qianqian not to be so petty. Xiaoge is her husband after all. How can you push your husband away? The son did something wrong in today's incident, but it is also inappropriate for the daughter-in-law to always ask the old lady for help. The young couple should solve their own problems behind closed doors. At worst, they still have their parents-in-law to deal with. Now that the matter has been made known to everyone in the house, how can she embarrass her husband like this?"
New.
Mother Lu lowered her eyes and agreed. Lu Xingzhou could tell from her perfunctory and reluctant response, "I know you love Qianqian, but Xiaoge is your biological son after all." You don't want the news of your family's unrest and marital discord to spread and affect his career, right? Lu Xingzhou stood up and said, "Have someone prepare dinner. I'll stay overnight." Mother Lu's body froze. The incident of a Beiliang spy committing a crime in the street caused quite a stir in the capital. At the same time, word spread among the people that the wife of General Jinbei sacrificed herself to save others. Everyone praised the fact that there were no weak women in a general's family, and Lu Lingxiao's reputation among the people also rose. However, just when the Lu family was feeling complacent, Censor Wang impeached Lu Lingxiao in a memorial. It is said that he favors his concubine over his wife, goes against the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, is capable but not virtuous, and has a lack of moral integrity, so he is not worthy of being a third-rank General Jinbei. Moreover, he knew the law but broke it, and his crime is serious, so he should be severely punished. When asked about the evidence, Censor Wang straightened his back and said, "Humph, your wife saw it with her own eyes." Lu Lingxiao brought his mistress to the governor's mansion for a banquet and called her Madame Lu. On the day he was captured by the assassin, he even risked his wife's life to save her. Such a corrupt person, I beg your majesty to remove him from office. The young emperor turned his head, glanced at the empty chair behind the curtain, and said to Wang Yushi, "I know." After the court session, Lu Xingzhou caught up with Censor Wang and said, "Sir Wang, there are many misunderstandings about this matter." "My son." Snort. Censor Wang turned his nose up in the air and walked away in a huff. "Father." At the palace gate, Lu Lingxiao came up quickly. He still had a few big bumps on his head, so he wore a hat to cover them. He had heard from the officials who had come out earlier that he had been reported. "Look at what you have done." Lu Xingzhou laughed. "Father." Lu Xingzhou said, "Fortunately, the Grand Commander did not come to court today, so His Majesty has not made a decision yet. You should follow me to the governor's mansion immediately." Lu Lingxiao clenched his fist. "Father wants me to ask that sycophantic minister for help?" Lu Xingzhou said, "There is no other way at the moment." Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Can he stop Censor Wang?" Censor Wang was an incorruptible person who would not be persuaded by any persuasion or threats. Half of the people in the court had been reported by him, including the Grand Commander. The father and son went to the governor's mansion without stopping, but they found that Lu Yuan was not there either. Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Father? Where is the Grand Commander?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head. "I don't know either." "Father, is he hiding from us on purpose?" Lu Lingxiao had no good feelings towards this great commander-in-chief who was only a few years older than him, but had great power in the court. Lu Xingzhou didn't think that Lu Yuan would deliberately avoid them, but he was also quite surprised. Lu Yuan was a bit overbearing, but he was still diligent. Where had he been? What could be more important than attending the morning court? Buddhist temple. Lu Yuan, dressed in purple, knelt on the cold mat, while Bao Shu, dressed as a tiger cub, crawled around behind him. Opposite him was an elderly monk in a gray robe. The monk sat upright, twirling Buddhist beads in his hands, his eyes empty. Lu Yuan personally poured him a cup of tea and put the boiling hot teapot back on the table. Bao Shu reached out to grab it, but Lu Yuan took it away. Bao Shu went to grab the snacks on the table again. This time Lu Yuan ignored her, so she stuffed them into her mouth when he wasn't paying attention. She spat out the unpalatable snacks. Lu Yuan asked, "I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better now?" The monk said nothing. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "There are 5 spies from Beiliang, and none of them survived." The monk remained silent, and did not drink the tea that Lu Yuan poured for him. He just methodically twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. Lu Yuan poured himself a cup of tea. 5 years ago, Marshal Chu was killed by his wife, Yumen Pass was lost, and the 200,000-man army was almost destroyed. The only 10,000 black armored guards loyal to Marshal Chu were also missing. At this point, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Fortunately, after 5 years of fighting, we finally won. What do you think of this battle?" The monk was twisting the Buddhist beads one by one. Bao Shu was attracted by his Buddhist beads, and she crawled over and grabbed them. The monk saw the little fellow's eyes glowing green, and he loosened his hand, His brows and eyes were gentle. "Little donor, you like it so much. It seems that you have a connection with me. Buddha. I will give this Buddha bead to you." Bao Shu's eyes widened. "Whoa. Lu Yuan, you can't eat it." Bao Shu shook her head and immediately refused. On the other hand, Meng Qianqian said that she was frightened in the shop and needed to stay in bed for a while, and she did not go to pay her respects to the old lady. The old lady was furious. Meng Qianqian didn't care whether she was angry or not, and just kept checking the accounts in the room. She had been planning to close the shop that day, but she had never thought about the Bailiang spies. As the matter was of great importance, the people in Jingzhou Prefecture did not dare to take it lightly, and officials had been conducting overt and covert investigations over the past few days. Meng Qianqian didn't want to reveal the fact that she was the new owner for the time being, so she decided to wait until the storm died down before closing the shop. Madame Li asked, "Miss, have you already looked at this account book?" Meng Qianqian picked up a pen and wrote down the accounts. "I just took a quick look before, but now I want to write down which ones we spent and which ones were subsidized." Seeing that Madame Li was hesitant to speak, Meng Qianqian asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Nanny Li asked distressfully, "Miss, why didn't you explain to Master that it wasn't you who went to see Master that day, but Master asked someone to call you over?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Even if I explain it, he won't believe it." When she came back from the governor's mansion, Lu Xingzhou immediately called her to the study and asked her about the details of the kidnapping. She told him everything. Lu Xingzhou guessed that this incident would damage Lu Lingxiao's reputation, so he told her that he would let Lu Lingxiao move to hiding courtyard and no longer favor that woman. Matron Li sighed. Why can't the uncle see the good in the young lady? Meng Qianqian continued to keep accounts. It doesn't matter whether he can see it or not.
Miss.
Banksia carried the lunchbox inside, closed the door, walked forward with a smile, and took out the breakfast in the lunchbox. A bowl of barley porridge, a plate of side dishes, 2 bamboo shoot meat buns, and a plate of crystal bacon. The food in the public school has been very poor recently, with only porridge and side dishes. The buns and bacon are cooked by Banksia herself in the small kitchen. Nanny Li brought over hot water and a towel. Meng Qianqian washed her hands and asked, "Has the charcoal been delivered to Mother?" Banksia smiled and said, "It was delivered." Young lady guessed it right. They asked where the charcoal came from. I did as young lady asked, and said it was given by the old lady. Ever since Meng Qianqian was squeezed dry, the old lady has taken charge of the household. She was so stingy that not only did the food become worse, but even the charcoal became less and less, and the silver charcoal turned into black charcoal, which was very smelly. Meng Qianqian bought some charcoal herself and mixed it into the charcoal gift that the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent to the old lady. The old lady always treated Lu's mother and Meng Qianqian well, so no one suspected that she shared the charcoal between them. Meng Qianqian saw her smiling so hard that she couldn't see her teeth, and asked, "You're smiling so happily. Is there any happy event?" Banksia smiled mysteriously. "Hee, miss, you didn't go out of the yard today. Maybe you don't know that a goddess has come to our house, right?" Meng Qianqian paused as she drank the porridge. Is there such a thing? Grandma Li wondered. "Why do you invite the goddess?" "Who invited her?" Banksia put her hands on her hips and said, "Old man." The old lady said that our house is not peaceful today, and something dirty must have been involved, so she asked someone to invite the fairy to perform the ritual. When the fairy came, she pointed at our begonia. "The hospital. They say that hiding courtyard is shrouded in darkness, and the dirty things are here." Meng Qianqian smiled lightly. She wants to avenge her grandson's beating in hiding courtyard. Grandma Li asked worriedly, "What happened next?" Banksia described the incident vividly. Later, the fairy brought a large basin of dog blood to our yard to exorcise the evil spirit. But before she took 2 steps, the old lady snatched the dog blood away and poured the entire basin on the old lady's head. Puff, even someone as steady as Nanny Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meng Qianqian felt very relieved after listening to this. Banksia said, "It's so cold, I guess she will have to wash the dog blood for a whole day." Meng Qianqian nodded. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel relaxed. Since her brother-in-law brought a woman home, Nanny Lee felt like a huge stone was blocking her heart. In the past few days, the depression has really dissipated a lot. Madam Lee went to add a piece of charcoal. The new year is coming. In previous years, the young lady was generous with her money. The senior stewards each received 10 taels, and the junior stewards in each courtyard received 5 taels. Even the maids who did the cleaning received 100 copper coins. Who wouldn't say that the young lady is a good head of the household? I wonder how the old lady will spend the new year this year when she herself is in charge of the household? Banksia snorted. I don't think she can make a penny. Meng Qianqian didn't care how the Lu family spent the new year. She only cared about when Lu Lingxiao would return her the money. However, the father and son of the Lu family waited in the governor's mansion for a whole day. Their legs were numb from sitting, and finally Lu Yuan returned home. Lu Xingzhou hurriedly bowed and stated his purpose truthfully. Lu Yuan curled his lips and said, Lord Lu, this is a crime of deceiving the emperor, and you will be beheaded. Lu Xingzhou's expression changed. Lu Lingxiao took a step forward and said sternly, This was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with my father. Lu Yuan smiled even more. General Lu is very courageous. I admire him very much. Come, arrest General Lu. Lu Xingzhou was completely stunned. Grand Commander Lu had always been trying to win them over, and they thought that this time they would come to him for help, but he actually went against his usual behavior and arrested the Lu family? Grand Commander Lu Yuan smiled and said, Master Lu, do you think you are also an accomplice and want to have a prison meal together? Lu Xingzhou immediately fell silent. He glanced at his son who was held down by the Jinui and secretly clenched his fingers. He had seen Lu Yuan's mood swings and how he could turn his back on people. No one in the world could figure out the thoughts and temper of this great commander-in-chief. Lu Xingzhou couldn't get involved. He had to find a way to rescue his son as soon as possible.
Lu Yuan.
Lu Lingxiao glared at Lu Yuan fiercely. At this moment, his anger towards this treacherous official of the dynasty reached its peak. Lu Yuan smiled calmly and walked into the mansion leisurely. In the carriage, Bao Shu was furious, as if accusing someone of forgetting her again. The news that Lu Lingxiao was captured by the Grand Commander soon spread back to the Lu family. The old lady had just washed her hands of the dog blood of the day, and she was still angry, and her grandson was arrested. How could she tolerate this? What's going on? She yelled. The maidservant did not dare to hide anything and told what she had learned from the outer courtyard. It's all the fault of the eldest young master's wife. She had to expose Miss Lin. Now the eldest young master has been convicted of favoring his concubine over his wife and deceiving the emperor. He has been locked up by the Jinui. Who knows how badly he will be beaten. The reputation of the Jinui in the capital is not very good. They are responsible for torture, surveillance, assassination, and all kinds of things that are both visible and invisible to the public. If they are captured by the Imperial guards, how many of them will have a good ending? The old lady was heartbroken. She only had this one legitimate grandson, who had suffered 5 years of hardship at the border and now suffered this sudden disaster upon his return. Of course, she would not think that her grandson was wrong. If there was any fault, it was that girl's fault. If she had not exposed Lin Wanner in public and made a big fuss, her grandson would not have been reported to the censor and would not have been charged with deceiving the emperor. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let her marry me. She's such a bad luck. Tell her to get out of here and kneel down until the Grand Commander lets her go. Otherwise, she can't come back to the Lu family. There's no such woman in our Lu family who would bring disaster to her own husband. The maid brought the message to Haitang courtyard. Banksia was very angry. She put her hands on her hips and stamped her feet. Why? What did you do wrong, young lady? It was obviously the son-in-law who went too far. Do you really think you are from a good family? If I had known, I wouldn't have married you. Nanny Lee also felt aggrieved for her young lady. If the old man knew that his granddaughter, whom he held in the palm of his hand, was pushed into such a fire pit, he wondered if he would regret his original decision. Miss, do you want to listen to the old lady? Go to the governor's mansion to plead for mercy?
No.
Meng Qianqian checked the accounts and said without hesitation. Nanny Li sighed. It's better not to go. I heard that the Grand Commander is not a good person. If I go, I'm afraid I will only be humiliated. The old lady didn't ask the young lady to beg for mercy at all. She clearly wanted to torture her young lady. She wanted to make her grandson sad, so she made the young lady suffer. Nanny Li said to Banksia, Lady will send someone over later to say that the young lady was so sad that she fainted from crying. Banksia nodded seriously. I understand, mammy. The old lady sent people to urge her 3 times and scolded her 3 times, but each time she was repelled by Banksia. The old lady almost fainted from anger. If she hadn't been so exhausted from washing the dog blood, she would have come to hiding courtyard and slapped Meng Qianqian a few times herself. Lu Xingzhou rushed around all night and looked for many colleagues, but when they heard that it was the commander-in-chief who ordered the arrest, they all refused. It would be fine if it was at the border, but this is the capital city, and the commander-in-chief has absolute power. Who dares to plead for Lu Lingxiao? There are people who are not afraid of Lu Yuan, but the problem is that even Lu Xingzhou cannot reach the level of those noble families. In desperation, Lu Xingzhou gritted his teeth and went to the old lady's yard. The old lady had just woken up and was frightened when she saw the disheveled thing.
Grandma.
Lu Xingzhou bowed hurriedly. The old lady asked unhappily what for. Lu Xingzhou said, Xiao Gu'er is in trouble. I beg you, grandmother, to come forward and plead for Xiao Gu'er. The old lady had an imperial decree and was also old, so even if Lu Yuan was arrogant and domineering, he would not embarrass such an old lady. Last time at the governor's mansion, Lu Yuan paid his respects to the old lady. Perhaps he would show leniency to her because of her advanced age. The old lady shook her head and looked up at the sky. I won't go. This stinky boy deserves to be punished. Well done for catching him. Lu Xingzhou. The old lady was dazed, and it was impossible to reason with her. She simply did not understand what it meant to be captured by the Imperial guards. But if I force her, she might have a seizure. Then, let alone begging for mercy, she might not even remember who she is. Lu Xingzhou left the yard with a headache. Haitang Courtyard also welcomed an uninvited guest, but it was not sent by the old lady, but Lin Wanner. Banksia blocked the person at the door. You are not welcome here.
Get out.
Lin Wanner glanced at Banksia coldly, pushed Banksia away, and entered Meng Qianqian's room. Miss Banksia chased in. Meng Qianqian said to Banksia, Go check if the chicken noodles are ready. Tell Mammy that I want to eat spicy food. Ask her to add 2 spoonfuls of chili oil. Banksia glared at Lin Wanner, snorted, and went to the kitchenette. Meng Qianqian is eating bird's nest. She was wearing a light pink jacket, looking lively and bright, like a flower bud in early spring. Lin Wanner came in front of Meng Qianqian, glanced at her, and was about to take the pen and ink on the table. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Don't touch my things. Just say what you want to say. I can understand. Lin Wanner frowned suspiciously and gestured in sign language. Lu Lang was caught. Meng Qianqian said, I know. Seeing that she really understood sign language, Lin Wanner was even more surprised. Meng Qianqian stirred the blood swallow in the bowl with a spoon and asked calmly, Are you not pretending anymore? Lin Wanner turned her face away coldly, and after a while, she calmed down and gestured. Aren't you worried about Lu Lang at all? Meng Qianqian. Why should I worry? Lin Wanner clenched her fist. She gestured. If he died, aren't you afraid that you would really become a widow? Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that being a widow is much more comfortable than it is now. So, I need your permission to consummate my marriage. You are so arrogant. Meng Qianqian laughed sarcastically. These 2 people are truly a perfect match, and both consider consummating their marriage as a great favor to her. Her father-in-law was the same, thinking that his son was a treasure and that as long as he returned to her, she should accept everything she had to endure and even be grateful. Didn't they ask her if she wanted it? Do my young lady and her husband need your permission to consummate their marriage? Who do you think you are? You are not destined to be the mistress of the house, but you are acting like one. Banksia pulled aside the curtain and rushed in, scolding Lin Yuan. What had her young lady done to deserve being treated so badly by the whole family? How shameless! Nanny Li also entered with a gloomy face, stood beside her young lady, and said to Lin Yuan, "I call you Miss Lin, but don't really think of yourself as a young lady. What good young lady would rush to be someone's mistress and still have the audacity to show off in front of the eldest wife? My young lady is kind-hearted and won't bother with you, but one should not be so ignorant as to know one's own situation. To put it bluntly, my young lady doesn't recognize the child you conceived outside, so he is a rascal, not even worthy of being a rascal. Even if a bowl of safflower aborts your pregnancy, no one can say a word against my young lady. If I were you, I would keep my tail between my legs and stop bringing bad luck to others." Nanny Li is not usually so sharp-tongued, but when she is no ordinary person. Lin Yuan's face turned red from choking. She clenched her fingers and signed to Meng Qianqian. "I was born in a military family, and I learned the skills to fight in battle. I don't understand the intrigues in your inner house, and I don't care to understand." Meng Qianqian snorted. "Stealing other people's husbands and having affairs without a matchmaker. Are these skills you learned from a military family? Don't insult the word military family. You don't deserve it." "Lin Yuan, do you know who I am?" "Meng Qianqian, I don't care who you are, get out." Banksia immediately pointed to the door. "My lady told you to get out."
Lin Yuan's chest heaved violently.
She glared at Meng Qianqian several times and walked out of Haitang courtyard angrily. Just as she reached the small garden, she ran into Lu Xingzhou coming over from the old lady's side. She adjusted her expression and bowed. Lu Xingzhou had no good feelings towards this orphan girl who brought endless troubles to his son. If her father and brother had not saved his life, and if she had not been pregnant with his child, he would not have agreed to keep her in his house. He ignored Lin Yuan and walked away. Lin Yuan stopped him, broke off a branch, and wrote on the ground, "Sir Lu, have you thought of a way to save Lu Lang?" Lu Xingzhou said seriously, "This is not something you should ask about." Lin Yuan continued to write, "I have a way to save Lu Lang." Lu Xingzhou paused and finally looked at her straight in the eye. "You?" "Lin Yuan, that's right. I went to see the eldest young lady just now to save Lu Lang, but she kicked me out." It's not surprising that the concubine was kicked out when she ran to find the wife. Lu Xingzhou looked at her suspiciously and said, "Tell me your idea." Lin Yuan showed the scar on the base of her left hand. "The best way is to let the eldest young lady make the same scar on her hand, and insist that it was she who went to the banquet that day." Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Are new injuries different from old ones?" Lin Yuan wrote, "Of course it's different, but what if it gets burned or scratched? Who knows what it was like originally?" Lu Xingzhou nodded and motioned for her to continue. Lin Yuan, the Grand Commander, and Madame Wang were both witnesses at the banquet. Since the Grand Commander refuses to change his words, let Madame Wang change her words. The eldest young lady saved Madame Wang's life. As long as she comes forward to beg Madame Wang, let alone change her words, it will not be difficult for her to ask Censor Wang to withdraw the impeachment against Lu Lang. Lu Xingzhou frowned. "This is indeed a good way to get the best of both worlds." Lin Yuan wrote, "Although the idea is good, it's a pity that the eldest young lady rejected me and told me to get out of Haitang courtyard." Lu Xingzhou's face darkened. "She kicked you out because of this? Does she really not want to save her husband?" Lin Yuan wrote, "I said that as long as she agreed to save Lu Lang, I could give him to her, but she still disagreed. However, if she, Meng Qianqian, doesn't save him, I, Lin Yuan, will." Lu Xingzhou asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" Lin Yuan took out a black iron token from her purse and handed it to Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou felt it was heavy in his hand. Although he didn't recognize it, he inexplicably felt a murderous aura of a military commander. "This is," Lin Yuan wrote, "the token of the Black Armor Guard. My father is one of the 12 guards under the command of Marshal Chu. My brother is also a Black Armor Guard. I am willing to exchange my father and brother's merits for Lu Lang's life. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Xingzhou had always thought that her father and brother were just junior generals appointed to fight on the border. After all, if they were generals, they would have been rewarded according to their merits long ago. Lin Yuan, after the death of Marshal Chu, his 10,000 black armor guards disappeared. If the people of Betrayal knew my identity, they would definitely come to capture me and force me to tell them the whereabouts of the black armor guards. I did this for the safety of myself and my unborn child, and I did not intend to hide it from you. Lu Xingzhou asked with a complicated expression, "Does Ling Xiao know?" Lin Yuan nodded. It was his idea. I see. Lu Xingzhou was filled with emotion. Don't worry, my Lu family will definitely protect you. Lin Yuan wrote solemnly. As long as Lu Lang can be saved, it doesn't matter if I die. Lu Xingzhou thought of Meng Qianqian. He never thought that the child was a bad one before, but now, after comparing them, he felt that Meng Qianqian was ignorant and she disregarded the safety of her husband just to vent her temper. In comparison, Lin Yuan's affection for her son is much deeper, and she considers the overall situation much more than she does. Lu Xingzhou nodded to Lin Yuan, took the token, and entered the palace to meet the emperor. Green Rose came over and said with a smile, "Miss, when we rescue the general, the master and the old lady will support you. When the time comes, let's see what the guy from hiding court can do to confront you." There was a light snow in the capital in the morning, and the ground was covered with fine snow particles, which were quickly cleaned up by the servants. Meng Qianqian took the prepared medicine to Lu's mother's yard. The old lady is here too. Mother Lu's condition is very bad. She didn't sleep all night and coughed up blood this morning. She just fell asleep with difficulty. The old lady looked at Mother Lu's pale face and sighed gloomily. Meng Qianqian looked at Lu's mother steadily. In this family, the only people who treat me well are the old lady and Lu's mother. Coming out of the main courtyard, Banksia sighed softly. Madam is so pitiful. At night, it snowed again in the capital. The sky was frozen, and the earth was closed. Everything was silent. The red charcoal in the room was burning brightly. A purple figure was sitting lazily and leisurely on an official hat chair covered with tiger skin. His cold eyebrows and eyes were reflected with a bit of warmth by the charcoal fire. Meng Qianqian turned over, opened her eyes, and saw the man sitting opposite her. His expression was as calm as a pool of water without ripples. She sat up slowly. Lu Yuan flipped through the script in his hand and said, "This is so ugly. If I find out which candidate wrote this, I will make sure he can't even enter the Imperial College. Does this Grand Commander know this?" Fortunately, they all use pseudonyms, otherwise, with all his talent, he would have missed the Imperial examination and died unjustly just because he wrote some ridiculous works to make a living. Meng Qianqian asked, "Where is Zhao Zhao?"
"What?"
Meng Qianqian smiled knowingly. "When did you get under my quilt?" Baoshu handed the hot water bag to Meng Qianqian, then crawled into Meng Qianqian's arms, lay down very skillfully, raised her chin, and lifted up her little feet proudly. Meng Qianqian pinched her fair and tender little face. Baoshu also leaned her right cheek forward, as if to say, "Pinch this side too." Meng Qianqian smiled. Lu Yuan sneered. "Lu Lingxiao has been arrested, and you have the leisure time. What does it have to do with me if he gets arrested?" Meng Qianqian took out a clean handkerchief that she had prepared in advance on the bedside table. Baoshu cooperated very well by raising her chin to make it easier for Meng Qianqian to use the handkerchief. Lu Yuan sneered, his eyes still looking at the book in his hand. "You won't plead for him? If I plead for mercy, will the Grand Commander be willing to release him?"
"No."
Meng Qianqian gave a vague smile. Lu Yuan continued reading the storybook. If it were any other woman, she would definitely go to the governor's mansion to ask for mercy. Whether she succeeds or not, at least she won't give anyone a reason to criticize her. Meng Qianqian asked, "Reputation, is it important?" Lu Yuan smiled and glanced at her. His eyes were hard to tell. "It's really not important." Meng Qianqian took the clean bowl and spoon from the bedside table, poured the goat milk into it, and scooped a spoonful. Besides, the Grand Commander will not kill him. Bao Shu couldn't wait to open her mouth. Lu Yuan curled his lips and smiled. "Oh? What do you mean?" Meng Qianqian carefully fed Bao Shu. "He has made great contributions at the border. Killing him now will make people dissatisfied." Moreover, Bailiang has been fighting with Dazhou for many years. He surrendered and then committed crimes again. He went back on his word and was extremely shameless. Killing the general now will play into Bailiang's wishes. You still understand this? Lu Yuan's smile was charming and dangerous. The charm was natural and the danger was in his bones. Meng Qianqian replied calmly, the Lu family has a lot of military books. I have been a widow for 5 years and read some of them when I had nothing to do. Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and asked casually, what if I insist on killing him? Meng Qianqian paused and said, then I will have to wear mourning clothes for my husband for another 3 years. Lu Yuan said indifferently, don't worry, I won't kill him. May I ask the governor how he will deal with it? Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped.
Lu Yuan, what?
Meng Qianqian, please be kind to the governor. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. You want to plead for him? Meng Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan and said seriously, we were husband and wife, and I can't bear to see him end up like this. Grand Commander, please give me a grace or reward for my dedication to raising Baoshu. Can you change it to a stick? Lu Yuan. Before the morning court the next day, the young emperor met Lu Yuan in the Imperial study. Lu Yuan bowed to the young emperor in a bright yellow dragon robe. The young emperor returned the greeting. Father. Lu Yuan smiled. Your Majesty has grown taller again. The young emperor glanced at the eunuch beside him and said, you leave. Several people looked at Lu Yuan, bowed, and left the Imperial study. Lu Yuan asked with a smile on his face, Your Majesty, have you done well in your studies recently? The young emperor hesitated and said, Can I not talk about homework today? Lu Yuan smiled gently. Your Majesty is the emperor. You can talk about whatever you want. The young emperor summoned up his courage and said, Minister Lu came to the palace last night to ask for an audience with me. It was about General Lu. Lu Yuan said slowly, General Lu wanted me to lie to your Majesty in the court and commit the crime of deceiving the emperor. I ordered him to be arrested. Does your Majesty think that I did something wrong? The young emperor clenched the black armor guard token in his hand and said, Everything that Shangfu did was for me and for the people of the Great Zhou.
But
Lu Yuan came up to him with a smile, his tall figure looming over him. But what, your Majesty? 2 days later, the news that Lu Lingxiao was arrested and taken to the governor's mansion spread throughout the city. Green Radish asked anxiously, Why is this happening, miss? Is the token ineffective? Lin Wanner gestured and said, No. The person the emperor respects most is Marshal Chu. The emperor will definitely ask the commander-in-chief to release the people. There was one more thing Lin Wanner didn't say. Lu Yuan controlled the government and brought disaster to the court. He had been delaying the emperor's decision to rule the country. The emperor must have been dissatisfied with Lu Yuan for a long time. The emperor needs the loyalty of the black armor guards to help him eliminate Lu Yuan. Mother Lu hadn't eaten for 3 days, and the old lady couldn't stand it anymore. She came to Haiding courtyard with a sullen look on her face. Why don't we go and see that kid? Meng Qianqian smiled and said, Listen to my great-grandmother. The two of them came to the governor's mansion in a carriage. Everyone thought that the old lady and the eldest young master's wife would be turned away. After all, this was a treacherous minister who dared not even give face to the emperor. Unexpectedly, the steward of the governor's mansion respectfully welcomed the person in. Old lady, Madam Lu, please take a seat. I recognize you. The old lady looked at the butler and said, I beat you before. Managertson said with a smile, The old lady has a good memory. Last time in the weekly journal, I was the one who didn't know what was good for me. Please don't blame me, old lady. The old lady raised her head proudly, indicating that she forgave him. Lu Yuan came to the flower hall, glanced at the two of them with a smile, and bowed to the old lady. I didn't know that the old lady was coming. I am sorry for not coming to greet you. The old lady said seriously, You are the one who caught that brat? I am here to pick him up, let him go. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Talking to the Grand Commander like this, Are you going to die? The idea of respecting the old and loving the young doesn't work with the Grand Commander. However, What shocked them again was that the Grand Admiral was not angry. Lu Yuan smiled and said, General Lu violated military discipline and offended the emperor. According to the law, he was demoted 1 rank and given 300 strokes of the cane. The execution is in progress. How many strokes have been given? The last sentence was directed to the Jinui outside the door. The Jinui replied, 100. The old lady counted on her fingers. It seems that there is still a long way to go. How long will it take to beat him? Can we stop beating him? Night falls. Lu Yuan sat quietly in the pavilion, drinking tea leisurely. Baoshu sat on the soft carpet, pulling his clothes with her 2 little hands, making her grimace. A Jinui came outside the curtain and said with a bow, Sir, the Lu family has left. Lu Yuan asked, How many battles can you survive? The Jinui replied, 210 fights. Lu Yuan said very fairly, Remember the remaining 90 battles and continue fighting after your injuries have healed. Jinui clasped his fists and said, Yes. Lu Yuan shook the teacup in his hand nonchalantly. Humph, it's only been 210 battles, and the Lu family has produced such a coward.
Ah.
That's not how you use it. The Jinui said awkwardly. In the army, there are not many people who can survive 100 battles. 200 battles are rare. The only one who can survive 300 battles is. Having said that, he glanced at Lu Yuan through the curtain, swallowed the rest of the words, and changed the subject. With General Lu's strength, he can barely kill Prince Rong of Beiliang. His military achievements should be true. Lu Yuan said coldly, Have I ever doubted whether his military achievements were fake? The Imperial guards were stunned. Since he did not question Lu Lingxiao's military achievements, why did he change the original 20 sticks to 300 sticks? If it was not to test Lu Lingxiao's strength, could there be another reason? Lu Yuan waved his hand calmly. All right, those who deserve punishment have been punished, and those who deserve reward should also be rewarded. Our emperor rewards and punishes clearly, and governs the country in a proper way. The Jinui knelt on 1 knee and saluted. Yes, sir. The news about Lu Lingxiao quickly spread throughout the capital. Some people saw him being carried out on a stretcher, covered in blood and half dead. Since Lu Yuan came to power, the governor's mansion has become a purgatory-like existence. How many people can come out intact after entering? Lu Yuan suffered another wave of curses from the people. But Lu Yuan didn't care. Compared with a loyal and brave man, isn't it better to be a fearsome living devil? However, there were also people who scolded Lu Lingxiao, saying that he brought back a concubine from the border and pretended to be Mrs. Lu to attend the Zhuazhou banquet of the governor's mansion. This shows that he totally does not take the Grand Commander seriously. It would be strange if the Grand Commander did not teach him a lesson. In addition, the fact that Lu Lingxiao abandoned his wife and rescued his mistress from the Beiliang people had long been spread among the people. Some people did not believe it at first, but now with this commotion, Lu Lingxiao's reputation of favoring his concubine and neglecting his wife has been confirmed. If I were Madame Lu, I would not beg for mercy on behalf of this unfaithful man. In the tea house, a young woman stood up for Meng Qianqian. Most women in Beijing support Meng Qianqian. After all, no one wants to marry the wrong person. A young man asked curiously, Mrs. Lu pleaded for him? The young woman asked, Do you think the Grand Commander will let him go so easily? The young man at the side came over and said, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes that day. Old Lady Lu and Madame Lu went to the governor's mansion in the evening and took the person away in the middle of the night. Another person said, I heard that Madame Lu knelt in the governor's mansion for half a night before she persuaded the Grand Governor. A middle-aged man in his 40s sighed, Mrs. Lu is virtuous and kind, and has a good character. If I could have a wife like her, what else could I ask for?
Bah!
What virtuous woman! In Fengyuan, Luluo was so angry that she wanted to tear the handkerchief in her hand into pieces. She didn't kneel at all. If she had kneeled, the general would have received less punishment. She is such a vicious woman. Lin Wanner waved to the little maid, who reported the news. The little maid retreated tremblingly. Luo gritted her teeth and said, Miss, it was you who saved the general, but now the credit falls on the head of the eldest young lady. Everyone in the capital is praising her. Lin Wana lowered her eyes and gestured. Go see the general. Green Radish suppressed her grievances and said yes. As soon as they arrived at Lu Lingxiao's door, the master and servant ran into Lu Xingzhou and Lu's mother. The two men stepped aside and bowed. Mother Lu ignored Lin Waner and went into the house with the help of her maid. Lu Lingxiao was seriously injured. The doctor was cleaning his wounds. Basins of blood were brought out. The strong smell of blood made Lu's mother dizzy. The maid hurriedly supported her. Madam. Lu Xingzhou's expression changed slightly, and he said to Lin Wana, What are you doing here? The old lady's voice interrupted Lu Xingzhou's words. Lin Waner turned around, glanced at the old lady and Meng Qianqian beside her, and her fingertips clenched instantly. Green Rose spoke on behalf of her young lady. Old lady, my young lady saved the general and came to see how the general is doing. The old lady said to Lulua fiercely, Are you blind? It was clearly Qianqian and I who rescued the person. What the Hades does she have to do with it? Green Ivy shuddered at the fierceness and muttered unwillingly, It was my daughter who acted first. Lu Xingzhou said, Your daughter is pregnant. It is not suitable for her to see blood. Help your daughter back first. Green Radish whispered, Yes. The old lady shook her head and pulled Meng Qianqian in. Meng Qianqian is the mistress, so she doesn't need to ask for permission to go anywhere, even to Lu Lingxiao's Song Yuan. She didn't come before because she didn't want to, not because she was not qualified. Lin Waner is different. Lu Lingxiao could give her the privilege of entering and leaving Song Yuan, but any master of the Lu family could easily take it away. Lu Xingzhou said nothing and followed the old lady into the house. Luo was furious. Miss, the minister knew that it was your contribution. Why didn't he explain a few words for you? If you hadn't handed over the token of the Black Armor Guard, would His Majesty have ordered the release of the young master?
Lin Wenner clenchel her fingers.
To Lu Xingzhou, it didn't matter who saved his son, as long as his son was back. What's more, it had been 2 days since he went to look for the emperor, and it was only after the old lady and Meng Qianqian came in person that he brought the person back from the governor's mansion. Of course, Lu Xingzhou didn't think Meng Qianqian had such a great reputation, but the old lady did. His grandfather followed the retired emperor in his military campaigns and made great contributions to the country. The old lady still enjoys the salary, ice tribute, and charcoal tribute from the court. Other ladies with royal titles do not have such treatment. Lu Lingxiao was unconscious for 3 whole days. When he woke up, he saw a beautiful girl, dressed in rosy clouds and with a beautiful jade hairpin, sitting gracefully in front of him. He looked a little dazed. Woke up? Meng Qianqian put down the half-read script. Lu Lingxiao came back to his senses in an instant and felt a sharp pain in the affected area, causing him to gasp. He remembered that Lu Yuan ordered him to be beaten with a stick 300 times. Did this treacherous minister know that 300 military sticks could kill people? He didn't know martial arts, so did his subordinates? Meng Qianqian came over, squatted down, and supported him. Don't move. Be careful of the wound. This was the first time Lu Lingxiao was treated so calmly by her since he returned home. He looked at her face, which was so close to him that even the hair on her face was clearly visible. Suddenly, he had the illusion that they were a young couple. She lifted the quilt. There is no blood seeping out, so it should not be torn. After saying that, she gently covered the quilt back, covered her face, and yawned. Lu Lingxiao's eyes swept across her slightly haggard face, and he asked blankly, You have been guarding me these past few days? Meng Qianqian nodded and looked at him tenderly. I hope that when my husband opens his eyes, the first person he sees is me. Lu Lingxiao's heart moved. All the emotions that rose in Lu Lingxiao's heart were shattered completely by her last sentence. He looked at her in disbelief, his dry lips moving several times. You have been staying here just for the money? Meng Qianqian looked at the mattress on him and said, I am also concerned about my husband's injury. Lu Lingxiao closed his eyes. At least you still have a trace of goodness. Meng Qianqian tilted her head. Otherwise, if my husband dies, who will return my money. Lu Lingxiao couldn't catch his breath. His face turned purple, and he growled Meng. Meng Qianqian was not annoyed at all. She waved her hand and smoothly took an abacus into her arms. My husband is full of energy and seems to have recovered well. Then, let's check the accounts. If my husband doesn't like to check the accounts, you can ask the housekeeper to come over. Madam, I can check the accounts. Shen Yin stuck a head in from outside the door. Lu Lingxiao's face darkened. Get out of here. What's so fierce about it? Shen Yin muttered to himself as he walked out of the yard. Meng Qianqian smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't call anyone. My account is very well done, and it is clear at a glance. My husband will understand it at a glance. Of course, Lu Lingxiao would not call for help. It was embarrassing enough to be asked by his wife to pay back the money. He couldn't afford to lose face by calculating the amount. He turned his head away and said, however much you owe, you can take it from the reward. Meng Qianqian looked hesitant. What's wrong? Lu Lingxiao glanced at her and said sarcastically, forgot that you were born into a merchant family. You won't get up early without profit, and you won't borrow money without interest. I will pay you the interest you deserve. Meng Qianqian blinked. But my husband's reward is not enough to pay back. Lu Lingxiao's body trembled. How is it possible? His reward was a full 10,000 taels and a box of jewels. Meng Qianqian nodded at the account book on the bed. Lu Lingxiao endured the pain in the affected area and turned to the last page. When he saw the total account, his eyes almost went dark. 36,000 taels. How can it be so much? How much interest did you calculate? Here's the interest. Meng Qianqian handed him another account book. Lu Lingxiao gritted his teeth. Anything else? Meng Qianqian stood up and said calmly, the first one is for the expenses of the mansion and the subsidies for the shops. The second one is for the interest and the hole I filled for your Lu family when I married into the family. Lu Lingxiao felt unwell. Meng Qianqian said, my dear husband, please take your time to read it. I will move the 10,000 taels first. If you don't understand, please ask a few accountants to help you. It doesn't matter if you accidentally damage it. I have copied many copies anyway. Lu Lingxiao's face flushed with anger, and he said angrily, what do you mean? Do you think I will default on my debt? Meng Qianqian smiled slightly. Lu Lingxiao almost vomited blood. He signed with a cold expression, and Meng Qianqian took out cinnabar and asked him to press his fingerprint. Then he looked at Meng Qianqian's back without turning back and thought of something. He held back his shame and called her. Can you leave 1,000 taels? Cannot. Meng Qianqian refused without hesitation. Lu Lingxiao forbearingly said, I promised Wanner to buy some clothes for her and her unborn child. If you hadn't taken Wanner's fabric last time, I wouldn't have done this. I stole her material? Even if it's true, so what? She only lost the material, but I lost my husband's heart. Meng Qianqian covered her chest and said, her expression instantly turned cold, Banksia, go get the silver. Don't leave a single ingot behind. Banksia said relievedly, yes.
Miss.
Meng Qianqian stopped as soon as she stepped out of the door, turned around and smiled at him. By the way, the people from the governor's office asked me to remind you that you still have 90 strokes left to be beaten. When your injuries are healed, remember to go find someone to beat you. Accept the punishment. Lu Lingxiao vomited blood. Banksia counted the gifts in the study and said in confusion, Miss, several pieces of jewelry are missing. I remember when they were delivered, there was a pair of blood jade bracelets, a pair of mutton fat jade earrings, and a mutton fat jade bead flower. Meng Qianqian called the boy who was guarding the study over and asked, who took it? The servant lowered his head and said, it's Lulu. She said Miss Lin has no jewelry, so she came over to pick some. Banksia put her hands on her hips and stamped her feet. My uncle hasn't woken up yet. Has she asked my uncle and my young lady? The servant whispered, the eldest young master has ordered that Miss Lin can take anything he has. Banksia, miss. Meng Qianqian, let's go to Feng Yuan. Maple Courtyard. Lua was combing Lin Wanner's hair and pinning a white magnolia flower in her hair. This kind of jade is worthy of you. What are the things we wore before? Look, You are as beautiful as the fairies in the paintings. If the general saw you, I wonder how fascinated he would be. Lin Wana looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was quite satisfied. Soon, her eyes fell on a pair of blood jade bracelets on the table. The pure red one can only be worn by the first wife. Green Rose's eyes flashed, and she picked up a blood jade bracelet. Miss, I'll put it on you. Lin Wana hesitated for a moment and slowly raised her wrist.
Bang!
The half-closed door was kicked open by Banksia. Lin Wana and Luo were startled at the same time and turned to look at the person who came. They didn't expect that the person who came was Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was wearing a light pink fur coat worth thousands of gold. The soft white fox fur was gently blown by the cold wind, caressing her fair face. She was dressed luxuriously and had a noble temperament. Lin Wana, who was dressed up, instantly looked a bit shabby. Meng Qianqian glanced at him and said calmly, "Go get it." Banksia and several servants from Heitanjiwen entered the house immediately. Green Radish asked, "What are you doing?"
Pa.
Luo reached out to grab it. "This is a gift from the general to my daughter." A servant stood in front of her and slapped her. "You are already pregnant, yet you still call yourself a girl? Aren't you ashamed?" Banksia snorted. "That's right." The other two servants blocked Lin Wana's way and didn't waste any words with her. One on each side, they forced Lin Wana to kneel on the ground and took off her earrings and pearl flowers.
Lin Wana looked at Meng Qianqian coldly.
"How dare you stare at the madam?" The servant on the left slapped her twice. "If you glare at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. I have plenty of ways to deal with a filthy thing like you." Lin Wana was hit so hard that her head tilted to the side, her hair was messy, and the messy hair stuck to the corners of her lips. She looked as miserable as if she was being executed. She tried to struggle, but was held down by two rough servants, and her knees were sore from kneeling. Meng Qianqian looked at her expressionlessly. She clenched her hands tightly, hatred surging in her eyes. Banksia came over holding the jewelry. "Miss, it's all here. All ready." After Meng Qianqian and her group left, the house was in a mess. Luo helped Lin Wana up with tears in her eyes, complaining bitterly. How could they treat the young lady like this? The young lady is the general's woman after all. Moreover, the young lady is pregnant. Aren't they afraid that the general will wake up and chase them out of the mansion? In my opinion, the eldest young lady deliberately took advantage of the general's coma to torture the young lady. She is so vicious. Lin Wana sat on the chair, her chest heaving violently, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Meng Qianqian had always been indifferent to Feng Yuan. Even though she later cut off Feng Yuan's funding, she never embarrassed Lin Wana in person. Meng Qianqian did slap Lin Wana in the shop, but that was outside. Therefore, even Luluo believed that Meng Qianqian would never dare to be rude to Lin Wana in the mansion. Meng Qianqian's actions today were undoubtedly telling Lin Wana that she did not want to fight with Lin Wana, not because she did not dare, but because she disdained to do so. After returning to Haitang Courtyard, Meng Qianqian asked Banksia to bring 3 money bags as rewards to the 3 servants in Song Yuan and Feng Yuan. The 3 of them were overjoyed holding their heavy bags of money. Banksia said, "As long as you work diligently for the madam, you won't suffer any loss." Mrs. Wan held the money bag and said with a smile, "Miss Banksia, even if there is no reward, we have to serve the eldest young lady wholeheartedly." Mrs. Hu said, "That's right. Who in the mansion doesn't envy the servants who come to Haitang Courtyard? To be honest with the madam, my husband wants to come and serve the madam." Mrs. Lu said, "Yes. Madam, if you have any instructions in the future, just call me." What the 3 of them said were all true. When the eldest young lady first married into the Lu family, she was just a child less than 12 years old, and the one who really ran the house was the old lady. The servants squeezed their way to the old lady and the second wife. Who would have thought that after the eldest young lady's dowry was spent, the old lady cut back on all expenses in the mansion, the servants' monthly wages were reduced, and not a single penny was given as reward money. On the other hand, in Haitang Courtyard, monthly wages and bonuses are paid as usual. Who wouldn't praise the eldest young lady for being kind to the servants? Meng Qianqian looked at the three people and said calmly, I have made the rules clear in advance. You are doing things for me, so you can only listen to me. The three of them nodded in agreement. Meng Qianqian said again, Madam Wan, you will come to the inner courtyard from now on. If you call her Nanny, she is no longer a servant. Nanny Wan was flattered. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Meng Qianqian said, I'm going to go out for a while. You guys keep an eye on the yard. No one is allowed to touch anything in my room. Nanny Wan patted her chest and said, Don't worry, madam young master, even if the old lady comes Meng Qianqian, great-grandmother can move. Aunt Wan said awkwardly, yes, yes. Meng Qianqian took Banksia out of the yard. Let brother Wu come over. Yes, miss. The driver last time was not Wu Gur. Meng Qianqian did not trust him, so she and Banksia secretly walked from the study to East Street. Madam, the eldest young master. Wu Gur drove the carriage over and put the wooden bench away. Meng Qianqian nodded slightly and got into the carriage with Banksia. To East Street. Yes, Madam Young Master. When they arrived at the rouge shop, Meng Qianqian asked Wu Gur to stop the carriage, and she and Banksia took out the curtain and veil from the bag and put them on. Wu Gur recognized that this was the shop that the Zhao family had mortgaged to pay off their debts, and it was also the place where the eldest young lady was abducted by the Bailiang spies. Although I was curious about why the eldest young lady came here as a servant, I should not ask questions that I shouldn't ask. Meng Qianqian and Banksia covered themselves so well that no one in the shop recognized them. Meng Qianqian sat in the shop for an hour.
Walk.
Miss, are you not going to close the shop?
She already knew about the shop.
Meng Qianqian said, Don't take it yet. Banksia was confused. Then what are we doing here? Meng Qianqian returned to the carriage and said to Wu Gur, Let's go to Sifang Pavilion. Sifangwan was originally a place used by princes and nobles to recruit talents. However, because many spies from various countries had infiltrated the palaces and sneaked into the prince's mansions as staff, they were discovered and dealt with by Lu Yuan's Jinui, and the academy was closed down. But the nearby market is still there, with people doing small business and also people doing human trafficking work. Meng Qianqian went into a dental clinic. Although she covered herself up tightly, the matchmaker had seen countless people and could tell at a glance that this was a wealthy sponsor. She smiled and asked Meng Qianqian to sit down and served a pot of good tea. Meng Qianqian asked straight to the point, Is there anyone in your dental practice who can do the accounting? Yes. What kind of person would you like? Older, younger, or Meng Qianqian put an account book on the table and said, Find someone who can calculate this account clearly. He can set the monthly salary. I will be back in 3 days. This is a big money sponsor. The matchmaker suppressed her excitement, cleared her throat, and said, Our matchmaker Banksia took out a gold ingot and put it on the table. The matchmaker smiled so hard that her teeth were visible and her eyes were not. Don't worry, my dear. I'll take care of it. I'll find 10 or 8. You can pick whatever you want. Meng Qianqian asked again, Are there any maids? The matchmaker smiled and asked, Is it a living contract or a dead contract? Meng Qianqian said, All is fine. The matchmaker stood up, waved the handkerchief in her hand, and shouted to the backyard, Girls, come out to meet the guests. Meng Qianqian tilted her head and looked at her. The matchmaker smiled awkwardly. I used to work in a brothel. As expected of a brothel, the girls are prettier and more delicate than each other, and you can tell at first glance that they are not cut out for work. Meng Qianqian stood up. The matchmaker hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and said, My dear lady, what kind of thing do you want? I will find it for you in 3 days. Meng Qianqian raised her hand and pointed to the backyard. No need, I want her. The matchmaker looked in the direction of her finger and laughed dryly, My lord. It's not that I don't want to earn your money, but that girl is a disobedient girl. She has been here for 3 days, and she has injured 7 guards and chased away 3 of my lords. I was just thinking of selling her and sending her away. Meng Qianqian walked towards the backyard. The matchmaker followed in panic. My dear, don't get close to the cage. She bites. Meng Qianqian looked at the ragged and dirty little girl locked in the cage and took out 3 pieces of crispy candies wrapped in a handkerchief from her purse and handed them to her. The little girl snatched it away and ate it up greedily. After eating, she wiped her mouth without looking at Meng Qianqian. "Where is the 4th?" The toothbrush was shocked. "You can speak? This girl has been in the dental clinic for a month, and she has never said a word. She didn't say a word when she beat others, and she didn't say a word when she was beaten. She thought she was mute. It's just the accent." Meng Qianqian said, "Follow me." The little girl asked, "Do you provide meals?" Meng Qianqian said, "Enough." The little girl then raised her head, revealing a pair of extremely beautiful eyes. "Okay, I'll follow you. I'll ask for your permission first. If you don't refuse, I won't be your servant anymore." Meng Qianqian smiled. "Okay." The matchmaker hurriedly tried to stop her. No, my lord. This girl is very cunning. I'm telling you the truth. She once escaped and injured more than a dozen yamen runners. I paid her so much that she died. If you buy her back, she will be a disaster." The little girl looked innocent. She's talking nonsense, so good. Banksia also felt that a little girl of 12 or 13 could not be so cruel. She was worried about something else. "Miss, what if she refuses to pay?" "Go slowly, my lord." The matchmaker personally watched Meng Qianqian's carriage go away. A girl beside her asked, "Only selling it for 10 taels. Isn't that too much of a loss? That girl caused us to pay out more than 100 taels of silver in the beginning." Another girl said, "Yes, didn't you say you wanted to sell her there? At least 50 taels. This girl is a little small, but some men like this kind of girl." The matchmaker said, "What do you know? I'm doing her a favor today. It's also because the girl was not destined to die, and a noble person saved her life. Otherwise, how many people would not be tortured to death if they went to that kind of place?" In the carriage, Banksia asked the little girl, "What's your name?" The little girl played with the tassels on her clothes. "Tanner." Banksia continued, "Your accent doesn't sound like you're from the capital. Where is your family? Who else is there in your family? Why did you end up in the hands of a matchmaker?" Tanner folded her arms. "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you afraid that I will run away? If I run away, you won't be able to catch me." Banksia was stunned for a moment and muttered, "Don't bother with the little girl." After arriving at the Lu family, Meng Qianqian gave Wu Gur a few instructions, and then she, Banksia, and Tanner walked towards the begonia courtyard. Tanner exclaimed, "Sister, the place behind your back is so big." Meng Qianqian pointed forward and said, "That yard is mine. The others are not mine." Tanner looked at Hai Tang Yuan, who was still young. The servants of Height in courtyard were all very surprised to see the eldest young lady bringing back a dirty and smelly little girl. But the little girl was wearing the eldest lady's valuable fur coat, so the servants did not dare to neglect her. Tanner looked around curiously, reaching out her hand from time to time to touch the flowers and trees. "It's a little broken, but it's still unique." Banksia was stunned. "Broken? What's broken? Is the flower pot broken?" Tanner explained, "Just for little ones." Banksia nodded. "Oh. Wait, whose yard are you talking about? You're just a maid and you're complaining about it." Tanner made a face at Banksia. Omitted.
Nanili lubaklean linas.
She came out to greet Meng Qianqian, but when she saw such a little beggar, she almost fainted. "Mammy, is there any hot water?" "Some." Nanili was familiar with Meng Qianqian's habits. She always took a bath and changed clothes after returning from outside, so she asked the kitchen to boil water early. Tanner touched all the flowers and plants in the yard, came to Meng Qianqian with a smile, and asked, "Sister, when is dinner?" Meng Qianqian gestured with her eyes to the room next to the small kitchen, where was the bathroom she had renovated for Lindong to use for bathing. "Take a shower first." "I won't wash it." "If you don't wash, you won't have food to eat." Here come Tanner rushed into the bathroom and dived into the bathtub, filled with cold water. As Nanyuan walked to the door with a bucket of hot water, her head was covered by several pieces of dirty clothes flying towards her. She took a deep breath and retched. Tanner sat in the cold water, hugging her arms and shivering. "I'm freezing to death." I'm freezing to death. After the hot water was filled, Tanner stood up quickly. I'm done washing. Aunt One was dumbfounded. It hasn't been washed yet. You went in and came out right away. You think it's hot pot. Nanny One called over Aunt Hu and Aunt Lu, and the three of them held Tanner down and washed her from head to toe over and over again, and they also boiled pot after pot of hot water in the small kitchen. After an hour, the little girl was finally washed clean, and the three maids were exhausted. Meng Qianqian was reading a storybook in the room. Nanny Li and Banksia sat around the charcoal brazier, doing embroidery. When Tanner, wearing a light green bodice, walked into the room, Nanny Li and Banksia were stunned. She had a fair face, delicate eyebrows, a high nose bridge, red lips, and white teeth. She was completely different from the dirty little girl before. If she hadn't been wearing half-summer clothes, they would hardly have recognized her. Tan Er didn't look at Nanny Li and Banxia, but smiled and said to Meng Qianqian, "Sister, your forehead is washed." Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "Set the table." Tana was not polite and sat down confidently. After a moment, she looked at the noodles in front of her without any spicy flavor and said with disdain, "The soup is so bland, I can tell it's hard to refuse." A quarter of an hour later. Another bowl. Come again.
More.
Banksia and Nanny Li looked at the table full of empty bowls. Isn't this too much to eat? Tanner finished the last bite, touched her round belly, and put down her chopsticks. Meng Qianqian asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's hard to quit."
Tanner burped.
Meng Qianqian said, "Tomorrow I'll make crispy duck, 8 treasure chicken, braised pork, and braised pig's trotters." Tan Er's eyes lit up. "That's weird." Meng Qianqian smiled. "So, you have decided to stay?"
Tanner winked as Y. Yeah.
Banksia took Tanner downstairs to rest and taught her the rules of the mansion. Nanny Li asked worriedly, "Young lady, this girl, can she do it?" "I'm not worried that I can't afford to feed her because she eats too much. She's too young." Although Banksia was also young when she first came to your side, she is a child of the Meng family and has learned the rules since she was young. This girl doesn't look like someone who can work. Of course, if you like her, it's fine to keep her by your side. I'm just worried that this girl won't obey and cause trouble in the mansion. Banksia told Nanny Li what the matchmaker said. Banksia didn't believe it, but Nanny Li believed it a little. Meng Qianqian turned a page of the storybook. "Mammy, haven't we been doing well in the Lu family these years? But what good have we gotten?" Nanny Li was stunned. Before dawn, Meng Qianqian was awakened by a loud noise. It turned out that someone had come from the old lady's place, urging Meng Qianqian to visit her morning and evening. Meng Qianqian went to take care of Lu Lingxiao a few days ago and left the house yesterday. It would be inappropriate for her to use the excuse of being unwell at this time. Meng Qianqian took Banksia with her. In the past, when one went to pay respects, one would always have to wait outside for more than half an hour. But today, for the first time ever, the old lady got up earlier than Meng Qianqian. "Greetings to grandmother," Meng Qianqian said. The old lady sat on the chair, looking fiercely at the girl the Lu family had raised for 5 years, and said coldly, "I heard that you moved all the rewards from Xiaogur back to your own yard?" "That's true," Meng Qianqian admitted generously. The old lady said unhappily, "Is there no storehouse in the mansion? You are not the head of the household anymore. What are you going to do with these? Why don't you have them moved to the storehouse?" She got angry when she mentioned this. She had wanted to wait for her grandson to wake up and inform him so that he would give her all the rewards. But she was just one step too late, and the girl had already emptied her grandson's study. It was said that the emperor not only rewarded her with 10,000 taels of silver, but also with valuable jewelry. It was given by the emperor. She had never worn it in her life, and this girl took it away. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Grandma, those are the dowry silver that my husband returned to me. I'm afraid it can't be moved to the warehouse." At the old lady's command, several of the most powerful maids in Fishiyuan immediately set off for Heitanjuan. The one guarding the gate is Mrs. Lu. She's been in the Lu family for many years, and she knows everyone around the old lady, especially Nanny Zhou, who is in the lead. She quickly greeted politely, "Old sister, What brings you here? Madame Zhou said in a commanding manner. Get out of the way. Mrs. Lu's smile froze, but she didn't move. Madame Zhou glared at her impatiently. I told you to get out of the way, didn't you hear me? Granny Lu asked. I wonder why the elder sisters came to Hiding Courtyard? Madame Zhou said sternly. Do I need to explain what I do to a servant like you? Get lost. What are you arguing about so early in the morning? Nanny Wan threw the half-washed clothes in her hand into the basin. After throwing them, she remembered that these were not her own clothes, but the young lady's. She picked them up in a panic and touched them in a very servile manner. After he finished, he walked to the door with a gloomy face and said to Madame Zhou, This is the eldest young master's wife's yard. You want to go in? Does the eldest young master's wife allow you to go in? Madame Zhou said coldly, Mrs. Wan, Mrs. Lu, you two are really bold, aren't you? You even dare to stop me. Nanny Wan put her hands on her hips and said, What's wrong with me stopping you? Aunt Zhou straightened her back. I am the eldest young master's wet nurse. I nursed the eldest young master with milk. Even when I went to the eldest master's yard, I was invited in respectfully. Isn't the young lady more noble than the eldest young master? Then you should go to the eldest master's courtyard. What are you doing in our hiding courtyard? You Grandma Zhou was furious. Seeing that she was almost bypassed by Wan, she stopped wasting words with her and was about to force her way in. Aunt Wan didn't tolerate her and pushed her to the ground. With this push, the two sides started to do it thoroughly. Mrs. Lu didn't dare to take action at first. After all, the importance of the old lady's people and Lin Wanner's people were different. However, seeing Aunt Wan fighting so hard, she gritted her teeth and pounced on her. The people in the old lady's yard were beaten and fled with their heads in their hands. Seeing that she could not win, Nanny Zhou shamelessly ran to the outer yard and called over the servants and guards who were working. There were more than a dozen of them. Nanny Wan and Granny Lu were held down tightly. Nanny Zhou rushed into the begonia courtyard with a few servants. Where is the silver? Madame Zhou waved her hand. Search for me. Why is there so much noise? Is it time for dinner? Tanner walked out of the house yawning, raised her head, and stretched. A tall and burly guard came towards her, saw that she looked unfamiliar, and asked, Are you a maid from Hiding Courtyard? Tan-er nodded. Where are you from? Are you here to bring breakfast? The guard did not answer her, but asked coldly, Where is the eldest young lady's money? Tan-er raised her hand and pointed towards Meng Qianqian's room. There. Seeing that she was sensible, the guard did not embarrass her and turned away. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a thin hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. He was startled. Tan-er, I have a request. Can I let you in? The guard looked in disbelief at the place 3 feet away, where Tanner had just stood. He had no idea when this girl approached him. Let go. I'll listen to you. Tan-er let go of her hand. The next second, she turned sideways, raised her leg, and kicked the guard off the high courtyard wall. No one could see clearly what happened. They just felt a black shadow flying over their heads. There was not even a scream. On the big tree, the birds flapped their wings and flew away in panic. It took everyone a while to come back to their senses, and they all looked at Tanner. Tan-er asked seriously, Hey guys, is there anyone here to deliver breakfast? This girl must be a fool, right? Everyone looked at each other and exchanged glances. The 2 servants closest to Tanner walked towards her. Tan-er's eyes swept over the empty hands of the last person. Her face turned cold, and she clenched her fists. You guys, you didn't come to bring me breakfast, and you woke me up for breakfast. I'm so angry. She raised her fist and hit the 2 boys twice, without any chance of fighting back, and they were knocked out by her. Everyone was stunned. Madame Zhou took a step back and said, You know, what are you guys standing there for? Why don't you catch this girl? It's over. It's over. Madame Wan closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any more.
Bang.
A person fell heavily beside her.
Tanner, ow, no. Bang.
Another person fell out.
Tanner e?
Not really. Sandalwood finally. Only Nanny Zhou was left. Madame Zhou ran away. It's Sini, the noisiest. Stop. Accompanied by a low and sharp shout, Lu Xingzhou appeared at the door of Haiting Courtyard. Nanny Zhou felt as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She rushed over crying and hid behind Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou glanced at him and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Nanny Zhou exaggerated the story of how she was ordered to collect the silver. Granny Lu quickly explained, "Master, it was Nanny Zhou who started it first." Tan Er came out and asked Lu Xingzhou, "Where is NIC?" Nanny Yuan raised her head and whispered, "He is the eldest young lady's father-in-law." Father-in-law? Tanner looked Lu Xingzhou up and down. "You are so handsome. Why are you so upset that you want to get a cleansing?" Lu Xingzhou's face darkened. Nanny Yuan wanted to die. "It's not that father-in-law. It's the father-in-law of my parents-in-law." Father-in-law. Tan Er said to Nanny Yuan, "Please speak louder. I want you to hear me clearly."
Tan Er.
Meng Qianqian brought Banksia over. Tan Er's eyes lit up. "Sister, the old lady is here too." When she saw the scene before her, she could hardly believe her eyes. Not only were their noses and faces bruised, their jackets were torn, and their hair was pulled out. And there were a dozen servants and guards who couldn't even get up. "Who did it?" The old lady sneered. Tan Er said, "Oh my God." The old lady looked startled. "You?" Lu Xingzhou cast a suspicious look at Tannen. Meng Qianqian said to Lu Xingzhou, "Father, ever since my daughter-in-law was kidnapped, she has been awakened by nightmares from time to time. I thought that maybe I should have a maid who could protect me, so I went to the pawn shop and bought Tanner yesterday." The old lady snorted, "You can't hit people in the mansion." Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Grandmother, Nanny Zhou disregarded her granddaughter-in-law's reputation and openly brought a dozen outsiders into her yard. If it weren't for Tanner kicking them out, her reputation would have been ruined. It doesn't matter if her granddaughter-in-law has a bad reputation, but if it implicates her husband, father, and the entire Lu family, should the blame be placed on Nanny Zhou or on the grandmother who instigated Nanny Zhou?" The old lady was choked and speechless. She looked at Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou did not punish Tanner immediately. Meng Qianqian knew her father-in-law too well. He was a selfish man who could sacrifice everything for fame. Lu Xingzhou said, "Madam Zhou, you have worked hard and made great contributions. Now that you are old, it is not appropriate for you to continue to work so hard." Madam Zhou's expression changed. "Master." The old lady was furious, pointing at Tanner and saying, "This girl beat someone up, and you didn't chase her away, but instead chased away Shower's nurse." Lu Xingzhou, "Mom, the old lady beat her chest and stamped her feet. You just think I'm too old and useless." Tan Er pouted and folded her arms. "Isn't it easy to become younger? Don't you have a grand commander in the capital? Go find him. When you get in front of him, I guarantee you will become his grandson immediately." The old lady was carried back to the yard by the servants.
Lu Xingzhou looked deeply at Tanner beside Meng Qianqian.
Tanner looked up at the sky and ignored him. He said to Meng Qianqian, "Since she is yours, you should take good care of her and find someone to teach her the rules of the house as soon as possible." Meng Qianqian bowed and said, "Daughter-in-law understands. Father, take care." Lu Xingzhou took one last look at the dozen or so men on the ground, flicked his wide sleeves, and left coldly. Tan Er asked Meng Qianqian, "Does he feel embarrassed about this?" Meng Qianqian asked, "Are you injured?" Tan Er clapped her hands. "Of course. How could a few cowards hurt me?" Meng Qianqian smiled, turned to look at the dozen or so servants who dared not speak out, and said calmly, "Are you not leaving yet? Let's go, let's go. Let's go now. Go, go." The servants and guards who had recovered some strength endured the pain all over their bodies, climbed up from the ground, supported each other, and ran away. Banksia came back to her senses from the shock, stared at Tanner blankly, and said, "What the Tooth Eater said is all true. Tan Er, untie me." "Okay." Tanner broke the ropes on Nanny Yuan and Mrs. Lu. The two of them only had superficial injuries, and their bones and internal organs were not damaged. Meng Qianqian asked Banksia to get the golden wound medicine and help them apply it. Meng Qianqian also planned to go in. Stop. Tan Air stood beside her, blocking her way, holding a silver needle between her fingers and coldly pressed it against her neck. Where can I get the silver needle to go in the opposite direction? Meng Qianqian's expression didn't change at all. I picked it up. Tan Air snorted, then suddenly smiled. That's right. Why would she give her treasure away? How rebellious. As Tanner spoke, she clasped her fingers together, pointed the tip of the needle towards herself, and the handle of the needle towards Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian took back the silver needle. Tan Air jumped into the yard. Crispy duck. Ate treasure chicken. Braised pork. Thinking of something, she stopped and said thoughtfully, It seems that one of the silver needles is missing. Never mind. It's not like I'm going to make a fortune. Braised pig's trotters. Crispy duck. Ate treasure chicken. She continued to jump and skip, and the whole yard was filled with her cheerful sounds. During the meal, Nanny Lee came back and Banksia told her what had happened. She never expected that while she and Mrs. who went to the public house to get breakfast, her young lady's dowry was almost stolen. Since ancient times, dowry has been a woman's private property. She is willing to honor her husband's family out of kindness. She is an elder after all. How can they do this? Brazen. Tanner finished speaking for Nanny Lee. Nanny Lee said sternly, Don't talk nonsense. Tan Air folded her arms and said, Isn't that what you really think? Madame Lee said, Be careful not to speak out of turn, or you might cause trouble for the young lady. Tan Air pouted, If you bully me, I will fight back. Nanny Lee is a person who values rules and is conservative. In her opinion, Tanner's behavior today was a bit too much and too harsh. Not only did she offend the old lady, but the master must be very unhappy too. In this way, the young lady's situation in the Lu family will probably become more difficult. Meng Qianqian knew what Nanny Lee was worried about. Whether Tanner was there or not, this day would come sooner or later. In recent years, her father-in-law seemed to be kind to her, but that was only because she was valuable matronly side. Although the old lady was not very close to the young lady in the past, she was never so mean to her. Only after the falling out did I see the true colors of this family. What kind of pit did her young lady jump into? She dared to rob openly today. Who knows what will happen in the future? Miss, I'm afraid the old lady won't let it go. Meng Qianqian said calmly, It depends on whether she has the ability to do so. The steaming barley porridge was served on the table. Tanner was shocked. Where's my crispy duck? Where's my 8 treasure chicken? Where's my braised pork and braised pig's trotters? Meng Qianqian was not affected by the situation at all. She curled her lips and said, You have been hungry for too long. It is not advisable to eat meat too early. Eat light liquid food for 3 days first. I will arrange for you later. Is it a lie? Tan Air gritted her teeth in confusion. Okay, I'll believe it again. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the bell on Hanshan Mountain is ringing. The evening class in the temple was over, and the monks went back to their rooms to rest. In the most secluded meditation room in the temple, Baoshu, dressed as a tiger cub, had just woken up from a nap. She climbed up from her own little mat and looked around.
What?
Baoshu was furious. Lu Yuan and the monk sat on the ground facing each other, and on the small table between them were placed tea, snacks, and a chess set. The monk closed his eyes and slowly twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. Baoshu crawled over angrily, grabbed the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes with her little hands, and pulled him out with a grin. Lu Yuan calmly let her pull. The monk slowly opened his eyes and said, Young donor wants to go down the mountain. Why are you so persistent? Lu Yuan curled his lips and smiled, lowered his head and said to Baoshu, Just 3 days. I will take you down the mountain in 3 days. Baoshu looked serious and yelled fiercely, Wu-wah. Lu Yuan raised his finger, and a Jinui came in and carried the little guy out. Now that the master is awake, why not take a look at this? Lu Yuan pushed the black iron token on the table in front of the monk. General Chu has 12 commanders, also known as the 12 guards. This one is the Shunho token. After the death of General Chu, the 12 guards and 10,000 black armored soldiers disappeared. But just a few days ago, A person who claimed to be the daughter of Shinho appeared and said that her father had never left Yumen Pass, but hid among the ordinary soldiers and fought with the Bailiang people until the last moment. I want to know if this token is real or not. The monk said nothing. If the master is unwilling to tell me, I will just have to wait here. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Miss, be good, and drink milk. After drinking, we will go down the mountain. Baoshu's roar could be heard next door, as well as Nanny's helpless coaxing. You didn't need to guess to know that a certain little guy was refusing to drink milk obediently. The monk sighed. The token is real. Lu Yuan smiled even more. Thank you, master. But he said that after the old lady was carried back to Fashiyuan, she was so angry that she lay on the bed for 2 days. Even when the second lady came to say hello, she was scolded by her. The second madam was extremely unjust, and she was not the one who offended the old madam, so why should she take it out on her? You disrespectful girl. How could I, the Lu family, marry such a rebellious person? How shameless.
Go.
Call Brother Xiao. Divorce her. The old lady had made a good calculation, and if she divorced Meng Qianqian, the money would belong to the Lu family. Aunt Wu at the side advised, Madam, she has been in mourning for the master for 3 years. If you divorce her, the Lu family will be in trouble. The old lady shouted angrily, Then what do you say we should do? Are we going to let this girl eat and drink for free in our house forever? And let her suffer from my anger all day long? Madame Wu said, It's not easy to control a woman. Have you forgotten how you controlled the madam? These days, He Tanjiwen is exceptionally quiet. Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wana, one was recuperating from an injury and the other was taking care of her pregnancy, so they didn't come to Meng Qianqian to cause trouble for the time being. The old lady had been recuperating in the yard since she suffered a setback. Who knows what bad things she is planning? Banksia muttered. Just 4, then 4. Tanner agreed repeatedly while eating fried fruits.
Who told you to be?
Whatever you want, just ask for it.
Nanili Sigal Blesley.
It was already annoying enough that Banksia was so outspoken, and now there was Tanner. The two girls got together and chattered every day. Meng Qianqian finished reading the last page and closed the storybook. Mammy, I'll be out for a while. Nanny Lee asked worriedly, It's only been a few days since I last left the house. Isn't that too frequent? Meng Qianqian said. It doesn't matter. She doesn't care what the Lu family thinks of her. Unless the Lu family banned her openly. What was the reason? She had done nothing wrong. She had served the elders wholeheartedly in the mansion over the past few years and even emptied her dowry to her husband's family. Who could say she was wrong? Tanner said, Sister, I'll go too. Banksia said, Miss always takes me with her when she goes out. Tan Er folded her arms and said, I don't care, I'm going to go. Madame Li said to Meng Qianqian, Miss, please take Tanner with you. Banksia was anxious. Mammy, how long have you known her? How come you are speaking for her? Meng Qianqian smiled and said, Mammy is not speaking for Tanner. She is worried that I will be in danger again. When this was mentioned, Banksia remembered the last time she encountered the Bailiang spies, and she immediately fell silent. The lady's safety is more important than serving me. Meng Qianqian took Tanny out. The driver is still Wu Gur. Wu Gur drove directly to the dental clinic near Sifangwen. Meng Qianqian asked, How did you know I was coming here? Wu Gur scratched his head. The young lady has an appointment with the matchmaker in 3 days, and today is the day for the appointment. Brave but careful, that's what Wu Gur is all about. Business at the dental office was still slow, and the matchmaker almost fell asleep on the chair, and it was Tanner who woke her up. The matchmaker didn't recognize Tanner at first glance, until Tanner spoke. She was so surprised that she stood up from her chair. Is it you? Tan Er raised her chin. Well, for 4 heads. Sister, sit backwards. What happened in the past 3 days? Is this still the dirty and unruly girl? Now she is clean and well-behaved, like 2 completely different people. The matchmaker came closer to Meng Qianqian and asked in a low voice, Is she like this at the noble mansion as well? Meng Qianqian nodded. The matchmaker was dumbfounded. What was the point of her 1 month of chaos in the matchmaker's office? No, no one was bitten?
No.
You didn't hit anyone? He beat up more than a dozen servants and guards. The matchmaker heaved a sigh of relief. As she said, it is difficult to change one's nature. So how could this girl change her personality? The matchmaker immediately took a step back and distanced herself from Meng Qianqian. Let's make a deal. Once you buy it, it's yours. You are not allowed to return it to me if you are not satisfied. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, I came here today to ask Madam if the matter I asked you to do last time has been resolved. The word Madam makes the matchmaker very happy. Although people in their line of work deal with many important people, how many of them ever look at them in the eye? Regardless of whether it was sincere, she felt very happy anyway. The matchmaker quickly asked someone to brew a pot of the most expensive Da Hong Pao and said politely, Your Excellency, I am too embarrassed to be called Madam. I dare not neglect the things you asked me to do. I have used my connections to find many accountants. Their accounts are all here. Please take a look. Meng Qianqian took the accounts handed over by the matchmaker and looked through them one by one. None of them are right. The fortune teller was shocked again. With so many people, no one got it right? Meng Qianqian hummed, tapped the table lightly with her slender fingertips, and murmured, Is it really not that easy? The matchmaker looked at Meng Qianqian anxiously. My dear. Meng Qianqian put down a gold ingot and said, Madam, please continue to look for me. I will come back in 3 days. The matchmaker smiled brightly. Sure. Sure. After Meng Qianqian and Tanner left, the matchmaker looked at the account book on the table with a frown on her face. What's so difficult to calculate?
Disturb.
A weak and low male voice appeared at the door of the dental clinic. The matchmaker looked up and saw a young man with a cane. She has been working in the brothel for a long time, and her habit is to look at faces. The matchmaker continued to look at the account book. Shernyang, give him a few copper coins.
Hey.
The girl called Shernyang responded and took out the copper coin, but was rejected by the young man. He asked calmly, I heard you're looking for someone who can do the math? Can you let me have a try? After leaving the pharmacy, Meng Qianqian went to the study and bought a few storybooks for the old lady. Tan Er pulled Meng Qianqian's sleeve and said, Sister, I want to quit Tonghulu. Meng Qianqian paid the bill and came out. Wu Gur, where can I buy candied haws? Without waiting for Wu Gur to answer, Tanner waved her hand and pointed. There. I heard it.
Good.
Meng Qianqian nodded and said to Wu Gur, Wait for us here. You have to go through a small alley that carriages can't pass through. And judging from the shouting, it's not too far away. Wu Gur looked at the two people's backs as they left and scratched his head in confusion. Is there anyone selling candied haws? I didn't hear any. Half a minute later, Tanner was jumping for joy with a string of candied haws in each hand. Suddenly, a dangerous, murderous aura flashed from above. Someone was climbing walls and flying over rooftops, and there was more than one person. A piece of rubble from the top of the wall was stepped on and was about to hit Meng Qianqian. Tan Er kicked the rubble to pieces. I don't have eyes. Tanner was angry. She tiptoed, jumped onto the roof, threw the candied haws in her right hand into the air, and with a flick of her fingertips, 9 candied haws shot towards the 3 people in front of her like beads falling off an abacus. The 3 were hit in the vitals and fell down immediately. Tan Er also jumped down. Humph. Meng Qianqian paused, took 2 steps back, turned around and walked into a small alley. At the end of the alley, there was a shabby cart, and in the corner blocked by the cart, a purple figure was sitting against the wall, with a dagger stuck in his chest, and sticky blood had stained a large area of his clothes. Tan Er grabbed the candied haws and said, Sister, he's injured and seems to be poisoned. Do you want to kill him? Meng Qianqian said calmly, I can't afford to kill him. Lu Yuan curled his lips and smiled. Even though he was extremely weak and pale and could die at any time, his powerful aura still exuded endless danger. Tan Er tilted her head. Save him? Meng Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan calmly. An elder once said that the life and death of this little girl has nothing to do with him. His life and death must also have nothing to do with that little girl. Tan Er didn't understand, then for Meng Qianqian withdrew her gaze and walked away without looking back, taking Tanner, who was jumping up and down. Lu Yuan raised his cold, slender fingertips, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled playfully.
Come out, he said.
A masked man wearing a bamboo hat walked out of a dilapidated courtyard in the alley. The man came to Lu Yuan with a sword in hand and a murderous look on his face. He said coldly, Lu Yuan, you have come to this day. TSK, Lu Yuan sneered. He sat on the dusty ground, his back against the cold wall, one leg bent, and his nonchalant look made the masked man grit his teeth. Traitor, give me your life. He swung his sword straight at Lu Yuan's face. The sword energy was so sharp that it could split mountains and rivers. However, just as he was about to stab, a sharp arrow came rushing towards him with a sound of breaking through the air and pierced his chest. He looked at the tip of his sword almost touching Lu Yuan's forehead and muttered unwillingly, just 1 inch away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight towards Lu Yuan. Another arrow shot him 10 feet away. At the same time, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard also arrived with his men. He glanced at the masked man who was shot dead, walked quickly to Lu Yuan's side, and knelt on one knee. I am late. Please forgive me, sir. The young man in green on the rooftop used his qinggong to jump down and said to Lu Yuan, Why didn't she save you? The Jinui commander asked the young man in confusion. Who? The eldest lady of the Lu family. The young man told about the appearance of Meng Qianqian and Tanner. He wanted to repeat Meng Qianqian's original words, but Lu Yuan said calmly, Shut up. The young man glanced at Lu Yuan and pulled his arrow back from the corpse. The commander of the Jinui said with a click of the tongue, This young lady of the Lu family is so bold that she dared not save the Grand Commander. Aren't you afraid that if you don't die, you will kill her? You know, you kill people without blinking an eye and never listen to reason. Hey, Zichuan, have you pulled out all the arrows? I'll help you. I was so scared, so scared. The look in the Grand Commander's eyes just now was so scary. After Meng Qianqian returned to the Lu family, she went to see Lu's mother first. In addition to buying storybooks for the old lady, she also bought a box of top-quality ginseng for Lu's mother. Madam, are you still going to use your recipe from last time to make soup? Yu Lian, Lu's mother's personal maid, asked. Meng Qianqian nodded. Yu Lian took the ginseng and went to the small kitchen. Mother Lu sighed. Don't buy these anymore. I have nothing to do. Meng Qianqian said, I bought it from an old farmer in the countryside. It's not expensive. Mother Lu was born into a noble family, so how could she not recognize that each of those ginsengs was worth 100 taels? Meng Qianqian said to Mother Lu, Mother, don't worry about these things. Take good care of yourself. Ever since Meng Qianqian married into the Lu family, Lu's mother has not been in good health. Especially every time Lu Xingzhou stayed overnight at home, her condition would worsen. Mother Lu was too depressed, which caused the 5 internal organs to be blocked and the qi and blood to be insufficient. Meng Qianqian treated Lu's mother for half a year, but she could cure the disease, but not the heart. At night, someone from the old lady's courtyard delivered a message that they would go to the temple to burn incense tomorrow and set off at the hour of Mao. Meng Qianqian picked up the tea bowl and said, Didn't you just go to burn incense? Why are you burning incense again? Nanny Li said, She said she was fulfilling a vow. When the son-in-law went to the war, the old lady went to the temple to burn incense and pray to the Bodhisattva to bless her grandson to return safely. Now he has returned victorious, hasn't he? Logically, she should go and fulfill her vow. The whole family went there that year, so everyone had to go to fulfill the vow, except Lu Lingxiao, the person involved. Nanny Li said, Take Banksia with you. There are many people in the temple, and Tanner may not be able to take care of them all by herself. Meng Qianqian nodded. Okay. Before dawn the next day, Meng Qianqian took Banksia and Tanu out of the yard. The others had already arrived. The old lady was wearing a thick cloak, and standing beside her was Lu Linglong, who had not been seen for many days. Lu Linglong took the old lady's arm and said sarcastically, Sister-in-law is so generous that she let the whole family wait for you. Are you blind? I'm not a human? The old lady stood under the moon gate not far away and scolded in a bad mood. She just arrived too. Lu Linglong pursed her lips in grievance. Great-grandmother. Everyone saluted the old lady. The old lady didn't even look at her and took Meng Qianqian's hand to get into the carriage. Lu Xingzhou was not there, but Lin Wanner was there instead. The old lady pulled open the carriage curtain, pointed at Lin Wanner, and asked the old lady, "Why did you bring her here?" The old lady said, "Wanner is pregnant with the Lu family's child. May the Bodhisattva bless her to have a boy and continue the Lu family's bloodline." The old lady looked at Lin Wanner, then at Meng Qianqian's belly, and after a long moment of deep anguish, she sighed and said, "Forget it. Let her give birth. Don't bully Qianqian, you little brat." Meng Qianqian watched Lin Wanner get on the second wife's carriage, while Lu's mother got on the old lady's carriage. Considering how much importance the old lady attached to the baby in Lin Wanner's belly, she should let Lin Wanner ride with her. The second lady and her daughter were used to making the old lady happy, so the old lady always rode in the same car with them. Mother Lu was in the same car with the old lady. Meng Qianqian quickly came to two conclusions. The old lady did not want to bring Lin Wanner with her, and the old lady had something to say to Lu's mother alone. Moreover, this time the incense burning was too hasty, and it seemed more like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since the whole family was fulfilling their vow, where did Lu Xingzhou go? An hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. The old lady said to Mother Lu, "Did you remember everything I told you? I did this for her own good, so that she would have someone to rely on in the Lu family for the rest of her life. Otherwise, based on her background and character, how could she be qualified to be the mistress of the Lu family? Besides, I heard from Xingzhou yesterday that Mr. Meng is old, and the sons of the Meng family can't sit still anymore, so they're arguing about dividing the family. How much her family can get depends on how her Lu family supports her." Mother Lu asked, "What then?" "Mother, do you want to empty the Meng family's assets?" The old lady was filled with anger. "How can you say that? Her parents are gone, and her two brothers are useless, so Xiao Gur, her brother-in-law, has to take care of them." Mother Lu didn't say anything. Mother Lu always knew that the old lady was greedy, but she still underestimated the extent of her greed. The old lady not only wanted Qianqian's dowry but also wanted to eat Qianqian's family and make her whole. The old lady scolded in a low voice, "I warn you, you have to do this whether you want to or not." Mother Lu lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. When she looked up, she saw Meng Qianqian had just got off the carriage, and her expression paused. Meng Qianqian smiled slightly. "Mother, let's go burn incense." Hanshan Temple is located halfway up the mountain and requires climbing up the stairs. The carriage stopped at a nearby tea house. The wind in the mountains was icy cold, like a knife, scratching my face and causing pain. The old lady walked halfway and didn't want to go any further. "Qianqian, I'm tired," Tan Er said. "The forehead is against the back." The old lady looked at the little girl suspiciously. "You?" Tanner carried the old lady on her back and looked forward with a determined look. "Sit tight. That's it." Hanshan Temple was very popular with many pilgrims. It was crowded, and after worshipping for a whole morning, everyone felt a little tired. The old lady asked Madame Wu to request a few meditation rooms so that she could have a vegetarian meal and rest for a while before leaving. The old lady called Lin Wanner over alone. Lu's mother and Meng Qianqian shared a meditation room. The old lady lived next door, and the second room was further away. Seeing that Mother Lu looked worried, Meng Qianqian asked softly, "Mother, are you feeling unwell? How about we go down the mountain first and let Tanner carry you?" Mother Lu came back to her senses, shook her head and said, "I'm just tired, it's nothing. I'll go see your grandmother." After saying that, she lowered her eyes, stood up, and went out. Not long after, Banksia and Yulian came back with a vegetarian meal. Meng Qianqian guessed that Lu's mother would not come to eat, so she asked Yulian to send Lu's mother's vegetarian meal to next door. Tan Er immediately jumped over. "Let's eat, let's eat, let's eat." Banksia opened the food box. When Tan Er saw the vegetarian meals that were so light without a drop of oil or water, she was stunned. Where's the meat? Banksia asked. Where did the temple get the meat? Tan Air clenched his fists tightly. I finally made it through 3 days. Tell me, I can't eat meat? I want to eat meat.
Meat.
I want to eat meat.
Wow.
These 4 poor little ones. Tanner covered her heart and cried exaggeratedly. Suddenly, her ears moved, and her crying stopped. She looked at the half-open door, and her heartbroken eyes instantly turned into a fierce look. Who is it? She suddenly jumped up and opened the door, her killing move ready to go. However, at this moment, a strong aroma of braised meat penetrated her nose and paralyzed her sea of consciousness. She instantly forgot about chasing after him and looked down along the scent, her eyes glowing green. Chicken legs. Big chicken legs. Bao Shu, wearing a red tiger head hat, a tiger head jacket and tiger head shoes of the same color, sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a greasy chicken leg in her hand, raising her little tiger head and staring at Tanner in a daze. Tan Air slurped her saliva, bent down, and said to Bao Shu gently, Little sister, it's hard to refuse the chicken leg. I will help you refuse it. Tan Air stuffed the big chicken leg into her mouth. It seems not meaty. Bao Shu encountered her first robbery in her life and was completely stunned. Her little chest rose and fell violently for a few times, and finally she came to her senses, her little mouth pursed, and she burst into tears. Her cry was so loud that Tan Air was so frightened that she trembled and hurriedly stuffed the money into her hand, still rebelling. Bao Shu looked at the bare chicken bones in Xiaopong's hand and cried even louder. In the backyard of Hanshan Temple, there is a secluded courtyard that pilgrims cannot enter. In the meditation room at the east end of the courtyard, a monk in gray robes had just finished chanting scriptures and beating the wooden fish. Lu Yuan had thick gauze wrapped around his waist and abdomen and changed into loose purple clothes. He sat leisurely opposite the monk and read a book. This Diamond Sutra is quite interesting, the monk said calmly. Buddhism is a pure place. The donor is seriously injured and should not come here. Lu Yuan curled his lips and said, It's quiet, so I came here. The governor's office has put a substitute, so the next few days should be very lively. The monk paused and said, She is here, and there is a flaw in the governor's office. Lu Yuanfeng said calmly, I also have a substitute. The monk looked at Lu Yuan. Sir, are you serious? He treats human life as worthless and even kills children. Lu Yuan finished his words for him. This governor is so cruel and merciless. In another Zen room, Bao Shu sat obediently and cutely in Meng Qianqian's arms. Mother Lu and the old lady also came over. They had never seen Bao Shu before, so they asked whose child it was. Meng Qianqian didn't go to the governor's mansion for the banquet that day, so she shouldn't know Bao Shu. So she said, She crawled here by herself. Banksia, go and ask around to see which meditation room has a missing child.
Hey.
Penelia is gone. Bao Shu is a complete troublemaker in the governor's mansion, but she is extremely well behaved in front of Meng Qianqian. The commander of the Jinui guarding nearby almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. God knows how difficult it is to serve this little ancestor.
Laugh.
Good thing you didn't curse. Meng Qianqian also teased Bao Shu, and Bao Shu laughed so hard that everyone in the room laughed too. Halfway through her laugh, Bao Shu saw the commander of the Jinui on the tree. The commander of the Jinui also imitated Meng Qianqian, covering his face with his hands, then slowly opened them and smiled. Bao Shu stopped smiling. Jinui commander. In the second room's Zen room, Master Lu was sleeping on the wooden bed. Madame Lu sat down with a sore back and glared at her husband. Eat and go to sleep. Mr. Lu turned over and faced away from her. The second lady was so angry that she fell backwards. Lu Linglong covered her ears. Whose child is this? It's so noisy. It's not noisy, the second lady said. The child's laughter was not loud, but the pilgrims' voices were louder. There is nothing that can be done about this, as there are too many pilgrims visiting Hanshan Temple. Lu Linglong didn't really dislike the noisy child. She just hated Meng Qianqian and couldn't bear to see her happy. The second madam said to Lu Linglong, "If you don't like the noise, go out and take a walk. Get out if you want." Lu Linglong left in anger. The second madam waved her hand and asked the maid to go outside to guard. She pushed second master Lu and asked, "Tell me the truth. What is our purpose in coming to the temple today?" Master Lu said perfunctorily, "I am burning incense and fulfilling my wish." The second wife slapped him on the waist. Master Lu shuddered in pain, turned sideways and glared at her. "You also pat a man's waist?" The second wife rubbed his face and asked with a smile, "I'm not stupid. Why can't I come any other day? Why must I choose today? Is it because of my eldest brother's order? What does my eldest brother want to do?" Master Lu continued to sleep. "Don't mind your own business, big brother." The second wife was so angry that she wanted to hit him. "My son's property is gone, and you told me to stop interfering. Is there any father like you?" In the old lady's meditation room, Nanny Wu went out for a while and exchanged glances with the old lady when she came back. The old lady said to Lin Wanner, "You should go with Nanny Wu." "Yes, ma'am." Lin Wanner put on a veil, and together with Luoluo, followed Nanny Wu out of the meditation room and came to a pavilion in the temple. Pearl curtains were hung around the pavilion, so the scenery inside could not be seen clearly. But there are several masters dressed as guards guarding the place, so it is not difficult to guess that the person behind the curtain is of noble status. After sending the person there, Nanny Wu did not go any further. Lin Wanner brought green radish into the pavilion. She saw Lu Xingzhou standing next to the stone table and bowed. "Sir." Then she looked at the other person in the pavilion, a young man in brocade clothes sitting on a stone bench. Lin Wanner hurriedly knelt down and bowed respectfully. Lu Luo was so frightened when she heard the voice of His Majesty that she even kowtowed with trepidation. She never dreamed that they would actually be able to see the emperor. In the capital, many imperial wives were not qualified to meet the emperor.
Lin Wanner våre unveiled.
The young emperor only used it to cover her face when going out and didn't think much about anything else. The young emperor solemnly said, "Your father and brother died at the border. I am very sad. I wonder if Miss Lin still has any relatives in her family? Or are they distant relatives?"
Lin Wanner shook her head.
The young emperor knew that she was poisoned and mute by the people from Beiliang, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. "How did your father and brother die?" The eunuch behind him brought a small case that had been prepared and placed it in front of Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner picked up the pen, dipped the tip of the pen in ink, and wrote on the paper. 3 years ago, General Lu learned important military information from Shengjing, Beiliang, and rushed back to Yumen Pass overnight to report to General Han. On the way, he encountered a group of Beiliang bandits and was rescued by my father and brother. My father and brother eventually died tragically at the hands of that group of Beiliang people. The young emperor looked at her fingers gradually clenching and her eyes gradually turning red, and suddenly he couldn't bear to ask any more questions. The eunuch glanced at the emperor and asked on his behalf, "Where is the Black Iron Order?" Lin Wanner held back her tears and continued writing. "Before my father died, he gave the Black Iron Order to General Lu and asked him to come to Ji County to find me." "I see." The young emperor nodded. "General Han, do you know the identity of your father?" Lin Wanner shook her head, dipped the ink again, and wrote, "My father kept his real name secret. General Han only thought that my father was promoted from an ordinary soldier to a deputy general. The official system of the military camp was slightly different from that of the imperial court. Officials below the general did not need to be approved by the Ministry of Revenue and could be appointed by the general himself." The young emperor asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the other 11 guards?" Lin Wanner wrote, "I don't know." The young emperor pondered for a moment and said, "Your father asked Lu Lingxiao to leave the Black Iron Order to you. In addition to entrusting him to you, he must have other intentions. If it was just a request for an orphan, there would be no need to reveal her identity. The grace of saving her life alone was enough for Lu Lingxiao to take care of her for the rest of her life." Lu Xingzhou understood the young emperor's hidden meaning. His eyes turned and he immediately said, "Wanner, when you were at home, did the 11th guards ever come to visit your father?" Lin Wanner recalled and wrote, "Some people did come, but my father didn't tell me who they were, and he didn't allow me to ask. That's it. Lu Xingzhou looked at the young emperor excitedly. Although I don't know where the 11th guard has gone, I think that maybe one day they will take the initiative to contact Wanner. Wanner, if the 11th guard comes to look for you, you will report it to His Majesty, right? The young emperor looked at Lin Wanner without blinking.
Lin Wanner nodded slowly.
Lu Xingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The young emperor asked again, "How are you doing in the Lu family?" Lin Wanner wrote, "Everything is fine with this minister." Luo Luo knelt on the ground, leaned forward, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. The young emperor's eyes fell on Lin Wanner's half-revealed veil. "What's wrong with your face?" "I didn't look at it carefully just now, but now that I look at it carefully, something seems to be wrong." Lin Wanner touched her face, lifted up her slightly drooping veil, and wrote, "It's okay." The young emperor frowned. The eunuch hurried forward and pulled off her veil. Suddenly, a face with fingerprints and bruises came into view. Not to mention the young emperor, even Lu Xingzhou was surprised. The young emperor asked angrily, "Who hurt you?" Lin Wanner didn't say anything. The young emperor looked coldly at Lulua beside her. "You say, if you dare to lie to me, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor." Luoluo said in a trembling voice, "Yes, the eldest young master's wife." The young emperor clenched his fists. How can this be possible? Lu Xingzhou glared at Lulua, lifted his skirt, knelt down and saluted, saying, "I am guilty of not managing my family properly." The young emperor was about to lose his temper when a guard came in through the curtain and whispered something in his ear. His expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists tighter. After a moment, he slowly loosened them. Lu Xingzhou observed the expression and said tactfully, "Your Majesty, Wanner and I have been away for a long time. The old lady and my mother must be worried. I will take my leave first, Wanner." Lin Wanner kowtowed, then left with Lu Xingzhou, taking Lulua with her. The young emperor came out of the pavilion, looked at the mountains, and walked to the small courtyard behind the temple. Lu Yuan sat on the floor of a luxurious and elegant Zen room. There were not many furnitures, just a screen, a small table, 2 cushions, one large and one small, and a stove for warming hot tea. The Imperial physician just changed his medicine. He moved around a lot, and his wounds didn't heal well, so the Imperial physician told him to keep himself occupied, and he only wore a thick purple robe on his upper body. When the young emperor entered the room, he saw him sitting on the ground with injuries, leaning against the wall and reading Buddhist scriptures. This disheveled appearance is truly inappropriate in front of the emperor. But in the capital, who can say anything bad about General Lu? Shangfu. The young emperor said. Lu Yuan paused while reading the Buddhist scriptures, turned around, and smiled. "Why is your Majesty here?" "I am seriously injured and cannot perform the ceremony. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The young emperor sat down on the floor opposite him and said, "Father, you are too kind. I heard that you are recovering from your injuries in the governor's mansion." Lu Yuan said calmly, "It's just a cover." The young emperor asked, "Father, do you know who did this?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "We're still investigating. If we find anything, we will report it to Your Majesty immediately." The young emperor lowered his eyes and rubbed the tassel on his waist helplessly. Lu Yuan continued to read Buddhist scriptures. The young emperor broke the sudden silence. "I came to Han's Han Temple today and met Miss Lin." Lu Yuan paused. "Shunho's daughter?" The young emperor nodded. "Yes." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you can see whoever you want to see."
"You don't need to tell me."
The young emperor stopped talking and rubbed the ears of corn awkwardly, as if he wanted to make a twist of dough. Lu Yuan lazily flipped a page of the Buddhist scriptures. "Master Liaogong is next door. Since Your Majesty is here, go and meet him." The young emperor stood up, turned, and walked out of the meditation room. At the door, he turned his back to Lu Yuan and looked at the tall mountains in the distance. "Father Shang, take good care of your injuries and return to the court as soon as possible. I still need Father Shang to govern the country with me." On the other side, when the old lady saw Lin Wanner coming back, she knew that the things her son had asked her to do had been done, so she decided to go home. The nanny appeared at the right moment. "So the young lady is here. Sorry to bother you all." The nanny was embarrassed. Meng Qianqian said, "Where is your master? I'll carry her over." The wet nurse asked for instructions inconspicuously from the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, who was hiding in the big tree. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard nodded. The nanny smiled and said, "Thank you, madam. Please follow me." The two went to the courtyard. When passing by a small garden, he was seen by Lu Linglong, who was strolling around. "Mrs. Meng? Where is she going with a child? Who is that person next to her? He's sneaking around, something's wrong." Lu Linglong followed. The wet nurse led the person to the meditation room and then slipped away. Meng Qianqian had no choice but to carry Baoshu into the house herself. She walked forward without looking around, holding the sleepy Baoshu in her arms, and knelt down opposite Lu Yuan. "Greetings, Grand Commander." Lu Yuan bent his left leg, with one arm with tight muscles and clear lines casually placed on his knee. Such an unruly movement, when done by him, has the charm of a mature man and the danger of a superior. The corners of his lips curled up into a playful smile. "You still have the guts to appear before me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Meng Qianqian was flexible and said, "I was wrong." "Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan looked at her coldly. Meng Qianqian whispered, "What will the Grand Commander want in exchange for forgiving me?" Lu Yuan suddenly smiled again and said meaningfully, "This governor wants you to." Having said this, he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the back of Meng Qianqian's head, and hugged her in his arms. Meng Qianqian moved her fingertips, and a silver needle pierced down. At the same time, an arrow flew through the window, passed by the back of his hand, and was fiercely nailed into the wall. If he hadn't dodged it just now, the force would have been enough to pierce his skull. Meng Qianqian's expression was slightly stunned. Lu Yuan did not completely embrace her in his arms, but kept a restrained and decent distance from her. At first glance, it seemed as if she was in his arms, but in fact the two of them did not have any touching each other. "Yu Zichuan, are you dead?" Lu Yuan chuckled. On the roof, the young man in blue, who had just finished counting the arrows carefully, jumped up, drew his bow, pulled out an arrow from the quiver on his side, and shot it fiercely towards a big tree in the southeast direction. There was a muffled groan, and someone fell down from the tree. Yu Zichuan used his Qinggong skills to chase after him. At the same time, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard also came to the meditation room. The Grand Commander was seen holding Baoshu with one hand and protecting Madame Lu's head with the other. The back of his hand was injured and blood was flowing. Madame Lu also protected Baoshu with one hand, but the difference was that she used her other hand to stab the hidden weapon into the commander-in-chief's chest. The commander of the Jinui frowned and suddenly drew out his embroidered spring sword. "So you are also an assassin. Prepare to die." In a flash, a nimble little figure flew over and kicked him in the wrist, forcing him back several steps. Tan Er stood firmly at the door of the meditation room, clapped her hands and snorted, "If you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you." The commander of the embroidered uniform guard glanced at his slightly numb arm, a hint of doubt flashing across his eyes. This girl is so strong. No wonder she was able to injure 3 assassins who were chasing after the adults that day. However, he would not be polite to her because of this. Anyone who injures the Grand Commander will be killed without mercy. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard slashed at Tanner with a knife. Tanner dodged to the side, and he hit her with a palm. Tanner connected with her fist, and the two separated as soon as they touched. Tanner retreated further, and her feet left 2 long grooves on the ground. "You're a bit stupid. Come again." Lu Linglong was already dumbfounded and didn't bother to spy on Meng Qianqian's secret. She just wanted to save her life. But as soon as she turned around, she was knocked unconscious by someone's knife. In the Zen room, Lu Yuan sneered and looked at Meng Qianqian. "You have been waiting for this injection for a long time, right?" Meng Qianqian did not argue. The first time he broke into her house at night, she really wanted to kill him with a silver needle. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect that he had found it already. But this time, she had no intention of killing him at first. She misunderstood what he was going to do to her. When she heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air, her silver needle had already pierced his chest. She tried her best to retract it, and the silver needle was only a millimeter away from his heart. Remember to speak first next time. If I don't catch it, I'll really die. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do you want to do it again? Meng Qianqian hugged Bao Shu, who was sleeping, tightly in her arms and said in a very flattering way, "May the Grand Commander be blessed with great fortune and live a long and healthy life." Snort. Lu Yuan snorted disdainfully and looked at the silver needle in his hand. He was wearing only an outer robe on his upper body, and his waist and abdomen, which were strong and firm without a trace of fat, were wrapped in white gauze. Due to the violent movement just now, the gauze was constantly oozing blood, and the wound must have been torn again. Meng Qianqian's gaze did not move upwards, but fell on the back of his hand that was bleeding black blood. The arrow is poisonous. Lu Yuan hummed nonchalantly, as if he didn't care about being poisoned at all. He still stared at the silver needles and said, "I heard that Marshal Chu was killed by a few silver needles." Meng Qianqian said, "I'll go call the doctor." Just as she gently placed Bao Shu on the small cushion, Lu Yuan behind her fell down with a thud. She pinched Lu Yuan's wrist, which was as cold as bone, and looked at the back of his black and purple hand, frowning. His life or death really had nothing to do with her. But she doesn't like to owe favors to others.
Put your forehead down. Put your forehead down.
In the yard, the commander of the Jinui put the embroidered spring sword back into the scabbard and wiped the blood from his brow. This little girl is really hard to deal with. My face is swollen. He walked quickly into the house. Lu Yuan was lying flat on the clean floor, his clothes neatly worn, his breathing even. The bleeding on the back of his hand seemed to have stopped and was bandaged with a handkerchief. Meng Qianqian sat on the side, holding Bao Shu, who was talking in her sleep, in her arms. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard looked at Meng Qianqian with a complicated expression. At this time, the Jinui hidden in various places in the temple came to report. A Jinui said, "Commander, we killed 5 and 1 escaped. I didn't run." Yu Zichuan threw the acupunctured man alive into the yard. The Jinui hesitated for a moment, then waved to his men to carry over an unconscious young woman. "We found her outside the yard. May I ask how we should deal with her, Commander?" The commander of the embroidered uniform guard looked at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian recognized Lu Linglong and said calmly, "The eldest lady of the Lu family was not brought by me." The commander of the Jinui paused, came to another meditation room, bowed and said, "A few assassins just came. I wonder if the master is safe?" The young emperor turned his head and looked at the closed door. The monk said slowly, "Everything is fine." The commander of the Jinui said, "I am sorry to disturb you, master. I will take my leave now." Tan Er yelled at him fiercely, "Hey, you're playing with a knife.
Put it down."
The commander of the Jinui returned to Lu Yuan's meditation room and said to Meng Qianqian in a serious tone, "Please trouble Madame Lu and Miss Lu to accompany me to the governor's mansion to accept the investigation." However, when the old lady was about to go down the mountain, the second lady immediately asked her personal maid to look for Lu Linglong. However, she did not find her, but instead brought back the news that Lu Linglong had been captured by the Jinui. The second wife was horrified. "Say it again. Who captured Linglong?" "Yin Yinpiwei." The maid replied fearfully, and the eldest young master's wife and her maid Tanner, they were also captured. Master Lu frowned and asked, "Why did the Jinui arrest Qianqian and the others? Did you make a mistake?" The maid choked up and said, "I saw it with my own eyes." Master Lu asked hurriedly, "Where is the person?" The maid raised her hand and pointed, just out of the temple. Master Lu hurried after him and soon came back with a serious look on his face.
"How?"
The second lady asked anxiously. Master Lu sighed. It was the Imperial guards. The Grand Commander was attacked in the temple, and Linglong and Qianqian happened to be nearby. The Imperial guards suspected that they led the assassin here. The second lady was surprised. "The Grand Commander is also in the temple?" Master Lu said, "The child just now is the daughter of the governor's mansion." As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone's face changed. The baby that Meng Qianqian had held for the entire afternoon turned out to be Lu Yuan's daughter? No wonder that Nanny was dressed so elegantly. She was clearly a servant, but she dressed no worse than the wives of wealthy families. The second madam said, "We didn't know she was the daughter of the Lu family. And what does this have to do with Ling Long?" Ling Long didn't hold the child. She left the meditation room because the child was noisy. We should have listened to Ling Long and stopped meddling in other people's business. Now look what happened. She was caught as an assassin, and Ling Long was implicated. Why does she always cause trouble for the family? Mother Lu didn't like what she heard, so she asked sternly, "How did Qianqian implicate Ling Long?" "I think Ling Long followed her on her own, right?" This is not the first or second time that Lu Ling Long likes to find fault with Meng Qianqian. The second wife retorted, "She provoked the child." She didn't provoke anyone from the governor's office, but she could get herself into trouble. The old lady said coldly, "That's enough. Buddhism is a peaceful place. What's the point of quarreling? Go back first and think of a solution." The second wife whispered, "Mother is afraid that she will be arrested by the people from the governor's office." Master Lu glared at her. The old lady was asleep, and this incident did not alarm her for the time being. Mother Lu hired a sedan chair outside the temple and carried the old lady down the mountain. After Lu Xingzhou took Lin Wan'er to meet the young emperor, he immediately went down the mountain. It was only when the Lu family returned home that he realized what had happened after he left. He is with Lu Lingxiao. After listening to the servant's report, the father and son fell into deep thought. Lu Xingzhou said thoughtfully, "The Grand Commander was assassinated not long ago and was seriously injured. Your Majesty thought he was recuperating at home, so he left the palace secretly. I didn't expect that he would be in Han Temple. This man is really cunning."
Could it be that
"He found out that your Majesty summoned Wan'er and deliberately gave our Lu family a warning?" Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, "Father, are you taking Wan'er to see His Majesty? Doing so will put Wan'er in danger." Lu Xingzhou said, "The Lu family will protect her, and His Majesty will also protect her." Lu Lingxiao clenched his fist and said, "Your Majesty has not yet taken charge of the government, and every move is restricted by Lu Yuan. I'm afraid Lu Yuan will take action against Wan'er." Lu Xingzhou said, "She is useful. Lu Yuan will not kill her." Lu Lingxiao still disagreed with his father's approach. Although he also hoped to eliminate Lu Yuan as soon as possible for His Majesty, he absolutely did not want to involve Wan'er. He threw back the covers and stood up. Lu Xingzhou asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lu Lingxiao took the clothes and said, "Let's go to the governor's mansion." Before Lu Xingzhou could say anything, Lu Lingxiao had already put on his clothes and went out. At the door, he met Lin Wan'er, who came to visit him. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come? I'm covered in wound medicine, which is not good for the fetus." Lin Wan'er, wearing a veil, said in sign language, "The general's injury has not healed yet. Why are you so anxious? Is it because of the eldest young master's wife's matter?" Lu Lingxiao did not deny it. Lin Wan'er went on, "The innocent are innocent. I think the eldest young lady will be fine. Once the commander-in-chief finds out the truth, he will release her." The logic is correct, but Lu Lingxiao always feels that something is weird. Lu Lingxiao shook his head. "You don't know Lu Yuan. He is cruel and merciless, and abuses private punishment. If Meng and Linglong fall into his hands, what if they are tortured?" Lin Wan'er asked, "Are you worried about being tortured into confessing?" Lu Lingxiao was stunned. He hadn't thought about this. He just didn't want the women of the Lu family to be tortured by the people from the governor's office. Lin Wan'er looked into his eyes and gestured. "If Lu Yuan let her slander you, would you blame her?" This she naturally refers to Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao finally realized something was wrong. There were clearly two people who were captured, but she only mentioned Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Wan'er, I went to save her because she is my wife and I have a responsibility to her." Lin Wan'er's eyes were red. "When you were unconscious, she stayed by your side for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you really not have any feelings for her?" She stayed by my side because it would be fine if we don't mention this, as Lu Lingxiao will get hurt internally again if we mention it. But he couldn't explain anything. After all, he also had to save face. He held Lin Wanner's hand. Don't worry, I only have you in my heart, and I will never fall in love with another woman. Lin Wanner snuggled gently into his arms and wrote on his palm. General, Wanner only has you. Governor's Mansion, Tinglan Garden. Lu Yuan has woken up and is sitting lazily on the exquisite and luxurious official hat chair. The Imperial physician rebandaged the back of Lu Yuan's hand, looked at the blood on the white cloth, and said to Lu Yuan, Grand Commander, this is Lulan Sha, one of the 3 great poisons in Miaojiang. It is extremely poisonous. If you can't detoxify within 3 hours, you will die from the poison. The Jinui commander's face changed drastically. Then the Grand Commander, the Imperial physician, said, Fortunately, the Grand Commander was sealed with silver needles, which protected his heart meridian in time and dispersed a lot of toxins. Otherwise, even with this old man's antidote, it would be too late. Lu Yuan nonchalantly played with the silver needle in his hand. Go down. I'll take my leave. After the Imperial physician left, the commander of the Jinui wondered, Mrs. Lu knows medical skills? Does Lu Lingxiao know that his wife is so secretive? Also, why did you save her? She broke in on her own, so if she was killed by mistake, it's just a mistake. Lu Yuan raised his eyes calmly. Have you caught all the assassins? Have you found out the mastermind behind the scenes? Have you had enough of life? The commander of the Jinui rushed out of the door. Yu Zichuan, where have you been? It's time to interrogate the prisoner. In the side room, Tanner fell asleep lying on a bench. Lu Linglong woke up once in the middle of the night and was frightened to learn that she had been captured as an assassin and brought to the governor's mansion, and she fainted again. Meng Qianqian sat quietly in the room, thinking about what happened in the Zen room, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. It's not surprising that Lu Yuan was assassinated. There are so many people who want him dead. It's just that he was unlucky to have encountered such an assassination. Lu Yuan saved her, probably out of Bao Shu's consideration, but he could have pushed her away, thus saving her and not getting hurt.
Could it be
that he was testing her? Test her martial arts and even test the poison on himself to test her medical skills. Meng Qianqian clenched her fingers little by little. Isn't he afraid that he might be wrong? What a madman!
Boom, boom, boom.
While thinking, Meng Qianqian heard a very strenuous knock on the door. Meng Qianqian's eyes moved, and she quickly got up and opened the door. Bao Shu, dressed as a tiger cub, was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground in an extremely handsome pose with her cute face tilted to the side, her little chin raised proudly, and a small flower in her mouth. Meng Qianqian picked up the little guy, and naturally picked up the little flower as well. Bao Shu's hair was too short to be tied into a bun, so Meng Qianqian pinned a small flower on her tiger head hat. Bao Shu pointed at the bronze mirror anxiously. Meng Qianqian smiled and carried her over to look in the mirror. Seeing that the little girl seemed to be stunned by her beauty, Meng Qianqian couldn't help laughing and pinched her little face. How could your father have such a lovely daughter like you? Mrs. Lu. The wet nurse came over with Bao Shu's dinner. When Bao Shu saw that there was no milk in the bowl, she immediately shook her head away and didn't even look at it. The wet nurse looked embarrassed. She also needed to eat some food. But don't be fooled by her greedy nature. She stuffs everything she grabs into her mouth. When it comes to eating, she is a real worry. Meng Qianqian said with a smile, Don't you like eating meat? There is fish and meat in the bowl. Bao Shu looked refusal. Meng Qianqian understood. The little one wants to eat the big fish and meat for adults, not the bland mincemeat for babies. Meng Qianqian sat down at the table holding the little one, and the wet nurse followed with the food. In order to avoid eating, Bao Shu kept her little head buried in Meng Qianqian's arms. Meng Qianqian said softly, Zhao Zhao, be good and have a taste. Bao Shu didn't move. Meng Qianqian added, Just try it. If it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Bao Shu still didn't move. Meng Qianqian used her trump card and took out a piece of crispy candy wrapped in oil paper from her purse. After you finish eating, this is for you. Bao turned her head slightly in her arms, glanced at the candy with her big eyes, and her saliva flowed uncontrollably.
Study.
Lu Yuan was flipping through an ancient book on weapons. The servant came to report that General Zhenbei wanted to see him. Lu Yuan finished reading the book in his hand, and then said indifferently, "Let him in." Lu Lingxiao stood in the cold wind with injuries for half an hour before he was brought into the mansion. He understood that the Grand Commander was trying to intimidate him, and he was furious, but his official position was not as high as Lu Yuan's, so he could only swallow his anger. Lu Yuan sat on an official hat chair carved with dragons and phoenixes. He was dressed neatly, and his wide purple robe made him look noble in the candlelight. Lu Lingxiao has made great achievements at the border, and he despises these court parasites who are powerless, live a life of luxury, are ignorant of the suffering of the people, and are extravagant all day long. This is only the case in the capital. Lu Yuan relied on his higher official position than him. If he went to the border, he could teach this treacherous minister a lesson in one move. Meet the Grand Commander. He bowed and saluted. Lu Yuan picked up the boiling hot teapot from the shelf, poured himself a cup of tea, and said with a half-smile, "General Lu, are you here to receive punishment today? Did your injury heal so quickly?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Lingxiao's face. He actually wanted to accept the punishment and let the matter go, but he was beaten too severely last time, and it was already his limit that he could hold on to make it here. If he was beaten with dozens more boards, he was afraid that his martial arts skills would be ruined. He forbeared and said, "I am here to ask the Grand Commander to show mercy." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "General Lu, are you scared of being beaten?" Lu Lingxiao took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said sternly, "When my injuries are healed, I will come to accept the punishment, no less. But please, Grand Commander, don't vent your anger on my family. My wife and sister are innocent. If you have anything to say, just go to me. It has nothing to do with them." Lu Yuankai didn't prove himself, and ignored Lu Lingxiao at all. Lu Lingxiao was anxious. "Grand Commander, my wife and sister are both women in the harem. They never leave the house, and there is no way they could have anything to do with the assassins. Please let them go." Lu Yuan sneered. "What if I don't let you go?" Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists. Isn't the Grand Commander afraid? He stopped himself in time to prevent himself from saying something irreversible. Lu Yuan laughed arrogantly. "What is this governor afraid of? You? The Lu family? Or the young emperor?" Arrogant. Lu Lingxiao's heart was shaken, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. "Grand Commander." The commander of the embroidered uniform guard stepped inside and saluted with his fists clasped. He and Lu Lingxiao were both of the third rank, so there was no need for them to salute each other. But Lu Lingxiao had made great contributions at the border. He had power in the court, and he was the confidant of the Grand Commander. In the capital, there were people who were more powerful than Lu Lingxiao. "General Lu is here too." He bowed calmly. Lu Lingxiao returned the greeting. "Is the interrogation finished?" Lu Yuan asked calmly. "Yes." The commander of the embroidered uniform guard glanced at Lu Lingxiao. His meaning was very clear, but it was not convenient to reveal it to Lu Lingxiao. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Is it related to Madame Lu and Miss Lu?" "With Madame Lu." The commander of the embroidered uniform guard's eyes swept back and forth between the Grand Commandant and Lu Lingxiao. "Oh my God. Is it related or not?" "Sir, can you give me a hint?" Lu Lingxiao said solemnly, "I am willing to take the responsibility with my own head." "It's nothing." The commander of the Jinui interrupted Lu Lingxiao and said, "It has nothing to do with Madame Lu." She followed the nurse to send Miss Baoshu back to the meditation room. It was Miss Lu, who was hiding outside the yard stealthily, as if she was spying on the whereabouts of the Grand Commander. Lu Lingxiao's expression changed. Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "What did General Lu just say?" "I am willing to guarantee with my life that my little sister is innocent." Lu Lingxiao no longer had any hope. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Since General Lu said so, I will not pursue Miss Lu's suspicious behavior in the temple." Lu Lingxiao was stunned and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. He clearly felt that this treacherous minister was not going to let him go easily, so why did he suddenly change his mind? Am I overthinking it? No matter what, we must take the person away first, otherwise something unexpected will happen. Lu Lingxiao clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Grand Commander." Lu Yuan smiled even more deeply. "General Lu, don't be too happy yet. I only said that I will not investigate her suspicious behavior in the temple, but I didn't ask you to take her back." Lu Lingxiao frowned. What does the Grand Commander mean? In the room, Baoshu was crying loudly.
Hey,
don't cry. It's just a piece of candy for you. I'll buy you one next time. Are 2 pieces enough? If not, 3.
5.
Wah. Baoshu cried and moved to the side with her little ace. Whenever she moved, Tanner would chase her away. As they were chasing each other, they bumped into Duobayog.
Bang.
The antique vase in the grid fell down. Tanner quickly lifted Baoshu up high, preventing the little girl from being scratched by the debris. Meng Qianqian had just come back from the toilet. When she entered the room, she saw the broken vases on the floor and asked, who broke them? The 2, one big and one small, pointed at Lu Linglong at the same time, with very serious expressions.
What?
Lu Linglong, who had just woken up and was burdened with a lot of responsibility, said. A quarter of an hour later, Managertson appeared in Lu Yuan's study with a tray of broken porcelain and said politely to Lu Lingxiao, "General Lu, Miss Lu just scared Miss Baoshu to tears in the room and also broke Miss Baoshu's favorite antique vase. Please pay the price for it, General Lu." 10,000 taels? Is this guy sure he's not blackmailing him? General Lu? Managertson reminded with a smile. Lu Lingxiao secretly suppressed the thoughts churning in his heart, and he asked why Lu Yuan suddenly changed his mind, and it turned out that he was waiting here. "I don't have that much money on me." Managertson smiled and said, "It's okay. General Lu can write an IOU. Our governor's office is very reasonable." Lu Lingxiao almost vomited blood. The most unreasonable people in the world are your governor's office, right? How dare you say such shameless words? Managertson, General Lu doesn't admit it, so I have no choice but to. Lu Lingxiao gritted his teeth. "Bring me a pen and paper." After writing the IOU, Lu Lingxiao followed Managertson to Tinglong Garden to pick someone up. As soon as I arrived in the yard, I heard Lu Linglong arguing with someone. "You must have framed me. I'm not even in the room. How can I frame you? That was your maid. She broke it. And then she put the blame on me. How did you frame me? It was obviously you who broke it. I was not sleeping well. I turned over and knocked the vase over. The baby saw it too. Are you stupid?" Tanner looked at Baoshu in Meng Qianqian's arms with confidence. Baoshu nodded seriously. You guys. Lu Linglong was shaking with anger. When she turned around and saw Lu Lingxiao, she immediately felt an indescribable sense of grievance in her heart. Lu Lingxiao's eyes were on Meng Qianqian at this time. She was wearing a pink and white fur coat worth thousands of gold, with no makeup on. She was like a flower bud in early spring or the morning dew, emitting the bright and energetic spirit of a young girl. However, her temperament was quiet, and the look in her eyes when she looked at the baby in her arms was focused and peaceful. At that moment, people feel that time is peaceful and quiet. "Brother." Lu Linglong walked quickly in front of him and blocked his view. Lu Lingxiao cleared his throat and asked her, "Are you okay?" Lu Linglong cried and complained, "They bullied me." Tan Er folded her arms. "How can I bully you?" Lu Lingxiao glanced at Meng Qianqian and said to Lu Linglong, "Stop making trouble and go back." Lu Linglong was upset when she heard this, and pointed at Meng Qianqian and said, "I didn't make a fuss. It's all her fault today. If she hadn't been meddling in other people's business, how could I have been in trouble as well? I was even knocked unconscious, and it hurt so much." On the way here, Lu Lingxiao heard the story again from stewards, and the Grand Commander was recuperating in a small courtyard in the temple, and the wet nurse was afraid that the child would disturb him, so she took the child to the meditation room in front. However, when the wet nurse took a nap, the child crawled out and was discovered by Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian asked Banksia to find the child's parents and took care of the child for the whole afternoon together with the old lady and Lu's mother. No matter how you look at it, Meng Qianqian did nothing wrong in this matter. If it were him, he would not leave an innocent child alone. But who would have thought that this child was actually Lu Yuan's daughter?
How dare you say that?
Your sister-in-law is sending the child back home, so what are you going to do? Lu Linglong whispered. I saw them acting suspiciously. I wanted to follow them and take a look. That's enough. Lu Lingxiao couldn't bear to listen any longer. Go back. Lu Linglong bit her lip, stomped her feet hard, and walked away angrily. The wet nurse took Baoshu away, and Meng Qianqian also took Tanu away from the governor's mansion.
Study.
Lu Yuan was fiddling with a few small weapons according to the records in ancient books. The wet nurse came in and placed Baoshu next to Lu Yuan. Baoshu sat cross-legged on her small cushion, staring at Lu Yuan with a serious face. After a while, she turned her head away and sighed sadly. Because Lu Lingxiao did not support Lu Linglong, Lu Linglong started crying as soon as she got on the carriage, and Tanner almost couldn't help but beat her. Meng Qianqian was quiet. Lu Lingxiao cleared his throat. Are you scared today? Meng Qianqian looked at the busy street and said, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Lu Lingxiao's expression relaxed. He said, she is not a descendant of a general like Wana. How could she not be afraid? It turned out that she was pretending to be calm. Is the Grand Commander in trouble?
Sister.
Candied Haas. Lu Lingxiao had just said half of his words when he was interrupted by Tanner's chattering. Meng Qianqian asked the driver to stop and took Tanner downstairs to buy candied haws. Sister, this lantern is so beautiful. Which one do you want? Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Lu family. Tanner was the first to jump off the carriage, holding a candied haws in her left hand and a lantern in her right hand, and she skipped into the mansion. Lu Lingxiao got off the carriage and turned around to help Meng Qianqian. Unexpectedly, just as he stretched out his hand, Tanner flashed over, hooked the footstool with one foot, and placed it squarely on the ground. Tan Er snorted. Why do you need to support me? Lu Lingxiao frowned. This girl is so quick. She had just entered the door, so how did she get back to the carriage in the blink of an eye? Meng Qianqian held Tanner's wrist and got out of the carriage. Tanner continued to jump and hum a little tune as she entered the mansion.
You.
Lu Lingxiao called Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian asked, Is there something wrong, my husband? Lu Lingxiao looked at Tanner's back as she disappeared into the night and said to Meng Qianqian, I heard that you bought this girl from the pawnbroker. She doesn't look like an ordinary girl who practices martial arts. I also heard about her beating up a servant. She is very dangerous. You'd better send her out of the house. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Husband, you should take care of yourself and stop worrying about this. Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, I'm doing this for your own good. This girl's martial arts are very strange. What if? Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. If you come to my room and get drunk again, it won't be so easy to succeed. Is my husband worried about this? Lu Lingxiao's face turned red from choking. It's all in the past. Why are you bringing up the past again? Meng Qianqian said, I don't want to bring up old scores, but wait for my husband to add new scores to my account?
Meng.
Lu Lingxiao was furious. Whenever he tried to be nice to her, she would get angry with him. He had just seen that she liked children, and he even thought for a moment, if she really wanted a child, it wouldn't be impossible for him and her to have one. But look at her, she always acts like a spoiled brat. Meng Qianqian said calmly, My husband, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back to rest. My husband, remember to pay back the 10,000 taels you owe to the governor's mansion as soon as possible. Otherwise, I am afraid that the debt collectors will come to your house and ruin your reputation. Lu Lingxiao's head ached. Shenyan came over and said, Master, you owe money again? How can you owe so much? Lu Lingxiao shouted angrily, If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Early the next morning, the whole family knew that Lu Linglong had broken the antique vase. Since someone else had done it, they reported it to the police. But the other party is the Grand Commander Lu, who dares to sue him for extortion. Lu Lingxiao had already compensated Meng Qianqian for his money a long time ago. His pockets were cleaner than his face, so he really couldn't afford to pay. Now the old lady is in charge, but she doesn't want to be the scapegoat. The second wife really went. Meng Qianqian smiled slightly. Second aunt, it was my younger sister who broke the vase. My parents are still alive. How can I, as the eldest sister-in-law, interfere? The second madam smiled awkwardly. Eldest brother is like a father, and eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Besides, you have already lent out 10,000 taels of silver when the Zhao family got into trouble. Why not treat it as you lent it to second aunt? At worst, I won't return it. What can this girl do to her? Meng Qianqian knew exactly what she was up to. She smiled and said, "Does second aunt really have no money? What a coincidence. I just checked the accounts of the mansion a few days ago and found that there were many discrepancies in the accounts of the second house. Why don't we call Manager Yang to ask him?" As soon as these words were spoken, the second wife's face changed on the spot. Of course, the old lady knew that the second wife had embezzled some money, but she had no idea how much. This was because one of the 3 trusted stewards of the old lady, named Yang, was bribed by the second lady. The second lady had always thought that she had hidden herself very well, but she didn't expect to be discovered by Meng Qianqian. The second lady felt guilty. She raised her hand and touched the pearl hairpin on her head and laughed dryly. What accounts are there? Second aunt is not the head of the family. Maybe one of the servants remembered it wrongly. Second aunt will ask your second uncle later. Meng Qianqian asked innocently, "This money, will second aunt still lend it to me?" The second madam waved her hands hurriedly. "No, no, no. It's not easy for you either. Second aunt, let me think of another way." Coming out of Haiding courtyard, the second madam gritted her teeth and said, "No wonder even my mother fell in her hands." The second wife went to look for Lu's mother again, but Lu's mother said she was ill and couldn't see her, so she went to the old lady's yard. The old lady picked up the club and chased her out. Master Lu couldn't stand it any longer. "Pay it yourself. You have it. How much money have you embezzled from Qianqian in the past few years? You can't even come up with 10,000 taels?" The second madam said depressedly, "What do you know? That 10,000 taels is the dowry prepared for Linglong." Master Lu said, "What's the point of having a dowry if you're already dead? Didn't he come back?" Second madam muttered, her eyes flashing, "It's the IOU written by Xiao Gur." Master Lu said impatiently, "You deceived Qianqian, but mother and elder brother turned a blind eye. How dare you deceive Xiao Gur? Aren't you afraid that mother and elder brother will kill you?" The second wife almost tore the handkerchief. I know. I believe that my mother wants to kill me, but my eldest brother won't. My eldest brother is such a good person." Master Lu hesitated and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Go to the governor's mansion and return the money." The second wife went reluctantly. She paid back the banknotes. Pay the money with one hand and get the IOU with the other. Manager Tsin smiled and handed the banknotes to Lu Yuan. "Grand Commander." Lu Yuan hummed nonchalantly without even raising his eyelids. Manager Tsin placed the banknotes on the small table and bowed before leaving. Baoshu used her hands and feet to crawl over quickly. She grabbed the banknotes on the table with her chubby hands and stuffed them into her little pocket. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "Who allowed you to take it?"
Baoshu el Wu.
"It seems to be saying, I earned it." Lu family. Mother Lu claimed to be ill today and stayed in the hospital to recuperate. It wasn't all fake. She really wasn't feeling well. "Madam." Yulian opened the curtain and went inside, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Mother Lu sighed. "She's here again?" Yulian hesitated and said, "It's not the second madam. It's Aunt Wu. How about I tell Aunt Wu that you've gone to bed?" Mother Lu shook her head. "Let her in."
"Yes."
Yulian led Nanny Wu into the house. "Madam, please find a day to let the eldest young master's wife drink the medicine so that she can give birth to a legitimate son for the Lu family." Seeing that Mother Lu didn't say anything, Nanny Wu smiled and said, I know you love the eldest young lady, and the old lady did this for her own good. The eldest young lady is not as pleasing to the eldest young master as Miss Lin. If she doesn't have a son to rely on, how will she live the rest of her life? It will be different if she has a legitimate son. No matter how much Lin does, the family business will eventually belong to the legitimate son. Mother Lu said, Qianqian is still young, there is no rush to have children. Nanny Wu said, at this age, the eldest lady is already pregnant with the eldest young master. Mother Lu said coldly, there's no need to take medicine. Madame Wu snorted. She fell into the water and injured herself. If she doesn't take medicine, she will never get pregnant. Besides, the medicine is expensive. If it were someone else, they might not be willing to spend money on their granddaughter-in-law. The eldest young master's reputation has been damaged. If the eldest young master's wife can give birth to a legitimate son, it can also restore some of the eldest young master's reputation. Madam, the eldest young master is your own son. You won't even care about your own son's career. Mother Lu clenched her handkerchief tightly. It's all the same. Has anyone asked her if she's willing? Madame Wu said, it is her duty as a wife and daughter-in-law to continue the Lu family's lineage. Let her be so capricious. That's all I have to say, madam. Please get things done quickly. After Nanny Wu left, Yu Lian looked at Mother Lu distressfully. Madam. Mother Lu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and started coughing violently. When she took away the handkerchief, Yu Lian's face changed drastically. Madam, you are coughing up blood again. I will go get a doctor. Mother Lu shook her head and stopped her. Her eyes fell on the medicine bottle, and she smiled bitterly. The old lady thought, I didn't know that the medicine she gave me was this medicine. Begonia Courtyard. Tana has her own new clothes. She was small, and in the past few days, she had been wearing hand-me-down clothes that had been bought several years earlier. They barely fit her, but because they were made of old cotton, they were not very warm. Meng Qianqian asked Nanny Li to make her a new one. Do you like it? Meng Qianqian asked. Tan Er admired her clothes, her eyes sparkling. I like it. Put your sleeves in a little more. Nanny Li folded Tanner's cuffs and said. Tan Er said, I'll collect it in the evening. She has to wear it for a day first. Tan Er took Meng Qianqian's arm and said, Sister, are you going out today? Meng Qianqian asked, do you want to go out? Tan Er pouted. Now that I have new clothes, of course I have to go out and show them off. Madame Li was both angry and amused. We didn't climb enough yesterday. Can you let Miss take a few days off? Everyone is like you, with endless energy. Tan Er frowned bitterly, then thought of something and said with a smile, Sister, is Ni Bu Si looking for the accountant? I'll go there for you. See if he has found him? Meng Qianqian thought about it and thought it was feasible. Okay, I'll let Wu Ger take you to the dental clinic.
Get out. Get out.
Tanner rushed out of the yard excitedly. Meng Qianqian smiled and looked away. Nanny Li said with relief, Young lady really likes Tanner. Meng Qianqian glanced at the clothes in the embroidery basket. Doesn't Madame Li like it too? She was afraid that Nanny Li would be too tired, so she only asked her to do one set. But for the second set, Nanny Li had only finished half of it. Madame Li said awkwardly, This girl is not only good at eating, but also very hardworking. Banksia said sourly, Yes, including breaking 7 plates, 10 bowls, burning through a pot, and exploding a kettle?
Madame Li, ahem.
Meng Qianqian chuckled. Banksia, miss. Meng Qianqian smiled. I like Penelia, too. It was Manager Qian who came to report the news. Meng Qianqian was very confused and asked who summoned her and Lin Wanner, but Manager Qian didn't know either. But the other person was wearing the clothes of a eunuch in the palace and was dressed similarly to the people who used to deliver salaries, charcoal, and ice gifts to the old lady, so it could not be fake. Meng Qianqian didn't know the other party's origins, but she was unclear about his identity and purpose. She was born in the Meng family of Yuzhou and had no connections with the nobles in the palace. Moreover, the other party summoned her and Lin Wanner at the same time, which was most likely related to Lu Lingxiao. Miss, do you want to go and tell the old lady? Nanny, Li suggested. The old lady is the most senior person in the Lu family and the only one who has been summoned by the emperor. In those years, the royal family was in turmoil and the throne almost fell into the hands of foreign relatives. It was the old grandfather who assisted the retired emperor in regaining the country. After the old grandfather passed away, the retired emperor came to the Lu family in person to express his condolences and perform the etiquette of a junior to the old lady. Meng Qianqian shook her head. If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. She couldn't involve her great-grandmother in everything. That was the Imperial palace, not the Lu family. Nanny Li sighed. I am just worried about you, young lady. It would be fine if you were the only one summoned, but why is there that person from Yuan? Banxia's idea was simple. Meng Qianqian said, Pack up, Banxia, follow me into the palace. When the two arrived at the door, Lin Yuan and Lu Yuan also arrived. Lin Yuan was not wearing plain clothes this time. She wore an apricot-colored waisted long skirt with butterfly sleeves and a blue satin cloak. Meng Qianqian wore a red fur coat with white edges, revealing a hint of her peach-pink short jacket and snow-white Lu Yuan long skirt. Nanny Li skillfully combed her hair into a hanging bun, pinned it with a beautiful jade pearl flower and a gold hairpin with a peach core, making it neither ostentatious nor impolite. She walked with measured steps, neither fast nor slow, like the morning glow reflecting the morning dew. Lin Yuan was full of heroic spirit, but in front of Meng Qianqian's vigor, she suddenly became somewhat insignificant. The servants dared not say anything, but their eyes betrayed everything. Green Radish rolled her eyes secretly. Banxia whispered, If Tanner were here, I would poke her eyes out. Inuch holding a whisk glanced at Meng Qianqian and said to Lin Yuan, Madame Lu, please get in the carriage. The servants were surprised and looked at Meng Qianqian awkwardly. Manager Qian pointed at Meng Qianqian and said awkwardly, This is my eldest young master's wife. The Inuch showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and said to Meng Qianqian with a smile, I am short-sighted and I made a mistake. Please forgive me, Madame Lu. The servants looked at each other. The eldest young lady's wife was dignified and well-dressed, and her every move and gesture showed the manners of a lady from an aristocratic family. Even her maid Banxia looked much more decent than Luo. Can you admit your mistake? Meng Qianqian knew it well, and what was supposed to happen had finally happened. Others might not be able to see it, but Inuch, who has been in the palace for many years, would not be so blind. This was the first sign of power I had given her today. Meng Qianqian said calmly, It's okay. May I ask, sir, which noble person summoned you? Green Ivy on the side whispered to Lin Yuan, Miss, this is not the Inuch we saw with His Majesty last time. Lin Yuan signaled her not to say anything more. The Inuch glanced at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, It was concubine Li who summoned you. 6 years ago, the great Marshal of Chu died in battle, and Emperor Chong'an fell ill and was unable to govern the country. The country could not be without a ruler for a day, so Emperor Chong'an passed the throne to the crown prince. Unexpectedly, the crown prince died suddenly. Several princes fought to the death for the throne, but no one expected that the 9th prince, who was less than 10 years old, would eventually ascend the throne. And his biological mother was none other than the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou dynasty, Concubine Li. The retired emperor promoted Concubine Li to Noble Concubine Li and assisted in managing the 6 palaces. Now, Concubine Li has the phoenix seal in her hand. Although she does not have the title of queen, she has the power of a queen. There were rumors that Concubine Li had an affair with General Lu, which made Lu Yuan willing to be his subject and wholeheartedly assist the young emperor. It was said that even the prince was killed by Lu Yuan in order to pave the way for the young emperor. In fact, the young emperor had long been dissatisfied with Lu Yuan, and the reason why he had not yet gotten rid of Lu Yuan and taken power was because of Concubine Li's dissuasion. As long as Concubine Li is around, the relationship between the young emperor and Lu Yuan will be as solid as a rock. The Inuch smiled and said, Madame Lu, Miss Lin, please come in. The 4 of them got on the palace carriage. Probably in order to take care of Lin Wanner's body. The carriage moved very slowly, and it took an hour to arrive at the palace. The 2 sedan chairs had been waiting for a long time. The eunuch said in a friendly manner, "Miss Lin is pregnant, and the Imperial concubine has prepared a sedan chair." Banksia felt sorry for her young lady, but she complained in her heart and didn't show any dissatisfaction on her face. Lin Wanner bowed towards the harem. Lu Yuan quickly followed suit and bowed. "My lady thanks the Imperial concubine." The palace servants looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, and all around was silent. From the moment they entered the palace, everyone felt a tangible sense of oppression. Banksia took a deep breath, not daring to make any mistakes and embarrass her young lady. Meng Qianqian and Lin Wanner got on the sedan chair. Luo noticed that the eunuchs treated her young lady better, so she talked and laughed with the eunuchs along the way, as if she was deliberately trying to show how favored she was. The eunuch answered patiently one by one. The palace maids who were accompanying her actually looked down upon her behavior. "I'm giving you face. Just accept it. Don't take it for granted." The other maid was much more polite, and at least she was quiet and obedient. Mother Lu was the daughter of a prominent family. Before she got married, her tutor taught the empress the rules in the palace. After Meng Qianqian got married, Mother Lu invited the tutor again to teach Meng Qianqian the same rules. Banksia's rules were also supervised by the teaching nanny, and she was often punished with a cane. When we were waiting to get out of the sedan chair, the contrast was even more tragic. As the mistress, Meng Qianqian did not get out of the sedan chair, but Lu Yuan lifted the curtain of Lin Wanner's sedan chair first. The curtain was swung high and almost hit the face of the accompanying palace servant. "Miss, we're here," Green Radish said with a smile. Lin Wanner held her hand and helped her get off the sedan chair. Meng Qianqian sat in the sedan chair without moving, and Banksia stood beside it without moving either. An accompanying palace servant reached out and gently lifted the curtain. "Madam Lu, please get out of the sedan chair." Banksia then stepped forward and extended her hand to support her young lady. In Changchun Palace, Meng Qianqian met the emperor's biological mother, Concubine Li. Concubine Li was wearing a goose-yellow palace dress and an 8-tailed red gold phoenix hairpin. With this outfit, she was only one step away from being the queen. Meng Qianqian lowered her eyes and did not look directly at the imperial concubine's face. She knelt down with Banksia to pay her respects. Green Radish couldn't help but exclaimed, your Majesty is so beautiful." This was not because she was trying to please Concubine Li, but because she was truly amazed by her beauty. Even though she gave birth to a princess and a young emperor, the years did not leave many traces on her face. Her beauty is hard to describe. One glance at her can captivate the whole city, and another glance at her can captivate the whole country. It is no exaggeration to say that she has an immortal appearance. After hearing what Lu Yuan said, Lin Wanner subconsciously looked up at Concubine Li. Bold. The female official beside Concubine Li sneered. Lin Wanner's face changed slightly. Lu Yuan didn't know what she had done wrong, and her face turned pale with fright. Eunuch Wang sighed secretly. The daughter of a general from the border is not as well-mannered as a merchant girl. Can you desecrate the appearance of the imperial concubine? Lin Wanner glanced at Meng Qianqian, who was kneeling on the ground calmly, and knelt down quickly to perform the ritual of kneeling and bowing. With Meng Qianqian's example before her, even though she tried to imitate her, she was still not dignified enough. It's strange to say, Meng Qianqian was just a merchant girl, but her every move and gesture were like that of a real noble lady from aristocratic family. Imperial concubine Li's eyes swept across Meng Qianqian with an indecipherable meaning and fell on Lin Wanner, who was obviously not very polite. She smiled gently and said, "Although I come from a scholarly family, in my heart, I respect the soldiers of the Great Zhou who defend the country and protect the people the most. I didn't like to learn these red tape when I was a child. Miss Lin and Madame Lu, please be on equal terms." She actually put Lin Wanner before Meng Qianqian, not to mention her words deliberately praising Lin Wanner. "So, what if you are decent?" In the palace, What matters is not your words and deeds, but the favor of the imperial concubine.
Lin Waner suddenly felt confident.
Meng Qianqian said, "Thank you, imperial concubine." She folded her hands in front of her forehead, bowed again, and then stood up with Banxia's help. Lin Waner was also helped up by Lu Yuan.
Seat.
Concubine Li said with a smile. Meng Qianqian naturally sat at the lower seat. Lin Waner walked over and sat next to her. Green Ivy sneaks a peek at Penelia Ternata and stands wherever Penelia Ternata stands. Concubine Li smiled and said, "I called you here today because of General Lu. You are both General Lu's wise wives, and General Lu is the Emperor's confidant, so I will not treat you as outsiders." General Lu made great contributions at the border and was appointed as the third-rank Shinbei general by the Emperor when he returned to the court. But not long ago, General Lu was impeached by the censor, and not only was he demoted to a lower rank, but I heard he was also beaten with 300 military sticks. As she spoke, Concubine Li sighed deeply. After hearing about this, I feel very upset. General Lu fought in battles and saved the people. How many people in this dynasty can compare to him in terms of his merits? But someone just made a big fuss about his harem. In order to prevent General Lu from being burdened by his harem in the future, I would like to hear your opinions. Meng Qianqian didn't say anything. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Waner also lowered her eyes and remained silent. Concubine Li said, "Miss Lin is the descendant of a loyal hero. Her father and brother saved General Lu's life and entrusted him to her before he died. General Lu is a man of integrity, and he and Miss Lin are also a good story on the frontier. Why don't I make the decision today and give Miss Lin a status? What do you two think?" Lin Waner's eyes moved slightly, and she made some sign language. Green Rose said hurriedly, "My daughter said, it's up to the queen to decide." Concubine Li smiled and looked at Meng Qianqian. "Madame Lu, I guess you have no objection, right?" Meng Qianqian asked, "I wonder what status the imperial concubine wants to give Miss Lin? Is it a noble concubine, a good concubine, or a humble concubine?" Concubine Li's smile faded. "Of course, it's the concubine." Meng Qianqian said, "A concubine's position is the same as a co-wife. Does the imperial concubine want to arrange a marriage?" Concubine Li said, "So what?" Meng Qianqian stood up and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "If the imperial concubine wants to grant me a concubine, any number of Miss Lins will do, but only the Emperor and Empress can arrange marriages. If Miss Lin wants to become my husband's concubine, she must either get my consent and marry him in a formal ceremony, or ask the Emperor and Empress to issue an order personally." Concubine Li slapped the table and said, "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that?" Meng Qianqian's words undoubtedly hit Concubine Li's sore spot. She hated it most when others said that she was not as good as the queen. Concubine Li said coldly, "The queen has no children, and the current emperor is my son. Do you think I can't get an imperial decree to grant the marriage?" Meng Qianqian, "Your Majesty, please issue an order." Concubine Li, "You ridiculous. How could the emperor issue such an order? Isn't he waiting to be cursed by the world?" Concubine Li looked at Meng Qianqian coldly. "The plum blossoms in my palace are blooming. They were planted for me by the emperor himself when I was conferred the title of concubine. They are full moon. The servant is here. Take Madame Lu to appreciate plum blossoms. Kneel down and appreciate them."
"Yes."
Meng Qianqian knelt on the cold, hard bluestone slab. Banxia knelt down together. Imperial concubine Li was half leaning on the imperial concubine couch, holding a hot water bottle in her arms and looking at her cardamom-stained nails leisurely. "Open the door. I want to smell the fragrance of plum blossoms too." The ventilation door of the palace was opened, and the cold wind of December blew into the courtyard. Soon, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, landing inch by inch on Meng Qianqian's hair, shoulders, and eyebrows. Soon, even her long eyelashes were covered with snowflakes. Banxia was so distressed that she burst into tears. Last time she was caught in the rain, but this time she was forced to kneel in the heavy snow. Meng Qianqian knelt in the snow with her back straight, as proud as a pine or a bamboo. Concubine, Li snorted coldly. Let me see how stubborn she can be. Teeth line. Tanner got the calculated account book and was about to return to Lu's house. When she opened the door, she saw the sky full of wind and snow and exclaimed in surprise, "It's snowing. What a heavy drop of snow." Her eyes were bright, and she was about to jump out to play in the snow when a bare hand caught her in time and dragged her to the backyard. "Shenyang, what are you doing?" Tanner asked with her hands on her hips. "Shuh, keep your voice down." Shenyang pulled her and hid behind a pillar, peeking at a group of people passing by outside the lobby. "You go through the back door. Don't let those people bump into you."
Who are they? Tanner asked.
Shenyang said, "People from Manhwa Tower." Tanner frowned. "Those cowards? I'm going to beat them up." Shenyang covered her mouth and said, "The people at Wanhualu want to buy you. If Mother Jichuan sells you to someone else, we won't have to do our business anymore. It's not easy for sisters to become good women. Just consider it as my plea to you and go out through the back door." Tanner took her hand away and said, "Okay." After returning to the Lu family, Tanner heard Li Ma say that Meng Qianqian had entered the palace, and she turned around and left. "Let's go find my sister." "Hey, Tanner, come back. Tanner has gone far away." Madame Li sighed. This girl. Wu Gur was called by Manager Lu to work, and Tanner lost her carriage. "Do you know where the palace is? How do I get around the palace? Have you ever entered the palace in reverse?" Tanner braved the heavy snow and asked questions all the way. She was given many cold stares and suffered many lies, but she finally arrived at the palace. Outside the palace, a patrol of guards passed by, and the leader shouted, "Who is it?" Tanner straightened up, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and said breathlessly, "Is this the Imperial Palace?" The leading guard looked Tanner up and down, and seeing that she was a little girl, he frowned and said, "This is a restricted area of the palace. No outsiders are allowed to approach." When Tanner heard that she was not in the wrong place, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I won't wait for any strangers. I'll go find someone. I'll leave when I find him." The leading guard was about to chase her away when another guard came over and asked Tanner in a friendly manner, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Tanner said, "I'm looking for my sister. She has entered the palace." The guard asked, "The maid or?" Tanner said seriously, "My sister is not the fourth palace maid. Nor is she the fourth imperial concubine." The guard smiled and said, "Do you know anyone in the palace?" Tanner thought seriously, "What's my sister's father-in-law's name?" "That's it, I don't know his name." At this moment, the guards in front of them suddenly turned around and saluted. "Commander." Tanner looked up and said, "Showing off with a knife." The leading guard said coldly, "Don't be rude to the commander." The commander of the embroidered uniform guards glanced at him coldly, and the leading guard's face changed, and he respectfully stepped aside. Tanner ran up to him and looked up at him sitting on horseback in a feu suit. "You changed your clothes. So handsome." The Jinui commander raised his eyebrows handsomely. "Dingma." After Tanner finished speaking, she hugged the horse's head. "Jinui commander, what are you doing here?" he asked. Tanner stroked the horse's mane and said, "Looking for my sister. Some imperial concubine called her into the palace." The commander of the Imperial Guard touched his chin strangely and muttered thoughtfully, "Concubinely? Why did she summon Madame Lu?" Tanner looked up, showing off with a knife. "Bring it in with you." "Jinui commander, I can't take it with me. The palace is a sensitive area. How can you just bring anyone in? What's more, Madame Lu is going to the harem, and it would be even more inconvenient for him, a foreigner, to enter." The leading guard saw that this girl was so familiar with the commander of the Jinui and kept calling her playing with knives. The commander of the Jinui was not angry, but could not help but break into a cold sweat. "Fortunately, I didn't use force on this girl just now." Tanner jumped up and hung herself on the saddle of the Jinui commander, kicking her feet and starting to act like a spoiled brat. "Take me in, take me in, take me in." The guards were simply overwhelmed. The commander of the Jinui twitched his lips and said, "Come down." Tanner snorted, "I can't get it down. The wound on my face hasn't healed yet." Do you think I don't hold a grudge? If it weren't for Madame Lu, I would kill you right now. What happened? A female voice that sounded intimidating without even getting angry came slowly. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard and Tanner turned their heads together to look at the approaching carriage. A serious lady got out of the car. The commander of the Jinui turned over and dismounted, bowed and greeted. Madame Wang. Tano lay on the saddle and looked at her with her head tilted. Madame Wang glanced at her and asked the commander of the royal guards, "Who is this girl?" The commander of the embroidered uniform guard hurriedly told Tanner her identity and purpose. When she heard that it was Meng Qianqian's personal maid, Mrs. Wang's eyes softened when she looked at Tanner. "I'll take you to the palace." The leading guard said, "Madame Wang, this is unreasonable." Madame Wang said sternly, "If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility for it." The leading guard looked at the commander of the Imperial Guards, and seeing that the commander had an expression that said it was none of his business, he finally gave way and let him go. Mrs. Wang personally escorted Tanner to the gate of Chongqing Palace and said, "This is the bedroom of concubine Li. Just say that I brought you in." Tanner bowed politely. "Thank you, Madame Wang." Mrs. Wang smiled and nodded, then turned and left. At this time, Lin Wanner came out of Chongqing Palace with Luo. Madame Wang turned around and frowned. "Is it her?" Tanner hurried forward, looked behind Lin Wanner, and asked, "Where's my sister?"
Lin Wanner looked at Tanner in confusion.
Green Radish wondered, "How did you get in?" Tanner asked, "How can I get in against the flow?" "Where is my sister?" Luo looked at Lin Wanner, and Lin Wanner gave her a look. Green Lotus laughed sarcastically and said, "Your sister has offended the Imperial concubine and is kneeling in there as punishment. She has been kneeling for 2 hours already. I don't think she will be able to finish kneeling today." Tanner clenched her fists. Sister. The snow fluttered down heavily, and a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. Concubine Li, holding a hot water bottle in her arms and a warm blanket covering her legs, asked leisurely, "Go ask her if she knows she is wrong?"
"Yes."
The lady official Inua left. She came under the plum tree and looked at Meng Qianqian, who was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. "Madame Lu, the queen wants to ask you, do you know you are wrong?" Meng Qianqian said slowly, "I don't know where I went wrong. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." Inua reported back to Concubine Li. Concubine Li's eyes turned cold, and she clenched her handkerchief tightly. "You are so stubborn. I don't believe there is anyone in this world that I can't cure. Someone come here. Madame Lu has been kneeling for so long. She must be frozen. Bring some hot water to warm her up." 2 strong maids carried 2 large buckets of hot water over. This water was not for Meng Qianqian to drink, but to be poured over her body. It was hot and cold at the same time, and her clothes were soaked, which could freeze her to death. Banxia's expression changed. "What are you going to do?" Inua said, "Pour it." The 2 maids lifted up the buckets and were about to pour water down, but suddenly a small figure shot in like lightning and kicked the maids and the buckets away with 2 kicks. Inua's expression turned cold. Who dares to be so presumptuous in Chongqing Palace?
"Bored,"
Inua ordered. "Catch her." The maids and eunuchs from Chongqing Palace rushed forward. "I thought she was just a little girl and could be easily captured, but who would have thought that Tanner would beat everyone with 1 punch, and the whole Chongqing Palace was in chaos." Concubine Li was so angry that her face turned pale. "Someone come. There is an assassin in Chongqing Palace. Call the guards." The Imperial Guards charged into Chongqing Palace in a mighty manner, and a long sword shot towards Tanu. Meng Qianqian moved her fingertips, a silver light flashed, and she nailed the sword into the grass. Tanner jumped up, grabbed the sneak-attacking guard on the roof, and then jumped down, throwing him heavily into the snow. This scene stunned everyone. The deputy commander of the guards frowned. "Archer." A whole row of archers filed in, all drawing their bows and arrows, aiming at Tanner. Concubine Li shouted angrily, "Kill this assassin for me. And Meng, she was the one who ordered this, arrest her too. The queen has arrived." A message from the Nuch was heard outside the palace. "Protect the emperor." The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard immediately stood in front of Empress Xiao with several of his men, staring at Tanner with extreme vigilance. Empress Xiao said, "Master Lin, please step down." Deputy Commander Lin turned around with a serious look. Empress. Empress Xiao said softly, "It's okay." Deputy Commander Lin knelt on one knee. Yes. The others knelt down and saluted. Concubine Li came out to see the emperor reluctantly and bowed perfunctorily. Empress Xiao's palace maids and Lady Wang also paid their respects to Concubine Li. Concubine Li didn't even look at them. She just smiled at Empress Xiao and said arrogantly, "What brings you here?" Empress Xiao glanced at Meng Qianqian and her servant who were kneeling in the snow, as well as Tanner and the palace servants and guards who were beaten to a pulp by her, and said in a gentle voice, "I was watching the snow nearby, and I heard a lot of noise in Changqun Palace, so I came over to take a look." Concubine Li glared at the servants who were howling like pigs being slaughtered, and said with a fake smile, "We are catching the assassin. I am sorry for disturbing you. Please forgive me." Although he spoke humbly, his tone and expression showed that he did not take the queen seriously at all. The palace maids were not surprised by this. Concubine Li had already sidelined Empress Xiao and even snatched the phoenix seal. If it were not so difficult to depose the empress, the central palace would have changed hands long ago. Empress Xiao asked slowly, "Oh? What kind of assassin dared to assassinate Concubine Li?" Tanner said sternly, "I didn't try to assassinate her. I'm not an assassin." Meng Qianqian said, "Tanner is my personal maid. She couldn't bear to see me get punished, so she fought with the people in the palace." Empress Xiao looked at Meng Qianqian. "Who are you?" Meng Qianqian knelt in the snow, folded her hands in front of her forehead, and bowed. "Your Highness Meng greets the queen. May the queen be well." Madame Wang hurriedly said, "Madam, she is the wife of General Lu Lingxiao, the Northern Guardian." Empress Xiao paused and asked, "Lu Lingxiao, the great-grandson of General Hui?" Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "It's him." Empress Xiao said, "General Hui followed the emperor in his expeditions to the south and the north and made countless contributions. He is a well-deserved pillar of the country. General Zhenbei is carrying his legacy to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The Lu family can be said to have a successor." Madame Wang nodded and said, "Your Highness is absolutely right." Concubine Li rolled her eyes. Empress Xiao asked Concubine Li, "I wonder what crime Madame Lu committed that Concubine Li wants to punish her?" Concubine Li said calmly, "Your Majesty, please do not worry about the affairs of Changqun Palace." The female official Ingwe agreed and walked slowly towards Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao said solemnly, "I have no intention of interfering in the affairs of Changqun Palace. However, Madame Lu is not from your Changqun Palace. Whether she has made any mistakes is up to me, the Empress." Concubine Li took 2 steps forward and said arrogantly, "Queen, are you going to go against me?" Empress Xiao turned around and said, "Madame Wang, is Imperial Censor Wang at home these days? Go back and ask him what crime Concubine Li was charged with for abusing private punishment against a court lady in Changqun Palace." Concubine Li's face darkened. She was fearless, but she was a little afraid of the Imperial Censor. After all, that fool had sent his own father to prison. Not to mention the people he had reported to, even Lu Lingxiao, the great hero who killed the Prince of Beiliang, was demoted by 1 rank. Imperial Concubine Li tightly grasped the handkerchief, turned around coldly, and said to Meng Qianqian with disdain, "The Empress has spoken for you, so I will spare you for now. If you dare to speak rudely to me again next time, even the Jade Emperor can't save you." Empress Xiao said to Deputy Commander Lin, "Why don't you withdraw your troops?" Deputy Commander Lin made a gesture, and the archers retracted their bows and arrows in unison and retreated to the side. "Elder sister." Tanner grabbed the grass, stood up and ran over. "Banksia." Banksia said with her almost frozen mouth, "I'm fine." "Mrs. Frozen." Tanner carried the cold Meng Qianqian on her back and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Sister, Tanner will take you home." Mrs. Wang quickly took off her cloak and put it on Meng Qianqian, while her maid came over to support Banksia. Empress Xiao said, "Let's go." The group left Changchun Palace. Some people in the Imperial Guard were also injured. Deputy Commander Lin arranged for his men to take the wounded away and clean up the mess at the scene. When he pulled out the long sword that was stuck in the bushes, his eyes changed subtly. I saw a tiny hole in the blade, as if it had been pierced by some hidden weapon. How is that possible? Who is so powerful? That little girl? Meng Qianqian's condition was not optimistic. Her face was pale, and her eyes were a little distracted. Go to my place and warm yourself up. Xiao, Dingzi, go get the Imperial physician. Empress, Xiao said. Yes. Little Dingzi went there in a hurry. Meng Qianqian's lips moved slightly. Tan Er asked, Sister, what are you talking about? Meng Qianqian said weakly, Go back to Haitang Courtyard.
And.
Thank you, Madam Wang. Tan Er listened carefully and braked. Okay. Go back to Haitang Courtyard. Go back now. Mrs. Wang asked, Hey, where are you going? Tan Er turned around, looked at Ban Xia, who was being supported by someone, and said to Madam Wang, Madam Wang, my sister said thank you. She will remember your kindness. Ban Xia, please help me take care of her first, and I will pick her up after I send my sister off. Hey, Tanner, Madam Lu. Mrs. Wang tried her best to keep her, but Tanner was as fast as a horse. She carried Meng Qianqian on her back and disappeared in the snow in the blink of an eye. Mrs. Wang sighed. Empress Xiao said, She must have her reasons for going back. Madam Wang nodded and bowed deeply to Empress Xiao. Thank you very much today, Empress. Madam Lu has done me a favor, and I really can't just stand by and watch. It's just, I have caused trouble for you, Empress. She didn't know the situation was so serious and originally thought it was just a small misunderstanding. Now that I think about it, that woman named Lin Wanner must have known Tanner's ability and temper long ago and deliberately let her maid stir up trouble in front of Tanner in order to let Tanner make a big deal out of it and intensify the conflict between Madame Lu and Concubine Li. What a great plan. Empress Xiao said gently, There is nothing wrong between Concubine Li and me. Cousin, don't take it to heart. But Concubine Li returned to her bedroom, took 3 big gulps of tea, and gradually calmed down. What do you mean by Imperial Lady? She hasn't even been given the title of a royal lady. Xiaolani, you are kidding me. Bring that little witch back to me. And her little girl, I'm going to kill her. Inuch Wang went there bravely, but soon returned. Madam Lu and that little girl have already left the palace. Concubine Li was so angry that she smashed a cup and said coldly, Let the guards catch him. Just say they are catching assassins. Once he leaves the palace, let's see if Xiaolani can still control him. The snowy and silent official road stretched as far as the eye could see. Sister.
Hold on.
Tanner felt Meng Qianqian's breath gradually becoming weaker, so she increased her speed to the extreme, and her internal organs seemed to be burning.
Tanner, take a break. No.
I want to take a break. You are not allowed to rest. You are not allowed to sleep. Tanner ran forward desperately, sweating all the way, and her clothes were completely soaked. Finally, she saw a carriage. She jumped up with Meng Qianqian on her back, pulled out the hairpin on her head, and threw it to the driver. Go to Lu's house on Changyang Street. If you don't go, I'll kill you. The driver was so scared that he quickly grabbed the reins and galloped towards the Lu family. The driver was so scared that he waved his hands. It's none of my business. Tan Er glanced around with a sharp gaze and said to the several guards in front of him, Get out of the way, I don't want to fight now. The leading cavalryman was a cavalry captain of the Imperial Guards, surnamed Zhou. He was not in Changchun Palace just now. When he saw that it was a little girl of 12 or 13 years old, he couldn't help but ask his Imperial Guards suspiciously, Are you sure it's them? The guards said, It's them. I fought with that little girl in Changchun Palace. She also injured our people. The cavalry captain must be careful. Well, are the soldiers led by Deputy Commander Lin so weak? The Imperial Guards were also divided into factions. This cavalry captain and Deputy Commander Lin happened to be in a different camp. The cavalry's pursuit speed was faster, so he was temporarily dispatched. But when he found out that the other person was actually a little kid, He immediately felt that concubine Li was making a big deal out of nothing. He rode his horse and took 2 steps forward with great contempt. "Surrender yourself obediently, or I will kill you. One last time. Get out of the way." Tanner's eyes inexplicably reminded people of a ferocious wolf cub. The cavalry captain narrowed his eyes and said, "The Imperial concubine has ordered that Madame Lu be brought back to the palace. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed without mercy. Little girl, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe you can." Before he could finish his words, Tanner stomped her heels and jumped up with Meng Qianqian on her back, like an arrow shot from a bow, and under the cover of the wind and snow, she leaped onto the roof of the shop. The cavalry captain was greatly surprised. The words that had just ridiculed Deputy Commander Lin turned into a loud slap in his face. Even among the Imperial guards who are filled with experts, there are only a few with such skills. Chase. At his command, the well-trained guards split into 3 groups. One group pursued along the street, one group took a detour, and another group abandoned their horses and used their lightness skills to leap onto the roof. Swoosh. A cold arrow came flying at her, and Tanner dodged it swiftly. The cavalryman chasing her shot the 2nd arrow, the 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow. These arrows greatly slowed down Tanner's speed and also consumed a lot of her physical strength. While running, Tanner glanced coldly at the archer cavalry who were chasing her relentlessly. She had to get rid of them or get rid of them, otherwise at this speed, she would be surrounded by another team of guards at the next intersection. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot at her in succession. Tanner did a front flip and landed on one knee on the tile. The tile broke immediately, and the fragments pierced deeply into her knee. The archer drew his bow again. At the same time, the cavalry captain was chasing closely. He jumped into the air and slashed with his sword, chopping at Tanner's legs. She could only dodge the bow and the sword. Save your legs first. With your legs, you can take your sister away. Tanner jumped into the air, completely exposing herself to the bows and arrows of the Imperial guards. However, at this critical moment, several cold and sharp silver lights flashed by, and the archers were suddenly shaken, as if they were hit hard by an invisible force and fell under the horse's hooves. Meng Qianqian felt a pain in her chest and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Tanner's face changed. "Sister." Meng Qianqian's hand, which was suspended in the air, fell down weakly. Tanner. Sister Tanner ran regardless of the cost. She didn't know how long she had been running. She only knew that the guards behind her were increasing in number and getting closer and closer. Her vision was becoming more and more blurred, and her ears were becoming more and more deaf. First she lost her hearing, then she couldn't see clearly either. Her strength had long been exhausted, and she kept moving forward relying only on her obsession. "We caught up. They are there. Oh no. Where are they going? Archers, get ready. We can't let them get through." The archer shot an arrow at Tanner's head. Tanner was no longer able to perceive anything. Meng Qianqian raised her frozen hand and held the arrow with her last bit of strength. The residual force of the arrow brought a huge impact. Tanner could no longer hold on and fell forward heavily. Meng Qianqian also fell into the snow. The snow fell silently, and the vermilion door was closed tightly. The guards looked at each other. The cavalry captain said, "Catch him." "Yes." The guards in the front row rode forward. But just as they got close, several sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the sky, forcefully and domineeringly blocking the 2 horses. The horse was frightened, raised its front hooves and neighed in fear. The cavalry captain looked up and saw a young man in green clothes holding a bow and arrow standing on the high eaves. The cavalry captain paused, showed his token, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "The Imperial guards are under the order of the Imperial concubine to capture the assassin." The young man shot down his token with an arrow. The cavalry captain's face darkened. The guards all grasped the hilts of the swords at their waists. The cavalry commander has great authority. He has brought people to the governor's office. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard, riding a tall horse, and accompanied by the cold and dignified embroidered uniform guards, came towards them from the other end of the street with a powerful aura. The cavalry captain frowned, glanced at the master and servant who were unconscious at the gate of the governor's mansion, and said seriously, "The Imperial guards are also following orders. I hope the commander will not embarrass us." Soon, Deputy Commander Lin also arrived. Although the cavalry commandant was not on the same page with him, they were still united when facing the Jinui. Deputy Commander Lin said, "Shangguan Ling, you can't interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Guards." The commander of the Jinui sneered and said, "It is not the turn of the Imperial Guards to run wild in the territory of the governor's mansion." Deputy Commander Lin, "They are assassins." Jinui Commander, "Once you come to the governor's office, you are under the jurisdiction of the governor's office. Whether you are an assassin or not is not your decision." Deputy Commander Lin said coldly, "You don't really think that you, the Jinui, can compete with the 30,000 Imperial Guards, right?" The vermilion door slowly opened, and a murderous aura mixed with wind and snow rushed toward us. "You don't think that I'm dead, do you?" The understated voice, like a real murderous aura, made everyone's heart suddenly tremble. All the Jinui turned over and dismounted, saluted in unison, and shouted loudly, "Grand Commander." The guards' calves began to tremble. They were clearly outnumbered, but for some reason, no one had the guts to confront the all-powerful admiral. Deputy Commander Lin and the cavalry commander also dismounted and saluted with their men. "Greetings, Grand Commander." Lu Yuan was dressed in purple, with his hands behind his back, and the snowflakes seemed afraid to fall on his shoulders. He looked indifferent and said with thin lips, "Go away." The guards withdrew. The commander of the Jinui heaved a sigh of relief. The horses' hooves were almost broken. Fortunately, we caught up. Lu Yuan glanced at Meng Qianqian and Tano lying on the ground. "Is this what you call catching up?" Jinui Commander, "I just can't understand what you mean. One moment you say that other people's life and death has nothing to do with you, and the next moment,
Hey, Uncle Sen.
It's so terrible." Lu Yuan turned around. Qingshuang. Tingluan Garden. After taking Meng Qianqian's pulse, the doctor shook his head and sighed deeply. He came next door. Lu Yuan sat in a chair and drank tea. The commander of the Jinui was standing by, and when he saw the doctor coming over, he asked, "Dr. Zhang, what's the matter?" The doctor bowed helplessly. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything." The Jinui commander frowned. "Is it so serious?" Lu Yuan said calmly, "Manager Tsen, please see Dr. Zhang off." Steward Sen at the door came in, picked up Dr. Zhang's medicine box, and said politely, "Dr. Zhang, please." Dr. Zhang bowed to Lu Yuan and turned to leave. The commander of the Jinui had a look of disbelief on his face. "No, how come this, alas?" After kneeling for a while, "That you are kneeling like this?" For a moment, he didn't know whether he felt more regretful or more shocked. "Sir, how about did I go and ask the Imperial physician?" In fact, Dr. Zhang's medical skills are not inferior to those of the Imperial physician, otherwise he would not be qualified to practice medicine in the governor's mansion. However, every doctor has his own specialties, and some have inherited secret recipes from their ancestors, so who knows? They might just be able to cure Mrs. Lu. Lu Yuan said, "Qingshuang." Qingshuang flashed in and knelt on one knee. "I'm here." Lu Yuan looked at the tea in the cup and said, "Go to Wanhua Tower." Qingshuang responded, "Yes." Heavy snow fell all day long, and everything was white. The streets that were once bustling with people have become deserted, except for the extravagant Wanhua Tower. There were pleasant sounds of stringed instruments and wind instruments in the lobby, as well as graceful singing and dancing and an endless stream of guests. "Someone, come and serve tea to this young master." The madam, dressed in gorgeous attire, waved a round fan, took the warmed-up gold ingots, and went up to the second floor with a smile on her face. The heavier the snow, the better the business. All the stinky men in the world are the same. She stopped smiling, opened the door of her room, and just as she came in, a sword was pressed against her neck. Her eyes moved. She smiled leisurely, gently pushed the sword away with her fingertips, turned around and looked at the uninvited guest in the room. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qingshuang said. The Grand Commander has ordered that the owner of Manhwa Tower go to the commander's mansion. She waved her sleeves, turned around seductively, and sat on the chair in a charming manner. What if I don't go immediately? Qing Shuang carried the person on his shoulders, broke through the window, and jumped into the silent snow. When Qing Shuang put her on the chair opposite Lu Yuan, her face turned green. Qing Shuang untied her acupuncture points. She glared at Lu Yuan fiercely. What does the Grand Commander mean? Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It's been a while since we last met. I hope Master Yen is doing well."
Bah.
Madame Yen spat. "Stop pretending in front of me. Your lackeys almost closed down my Manhwa Tower a while ago, and you didn't mention it at all?" Lu Yuan was scolded, but he did not show any anger and still smiled warmly. "It's just routine. Besides, I did not wrongly accuse Manhwa Tower. I did find the assassin." Madame Yen laughed sarcastically. "Why? From the sound of your voice, do you still want to charge me with harboring a spy?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Madame Yen, you are too kind." Lady Yen rolled her eyes. "Humph. Please ask Madame Yen to come over today. They kidnapped me here." Madame Yen corrected unhappily. Lu Yuan smiled calmly, didn't argue with her, and continued what he was going to say. "It's to ask Madame Yen to save someone. No help." Madame Yen refused, without hesitation. Lu Yuan tapped the table with his fingertips. Qing Shuang picked up the white handkerchief beside him, walked to the other side, and handed it to Madame Yen. There is a silver needle on the handkerchief. Different from the common silver needles, it is heavier and longer, and has special threads on the handle. Lady Yan's eyes paused slightly. "This is," Lu Yuan said. "Hasn't Madame Yen always wanted to get the Chu family's 13 ghost needles?" Madame Chu used it to kill her husband, Marshal Chu, and then set fire to the entire Chu family. She burned herself to death out of fear of the crime. After that, the 13 ghost needles were lost. Madame Yen glanced at Lu Yuan suspiciously. "The person you asked me to save is related to the 13 ghost needles?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Whether it matters or not, you will know after you save him." Madame Yen chuckled and said, "You think you can trick me into taking action with just a needle? I can also make this kind of silver needle. I have as many as you want." Lu Yuan said nothing, picked up the teacup, and slowly blew on the hot tea. Lady Yen glared at him fiercely. "Where is the person?" Qing Shuang took Madame Yen to the next door, and a quarter of an hour later, Madame Yen came back. A cup of hot tea was served on the table. She picked up the tea, took a sip slowly, and said with a smile, "Oh my, she is truly the most beautiful woman in the world. No wonder the Grand Commander looked down on the girl from my Manhwa Tower. It turns out that he has hidden a fairy-like beauty in his mansion." Lu Yuan asked with a smile, "Is it possible to save him?" Madame Yen said, "This girl suffers from a cold disease. She cannot stand the slightest bit of cold. Every time she stands it, her condition gets worse." The scene of his first meeting with Meng Qianqian flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. Later he heard that she walked back to the Lu family in the freezing rain. Madame Yen continued, "The old chill has not yet dissipated, and she knelt in the snow for so long today. She is half dead, if she is not dead. Unfortunately, this girl has exerted too much force many times and suffered internal injuries. The chill has invaded her heart meridians, and she cannot be saved. What a pity for such a good seedling with excellent bones." Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "You can't even cure this minor illness. It seems that even if you have the 13 ghost gate needles, it will be useless. Stop trying to provoke me." Madame Yen rolled her eyes for the nth time. "It's not that my medical skills are not good enough, but for a cold like hers, red Ganoderma should be used as medicine, supplemented with ephedra, cinnamon twigs, and perilla, and acupuncture, external moxibustion, and internal medication, to cure the disease. Other herbs are easy to deal with, but red Ganoderma is in short supply, and I can't find it." Lu Yuan said to Qing Shuang, "Go get it." Changchun Palace. After listening to Anu Wang's report, concubine Li's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. "What did you say? Was he rescued by the people from the governor's mansion?" Anu Wang said, "It can't be considered a rescue. Madame Lu and her maid accidentally fainted at the gate of the governor's mansion. The Imperial guards were shouting and killing in the territory of the governor's mansion. If you don't know, you might think that the queen is killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Then we have to go against the queen. Concubine Li pulled her handkerchief in dissatisfaction. A bunch of idiots. It was daybreak. Madame Yin finally came out of Meng Qianqian's room. She went next door. Even though he had not slept all night, the owner of Wanhua Tower, who had trained countless beauties, still had exquisite makeup, a charming look, and a variety of charm. She sat down on the chair, fanning herself with a round fan, and looked at Lu Yuan opposite her with a smile. "Oh, Grand Commander, did you get up early, or did you not sleep all night?" Lu Yuan took a sip of tea slowly and said, "Did he survive?" Madame Yen said contemptuously, "How can I not save her if I help? But I am very curious. Why would the Grand Commander care so much about a maid? You obviously haven't even touched her." Lu Yuan paused while drinking tea. "Did I get it right?" Lady Yan's eyes lit up, her gossip burning. "What's going on? Tell me more." Lu Yuan put down the teacup. "You talk too much." Madame Yen said, "I helped you save someone, so why don't you ask me what happened? If you don't tell me, I won't care about you anymore." Oh my, the commander-in-chief, who killed so many people, actually bowed down for a woman saver because she is valuable. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as he opened the half-open door, he saw Meng Qianqian standing at the door. Behind her were Qing Shuang, who had a cold look, and the commander of the Jinui, who had an indescribable look. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard was scratching his head, but his hand froze in midair, not knowing whether to put it away or not. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "I came to thank the Grand Commander. I owe you this favor. If you need me in the future, please let me know." The Jinui commander was embarrassed. "Then what?" Meng Qianqian bowed and said, "Thank you, Grand Commander, for taking me in. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she went back to the next room and bent over to hug Tanner, who was sleeping soundly. Qing Shuang took a step ahead of her and carried Tanner on her shoulders. Meng Qianqian paused and said, "Thank you, Miss Qing Shuang." Qing Shuang said, "Madam, just call me Qing Shuang." The heavy snow fell for a whole day and night, and only stopped at night. The ground was covered with thick snow, which made a crackling sound when people stepped on it. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the commander of the Jinui said coldly to Lady Yen, who was leisurely drinking tea in the room, "I say, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Madame Yen chuckled and said, "You kidnapped me and brought me here. If you don't seek revenge, do you think I'm made of paper?" The commander of the Jinui wanted to chop this woman to pieces with his sword. He turned to look at Lu Yuan and said, "Sir, how about going to explain?" Snort. Lu Yuan walked away expressionlessly. Someone from the kitchen came over and asked, "Commander, what do you want to eat this morning?" The commander of the Jinui rolled up his sleeves and said calmly, "Dead duck's mouth." Meng Qianqian arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion. The carriage had already been prepared. After she got on, Qing Shuang also carried Tanner onto the carriage. Meng Qianqian asked Qing Shuang, "Can we go to Wang's house first? I want to pick someone up." Qing Shuang opened the car window and said to Meng Qianqian, "The Wang family is here." "Madam, why did you bring me to the governor's mansion so early in the morning?"
What am I saying?
"Didn't I tell you to return to Beijing as soon as possible?"
I
was on duty in Li County. I received your message and rushed back overnight, but the city gates were closed. What could I do? Stop talking, come down quickly. Saving people is the most important thing. Madame Wang dragged Censor Wang off the carriage. "Madame Wang." Meng Qianqian's voice sounded softly behind her. Madame Wang and Censor Wang turned around at the same time, and Madame Wang pushed her husband away. "Miss." Banksia jumped off another carriage, ran to Meng Qianqian, grabbed her arm and looked her up and down. "Miss." Meng Qianqian wiped the tears from her face. "I'm fine." Madame Wang also pulled Meng Qianqian to look left and right. "Is everything really all right?"
no torture?
Empress Xiao knew someone in the Imperial Guard. After asking around, she learned that Meng Qianqian and Tanner had been captured by the governor's office. The governor's office had the most terrifying torture chambers and prisons in the capital, not to mention that the Grand Governor and concubine Li were in cahoots with each other. She was worried that Meng Qianqian would be skinned alive in the governor's office. Meng Qianqian smiled slightly. No, I made Madame Wang worried. Seeing that she didn't seem to be being polite, Mrs. Wang's expression eased a little. She looked around again and asked, "Where's Tanner?" Meng Qianqian said, "In the carriage. She was exhausted yesterday and hasn't woken up yet." After that, she looked at the Imperial censor Wang standing beside her and bowed politely. "Greetings, Lord Wang." Censor Wang politely returned the greeting. Madame Wang said, "She is the Madame Lu I mentioned to you." Censor Wang bowed again and said, "Thank you, Madame Lu, for saving my life." Meng Qianqian said hurriedly, "I don't deserve it." Censor Wang asked in confusion, "So, Madam, you asked me to come back overnight because Madame Lu was arrested by the governor's office?" "Madame Lu, may I ask what crime the governor's office arrested you for?" "It's just a misunderstanding." The Jinui commander came out with a bold move. "The matter has been investigated clearly. Madame Lu is innocent and can go back." Mrs. Wang asked, then, "Where is Tanner?" The commander of the Jinui said, "Although she caused a disturbance in the palace, which violated the palace rules, she is still young, eager to save the master, and it is her first offense, so she will not be punished." Wang Yushi frowned and asked, "Who caused trouble in the palace?" "No one." "You heard it wrong." Madame Wang quickly pulled the man back. She knew her man's character too well. He would not distinguish between friend and foe when he was gossiping about others. "No, Madam, I clearly heard it." "You didn't hear me." Madame Wang pushed her husband onto the carriage and said, "Send the master back home." "Yes, ma'am." The driver whipped the horse and drove the carriage away. Mrs. Wang took Meng Qianqian's hand and got on another carriage of the Wang family. The Lu family naturally also received the news that Meng Qianqian was arrested and taken to the governor's mansion. However, what they heard was not that the Imperial Guards were unable to defeat the Jinui, but that the Imperial Guards took the initiative to transfer the case to the Jinui. After all, the Royal Guards also have to save face. The old lady didn't care who was handling the case. She was furious anyway. He's always causing trouble. How could the Lu family marry such a jinx? The second madam said, "Yes, last time we offended the Grand Commander, and this time we offended the Imperial concubine. I think she wants to kill us on purpose. Isn't there a crime called punishing the entire clan?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed. The old lady's heart was trembling with fear. Concubine Li was the biological mother of the emperor. After the death of the retired emperor, she would naturally become the Empress Dowager. Because of urgent news from the border, Lu Lingxiao went to the military camp yesterday. Several generals argued all night about how to deal with Beiliang. When Lu Lingxiao came out of the main tent, it was already dawn. He was about to go back to his tent to rest when the Lu family servants came to find him. "Master, something happened at home. Please go back and take a look." "What happened?"
"Well,
"I dare not gossip about this. You should ask Miss Lin in person." "Did Wanner ask him to come?" "Something happened to Wanner." Lu Lingxiao didn't care about the sleepless night and immediately rushed back to the Lu family.
Von Er.
He saw the haggard Lin Wanner in the upper room of Feng Yuan. His brows turned cold. "Lulua, how do you take care of your daughter?" Green Rose hurriedly said, "General, please forgive me." Lin Wanner said in sign language, "It has nothing to do with Green Ivy. I just can't sleep." Lu Lingxiao looked at her nervously. "Are you feeling unwell? Are you having a miscarriage?" Or Lin Wanner shook her head, raised her hand, and touched the blue stubble on his chin, her eyes full of heartache, and gestured. "General, didn't you sleep last night?" "I took care of some military affairs." Lu Lingxiao didn't want to talk about the border, as it would only increase her worries.
"Let's talk about you."
"What happened last night?" Lin Wanner lowered her head and gestured. "General, Wanner has no face to stay in the Lu family." Lu Lingxiao frowned. "What are you talking about? Who embarrassed you?" Did she? The first person he thought of who had a grudge against Lin Wanner was Meng Qianqian. Green Ivy said aggrievedly, "Girl, It's not your fault. Lu Lingxiao asked Lin Wana. You're making me anxious to death. What happened? Green Rose said, General, let me tell you something. Yesterday, the Imperial concubine summoned Miss Lin and the eldest young lady's wife. The Imperial concubine sympathized with the young lady's loneliness and wanted to give her a status, but the eldest young lady disagreed and even confronted the Imperial concubine in person, saying that the Imperial concubine was not the queen and had no right to interfere in the family affairs of the ministers. If she had the ability, she could ask the emperor to issue an order. General, listen to me. Is this something you can say? The Imperial concubine was immediately angry. The young lady had little influence, and it was useless to plead for mercy. Originally, the Imperial concubine only gave a minor punishment and a severe warning, and the madam would have just admitted her fault. But who would have thought that the madam would actually indulge that girl named Tanner and cause a big fight in Chongqing Palace, almost injuring the Imperial concubine? Lu Lingxiao's expression changed. What? Lin Wana pulled Lu Lingxiao and gestured. Tanner is also eager to protect her master. She is young and doesn't understand the rules of the palace. Lu Lingxiao said coldly. The maid doesn't understand. Doesn't she understand either? She shouldn't have brought a reckless and impulsive maid into the palace. Lin Wana looked at him fearfully. Lu Lingxiao hurriedly said, I'm not being mean to you. Where is she? Lulua answered for her young lady. The eldest young lady's wife was captured by the governor's office. The young lady was worried about her safety and didn't sleep all night. Seeing that the situation was serious and the master was not at home, the young lady quickly sent someone to the military camp to look for you. Lin Wana signed in self-blame, saying, It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. Lu Lingxiao held her hand and said, What have you done wrong? It was the Imperial concubine who wanted to promote you, not you who wanted a title. Besides, it's really unfair for you to follow me without any title or status. Lin Wana said nothing. Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, You are exhausted. Take a rest first. I'll go out for a while. Lin Wana grabbed his sleeve and looked at him with concern. He thought for a moment and said comfortingly, No matter what, she is my wife. I can't just leave her alone. Don't worry, the Grand Commander won't touch me at this time. Lin Wana hesitated for a moment and gestured to him. The old lady is angry about this matter. Do you want to go and persuade her first so that she won't get angry and do something bad? Fu Yuan. The old lady really didn't sleep a wink all night. Early in the morning, someone invited the two elders over. The two men are actually about the same age as the old lady, but they are of the same generation as the old lady. The old lady calls them third uncle and fifth uncle. The fifth old master asked, Why did your niece-in-law call me and your third uncle here so early in the morning? Before the old lady spoke, she sighed and said, Second son, you can speak. Mrs. Lu did not come today, so the old lady only asked the second lady to come over. The second lady grasped the handkerchief and said with great sorrow, To be honest with you, my two uncles, this is a tragedy for our family. The fifth old master wondered, Shower has just made great contributions. How can there be misfortune in his family? It's Meng. The second lady exaggerated the story of how Meng Qianqian had offended concubine Li. The third old master was originally dazed, but he was awakened by the shock when he heard this. He asked with difficulty in his old voice, Is this true? The second madam said, Oh, it's absolutely true. She was captured by the Imperial guards and is being held in the governor's mansion. Sister-in-law always spoils her. I have told her more than once that you will spoil her, but she didn't listen.
Now,
she has caused a huge disaster and brought the entire Lu family to be buried with her. The fifth old master frowned and said, When my nephew went to Yuzhou to propose marriage, I told him that you can't marry a merchant girl. The second wife didn't dare to respond. After all, he was her father-in-law. The old lady said regretfully, I should have listened to third uncle earlier. Although her status is not worthy of Xiao Gur, since she married into the Lu family has never treated her badly and treated her as their own child. Even when she drove away Xiao Gur's wet nurse a while ago, I didn't say anything. The fifth old master said coldly, How can this be possible? In a large family, the status of a wet nurse is very high. A well-behaved young lady would not even say harsh words to a wet nurse, let alone drive her away. The second madam fanned the flames. Not only that, but she didn't come to take care of my mother when she was sick. She even beat Ling Long and Miss Lin. Miss Lin, the two elders have also heard about it. She is the orphan girl that Lu Lingxiao brought back from the border, and she is pregnant with Xiaoer's child. In the eyes of the two clan elders, she was just a concubine, and the mistress should not be intolerant of her. Beating your sister-in-law is even more excessive. The third old master said, however, it is not quite reasonable to have a concubine's son before the legitimate son. The second wife's eyes flashed, and she said aggrievedly, this is really unfair to us. It was because she herself suffered from a cold and was unable to have children that we allowed Miss Lin to keep the child. The third old master suddenly realized. So that's it. When everyone saw her, it was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The second wife asked in disbelief, were you not arrested by the governor's office? Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. So my family knew that I was imprisoned. Instead of thinking about how to rescue me, they racked their brains to distance themselves from me. This is the way a famous family behaves. It really opened my eyes as a small business girl. The second wife choked and muttered awkwardly, who told you to get into trouble? Meng Qianqian greeted the third and fifth elders. Hello, two great uncles. The expressions of the two were somewhat cold. The second lady asked curiously, how did you get out? The old lady snorted coldly. Needless to say, it was Xiao Guo'er who rescued her. I wonder how much humiliation he endured this time in the governor's mansion. She was so heartbroken for her grandson. How could he have such a trouble-making daughter-in-law? Meng Qianqian chuckled. The old lady frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Meng Qianqian said, I laugh at my grandmother for not being able to figure out the weight of her own grandson. Not to mention that he didn't go to the governor's mansion to suffer. Even if he did, she wouldn't have the dignity to take me out of the governor's mansion. The old lady was so angry that she fell backwards. The second madam sneered. If it wasn't Xiao Guo'er who saved you, who else could it be? It couldn't be that the Grand Commander was so soft-hearted that he let you go. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the dignity to do that? The old lady also believed that the governor's mansion released the person only out of respect for Xiao Guo'er. Thinking of this, she felt more and more that Meng Qianqian was not worthy of her precious grandson. You've been holding Xiaoer back all day long. Because of you, Xiaoer was demoted one rank and received hundreds of beatings. Not only do you not know how to restrain yourself, you've become even more rampant and even caused trouble in the palace. Today, I'm the one who makes the decision to divorce you. This unlucky star. Meng Qianqian straightened her back and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, he was demoted because he favored his concubine and neglected his wife, and attempted to deceive the emperor. What does it have to do with me? Besides, you have to be reasonable when divorcing your wife. You can't just divorce her just because you say so. The old lady was used to seeing Meng Qianqian being respectful and obedient, so she felt a little uncomfortable when she became tough. The second madam stood up and pointed at Meng Qianqian's nose and said, unfilial, jealous, sick, and childless. You have committed 4 of the 7 grounds for divorce. How can I not divorce you? Meng Qianqian smiled coldly. Second aunt, are you talking about the fact that I caught a cold a few days ago and couldn't go to take care of my grandmother? Then why not let the servants of the mansion come out and judge and see how I have been filial to my elders in the Lu family over the past few years? I paid for the money. I took care of the people. I raised the family. If this can be called unfilial, then what is filial piety? My husband brought a concubine home without my consent. Have I ever treated her harshly? Her food, clothing, and daily expenses are no different from those of my wife. My husband stayed in her courtyard every night, and I never stopped him. How can I be jealous? As for the serious illness and infertility, second aunt, are you referring to the fact that your daughter pushed me into the water and caused me to catch a cold? My illness is caused by your daughter, and my inability to have children is also caused by your Lu family. How dare you blame me? The two elders were also a little shocked for a moment. What Meng girl said was completely contrary to what the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law said. They didn't know who to believe. Meng Qianqian said righteously, "Since the two elders are here today, why not make it clear? Don't say that I haven't committed the 7 grounds for divorce. Even if I did, there are still 3 things that cannot be divorced according to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty: poverty before and wealth after, 3 years of mourning, and no place to go. When I married into the Lu family was heavily in debt, and even the house was used to pay off the debt. I used the money from the dowry to pay it off. My grandfather passed away, my husband's faked death. I observed mourning for 3 years and chastity for 5 years. Just based on these things, the Lu family wants to divorce me, but there is no way." The old lady was so angry that she trembled all over. "You." The 5th old master said, "If that's the case, we really can't give up." The 2nd madam said anxiously, "5th uncle, she has offended the imperial concubine. If you don't divorce her, are you waiting to die with her?" 5th old master, "Hasn't this person been released?" The 3rd old master, "Yes, maybe the imperial concubine will be magnanimous and not bother with Meng girl." The 2nd madam was anxious. "What's the point of releasing them now? If the imperial concubine holds a grudge against us, how can the Lu family have a good life? What if the imperial concubine lets someone trip up Big Brother and shower? Then their careers will be ruined." What she didn't say was that her daughter was of marriageable age. If they knew that the Lu family had offended the imperial concubine, who would dare to marry Linglong? Not to mention that she had 2 sons studying in the Imperial Academy. Zheng Sai from the Imperial College is Lu Yuan's man. The old lady didn't dare to gamble with the lives and property of her son, grandson, and the entire family. The old lady quickly suppressed her greedy thoughts and still decided to kick Meng Qianqian out of the house. "You and Xiao Guo were married, and divorcing you would be a disgrace to you. Please leave the palace. Just say that you violated the palace rules and you don't want to bring trouble to your husband's family. When outsiders mention you in the future, they will praise you for being virtuous and understanding." The old lady spoke in a condescending tone, as if she had bestowed great grace on Meng Qianqian. In fact, if you think about it, this method is indeed more clever than the Lu family divorcing her. Divorcing her would make the Lu family seem heartless and ungrateful, but if she asks to be divorced, it will have nothing to do with the Lu family. Meng Qianqian laughed in anger. How could she not know what the old lady was planning? When it comes to shamelessness, this grandmother is really unmatched. "What about my dowry?" The old lady frowned and said coldly, "You asked to leave the palace, and you still want to get her dowry back?" Meng Qianqian asked back, "You want me to leave the marriage if you don't return the dowry?" "Grandmother, my ancestors in the Meng family heard what she was thinking even in their coffins." "Enough." Lu Lingxiao walked in with a grim face. Meng Qianqian knew that he had been listening outside for a long time and only came in when he couldn't stand it anymore.
"Come out and talk."
Lu Lingxiao went to pull her wrist. Meng Qianqian raised her arm and walked in front of him. The two came to the yard. Lu Lingxiao asked, "How can you speak to your grandmother like that?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Don't yell at me. If you have the time, why don't you go to the governor's mansion and get your punishment?" Lu Lingxiao's face turned red from choking. He clenched his fists and said, "I'm not here to quarrel with you. Follow me into the palace and kowtow to the imperial concubine and admit your fault." Meng Qianqian asked, "What did I do wrong?" Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, "The queen is just promoting an orphan girl. Do you have to disobey her?" Meng Qianqian said coldly, "Since it is a favor, why not let her own son issue an order to grant the marriage? If she doesn't do so, it will be too unkind to be struck by lightning. You all want to take advantage of me, and I am the only one who has to bear the grievance. The imperial concubine received the loyalty of her subjects. Lin Wanner received the status of a concubine. You received the woman you love, and what did I receive? You only remember that she became an orphan 3 years ago, but you forgot that I lost my parents when I was 3 years old. You are grateful to her, but do you know who raised the money for the northern expedition? Most of the Meng family's wealth was lost. Otherwise, How do you think you didn't starve to death at the border? 5 years ago, there was a snowstorm at Yumen Pass, and the Imperial court delayed the delivery of military pay. Later, a caravan of merchants came to deliver food and fodder.
Why?
Didn't you say so earlier? I told you that you won't let me down, right? Begonia Courtyard. Nanny Li stood at the door and looked around, finally seeing Nanny Wan and Meng Qianqian. After Meng Qianqian returned home, she first asked Qing Shuang to send Banxia and Tanner back to Heitanjiwen. She brought Nanny Wan to the old lady's side. Be careful. Nanny Li went to support him. Aunt Wan gestured. Curtain, curtain.
Hey, hey.
Nanny Li hurried forward and opened the curtain for the two of them, and Nanny Wan carried Meng Qianqian into the house. Don't be fooled by her big and strong appearance. She works very hard and is very careful with her daughter. She gently placed Meng Qianqian on the chair. Nanny Li was distressed. Miss, why are you so anxious? Meng Qianqian panted and said, I ran out of strength after walking halfway. How are Banxia and Tanner?
Don't worry about them.
But you, young lady.
I'm Fine.
That Miss Yin was truly amazing. She was seriously injured yesterday, and her internal organs were invaded by the cold, but she never thought that she would be able to walk after just one night. Nanny Wan put her hands on her waist while holding the bowl. Oh, that old thing. She told him what she saw and heard at Fu Shou Yuan. Nanny Li's eyes went dark and she almost passed out. How could she humiliate the young lady like this? Shameless old thing. In my opinion, the fact that the Lu family was able to marry the eldest young lady is a great honor for their ancestors. Do you want to kick the eldest young lady out? Maybe someone has leveled their ancestral graves. Matronly scolded, Don't use foul language in front of the young lady. Aunt Wan said in a hurry. Oh, look at my mouth. Although Nanny Li scolded her verbally, she felt good inside, as she had wanted to scold the old lady for a long time.
Go on. Hey.
When Nanny Wan saw that Meng Qianqian did not stop her, she told her about the conversation between Lu Lingxiao and her. When she heard her young lady asking for a divorce, Nanny Li was not so excited. However, did the Meng family really lose most of their wealth? Meng Qianqian smiled and shook her head. No, I said it on purpose for the Lu family to hear. Only when I am worthless can the old lady be more determined to get rid of me. Aunt Wan looked horrified.
Ah.
Is this a secret that she can listen to? Should she back off? But what should I do if I really want to listen? No, I have to be aware of being a subordinate and not listen to things I shouldn't listen to. Madam Wan, hand me a pair of scissors. What do you want to cut, madam? I'll do it. Nanny Wan stayed in the room and started cutting strips of cloth for Meng Qianqian. Madam Li prepared breakfast and served Meng Qianqian a bowl of red bean and barley porridge. Miss, I agree with the divorce, but isn't this method too risky? She was referring to the incident in Changchun Palace. She watched the young lady grow up. Although her personality changed a little after she fell into the water, she became more calm and intelligent. If the young lady wants to reject concubine Li, there are ways to do it without offending her. It is obvious that the young lady did it on purpose. Using Imperial concubine Li to scare the old lady is a good idea, but what if Imperial concubine Li gets angry and orders the young lady to be killed? Whenever Nanny Li thought of this, she couldn't help feeling scared. Meng Qianqian scooped a spoonful of red bean and barley porridge. Li Guifei and Lu Yuan. One plays the good cop, and the other plays the bad cop. Lu Yuan is a treacherous minister who everyone wants to kill, while Guifei is determined to be the head of the harem and the mother of the country. She only dares to force me, not kill me. If I want to kill him, I can only do it through Lu Yuan. She was betting that Lu Yuan would not kill her for the time being. Her original plan was to endure for a while, and when she had enough means to protect herself in the capital, she would find a way to leave the Lu family. Concubine Kelly's sudden challenge made her realize that this was a great opportunity to leave the Lu family. Dad often said that people must learn to plan, but also learn to seize opportunities. By the time everything is ready, the opportunity is often too late. Because while you are preparing, your enemy is likely to be getting stronger. It's just hard for Banxia and Tanner to suffer with me. Nanny Li said, Banxia is very smart. She knows that she has to kneel down when entering the palace, so she wears several layers of knee pads. Meng Qianqian laughed. She asked me to wear it too. Nanny Li also laughed. She actually knew in her heart that even with knee pads, kneeling in the snow for more than 2 hours was not something that most people could endure, not to mention that the young lady was suffering from a cold. As for Tanner, no one thought that she would go to the palace to find you. This girl is really bold. She even dared to beat up the Imperial concubines people. I'll go and wake her up to eat something. She has slept for a whole day and night. Don't let her get hungry. Nanny Li went out mumbling to herself. Meng Qianqian smiled and retracted her gaze. When she raised her eyes, she met Nanny Wan's gaze head-on. Aunt Wan looked around quickly. Meng Qianqian asked with a smile, Aunt Wan, when I leave the Lu family one day, will you go with me? Or Nanny Wan stood up immediately, patted her chest and said, Wherever the young lady goes, I will go there. I have nothing else but enough strength. Don't worry, young lady. I have no second thoughts about you. I will be your mule or horse, drink soup and stir fire for you, and die 1,000 times. To show her loyalty, she even changed her title. Meng Qianqian laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. I'll work like a cow or a horse, go through fire and water, and never give up.
Nanny Wan su dans lire Elised? Ah.
I didn't remember. Governor's office. Lu Yuan has been recuperating in his mansion these days, and has not gone out. The assassin who was captured alive in the temple last time could not withstand the torture, and confessed. Someone leaked Lu Yuan's whereabouts, which means there is a spy around him. The spy could be anyone in the house. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, the assassins didn't know. They came from an underworld assassination organization and did the job for money without asking about the origin of the financiers. The commander of the Jinui entered with a cold look, clasped his fists and bowed. Sir, we have found out that it was a groom named Zhao Si. Someone gave him 5,000 taels to buy your whereabouts. The man was masked all the time, and Zhao Si didn't know who he was. Lu Yuan gestured casually. The Jinui commander understood, turned around and went out, and ordered the Jinui outside the door. Call everyone to Hohu to watch the torture of burning people alive. Anyone who dares to close their eyes will have their eyeballs dug out. Anyone who dares to cover their ears will have their ears cut off. It's a rare day that Miss Baoshu is not here. As soon as he left, Yu Zichuan and Qing Shuang came back. Lu Yuan poured himself a cup of hot tea with an indifferent look on his face. Did the governor ask you to find out the gossip about the Lu family? Qing Shuang said, Oh, bowed, and walked out. Yu Zichuan turned around and followed. Lu Yuan said coldly, Why are you leaving? Yu Zichuan, I want to listen.
Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan snorted coldly and slowly picked up the teacup. Qing Shuang told Lu Yuan what happened in the Lu family. When he heard Meng Qianqian propose to divorce Lu Lingxiao, Lu Yuan stopped drinking tea. Yu Zichuan asked curiously, Then what? And then I came back.
Qing Shuang said.
Qing Shuang was a death warrior trained as a scout, and she had excellent insight into danger, but she did not understand human nature, so she had no idea what Lu Lingxiao's expression meant at that time. Yu Zichuan walked out with a bow and arrow. Lu Yuan tapped the desktop. Urgent news. Yu Zichuan resigned himself to his fate and turned back, placing the urgent secret letter sent from 800 miles away on the table. After reading it, Lu Yuan smiled coldly. On the other side, Lu Lingxiao returned to Songju courtyard in a daze, and did not even notice that Lin Wanner was waiting for him under the corridor. Luo asked in confusion, Girl, what happened to the general? He looks so lost. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment and stepped into Lu Lingxiao's room. Lu Lingxiao sat down on the bed without saying a word. His expression didn't look like he was struck by lightning, but it did look like he had suffered a great shock. Lin Wanner sat down next to him, took his hand, and wrote on his palm, General, what happened? Aren't you going to save the eldest young lady? Lu Lingxiao finally came back to his senses from the huge shock and said weakly, She's back. Lin Wanner was stunned. Lu Lingxiao said dejectedly, Wanner, do you remember that when I first arrived at the border, I almost starved to death with my brothers?
Lin Yuan nodded.
Lu Lingxiao continued. The mountains were blocked by heavy snow, and the imperial court's grain and grass could not be transported. A caravan took the southeastern waterway, reached the Lizhou ferry, traveled hundreds of miles, and waded through mountains and rivers to deliver grain and military supplies to Yuan Pass. The caravan did not leave its name, only saying that it was the military pay raised by the people of various states and towns. Lin Yuan, why did the general suddenly mention this? Lu Lingxiao pondered for a long time, then said with shame, "That caravan belongs to the Meng family."
Lin Yuan was shocked.
She asked in sign language, "General, who told you this?" Lu Lingxiao said, "She just told me this in person. I didn't know this the whole time."
Lin Yuan grabbed his skirts.
Luo muttered, "If the Meng family is really generous, why didn't they say it earlier? Why did they wait until now to say it? In my opinion, the eldest young lady is trying to prevent the general from marrying a girl, right?" Lu Lingxiao's face darkened. Lin Yuan scolded Lulua harshly. "Get out." Lulua stole a glance at Lu Lingxiao, who was about to explode with anger, and hurriedly retreated. Lin Yuan pulled Lu Lingxiao's hand. "It was my fault that I didn't discipline the servants well. Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health." Lu Lingxiao suppressed his anger for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan lowered her eyes and gestured. "The eldest young lady doesn't want me to marry into the family. I understand that. I won't expect anything that doesn't belong to me. I said that as long as I can be with the general, I don't care about anything else. She wants to divorce me." Lin Yuan was shocked for the third time. Her eyelashes trembled and she gestured. She must be saying this on purpose, because she is angry. The eldest young lady is young and has suffered injustice in the palace. She has to find someone to vent her anger on. You have to bear with it. Lin Yuan had said things like this before, but this time, for some reason, Lu Lingxiao felt that Meng Qianqian didn't seem to be angry. That kind of calmness, for a moment, made him feel that she was out of reach. Seeing that Lu Lingxiao remained silent, Lin Yuan tightened her clothes little by little. Meng Qianqian proposed divorce to Lu Lingxiao and Fishiyuan. The servants overheard it from the corner of the wall. After sending away the two elders, they immediately reported it to the old lady. The old lady was so angry that she almost flipped the table. Divorce?
Dream on.
A woman who can't have children. Does she really think she's a piece of cake? How can she be worthy of divorce? Even shaving her head and becoming a nun would be considered unlucky. While helping the old lady calm down, Nanny Wu echoed, "Alas, she fell into the water half a year ago and contracted a cold. The doctor said she would have difficulty having children in this lifetime. We spent a lot of money to buy a panacea to help her get pregnant, but now it seems that she is not so lucky. That elixir costs 100 taels each. Fortunately, I didn't give it to her." After the old lady finished speaking, she remembered that the medicine was still with Lu's mother and hurriedly asked someone to get it back. She had deliberately not called Mother Lu today to prevent her from speaking for the girl, but who could have imagined that the girl's fighting ability was so fierce that she could choke everyone in the room with just one mouth? "Ouch, help me lie down for a while." The old lady had a terrible headache. Just as Nanny Wu helped her lie down, someone came in to report that Lin Yuan wanted to see her. The old lady frowned and said, "It's snowing so heavily. Why are you hanging around outside instead of staying in Fengyuan to take care of your baby?" The old lady was in a terrible mood and didn't want to see Lin Yuan, but thinking that Lin Yuan was carrying her precious great-grandson in her belly, she let her in. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan did not come empty-handed. Luo and several old women from Fengyuan had their arms full of gifts, filling up the old lady's table in an instant. Silks and satins, gold, silver, and jade ornaments, Ganoderma lucidum, Cordyceps sinensis, and famous calligraphy and paintings. The old lady stared with wide eyes. "This." Green Rose smiled and said, "Madam, these were given to my daughter by the Imperial concubine when she entered the palace yesterday. My daughter said that she wanted to give them all to you, madam. Give her all the rewards from the Imperial concubine." The old lady immediately grasped the key point of Lulua's words. After being irritated by that girl for the whole morning, she finally had something happy. The old lady's eyes turned kinder when she looked at Lin Wanner. She waved at her and said, "Come and sit down." Lin Wanner slowly sat down beside the old lady. She observed Meng Qianqian's etiquette last time, and this time she did the same as Meng Qianqian, sitting only half of a seat. She had only sat for a while when she was so tired that sweat broke out on her forehead. The old lady held Lin Wanner's hand and liked her more and more the more she looked at her. This is what a granddaughter-in-law should be like. She knows how to respect her grandmother, unlike that girl. It was obviously Xiao Ge's reward, but she took it all back to her own yard. The old lady touched her belly and said, "It's been 2 months. The first 3 months are the critical time. We have to be careful."
Lin Wanner nodded slightly.
The old lady glanced at the rewards on the table and said seriously, "These things are given to you by the Imperial concubine. Take them back and use them yourself." Lin Wanner shook her head and motioned for Lu Yuan to speak for her. Green Rose smiled and said, "Madam, my daughter can't use it all, and the Imperial concubine will give her a reward later. How honorable it is for the Imperial concubine to add makeup. And it sounds like the entire harem will add makeup to Lin Wanner. What a huge amount of money that would be." Although the old lady did not know anything about the 12 black armor guards, she knew that Lin Wanner's identity was not simple. Otherwise, her son would not have taken Lin Wanner to see a nobleman alone. Her grandson is a general, so he should marry a descendant of a military family like Lin Wanner. The old lady patted the back of Lin Wanner's hand and sighed with great regret. "Alas, how great it would have been if Xiao had met you earlier." Lin Wanner shook her head and gestured. Green Rose said, "My daughter said that the eldest young lady's family is very wealthy and she is just an orphan, so she would never dare to compete with the eldest young lady for anything." The old lady thought of the conversation the servants had heard in the courtyard and sneered. "Her family has been broke for a long time. I have been suffering from hiding it all these years." Lin Wanner didn't say anything, but glanced at Lu Yuan, who said hurriedly, "Madam, the general just went to Feng Yuan and said the eldest young lady wanted to divorce him. My daughter felt bad about it, so she came to the old lady to apologize. She is willing to move out of the Lu family temporarily and only asks the eldest young lady to live in harmony with the general and his wife." The old lady immediately said, "You are carrying my precious great-grandson in your belly. No matter who moves out, you can't move out."
Lin Wanner lod her head.
The old lady snorted. "Divorce is impossible. I won't agree to it." After coming out of Fashiyuan, Lu Yuan supported Lin Wanner and walked back. Turning her head to look around and making sure that there was no one around, Lu Yuan asked, "Miss, what does the old lady mean? She obviously doesn't like the eldest young lady, but she doesn't allow her to divorce the general?" Lin Wanner gestured and said, "The old lady hopes that the eldest young lady will ask to leave the house on her own accord. Divorce by peaceful means is voluntary on both sides, ending the relationship and allowing both parties to live happily. Divorce occurs when a woman commits one of the 7 grounds for divorce and is expelled from her husband's home. If the woman asks to leave the marriage on her own, it is the woman's fault. She leaves on her own initiative and is not forced by her husband's family. This is most beneficial to her husband's family." Lu Lingxiao had just made a great contribution at the border, and the news that he brought back a woman spread throughout the capital. At this time, whether he divorced his wife or divorced her, it would seem that he was heartless and ungrateful. He could only ask to leave and put all the blame on Meng Qianqian. She wanted to leave on her own because she didn't have the tolerance of a first wife, and she couldn't tolerate another woman. Luo understood. But will the eldest young lady be willing? Lin Wanner paused. Begonia Courtyard. After having breakfast, Meng Qianqian sat in the room looking at the account book that Tanner brought back from the dental clinic. Since the last time she went there, the matchmaker had asked several accountants to do the accounting. One of them did a very good job. Not only did he get the accounts right, he also corrected several mistakes she had made on purpose. The handwriting is neat and clear at a glance. Meng Qianqian was very satisfied. "It's him." Meng Qianqian put down the account book and spread out the map of the capital. Since you have proposed a divorce, you have to make plans to leave the Lu family as soon as possible. The most urgent task was to buy a house to live in. It didn't have to be big, but the street had to be clean and it shouldn't be too remote. After all, she had to do business. But land is very expensive in the capital, and she was afraid that the 10,000 taels she had on hand would not be enough to buy a good house in a prosperous area. The matchmaker used to run a brothel and then a pawnbroker's shop. Maybe she knows a suitable location. I can ask her next time I go back. Just as he was thinking, Nanny Wan's loud and rough voice rang out from outside. Who are you? What are you doing here? My daughter wants to see the eldest young master's wife. Please tell this maid. It's the voice of Green Radish. You just pass it on, wait. Nanny Wan swaggered into the courtyard. When she arrived at the door of the main house, her attitude suddenly changed. She asked respectfully, Miss, someone from Feng Yuan wants to see you. Meng Qianqian said, let her in.
Hey.
Nanny Wan agreed, came to the gate of the courtyard, and said to Lin Wanner, go in. Luo helped Lin Wanner over the threshold. Nanny Wan stopped Luo and said, let her in. Are you deaf? Luo glared at Nanny Wan angrily. Lin Wanner shook her head at Luo, and Luo stayed outside unwillingly. Lin Wanner opened the curtain and entered the room. Banksia was catching up on her sleep, and Nanny Li was calling Tanner to eat. Meng Qianqian was the only one in the room. Lin Wanner did not salute. Meng Qianqian was already used to her saying one thing in front of her and another behind her back. She wasn't surprised at all, and didn't ask any questions. She just left her alone. Mrs. Hu passed by with a basin of washed clothes. She saw Aunt Wan, who was eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the curtain, and asked curiously, what are you doing? Looking down again. Wow. Nanny Wan was holding an axe in her hand. Mrs. Hu's mouth twitched. Lin Wanner turned around, glanced at the door curtain with her peripheral vision, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to take the teacup on the table. Meng Qianqian used the account book to block her hand and glanced at her stomach. Don't, if you get sick from drinking, I can't bear the consequences. Lin Wanner took 2 steps toward the brazier. Meng Qianqian said, the red snail charcoal awarded by the Ministry of Internal Affairs has burned. Remember to find the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Lin Wanner closed her eyes and prepared to sit down. Slow. Nanny Wan pushed aside the curtain and rushed in, quickly pulled away the stool behind her, and dropped a large ice cube under her ace. There are no needles or drugs hidden, you can see it. Look carefully for yourself, and don't blame my young lady if you sit down. Lin Wanner was so angry that her face turned green. Lin Wanner gestured coldly. Stop pretending. I know you are playing hard to get and you don't really want to leave the Lu family. Meng Qianqian smiled. Yes, you are right. I really have no intention of leaving the Lu family. After all, I have just become the general's wife. With the speed at which military generals are promoted, if I can hold on for another year or 2, he might be able to earn me an imperial decree. Aunt Wan nodded and gave a thumbs up, as expected of a young lady. So smart. Lin Wanner, you have offended the imperial concubine, and you still want to be granted an imperial decree? Meng Qianqian said fearlessly, if we can't ban it, then we're all done. The wife's debts must be paid by the husband. He will have to bear the blame for whatever troubles I cause. Lin Wanner gestured with a gloomy face. So, you are this kind of person? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the general? Meng Qianqian said, you can go ahead and tell me, as long as you have the courage. Lin Wanner clenched her sleeves and walked away without looking back. Aunt Wan yelled at her from behind, no need to see me off. I've already cleared the snow off the ground. Don't play with me and fall down. Miss. Outside the door, Lulua supported Lin Wanner, who looked very bad.
Din venner er covered her stomach.
This time she was really angry, and her stomach hurt. I feel angry and aggrieved, but I can't tell anyone. Inside the house, Nanny Wan moved the big ice cube out, came back and asked, Miss, we are not leaving? She has packed all her bags. After Lin Wanner returned to Feng Yuan, she stayed indoors and didn't even have dinner. Lu Lingxiao was already upset. First, something happened at the border, and second, Meng Qianqian suddenly proposed a divorce. For the first time, He felt that he didn't want to go to Lin Wanner. But Lulua came to urge 3 times, saying that Lin Wanner had abdominal pain and needed to see a doctor, and only then did Lu Lingxiao go with a serious expression. The doctor felt Lin Wanner's pulse and said, "Miss, you have excessive internal heat and you may have miscarried. I will prescribe a medicine to help you stay pregnant. Boil it over high heat and simmer it over low heat for half an hour. Take 1 bowl each morning and evening. I will come back to feel your pulse in 3 days." "Thank you, Dr. Li." Lu Lingxiao asked Shen Yan to send the doctor out. Lin Wanner leaned weakly in Lu Lingxiao's arms. Lu Lingxiao asked, "Why did you suddenly have a miscarriage?" Lin Wanner remained silent. Luo said, "The young lady was like this when she came out of the eldest young lady's courtyard.
I don't know what happened.
The eldest young lady didn't allow me to follow her in. I thought that after hearing this, the general would blame Meng Qianqian for deliberately targeting Lin Wanner, as usual." Unexpectedly, Lu Lingxiao just frowned and said to the person in his arms, "Why did you go to see her when you have nothing to do?" Lin Wanner's eyes moved. She stood up from his arms and said in sign language, "I also don't want the eldest young lady to be unhappy with you because of me. If possible, I am willing to move out of the Lu family. Some words move you once or twice, but become numb if you hear them too many times." Coupled with all the troubles in recent days, it was rare for Lu Lingxiao not to coax her. Seeing that Lu Lingxiao didn't say anything, Lulua panicked and said hurriedly, "The eldest young lady didn't give the young lady water to drink, and she didn't allow the young lady to sit on her stool." Lu Lingxiao inexplicably thought of the first time he went to Haidang courtyard. She frowned and stared at her buttocks. He said, "She doesn't like outsiders sitting in her room." Lin Wanner winked at Lulua, who said in a muffled voice, "I'll go see if the medicine has been brought back." Lu Lingxiao was lost in thought when suddenly a drop of hot tear fell on the back of his hand. He hurriedly looked at Lin Wanner and saw that Lin Wanner was biting her lips aggrievedly, with tears all over her face. He was startled and asked at a loss, "Wanner, why are you crying?" Lin Wanner cried and gestured. "Do you regret bringing me back?" Lu Lingxiao, "I didn't." Lin Wanner cried, "When Dad entrusted me to you, he didn't know you already had a wife. Otherwise, even if I died at Yumen Pass, he would never mistreat his own daughter like this. If you think I'm an eyesore, I'll go back to the border. Don't worry. I won't marry anyone else. I will spend my whole life guarding Dad and Big Brother's tablets." Lu Lingxiao felt so ashamed that he hugged her in his arms. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." On the roof, 3 figures were lying on the snow-covered tiles. One of the tiles was peeled off. Looking inside from here, one could just happen to see Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wanner lying on the bed. Yu Zichuan stared at it. Qing Shuang looked serious. The commander of the Jinui came last. He asked through lip language, "What are you 2 doing?" The 2 lip language replied, "Reading gossip. What are you doing here?" Jinui commander, "Arrest you 2. The Grand Commander has ordered that you are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Lu family, you rascal." Oops, I accidentally slipped my tongue. He quickly closed his mouth, but Qing Shuang had already seen his lip movements. "Qing Shuang, you're scolding the Grand Commander." "Yu Zichuan, did I want to curse too?" "Qing Shuang, then let's do it together." Jinui commander. In the room, Lin Wanner raised her head slightly, while Lu Lingxiao held her face and lowered his head gently. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard's face changed, and he covered the eyes of the 2 men with 1 hand each. "Lu Lingxiao, you rascal, what are you doing in broad daylight? Children can't watch this. Girls can't watch this either." The one on top. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from below, and the 3 of them were startled. The commander of the Jinui flew down, bowed to the visitor, and said in a low voice, "Greetings, old lady.
We
were ordered to catch thieves and pass by here, and will be here soon." Before he finished saying the word go, he heard the old lady say expressionlessly, "Take me up, I want to listen too." 3 people. The snow fell silently, there were fewer pilgrims, and the temple was silent. The monk was sitting in the room with a wooden fish that had just been struck next to him. Lu Yuan knelt on the mat opposite him with his back to the open door. The cold wind howled past, and the monks were lightly dressed. Lu Yuan was wearing a luxurious and thick purple cloak. He had an upright posture and an imposing manner. His slender hands were as delicate as jade. An ordinary teapot, when held up by him, looked like a fairy jade. He poured a cup of tea for the monk and said slowly, after the defeat of Northern Liang, they signed a letter of surrender and a compensation agreement with Great Zhou and agreed to transport 100,000 taels of gold to the capital within 3 months. But just 10 days ago, this team of Northern Liang envoys and the 100,000 taels of gold disappeared. What do you think, master? The monk's eyes were slightly closed, as if he hadn't heard what he was saying at all. Lu Yuan smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. The Beiliang people insisted that it was the Great Zhou who murdered them for money, while the Great Zhou soldiers believed that it was the Beiliang guards who stole the money, and they are looking for people from both sides. The place where they disappeared is Foam County, which is 30 miles away. Foam County was the county that suffered the most bloodbath from the Beiliang people. The people and the guards there hate the Beiliang army to the core, and they really can't kill them. He put the teapot back on the brazier rack. The situation at the border, which had finally been eased, has become tense again because of this confusing case. The 5 years of fighting have been in vain. The monk paused while twirling his Buddhist beads. Lu Yuan said, however, a while ago, a daughter of Shun Ho came to the capital, and a person related to the 13 ghost needles appeared. Although the Chu family was destroyed, the Black Armor Guards are still alive. If the Black Armor Guards appear in the world, will you return to the court, Your Majesty? The monk finally responded. He slowly opened his eyes and met Lu Yuan's eyes full of smiles but hidden murderous intent. If I return to the court, will you stop me, Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan drank the tea in the cup, put it back on the table, and laughed out loud. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. He stood up, his arrogant laughter resounded through the heaven and earth, and he walked out with his hands behind his back, looking very arrogant and striding forward. When he reached the corridor, he stopped smiling, tilted his head slightly, glanced behind him, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Emperor, you should stay in the temple, with the company of the ancient Buddha and the green lamp, and spend the rest of your life.
Down the mountain.
A carriage slowly stopped by the roadside. Be careful. The coachman lifted the curtain and helped the person down. The old lady looked at the snow-covered mountain steps with a frown on her face. The driver asked, Old lady, how are you going to get up there in this heavy snow? The old lady slapped him on the head and said, Of course you're the one who carries me up there. Are you going to let me walk up there by myself? The driver held his head and said, Yes, yes. The driver resigned himself to his fate and carried the old lady up the mountain. The old lady went straight to the mountain behind the temple without saying a word. She entered the most secluded courtyard, walked up the steps one step at a time with a strong and vigorous figure, kicked off her shoes, stepped on the clean floor, and pushed open the door of the Zen room with a clang. Meng Qianqian caught a cold in the palace. She had no taste in her mouth and her sense of smell was impaired, so she kept craving for sweet and spicy fried fruits. Madam, Li has told us not to eat this. Nanny Wan decisively took the fried fruits away. Meng Qianqian sighed. Nanny Li came over, sweating all over. Oh, that girl was sleeping so soundly. I called her for a long time, but she didn't work. Meng Qianqian smiled. Let Tanner get some sleep. Nanny Li asked worriedly, sleeping for so long. Nothing will happen, right? Meng Qianqian smiled and said, Don't worry, ma'am.
Tanner is fine.
This is the truth. Madame Yan has examined Tanner and taken his pulse. In Madame Yan's words, Tanner is as strong as a calf. Don't take any medicine randomly. He will get better on his own. Nanny Li still cannot see through her young lady's increasingly powerful abilities, but she believes what her young lady says. Thinking of something, she said, I'll go see Banksia. Nanny Li is a worrier by nature. She worries about this and that, and has been busy going back and forth between the 3 patients for the whole morning. After lunch, the snow fell even harder. The old lady loves to play in the snow. With such heavy snow, she must be able to come out. Meng Qianqian asked Nanny Wan to go and take a look at the old lady. Nanny Wan went there, but didn't see anyone. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly, so she brought Nanny Wang, who was by the old lady's side, over. Madam, the eldest young master. Nanny Wang bowed. Meng Qianqian nodded. Madam Wang, where is my great-grandmother? Nanny Wang said, the old lady has gone out. Meng Qianqian was startled. Go out? Where to? Nanny Wang said, go to the temple to burn incense. I thought the old lady would ask the eldest young lady to go with her. Meng Qianqian hesitated for a moment and asked, who did the old lady bring? Nanny Wang said, Shi Ke and Zhao Si. Shi Ke is the old lady's personal maid, who is smart and clever. Zhao Si is the security guard in the mansion, and the old lady always asks him to drive the carriage when she goes up the mountain. It seems that he did go to the temple. The old lady seldom went out on weekdays, but whenever she went to the temple to burn incense, she was happy to go with her. However, today was not a special day, so why did my great-grandmother suddenly want to go and burn incense? And she went alone. Nanny Wang was startled. Madam, this servant of yours. Meng Qianqian said, Madam Wang, please go back to the courtyard first. I will ask someone to pick up my great-grandmother. Meng Qianqian returned to hiding courtyard and asked Nanny Wang to go to the outer courtyard to call Wu Gur. She gave him a bag of silver and said, pick a few skilled guards and go to Han's Han Temple to pick up the old lady. If the snow is too heavy, don't rush down the mountain. Wu Gur weighed his purse and said, Madam, you won't need so much. Meng Qianqian handed him a bundle of clothes and 2 thick quilts and said, look for the best fighter and the fastest horse. Wu Gur understood. Yes. On the mountain, in the meditation room where red charcoal was burning, the retired emperor finished writing the Imperial edict. Next to him knelt another middle-aged monk. He is Inuch Fu, the trusted Inuch of the retired emperor. Since the retired emperor was placed under house arrest here by Lu Yuan, he also followed him here to become a monk. He ground the ink carefully. The old lady was like a supervisor. Add more, add more. The emperor sighed. I can hardly write any more. How much is the old lady going to give that girl? Inuch Fu laughed awkwardly. Yes, you are the old lady of the Lu family, not the Meng family. The old lady's eyes rolled around, and she leaned over to ask the emperor, can I be the Meng family's? The emperor. Inuch Fu. Heavy snow fell all day long. Whenever Nanny Wan had time, she would go to the door to take a look. Unexpectedly, she did not see the old lady, but Lu Xingzhou, who had not returned for many days. Lu Xingzhou worked in the Ministry of Industry and was often on business trips away from home. He seldom returned home, especially on days like this when it was snowing heavily. Nanny Wan bowed and said, Sir. Lu Xingzhou didn't even look at him and rushed into the mansion in a hurry. Nanny Wan looked suspicious and went out to ask the driver what happened. The driver said, Master Lu's mother has passed away. Lord Lu was a colleague of Lu Xingzhou. They had worked together in the Hanlin Academy and had a close personal relationship. Later, Lu Xingzhou went to the Ministry of Works, and Lord Lu was transferred to the Ministry of War, where he served as the head of the Treasury Department. Although his official rank was only 4th grade, it was a lucrative job. Moreover, Lord Lu's father-in-law was the Marquis of Yong'an, and his mother-in-law was the Princess of Chongning County, both of whom were well-known figures in the capital. When Madame Lu was in good health, she often came to visit the old lady. She was one of the few outsiders that the old lady could still remember after she became demented. Nanny Wan brought the news back to He Tanjuan. Nanny Li sighed and said, I remember that Master Lu is the youngest son of old Madame Lu. She is about the same age as the old lady. At this age, it can be considered a white wedding. Meng Qianqian changed into plain clothes and said, I'm going to see my great-grandmother off on her behalf. Nanny Li was a little worried about Meng Qianqian's health, but when she thought about it, she realized that the Lu family lived on this street, and if the old lady was at home, she would definitely go to see Madame Lu off for the last time. Madame Li nodded and said, Madame Wan and I will accompany the young lady. Meng Qianqian and Lu's mother were the first to arrive at the door. The two got on the same carriage. Soon, the second lady came up with Lu Linglong. The relationship between the two rooms is now very delicate. The second madam smiled at Mother Lu and Meng Qianqian, who were holding hands. "Oh, sister-in-law, your good daughter-in-law is about to divorce your son. Why are you so kind to let her ride in your carriage?" Mother Lu said sternly, "If dinner can't stop you from talking, get out." This sister-in-law has always been a hard-working person, and it is rare to see someone so tough. The second wife curled her lips and said, "Why are you mad at me? It's not me who asked her to divorce." Mother Lu said coldly, "You didn't ask Qianqian to divorce. You just instigated Xiao Ge to divorce his wife. Didn't my second brother warn you not to plot against Xiao Ge?" The second wife didn't take her husband's words to heart at all, and naturally, she was even less likely to listen to Lu's mother. She snorted. Mother Lu no longer paid any attention to her. Ever since Lu Linglong got in the car, she couldn't take her eyes off Meng Qianqian. She was jealous of Meng Qianqian's beauty and wished she could scratch Meng Qianqian's face, which was 100 times prettier than hers. The old lady sat in a car alone. Lu Xingzhou, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Yiri were in the same car. There are many guests coming to pay their respects tonight. Some of them are relatives, neighbors, and colleagues of Lord Lu, and the rest are relatives and friends of Marquis Yongyan and Princess Chongning. As the incident happened suddenly, the Lu family was in urgent need of manpower, and even the morning hall had just been set up. Lord Lu knelt in the morning hall, his eyes red and swollen from crying. After the Lu family paid their respects to Madame Lu, he kowtowed to express his gratitude. Lu Xingzhou knelt down opposite him and patted his shoulder. "My condolences." Then he said to Lu Lingxiao and Master Lu, "Take the servants from the mansion with you to help set up the morning shed." He was from the Ministry of Works, and construction was his forte, and the servants in his mansion were also skilled in it. He then said to Mother Lu, "Take Qianqian to the inner house to see Madame Lu and ask her if there is anything she can do for you." Lu Linglong said, "Uncle, I'm going too. Don't make trouble." Lu Xingzhou knew very well that among so many female members of the Lu family, only Lu's mother and Meng Qianqian were reliable in doing things. "I'll be there in a minute. You go to the wing room and rest for a while," Mother Lu said to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian said, "Grandmother and second Anne are watching." The old lady and the second lady were now hoping that she would make a mistake, and she couldn't let them catch her. Meng Qianqian and Lu's mother paused. Mother Lu was surprised and said, "I didn't expect the Grand Commander would come." Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Master Lu also attended the last Shuazhou banquet held in the governor's mansion." Although she did not show up at the banquet, she saw with her own eyes that Lu Xingzhou went there in Lord Lu's carriage. Lu's mother did not understand state affairs, so she naturally did not understand Lu Yuan's determination to obtain military power. From the perspective of family background alone, the Lu family was not a famous family, and they had no dealings with the governor's office. Lu's mother only thought that the Grand Governor was doing his job to give face to the Yongyan Marquis' mansion. She thought of something and looked out the door. Meng Qianqian asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Mother Lu shook her head. "Nothing, let's go." The two met Mrs. Lu in the accounting office. Mrs. Lu was a good mother-in-law. Now that she was gone, Mrs. Lu was heartbroken. He passed away in his sleep quite peacefully,
Mrs. Lu said with sobs.
Mother Lu comforted her for a while and began to help her with the old man's funeral arrangements. On the other side, Marquis Yanzhen personally went to the gate to welcome the Grand Commander in, and all the officials saluted Lu Yuan one after another. "No need to be so polite. I am here today to pay my respects to Madame Lu." After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he took the Jinui commander Shangguan Ling into the morning hall. Shangguan Ling was holding a cuddly little baby in his arms. After coming out of the morning hall, seeing that Lu Yuan wanted to stay, Marquis Yanzhen hurriedly and politely said to Lu Yuan, "Grand Commander, please come this way." Most of the guests arriving tonight will follow the host to keep watch for old Madame Lu. However, this commander-in-chief is always busy and does not follow the rules. How could he have expected that the other party would stay to keep watch? However, although the Grand Commander was willing to condescend to him, he and the Lu family could not neglect him. The Taoists began to perform rituals. The Lu family cried loudly, and guests came one after another. Marquis Yanzhen could only seek peace and quiet in the midst of the noise. He arranged a separate mourning shed for Lu Yuan and instructed the steward of the Lu family not to bring in any other guests. The Lu family servants brought a charcoal basin. The Lu family couldn't afford red charcoal, so they burned silver charcoal. Even these were brought from the Yongyan Marquis mansion specifically to entertain distinguished guests. Lu Yuan just sat down. The little ball in Shangguan Ling's arms couldn't hold back any longer and kept pointing outwards, like a fat little moth fluttering. Woo-wah-wah-wah. Shangguan Ling did not move.
Wah.
Bao Shu was furious. Shangguan Ling said, "It's useless for you to be angry at me.
I can't just walk around.
Let your father go." Bao Shu looked at her father with resentment. Lu Yuan drank his tea nonchalantly, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Bao Shu clenched Xiaopeng's fist. At the morning hall, the invited Taoist priests began to perform rituals. Meng Qianqian went from one mourning shed to another, entertaining the female guests who came to keep watch. The customs of this dynasty were not as conservative as those of the previous dynasty. The mourning tents for male and female guests were set up in the same place, separated by a small flower bed. Due to the cold weather, the curtains of each mourning tent were lowered to prevent heavy snow from flying in. Meng Qianqian had just come out of the mourning shed when she ran into Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang exclaimed, "Why don't you rest at home instead of coming here?" The maid of the Lu family held a plate of snacks and asked, "Madam Lu, where should we send this plate of snacks?"
There.
Meng Qianqian pointed to the mourning shed in the east.
Yes.
The maid went. Mrs. Wang asked, "I'm here to help.
Can you handle it?"
Meng Qianqian said softly, "It's okay. Madam, come in and sit down." Soon, Madam Lu came into the mourning shed in a panic. "Sister Meng, I can't do it anymore. There's a child over there crying and making a fuss, and I can't come for him." Meng Qianqian said, "I'll go take a look." She said to Madam Wang, "Madam, I have to leave you first." Madam Lu stayed to entertain Madam Wang, and Meng Qianqian went to the mourning shed that Madam Lu mentioned. When she went in, she found out that the crying little girl was Bao Shu. The little girl was being held in the arms of a wet nurse, who was brought over by other guests to help coax her. But even such an experienced wet nurse couldn't coax Bao Shu at all.
"Give it to me."
Meng Qianqian stepped forward and said. The wet nurse gave the child to her with the attitude of giving it a try. Who would have thought that the little guy really stopped crying and even curled up his little feet comfortably in Meng Qianqian's arms? The wet nurse was stunned. The Zhou family's maid came over and said, "Nurse, the young master is crying." Not only the young master of the Zhou family was crying, all the children present were infected by Bao Shu and started crying. What's even more infuriating is that while other children were crying loudly, she herself had already accomplished her goal and retreated. Lu Yuan snorted. Bao Shu raised her little chin proudly. It seems to be saying, "She cried because of her own ability. It's not shameful." The wet nurse went back to coax her own child. Meng Qianqian walked towards Lu Yuan, who was sitting there, and bowed. "Greetings, Grand Commander." Tonight, Lu Yuan changed into a black robe, which made him less charming and more solemn and cold. Lu Yuan hummed lightly. Meng Qianqian also bowed to Shangguan Ling. "Greetings, Commander." Shangguan Ling clasped his fists and said, "Mrs. Lu, you are too polite." Bao Shu pointed at the chair and then pointed at one of her own little feet. Meng Qianqian understood and sat down on the chair. This chair was different from the others in the mourning shed. It was not only covered with a soft cushion, but also had a thick pillow. Her tired body instantly felt a lot more comfortable. She held Bao Shu's feet. "What's wrong with your feet?" Bao Shu's tears came suddenly, and she immediately became aggrieved. Meng Qianqian gently took off her tiger head shoes and said, "By the way, didn't Zhao Zhao go to Lady Yan's place to play for 3 days? It's only been 1 day, and you're already back?" After saying that, the little fellow took off his footwear, revealing a little foot that was as swollen as a steamed bun. Meng Qianqian frowned. "Is this stung by a bee?" The little guy nodded aggrievedly. Lu Yuan said coldly, "Humph, are you still feeling wronged?" Meng Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan and Shangguan Ling with confusion. Shangguan Ling explained, "Well, Madame Yen brought Miss Baoshu back to Manhwa Tower this morning. Within an hour, she smashed the antique jade plate that Madame Yen treasured, soaked her rouge in water, and burned her black ink into charcoal. That's fine, but I don't know how she managed to release the poisonous bees that Madame Yen raised."
"I see."
Meng Qianqian's sense of taste and smell was temporarily impaired, so she couldn't smell the medicine on the little guy's wound, but she could see and feel that medicine had been applied. "It must have hurt a lot." "It will hurt even if you apply the medicine." Baoshu nodded and snuggled into her arms for a hug. Shangguan Ling's mouth twitched. Miss Baoshu was only stung by the non-venomous bee, but Madame Yen was in such a plight. In order to catch her, her hands were stung by the poisonous bee and turned into bare paws. All the girls in Manhwa Tower were also stung. They're swollen like pig heads and can't face people anymore. Manhwa Tower had been open for many years, and even the harboring of Bailiang spies did not force it to close. But as soon as the little guy arrived, it simply closed its doors to visitors. Meng Qianqian looked at Baoshu in her arms very seriously. Baoshu blinked innocently and lifted up her injured little foot. It seems to be saying, "I'm injured, so pitiful." Meng Qianqian stayed in the morning shed to take care of Baoshu. I don't know when the silver charcoal in the morning shed was replaced with smokeless red charcoal. The shed was warm and the two of them, one big and one small, soon felt sleepy and fell into a sleepy state. Lu Yuan stood up with a cold expression. Shangguan Ling was startled. "Grand Commander." Lu Yuan said, "Let's go out for a walk." At the hour of high, all the morning sheds were full, and Lu Lingxiao had to continue to build the morning sheds in the heavy snow. Among all the morning sheds, Lu Yuan's is the quietest, and the busiest is the shed near the pavilion on the west end. Those who keep watch inside are either veterans of the two dynasties or officials of the third rank or above. They were discussing the affairs of the court. Their words were sharp and the scene was intense. It was really lively, and when Lu Yuan, wearing a black cloak, walked in nonchalantly, everyone paused and the noisy morning tent instantly became silent. Lu Yuan took a quick look, and under everyone's stunned gaze, he found an empty seat and sat down calmly. The two officials beside him immediately had their hair standing on end. The officials sitting at the top seats on the left and right sides were so frightened that they quickly stood up and said in unison, "Grand Commander, please take a seat." Lu Yuan put his hands in the hand warmer and said calmly, "No need. You guys continue." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "What are you going to do? Are you going to scold me? Who dares to do that in front of you? Are you going to die? Did you hear us scolding you? Did you come here on purpose to catch us in the act? You should give me a quick death. It must be very uncomfortable to have a knife hanging over your head." Lu Yanwei closed his eyes slightly and said in a dignified manner, "Continue." The Minister of War. "Oh, Minister Li, has your baby been born?" The Minister of Industry gritted his teeth. "It was my wife who gave birth to a child. I heard that there are many candidates going to Beijing to take the Imperial examination this year, and next year's spring examination will be lively again. We have won a victory at the border and recovered the lost territory from the Bailiang people. The court is in need of talents. Next year, the Imperial examination hall will surely select more pillars for your majesty."
Yeah.
Everyone started chatting awkwardly. The officials on Lu Yuan's left and right sides rushed to offer their seats to Shangguan Ling, but Shangguan Ling politely declined. No need. There's a seat over there." No. Lord Shangguan is the personal protector of the Grand Admiral, so he should sit here." "Sit here." The two of them argued back and forth, and the only thing left for them to compete was a price increase. In the end, Shangguan Ling sat below Lu Yuan on the right. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to sit above the Grand Commander. The official who lost the argument felt his calves tremble. At first, everyone thought that Lu Yuan just came to show up and would leave after a while, but they never expected that after half an hour and then an hour, this ruthless commander actually closed his eyes to rest, with no intention of leaving at all. The guys were almost crying. "No, you have your own exclusive morning shed. Why are you here to squeeze in with us? You warned people. A warning is enough. Is it necessary to scare us all night? On the other side, Lu's mother helped Madame Lu copy the first batch of gift lists and went back to the wing to drink some ginseng soup. Not seeing Meng Qianqian, Lu's mother went to ask Madame Lu. Madame Lu pointed the way. The guest in that morning shed brought a child with him, but without a wet nurse. I couldn't take care of the child, so Meng Qianqian went to help. Marquis Yong'en knew that the Grand Commander liked quietness, so he deliberately did not reveal Lu Yuan's identity to avoid being disturbed. Mrs. Lu did not know Lu Yuan. She only knew that he was a very important guest. Mother Lu is gone. When Qing Shuang saw that it was Lu's mother, she bowed and lifted the curtain for her. Mother Lu didn't know Qing Shuang, but the other parties seemed to know her. Mother Lu didn't think much about it and stepped into the morning shed. It was much warmer here than in other morning sheds, and the charcoal was smokeless. Meng Qianqian held Baoshu, who was sleeping soundly, in her arms, with her body supported by the thick pillow, and she slept soundly. Mother Lu touched Meng Qianqian's forehead, and it wasn't hot. She then touched the little girl's back, and there was no sweat. When she heard that the Grand Commander was arriving just now, she wondered whether Baoshu would come. Mother Lu did not wake up Meng Qianqian. She came outside, hesitated for a moment, and asked Qing Shuang, "Excuse me, young lady, whose morning shed is this?" Qing Shuang said, "It belongs to Miss Baoshu." "Madam, don't worry. There will only be Madame Lu and Miss Baoshu here tonight." Mother Lu was still a little worried, so she asked Gillian to call Nanny Wan over. After all, Qing Shuang had eaten melons in the Lu family before and knew that Nanny Wan was a loyal servant, so she let Nanny Wan in. Mother Lu plans to go to the accounting office to continue counting. Halfway through the journey, the second madam stopped her in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, sister-in-law, you're so busy. Why can't you see Qianqian? Could she be lazing around somewhere?" Brother asked her to work, not to take a break. Mother Lu said coldly, "Your eldest brother came here for you to pay your respects, not to keep an eye on your family. If you have the time, you might as well take care of your own daughter to prevent her from causing any more trouble like last time in the temple. You, the sister-in-law, is becoming more and more rude to her." The second wife was furious, but the eldest sister-in-law was right. She hadn't seen Linglong for a while. Where has this girl gone again? Lu Linglong went to look for her good sisters, but after hearing that she had been arrested and taken to the governor's mansion, the other ladies did not dare to have close contact with her. She felt she was being humiliated and left angrily. She always felt that it was Meng Qianqian who harmed her and wanted to vent her anger on Meng Qianqian. After searching for a while but couldn't find her, she wanted to go back to the room to eat something. The old lady couldn't bear it anymore and took a break. Nanny Wu was watching over her in the room. "Madam Wu, is there anything to eat?"
"I'm hungry."
Nanny Wu was dozing off. Upon hearing this, she stood up in panic, and a bottle fell to the ground, rolling to Lu Linglong's feet. Lu Linglong picked up the bottle, opened it, and smelled it. "What's in it? Is it edible? Oh, my little ancestor. You can't eat this." Nanny Wu hurriedly snatched the bottle away. "It smells sweet. Lu Linglong wants to eat." Nanny Wu couldn't tell her that the bottle contained pregnancy medicine, which was harmful to the body. She said awkwardly, "This old captive has a fever. This is a laxative. If the young lady takes it, she will have a stomachache." "Laxative?" Lu Linglong's eyes lit up. She was just worrying about how to discipline Meng Qianqian. She would give that girl some medicine and make her embarrassed in public. She would see if she dared to show off in front of her in the future. Lu Linglong stole the medicine while Madame Wu was taking a nap. She knew that Meng Qianqian liked osmanthus cake because the old lady would always bring 2 boxes for Meng Qianqian on her way back from the temple. She went to the kitchen and brought back a plate of osmanthus cake, crushed the pills, and sprinkled them evenly on the cake. She smiled smugly. "Meng, let's see how you'll embarrass yourself in a little while." Lu Linglong returned to the wing room with the snacks and called the 2 maids from the second room, asking them to go find Meng Qianqian, find the eldest sister-in-law, and ask her to come back to eat osmanthus cake. Yes. The 2 maids went there in a hurry. Lu Linglong looked at the snacks in front of her, and while waiting, she fell asleep on the table. The second wife came into the room sweating profusely and said unhappily, "I've been looking for you all night, and you're here." She sat down panting, and when she saw the osmanthus cake on the table, she suddenly felt hungry. "This osmanthus cake smells so good." The second wife took a bite and asked, "Where did you hire the chef of the Lu mansion? Is the osmanthus cake so delicious?" The gongs and drums in the morning hall were beating so loudly that the old lady was woken up. When I opened my eyes, I saw the second lady sitting in the room eating alone. The old lady didn't eat much at night, so it would be fine if she fell asleep, but she had been making a fuss for most of the night and was already starving. Seeing the second lady eating so happily, her face immediately darkened. "You came without even saying hello?"
Mom.
"Are you awake?" The old lady and the second lady had their attacks at the hour of Cho. Although it was already late at night, there were still many guests, especially men, who were keeping vigil in the morning shed. Lu Xingzhou was there too. When Nanny Wu came to him with a pale face and said that the old lady and the second lady suddenly had unbearable abdominal pain, he did not think twice and immediately called Lu Yuan, who was keeping watch in the same morning shed. In the past, Lu Xingzhou would not have been able to invite this judge, but isn't it just a coincidence today? He came to help the Lu family and Marquis Yong'en. For the sake of Marquis Yong'en, court judge who followed Lu Xingzhou to the courtyard where the women and children rested. Mrs. Lu and Lu's mother also put down the important matters at hand and hurried over. Our dynasty attaches great importance to the separation between men and women, but it is not as strict as the previous dynasty, let alone seeking medical treatment when sick. Madame Lu arranged several maids and old women to guard the courtyard and the corridor. If any female relatives came out, they would be informed of the situation. If they minded, they could stay in their rooms to avoid conflict. The old lady and the second lady were lying on the bed in excruciating pain, wailing incessantly. Based on his many years of medical experience, Judge Hu judged that the two were probably suffering from stomach upset.
He first asked about their dinner.
The second madam covered her stomach and said, "I didn't eat anything, just the food in the mansion." The old madam had her own separate kitchen, so it was impossible for her to eat the same food as the second madam, but she would often give some of the old madam's food to Madame Wu. Madame Wu was fine, which meant that there was nothing wrong with the food. Mother Lu asked sister-in-law, "What did you and mother eat later?" The second madam endured the pain in her stomach and thought for a moment. Osmanthus cake. The plate of osmanthus cake on the table. As soon as these words were spoken, Mrs. Lu's face changed. "Did you get sick from eating the food at your house?" The osmanthus cake on the plate had already been eaten up, leaving only a few crumbs. Mother Lu came to Judge Hu with a plate in her hand and said, "Master Hu." Judge Hu did not respond to Lu's mother immediately. He looked very strange. He took the pulse again and again. After taking the old lady's pulse, he went to take the second lady's pulse. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law. Lu Lingxiao and Mr. Lu also came over. Lu Xingzhou asked his son, "Where have you been? It took you so long to come here." Lu Lingxiao opened his mouth, but was embarrassed to say that he went to look for Meng Qianqian after he finished his work, but unfortunately, he didn't find her. "Lingxiao, come here and light the lamp for Judge Hu." Mother Lu called her son over from Lu Xingzhou. "Okay, mother." Lu Lingxiao picked up the oil lamp on the table and came to the bed. "President Hu, how are my grandmother and second aunt?" Judge Hu took his hand back and said, "Please ask Madame Lu to send a maid to call Master Zhua." Lord Zhua is also the chief judge of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and his medical skills are comparable to those of Chief Judge Hu. Madame Lu hurriedly asked the maid to go. Lu Lingxiao asked, "Master Hu, are my grandmother and second aunt's condition serious?" "This." Judge Hu hesitated and said, "Let's wait until Lord Zhua comes over." Lord Zhua came quickly. While feeling the old lady's pulse, he asked, "What's the disease? Even you can't cure it." He paused halfway through his sentence. "This pulse." Judge Hu exchanged glances with him. "Do you understand why I called you over?" Lu Xingzhou cupped his hands and said, "Two judges, Please tell me the truth about what disease my mother is suffering from. Lords was said bluntly. To be honest, Madame Lu is pregnant. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's brain buzz. What did he say? Pregnancy pulse? Is Madame Lu pregnant? She is a 60-year-old lady. Has the world become so chaotic? Second Master Lu was stunned. He looked at his stepmother, then at his own wife, and asked hesitantly, then my wife. Lordswa nodded. It is also a happy pulse. Master Lu staggered and almost fell to the ground. He hasn't paid his public taxes for several months. So, where did his wife's pregnancy come from? The second lady argued. Second Master. I didn't. It's hard to say whether she has it or not, but the old lady is over 60 years old and has stopped having menstrual periods. Even if she finds a strange man, she won't be able to get pregnant. However, the principle is one thing, but when it gets out and your reputation is ruined, it is another matter entirely. The old lady's face turned green and red. It was a great shame to be diagnosed with a pregnancy pulse in front of the younger generation and outsiders. Lordswa stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, Don't worry, the two of you, the pregnancy pulse is just a pulse sign. It doesn't mean that you are really pregnant. Maybe you took the wrong medicine by mistake and caused the pulse to be abnormal. Judge, who took the plate from Lu's mother, put it to his nose and sniffed it, frowned, and handed it to Lordswa. After hearing it, Lordswa looked at the oil lamp in Lu Lingxiao's hand and said, Excuse me. Lu Lingxiao moved the oil lamp closer. There were only a few crumbs left on the plate, but if you looked closely, there seemed to be a few scattered brown-black powders mixed in with the black sesame seeds, which were very difficult to distinguish. Is there something wrong with the osmanthus cake? Lu Lingxiao asked with a frown. Madame Lu was unhappy. General Lu, we have made hundreds of plates of sweet-scented osmanthus cakes, if not thousands of them. How come no one else gets sick from eating them? Lu Lingxiao hesitated to speak. Lordswa said, The dosage is too small and the smell is dissipated. It is difficult to tell whether it is medicine or not. Mother Lu asked calmly, Madame Wu, you have been guarding the room just now. Where did this plate of osmanthus cake come from? Who got it? I, Nanny. Wu couldn't answer. Madame Lu snorted. Did you fall asleep? You didn't even know someone had drugged your food. Nanny Wu argued. Is it possible that someone drugged me in your Lu family and you can still blame us? Mrs. Lu was furious. Lu Xingzhou did not stop Nanny Wu because he also needed an explanation. Although Nanny Wu seemed rude and impolite, she actually said what he wanted to say. This kind of great humiliation must have been caused by a frame-up, otherwise the Lu family's reputation would be ruined. While the two sides were arguing, two voices were heard talking at the door.
Huh?
Why are you here? Are you looking for the toilet?
No.
Are you okay? Why should I be in trouble? You ate this sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Didn't you get diarrhea? As soon as Lu Linglong woke up, she found that the osmanthus cake on the table was gone. She thought that Meng Qianqian had come back and eaten it. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep and looked for Meng Qianqian everywhere to see her make a fool of herself. Linglong, what did you say? Lu Lingxiao walked out with a cold face. It was too late for Lu Xingzhou to stop her. Lu Lingxiao grabbed Lu Linglong's wrist and stared at her with anger in his eyes. What did you put in the osmanthus cake? Lu Linglong frowned and said, Brother, you hurt me. Lu Lingxiao said coldly, Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I will kick you out of the house today. Lu Linglong was frightened, choking and aggrieved. She said, It's just a laxative. It won't kill you. Let me go. Where did you get the laxatives? From Aunt Wu. Nanny Wu subconsciously took out the bottle from her sleeve, pulled out the cork and took a look. Her face changed drastically. Madame Lu laughed sarcastically. One is your Lu family's nanny, and the other is your Lu family's daughter. This matter should have nothing to do with our Lu family, right? Anyone who drugged someone can say that the Lu family failed to exercise proper control, but the Lu family closed the door and harmed themselves, so the Lu family cannot be blamed. At this time, the old lady and the second lady no longer had stomach pains, but their complexions began to look strange. The old lady was also taking drugs and had lost her mind. Once she shouted something like this, wouldn't it make people feel that something was wrong? Everyone looked at the old lady with shocked and suspicious eyes. Lu Xingzhou felt that everything was a mess tonight. First, his son exposed Lu Linglong as an idiot. Then his daughter-in-law snatched the medicine bottle and gave it to the two doctors, and finally, his mother lost her composure and exposed herself. He didn't stop anyone. He glared at Meng Qianqian fiercely. If his son and mother were reacting in a hurry, then she was obviously deliberately making a big deal out of it. Meng Qianqian ignored his sharp gaze and turned the oil lamp in Lu Lingxiao's hand to the brightest level. At the same time, the female relatives who stayed in the room to avoid guests emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Gossip. Human life is the most important. Madame Lu also sensed a hint of impending storm and winked at her personal maid. The maid retreated calmly. Lu Xingzhou saw it and felt anxious. He clenched his fists tightly. Although there were no pills in the bottle, the smell was still very strong due to its proper sealing. Judge who used a silver needle to scrape out a lot of medicine residue remaining at the bottom of the bottle. These are enough to make some judgments. Lu Xingzhou took 2 steps at a time and came to Madame Lu Xiao and bowed. Sister-in-law, my mother and my sister-in-law took laxatives by mistake. This is my Lu family's family affair. Please ask you and the guests to step aside, and we will handle it ourselves. Mrs. Lu was very conflicted. She actually wanted to know the truth of the matter, but what Lu Xingzhou said made sense. Since Lu Xingzhou admitted that it was their own family affair, there was really no reason for her to continue to interfere. Meng Qianqian said, Father, the Imperial physician said that what grandmother and second aunt took by mistake was not a laxative. Lu Xingzhou said angrily, You have no right to speak here. Lu Lingxiao frowned at his father's attitude towards Meng Qianqian, but as a son should not speak of his father's faults, he finally held back and didn't say anything. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Grandmother and second aunt were diagnosed with pregnancy. Doesn't father want to clear their name in public? Oh my God! Outside the door, a lady exclaimed. The others also gasped. Happy Pulse? This melon is so explosive. The old lady wanted to crush Meng Qianqian to death. She wants to kill herself. The 2 judges were also in a difficult position. Are you going to tell it or not? Isn't it bad to interfere in other people's family affairs? On the other hand, Madame Lu's maid found Marquis Yanzhen. He had been busy for most of the night and just came to the morning shed to rest for a while and chat with some old friends. Lu Yuan was there too, but he had his eyes closed, with an aura that said keep away from strangers, so he didn't dare to go up and disturb him. When the maid told him that old Madame Lu and second Madame Lu had eaten the wrong food in the side room and alarmed the 2 judges, Marquis Yong'en's first reaction was that something had happened to the guests and the Lu family might have to take responsibility. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Many officials in the morning shed also stood up. After leaving the morning shed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God! Finally, they found a suitable excuse to get out. If they continue to stay under the Grand Commander's nose, they will be scared to death. Although it was not a fair thing to do, several officials straightened their backs and walked around with a swagger, almost laughing. How far is it? The Minister of Rights patted the young man's shoulder and hugged him. It's almost done. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you see that rockery? Go around it and you'll find Lu Za. When the Minister of Rights saw who the other person was, he jumped 3 feet high and knelt on the ground. I am rude. Please forgive me, Grand Commander. Lu Yuan put his hands in the hand warmer and said lazily, Walk faster, it's cold.
Yes. Yes.
The Minister of Rights was about to cry. The 2 women are having stomach problems. Why are you following them? The officials were wailing in their hearts. Who had they offended to deserve such a big evil star to haunt them? When the group entered the yard, 2 judges were just coming out of the house. Yong and Ho hurried forward and asked, My lords, how are old Madame Lu and second Madame Lu doing? Is it serious? What medicine do you need? Just write a prescription, and I'll have someone go get them. The 2 looked at each other with complicated expressions. Yong and Ho was shocked. Could it be? Someone was killed? Judge Who said quickly. Not really, not really. Yong and Ho asked anxiously what happened. Tell me quickly. The two hesitated. They are doctors, and protecting patients' privacy is their job, not to mention they have already promised Lu Xingzhou. At this time, some clever guy shouted, "The Grand Commander is here. Do you two still want to hide it?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they moved to the sides in tacit understanding, all looking at Lu Yuan, who was walking at the back. Governor Lu was in a bad mood when he woke up. He was extremely sleepy, and his brows were dry and dry. Speak. Although professional ethics is important, life is more important. Master Zhua, you are the one who checked. Go ahead and tell me. I would rather die than let my friend die. Lord Zhua was shocked. Mr. Hu, you are not kind. It's the Jiangxi pill. Lord Zhua gritted his teeth and told the whole story. There is a kind of magic pill, widely circulated among the people. It is made of Chinese angelica, Rehmannia glutinosa, white peony root, Eclipta prostrata, honey, etc. It was originally used to regulate stagnant qi and replenish qi and blood, but because a small amount of cistanche deserticula and silver, homonym, sheepovenia were added to it, it also has some aphrodisiac effects. In addition, the pill contains a large amount of cinnabar and datura. After taking it, it will give people the illusion of pregnancy, but in fact, it is not really pregnant. The Minister of Rights said, in that case, this Jiangxi pill is a fake medicine. Lord Zhua nodded. Yes, this medicine is very harmful to people. Only those who seek unorthodox methods will be deceived. Lu Yuan raised his eyelids slightly. Master Zhua is very knowledgeable. Lord Zhua hurriedly explained, the reason why I know about this medicine is because I have treated several patients who were harmed by this medicine. In mild cases, they can no longer get pregnant, and in severe cases, they develop a chronic disease and suffer from lifelong qi deficiency. Lu Yuan looked at the closed door calmly. Lu Xingzhou, you are so arrogant. I have been here for such a long time. Have you always let me wait for you in the yard? Lu Xingzhou brought the Lu family out to welcome the emperor. He bowed and said, I dare not. I was taking care of my mother in the room just now, and I was negligent. Please forgive me, Grand Commander. Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. You are so unfilial. You gave your mother this kind of medicine. What? You are useless. And you want your mother to give you another brother? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Really? Yu Zichuan, you heard it wrong. I heard it right. A voice came from above, and everyone looked up, only to find a young man in blue sitting on the roof. Yu Zichuan jumped down and pointed at Lu Linglong and said, She drugged me. The Minister of Rights asked in confusion, Miss Lu, why did you drug your own grandmother and mother? Matricide is a serious crime punishable by beheading. When Lu Linglong heard that she was going to be beheaded, she was so scared that she almost lost her soul. I didn't want to drug my grandmother and mother. I wanted to drug my sister-in-law. I thought it was just a laxative. I just wanted to play a trick on my sister-in-law. As she spoke, she turned around and pulled Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, tell them quickly that it was you who said it. You said you were having a sore throat recently, and the bottle contained laxatives. Giving your sister-in-law a laxative? This is the upbringing of your Lu family. Mrs. Wang and Censor Wang also entered the yard, and it was Mrs. Wang who spoke. She turned her eyes and frowned as she asked, Why don't you see Madame Lu? After her reminder, everyone came to their senses. Yes, even the servants of the Lu family came out to pay their respects to the Grand Commander, but the mistress of the house was absent? Yu Zichuan pointed at the Lu family and said, They were afraid that she would talk nonsense, so they tied her up. What? They kidnapped someone? Everyone looked at Lu Xingzhou in unison. This is a bit too much. It wasn't Madame Lu who gave him the medicine. Lu Xingzhou said sternly, This is my Lu family's family affair and has nothing to do with you. Madame Wang said coldly, Whether it is related or not, you have no say. Cui Lu, follow me in and rescue Madame Lu. She used the word save. Lu Xingzhou raised his hand to stop her. Censor Wang, please take care of your wife and don't interfere in the affairs of my Lu family's backyard. Wang Yushi said frankly, I am henpecked. Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid of being reported by the censor Wang Yushi? I am the usher. Lu Xingzhou. Madame Wang brought her maid into the room. When she saw Meng Qianqian tied to a chair, she almost cursed out loud. Shameless Lu family, how dare you abuse your daughter-in-law like this? She hurried to pick up the strips of cloth and untie the ropes. It was freezing cold, and her hands were frozen, causing pain in every finger. The old lady and the second lady's stomachs began to ache again. The effect of the medicine seemed to come in waves, and they were tortured to the point of almost losing their lives. Mrs. Wang was so angry that she said, "You deserve it." Mrs. Wang helped Meng Qianqian out of the house. At this time, Lu Xingzhou's face had become extremely ugly, and Lu Lingxiao's was no less ugly, except that his heart was more complicated. Be it the sudden situations or the father, who seemed like a different person. He could not forget the murderous look in his father's eyes when he ordered Meng Qianqian to be kidnapped. It was so strange that he found it hard to accept. But he was his father after all, and as a son, how could he disobey him? Meng Qianqian, supported by Madame Wang, brushed past him without even looking at him. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. The officials and female relatives couldn't help but sigh when they saw Meng Qianqian, whose face was pale and haggard. Meng Qianqian came to the center of the courtyard, knelt down slowly, and bowed to everyone. "My lords and madams, please make the decision for me." Mrs. Wang said, "Stand up and talk." Madame Lu also came over to support her. "Madame Lu, please get up quickly. If you have any grievances, just tell me. My father is here. He will make the decision for you. Don't be afraid." Snort. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Yeoman Hao broke out in a cold sweat and said hastily, "Don't talk nonsense. The Grand Commander will make a fair judgment. How can it be our turn to make irresponsible remarks?" The Grand Commander was moody and had an unstable temperament. When he was happy, he would seek justice for an ordinary citizen on the street. When he was unhappy, he would treat innocent lives as worthless. The so-called justice is all up to his thoughts. Madame Wang always looked down on Lu Yuan, and she pulled Meng Qianqian up. "Don't worry about the Grand Commander. Just tell me why the Lu family tied you up and imprisoned you." Everyone gasped and looked at Censor Wang with sympathy. Censor Wang held his head high and said, "My wife is not afraid of power. Are you envious? Everyone, we are not from the same family, and we don't share the same door. You win." Meng Qianqian calmed down and said solemnly, "The reason why the Lu family locked me up is because I want to find out the truth, and also because the fetus-reducing medicine was originally intended to go into my stomach." Lu Linglong cried, "I told you I thought it was a laxative. Besides, you didn't take it either, right? Why are you being so unreasonable?" Meng Qianqian's eyes were firm. "Why should I let him go when I'm right?" Lu Linglong choked. Meng Qianqian turned around and looked at Aunt Wu, who wanted to dig a hole for herself and bury her in it. "Aunt Wu, tell me, am I right?" Nanny Wu's eyes flashed. "Madam, the eldest young master has nothing to do with me." Meng Qianqian stared at her without blinking. "Where did the medicine come from? Who did you buy it for?" "Medicine to medicine." Nanny Wu didn't dare look directly into Meng Qianqian's eyes. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "You are grandmother's confidant, so it can't be for grandmother, right? Mother and second aunt both have sons, so it can't be for them. I just mistook the medicine for reducing fetus for sweet pills and asked you to take it, but you lied and said it was a laxative and couldn't be taken, so it can't be prepared for me either." "Aunt Wu," Meng Qianqian said calmly, "the mistress my husband brought back is already 2 months pregnant, so I am the only one left. Do you know a crime I should be punished for murdering the mistress of the house?" Mrs. Wang said, "I know this one well. Beat him to death." Madame Wu knelt down and said, "Madam, please spare me. Madam, please spare me. I am just following orders. It was the old lady who asked me to buy the medicine. It was the old lady who wanted to harm you." Meng Qianqian said coldly, "You are talking nonsense. Why did my grandmother harm me?" Nanny Wu cried and complained, "It's because you didn't hand over the dowry that the old lady wanted to use the child to control you, so she bought the medicine to reduce the fetus level, hoping that you could consummate the marriage with the eldest young master as soon as possible and give birth to a legitimate son." Everyone was stunned. She is capable of doing such a thing as seizing her granddaughter-in-law's dowry, and she uses such a sinister method. She is so vicious. Wait, what did this servant just say? Let Madame Lu and Lu Lingxiao consummate their marriage as soon as possible? After 5 years of marriage, they are not actually husband and wife. Meng Qianqian asked, "Do you know the consequences of falsely accusing your master?" Nanny Wu said in panic, "Everything I said is true. I can swear to heaven. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. This is not the old lady's first, you wicked captive." Lu Xingzhou kicked Nanny Wu in the chest, knocking her to the ground. She spat out blood and died on the spot. Madame Wang frowned and said, "Lord Lu, are you trying to silence someone?" Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "I found out something was wrong with her a long time ago, and I approached her privately, asking her to return home to retire. My mother agreed, but she allowed her to stay at the Lu family until the end of the year out of consideration for the relationship between master and servant. I never thought she would hold a grudge and resort to such despicable means to frame the Lu family. It's unfortunate for our family to have such an evil villain. I'm sorry to see you all laugh at me." After he said that, he did not forget to bow and apologize to everyone. Then he bowed to Madame Lu and Lord Lu, who came over from behind. "Brother Lu, Madam Sister-in-law, I am sorry for causing trouble to the Lu family. I am here to apologize to you too." Lord Lu looked at the servants lying in the snow with a frown on his face.
Laugh.
Lu Yuan laughed disdainfully. "Lu Xingzhou, I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than me." Lu Lingxiao's face darkened, and he was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou said, "I am sorry for disturbing the Grand Commander with my family affairs. I know I am guilty." Lu Yuan looked at Meng Qianqian with a half-smile. What did Madame Lu say? Meng Qianqian took 2 steps forward and said, "I have been married into the Lu family for 5 years. My husband went to war without even lifting his veil on our wedding night. He pretended to be dead at the border and has not been heard from since. I have been a widow, serving my parents-in-law and honoring my ancestors. I have used all of my dowry of more than 100,000 taels to support the Lu family. I have the utmost love, filial piety, and loyalty to the Lu family, but you have all seen how my husband treats me and how my father-in-law forces me. As for the drugging, since there is no evidence, I won't talk about it. I just want to ask the Minister of Justice, is what my father-in-law and my sister-in-law did to me tonight allowed by the law?" The Minister of Justice sighed and said, "According to the laws of our dynasty, a husband cannot kill or beat his wife. He cannot do the same to his uncles, parents, brothers, aunts, and sisters. Otherwise, he will be divorced." Meng Qianqian knelt again and said, "Your Excellency, the Minister of Justice, all the nobles, I, Meng Qianqian, will end my friendship with Lu Lingxiao today." One of the generals shouted, "Oh my God! She wants to divorce her husband." The woman proposed to divorce her husband. Wasn't that just divorcing him? Lu Lingxiao's face flushed. "Meng Qianqian." Lu Xingzhou forced himself to calm down and said to Meng Qianqian, "Your little sister has never hurt you. It is wrong for her to have such thoughts. I will discipline her strictly later. As for me, I didn't touch you at all." Madame Wang asked, "You tied her up, and you say you didn't touch her?" The old lady covered her stomach, staggered, and held onto the door, saying no.
"No.
"We can testify." The second wife said with all her might, "Yes, we can testify." The Minister of Justice said in embarrassment, "If the evidence is insufficient, it may be difficult for the Ministry of Justice to accept the case." The Dali Temple official sighed. "It's not that it's difficult to handle, it's that it can't be handled." The shouting general asked, "What do you mean?" The Dali Temple official said, "Although this dynasty has such a law, there is no precedent. Since ancient times, it has been easy for men to divorce their wives. The world is unfair to women. It is difficult to divorce peacefully and happily, let alone to break up with a sense of loyalty." Lu Lingxiao frowned and looked at Meng Qianqian. "What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed enough? Come back with me." He reached out to pull Meng Qianqian's wrist, but was coldly shaken away by Meng Qianqian. Everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. In the middle of the night, An imperial edict came? A memorial to mourn old Madame Lu? Sir Lu, you are so brave. The obituary was sent to the palace? Lord Lu looked confused and said, I didn't. Although they were confused, it did not stop them from turning around and kneeling down to greet him. Only Lu Yuan didn't move. When the eunuch who announced the imperial edict came closer, the officials realized that he was not the emperor's attendant, but eunuch Fu, who was beside the retired emperor. Eunuch Fu changed back into eunuch attire, holding a whisk and bringing the imperial edict, came before Meng Qianqian. Meng accepts the order. Everyone looked at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian knelt down in a restrained manner. Eunuch Fu unfolded the imperial edict and read, The Emperor's Edict. Meng from Yuzhou is gentle and virtuous, beautiful and intelligent, kind and respectful, thrifty, virtuous and talented. She is a model of a good wife. However, since she married into the Lu family at the age of 15, although she is very kind and filial, she still cannot be blessed and suffers deeply. I have decided to dissolve the marriage between the two families. Meng, and my husband having said this, he paused. Everyone was choked up. Divorce? Eunuch Fu. Divorce by loyalty. This imperial edict was even more shocking than the news that old Madame Lu was pregnant. What's going on? The emperor personally issued an order to let the little girl from the Meng family divorce her husband? Pinch me. I asked you to pinch me, not to beat me. The talkative general covered his stomach, which was hurt by being beaten by his colleagues, and believed that everything happening before his eyes was not his illusion. Everyone was struck by lightning as if from the blue sky. They were too stunned to speak, and the scene fell into deathly silence. Meng Qianqian's calm voice sounded unusually clear in the snow and wind. I accept your order. She raised her hands above her head and took the imperial edict steadily. Eunuch Fu said to the Minister of Justice, I'll trouble you, Lord Xing, to write the letter of righteous separation. Unlike a letter of divorce or a letter of divorce, which can be written by one's own, a letter of divorce must be written by the government and stamped with the official seal. The Minister of Justice clasped his hands and said, This subordinate will obey the order of the Supreme Emperor. Lu Xingzhou walked quickly to Lu Yuan's side, bowed his hands and saluted reverently, and whispered, The Lu family is willing to follow the Grand Commander until death, and only asks that the Grand Commander can take charge of the overall situation for the Lu family. Lu Yuan smiled coldly. Lu Xingzhou, do you want me to openly disobey your order? Lu Xingzhou was hiding it, but he didn't, and everyone heard this. Everyone looked at Lu Xingzhou with contempt. Lu Yuan put his hands in his hand warmer and raised his eyebrows lazily. We're done watching the fun, let's go. Shang Guanling followed him and left. When he passed by Lu Xingzhou, he patted Lu Xingzhou on the shoulder and said with a smile, Master Lu, congratulations. It's okay to have such an unfilial daughter-in-law. Just remember to pay back the dowry. This is a government case, and the government will investigate it. Lu Xingzhou's blood was boiling. He had clearly surrendered to the emperor, but then the emperor's own father stabbed him hard. The halo and glory that his son earned by fighting on the battlefield will soon be overshadowed by the scandal of divorcing her husband. Did he choose the wrong person? If he had not wavered between the emperor and Lu Yuan, and had surrendered to Lu Yuan in time since the first birthday banquet, would there not have been this imperial decree tonight that brought shame to the entire Lu family? What made Lu Xingzhou even more puzzled was why the emperor would interfere in the affairs of the Lu family. Not to mention him, everyone was confused, including Meng Qianqian, who received the imperial edict. As far as she knew, the retired emperor was seriously ill and had been recuperating in the palace. He had long since stopped caring about affairs in the capital. Besides, the emperor didn't know her, so even if he asked, it would not be her turn. Did someone go to the emperor to plead for her? Could it be Lu Yuan? No, she was only of some use to him. Not worth him begging the emperor. Madame Wang? Her reaction to the imperial edict was even more shocking than hers. Besides, she had never mentioned the idea of leaving the Lu family to Madame Wang. So, it's not her either.
Who is it?
While he was thinking, a tall figure suddenly approached. When she saw who was coming, She hooked her fingertips inward and put the silver needle back into her sleeve. Since she accidentally hurt Lu Yuan last time, she went back and practiced for a long time. If there is an emergency in the temple again, she can control it better. Not for Lu Yuan, but for my own life. What do you want to do? Meng Qianqian withdrew her hand and asked calmly. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists and said with a sharp gaze, "Let me see the Imperial Edict. I have to verify the authenticity of the Imperial Edict." Meng Qianqian handed him the Imperial Edict. Lu Lingxiao held the Imperial Edict tightly, and his eyes became colder with every word he read. It's true. It's actually true. How could this happen? His eyes were almost spitting fire, and he wished he could destroy this Imperial Edict that humiliated him. Meng Qianqian looked at Inuch Fu. May I ask, Inuch, if the Imperial Edict is destroyed, will the will of the Emperor still be effective? Inuch Fu smiled and said, no one should dare to destroy the Imperial Edict, as that is a capital crime. Hey, what is this? It's so beautiful. Tanner suddenly appeared beside Lu Lingxiao and snatched the Imperial Edict. She stretched out her hands, but with such force that the Imperial Edict broke into 2 pieces. Everyone gasped. Tanner noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. She blinked and turned to Meng Qianqian. Sister, it's all her own fault. All the officials looked around. Some looked up at the sky. Some scratched their heads. Oh, it's time to go on the night watch. Go, go, go. Everyone dispersed in a swarm. Inuch Fu smiled and said, just sew it up. Lu Lingxiao, that's not what you said just now. Nanny Li and Nanny Wan also came over, and Nanny Li gave Inuch Fu a bag of silver ingots. Inuch Fu accepted it with a smile and said to Meng Qianqian, I wish Miss Meng to regain her freedom. I have to go back and report to the Emperor, so I will go first. Meng Qianqian personally escorted the person to the gate of the courtyard, thought for a moment, and asked, Can I ask Inuch Fu, who requested this imperial decree? Inuch Fu said gently, It was Miss Meng who created this good relationship herself. Meng Qianqian murmured, Is this the good karma I have formed? Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards Meng Qianqian in rage. Tan air flashed in front of Meng Qianqian and kicked him back a dozen steps. If you continue to be so mean to me, I won't be polite. Lu Lingxiao had just blocked Tanner's kick, and his arms were feeling a little numb. He frowned and looked at Tanner with shock and anger. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Lu Lingxiao, you and I are no longer husband and wife. Don't act like a husband in front of me in the future. The old lady was about to pounce on Meng Qianqian like a madman and tear her face apart, but Master Lu held her back with all his strength. Let me go. I'm going to beat that girl to death. Tan Air showed her little fist. Come on. Look how hard Sini's bones are, and how hard Si's fist is. The old lady glared at Meng Qianqian fiercely and angrily scolded, I shouldn't have agreed to let you marry me in the first place. You killed your own parents when you were 3 years old. After you married me, you killed Xiao Guer's grandfather. Now you are harming Xiao Guer, making him unable to hold his head up in the capital. You are a jinx. Whoever gets involved with you will have a bad ending. Pa. The old lady was slapped hard by an internal force that came from the air. Tan Air opened her eyes wide. Wow. The old lady thought it was Tanner who hit her, so she covered her face and glared at Tanner. How dare you hit me? Tan Air folded her arms. What's wrong with fighting against an eye? If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. After such a big incident, staying in the Lu family would only embarrass everyone. Meng Qianqian went to say goodbye to Mrs. Lu. Madame Lu secretly sighed at Meng Qianqian's calmness and thorough manners, but it was a pity. Just before getting on the carriage, Minister Xing caught up with him. Miss Meng, please stay. Meng Qianqian turned around and bowed politely. Master Xing, Minister Xing said, I have something to explain to Miss Meng. This matter was ordered by the Emperor, and I will accept it. The letter of separation will be delivered to Miss Meng in 7 days. In addition, I have negotiated a 1-month deadline for Miss Meng. During this month, even if Miss Meng stays in the Lu family has no right to interfere. It was really a timely relief. The incident happened suddenly, and she had not bought a house yet, so she had no place to stay for a while. Meng Qianqian said to Minister Xing. "Thank you, Lord Xing," Minister Xing said. "The reason why the Lu family agreed is because I also gave them 1 month to pay back Miss Meng's dowry. If the Lu family still refuses to return it by then, the government will enforce it." Seeing Meng Qianqian didn't say anything, Minister Xing thought she was dissatisfied with the 1-month deadline and sighed helplessly. "I am also following the law. After all, it takes a lot of time to check the accounts of the past 5 years. 1 month is the limit of what I can do." Meng Qianqian said sincerely, "I think it's great. I don't know how to thank Mr. Xing." It had only been a month, which was much faster than she expected, and it was much better for the government to come forward than to do it on her own. After Meng Qianqian thanked her again and again, she left with Tanner, Grandma Li and Grandma Wan. Zhu Shirlang from the Ministry of Justice came over, looked at the carriage disappearing at the end, and asked puzzledly, "Sir, why do you treat her so favorably? Didn't you go to the Yamen to receive the Jueshi yourself? You actually asked someone to deliver it to her in person. Furthermore, according to the law, she has to ask for her dowry herself. If her husband's family doesn't return it, she will sue her husband's family in court. This process is very tedious. From case filing to trial to final judgment, it can take as little as 1.5 years, as many as 3 to 5 years, or even longer. Moreover, if the husband's family refuses to pay back the money and I don't pursue it myself, then the government will have more trouble than less trouble and will not wade into this muddy water." Minister Xing said thoughtfully, "Since the Supreme Emperor abdicated the throne to the current emperor, which imperial edict in the court could have bypassed the Grand Commander and appeared in front of the world?" Minister Zhu was reminded and realized, yes, just now, when Enuch Fu came to announce the decree, the Grand Commander did not stop him. Was it the Grand Commander's idea? No. If the Grand Commander wanted to issue an imperial decree, he would only borrow the name of the Son of Heaven, not the Emperor Retired. So this imperial decree was indeed issued by the Emperor Retired. Why did the Emperor Retired help Miss Meng? Why did the Grand Commander turn a blind eye? Minister Xing said earnestly, "The Grand Commander has kept the Emperor under house arrest for several years, and this is the only imperial decree that he has not stopped. This Miss Meng is no ordinary person." Meng Qianqian's carriage ran into the Wang family's carriage halfway through the journey. Meng Qianqian hurriedly got off the carriage, and Madame Wang also wanted to get off. Meng Qianqian said outside the carriage window, "Madam, you don't have to get off the carriage. I will leave after I say a few words." Mrs. Wang said, "There's no need to say thank you." Meng Qianqian hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "I still have to thank you." Mrs. Wang was amused by her. After thinking for a while, she sighed and said, "The world is unfair to women, but few people have the courage like you. She is the first person in this dynasty to divorce her husband." Meng Qianqian said, "I am also lucky. I was fortunate enough to meet Madam who helped me many times. I can't help you much." The main reason was that the imperial edict from the retired emperor arrived just in time. Although Madame Wang had some doubts in her heart, she was also a very sensible person. She did not ask Meng Qianqian about the origin of the imperial edict, but asked, "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to return to Yuzhou?" Meng Qianqian shook her head. "I still have unfinished business in the capital, so I will stay here for the time being." As for what it was specifically about, she didn't say, and Mrs. Wang didn't ask. Mrs. Wang said, "Why don't you move to my place first, and then slowly make plans later?" Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, madam. If I still haven't found a place to live in a month, I will bother you again." Mrs. Wang knew that she was not impulsive, and she must have her own plans for saying this. "Okay, if you have any difficulties, just come to the Wang family to find me." Meng Qianqian watched the Wang family's carriage leave. "Miss, are we going back to the Lu family?" asked Nanny Wan. Meng Qianqian looked at the gradually brightening sky and said, "Let's go to the dental clinic." Aunt Wan's eyes widened. "Are you not moving?" Meng Qianqian said, "To move, you must first have a home." Aunt Wan, "Yeah, that's right. On the official road, government servants were already clearing the snow, and the carriage was moving slowly. Nanny Lee and Nanny, one had not slept all night, and now they were sleeping in the carriage. Tanner was playing with the tassel on the jade pendant with great energy. This jade pendant has been worn around Meng Qianqian's neck since the first time she saw her, and she would take it off and play with it from time to time. Sister, that palm strike you just made was so powerful. What kind of kung fu is that? No name. Tan Er folded her arms and said, "It's such a pity that I don't have a name." Meng Qianqian asked, "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Tan Er pouted. "No. I've slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Sister, do you want to sleep?" Meng Qianqian shook her head. "I'm not sleepy either. I slept very well in the morning shed and didn't even have a single dream." When the carriage arrived at the matchmaker shop, the matchmaker was still dreaming. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? So early in the morning?" The matchmaker buttoned her clothes and went to open the door while cursing. Just as she was about to curse harshly, a gold ingot caught her eye. Her eyes sparkled green. She took the gold in her hand and smiled flatteringly. "Young lady, may I ask you, hey, why are you here too?" The moment she saw Tanner, the matchmaker's smile immediately disappeared. Meng Qianqian said, "Mother Chun, can we go in and talk?" The matchmaker heard the familiar voice, looked at Tanner beside her, and an idea flashed to her mind. "You are a noble man." Whenever Meng Qianqian came over in the past, she always wore a veil to cover her face, so it was the first time that the matchmaker saw her true face. The matchmaker had been running a brothel for many years and had seen many beauties, but she had never seen a woman with such a fairy-like appearance. She had a temperament as gentle as pine and bamboo, and was proud but not arrogant. She was calm and composed, and her behavior was well controlled. Meng Qianqian sat down on the chair and put a completed account book on the table. "I want this person." The old woman nodded blankly. Sure, Nyang." Meng Qianqian said, "Also, I want to buy a quiet house in a bustling city. The closer to Suzaka Street, the better. Suzaka Street is the most prosperous street in the capital, and all the dignitaries live around here. I want a quiet place in a bustling city, which may be hard to find." Meng Qianqian placed another ingot of gold on the table. The matchmaker quickly put the gold in her arms and said, "It's easy to find. How big do you want to buy? How much silver do you have?" Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter how big or small it is. I only have 10,000 taels on hand." The matchmaker was very upset. Well, 10,000 taels is not enough to buy a toilet. Meng Qianqian stood up and said, "Then I'll have to find someone else. Give me back the gold." Half an hour later, the carriage drove into Zhuke Street from the east and turned into a small alley in the north. The snow inside had not been cleared, and the wheels of the carriage were stuck, so the people had to get off and walk. Just ahead, the matchmaker said. Tan Er looked around and asked curiously, "How come there are so many people here?" Meng Qianqian also felt that this place was too quiet and couldn't believe that there would be such a desolate place near the bustling Suzaka Street. The matchmaker sighed. Once upon a time, this was the busiest alley on Suzaka Street. Many craftsmen who had been passed down for generations and knights who traveled the world settled here. I forgot the exact year, but suddenly one day, a mysterious man came to Suzaka Street and slaughtered this alley. I can't remember how many people died. The government investigated for several years, but still couldn't find any clues. This case has become an unsolved case. After that, everyone moved out one after another. Few families stayed, and almost no one dared to move in. Otherwise, with the excellent location here, 100,000 taels would not be expensive. Ah, here we are. The toothbrush stopped. Meng Qianqian looked at the slightly ajar courtyard door on the right. Tana stepped forward and pushed it open. Meng Qianqian didn't rush in, but observed it carefully first and said, "It faces south and sits north. There is a road to the west of the house, and sand beside the house. Although there is no water to the east of the house, there is a feng shui pond in the yard. This house has good feng shui and good fortune. The matchmaker came over and said to Meng Qianqian, "I'm talking about this one." The copper lock was too old, and the key could no longer open it. Tanner twisted it with one hand, pulled the lock off, pushed open the shabby courtyard door, and said, "Isn't it open now?" Meng Qianqian looked up and down and said calmly, "White walls and blue tiles, a house of mourning, with a dead tree at the door. Now it's a large tomb. It's indeed a haunted house." The matchmaker smiled awkwardly. "My dear, do you also know feng shui?" Meng Qianqian stepped over the threshold. "I read it in a storybook." The matchmaker's mouth twitched, and she followed with a smile. "Since it's a haunted house," Meng Qianqian observed the furnishings in the yard. "It's okay. The feng shui can be changed." The toothbrush asked, "Will you change it?" Meng Qianqian frowned seriously. "The story hasn't been written yet." Toothbrush.
Call.
Tanner ran through the main room at a swift pace. Meng Qianqian looked at each room. The matchmaker followed her with a smile. "My dear lady, you are very generous. You don't need to buy a haunted house just to save some money. How about I take you somewhere else? A little further away from Zhuke Street. The price is a little higher." Meng Qianqian said, "No need, this is it." The toothbrush was stunned. "Ah, sister, what a tall tree." Tanner climbed up a towering tree in the backyard. Meng Qianqian looked at her and nodded, "Yeah." Then he said to the matchmaker, 25,000 taels, no more." The toothbrush gritted her teeth and said, 30,000. 30,000 taels. This is really the lowest price. Mother Chun, I didn't earn a single penny from you. Your Excellency, Your Excellency? Meng Qianqian was raising her hand to touch a broken octagonal lamp hanging in the corridor, wondering what she was thinking. The matchmaker waved her hand in front of her eyes and said, "My dear lady?" Meng Qianqian's eyes instantly returned to their coldness. "How much did you say?" The matchmaker laughed dryly. 28,000 taels. Meng Qianqian, deal. When he returned to the dental clinic, the lame young man had been waiting in the hall for a long time. He was wearing a thin gray coat with a patch on his right elbow. He had a thin body and delicate features. Although his eyebrows were lowered, there was no trace of flattery in his eyes. He has the scholarly air of a scholar, as well as the worldly air of a commoner. His eyes are firm, and he is definitely not a weak person. Meng Qianqian pointed to the account book on the table and asked, "How long did it take you to calculate this?" "Half an hour." "Okay, what's your name?" "Lu Chongsheng." Meng Qianqian added, "I have 2 shops on hand. Can you handle it?" Lu Chongsheng nodded. "I'm very quick in calculating the accounts." Meng Qianqian looked at him and said, "I am letting you be my shopkeeper. Naturally, you will be in charge of the accounts of the 2 shops yourself." Lu Chongsheng was surprised. Meng Qianqian stood up and walked out with Tana. "When you have thought it over, come to the Lu family on Chongning Street to find me." "My name is Meng Qianqian." "The Lu family of Chongning Street." The matchmaker exclaimed, "You are the wife of General Zhenbei, the eldest lady of the Lu family?" Meng Qianqian got on the carriage. "Not now." On the way back, Meng Qianqian bought a string of candied haws for Tanner. Tanner grabbed the candied haws and leaned towards Meng Qianqian. "Sister, why do you stay in the capital? Don't you miss home? Don't you miss your parents?" As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and said regretfully, "I forgot that my parents passed away when I was 3 years old." "Revenge," Meng Qianqian said. Tanner was stunned for a moment, then realized that she was answering the first question. "This answer is so exciting. The Silla family?" Tanner was eager to try. "We're here. Wake up Madame Li and Madame Wan." After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, she stood up, opened the curtain, and got off the carriage. "Okay." Tanner curled her lips, took a deep breath, put her hands on her hips, and roared like a lion. "Madame Li, Madame Wan, get up." The news that Meng Qianqian had broken up with Lu Lingxiao in public had spread at the Lu family's funeral. As guests continued to come and go this morning, the news spread like wildfire. The news that a 60-year-old lady was diagnosed with pregnancy also spread. The old lady fell ill as soon as she came back. This time he was not pretending, he really felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, dizziness, and a headache as if he was hit by an axe. I heard that Lu Xingzhou originally wanted to invite Imperial physicians to treat the old lady, but for some reason, the Imperial physicians either had emergencies at home or were asked to leave by others. It's easy to imagine that the Imperial physician looked down on the old lady's behavior and didn't want to treat her at all. Lu Xingzhou could only go to the clinic to see a doctor. The doctor's medical skills could be said to be excellent, but the old lady's condition was half caused by anger and half by the aftereffects of the medicine used to reduce the risk of urinary incontinence. There was no cure at all. The old lady was in so much pain that she cursed Meng Qianqian 800 times. It's all because of this unlucky star. Get her out of here. The maid said, Madam, the 1-month deadline has not yet arrived, so we can't chase her away. The old lady became even angrier. Meng Qianqian didn't care how angry the old lady was. She asked Banksia to call the servants in the yard. I'm sure you all know my situation. You can continue to follow me, or you can stay at the Lu family. I will give you the indenture. Everyone looked at each other. Granny Lu stood up and said, To be honest, my daughter-in-law has given birth again, and there is not enough manpower at home. I want to go back to take care of my grandson. Meng Qianqian, Panella Ternata. Banksia took the one from Lu Po's pile of indentures and gave it to her, along with 10 taels of silver. Mrs. Lu's eyes turned red, and she knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, madam. Banksia said, It's time to call Miss. Granny Lu wiped her tears and said, Yes, miss. Mrs. Hu said, I will follow the young lady. The cook said, I am willing to follow you, young lady. Meng Qianqian asked, Anything else? The rest of the servants looked at each other and said nothing. Although the eldest young lady's wife is rich, she did something as unorthodox as divorcing her husband. It is conceivable how the world would curse her, and they do not want to be implicated. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Everyone has their own aspirations. Banksia, return the indentures to them and pay their monthly wages. Governor's office. Dr. Zhang changed the medicine for Lu Yuan, wrapped a new bandage around his neck, and said earnestly, Grand Commander, your injury has not healed yet. You need to reduce your activities and rest more. Lu Yuan looked at the border map in his hand and hummed nonchalantly. Dr. Zhang knew that he didn't listen, so he shook his head helplessly. The Grand Commander was cruel to others and even crueler to himself. It was absolutely correct to say that he regarded human life as worthless because he did not take his own life seriously at all. Dr. Zhang packed up his medicine box and looked at Bao Shu, who was standing with her back to the two of them. He asked hesitantly, Ms. Bao Shu, Don't worry about her. Yes, I will take my leave first and come back tomorrow to change the medicine for the Grand Commander. Dr. Zhang went out carrying the medicine box. Bao Shu sat on the couch, facing the wall, and gave Lu Yuan an angry slap on the back of her head. The reason was simple. She had slept well last night, but when she woke up, the soft embrace was gone. She had been angry all morning. Shangguan Ling and Qing Shuang entered the room at the same time. One of them had just come from the palace, and the other had just come back from eating melon outside. Shangguan Ling was about to speak, but he glanced at Qing Shuang and raised his hand. You speak first. Qing Shuang said, Miss Meng wants to buy a house. Shangguan Ling was puzzled. No. Why are you always staring at her? Qing Shuang said, I wasn't staring at her. I just happened to see her. Shangguan Ling smiled. The Lu family is at least half an hour's drive away from us. Where did you run into them? Qing Shuang said bluntly. Fengshui Hudong. Shangguan Ling's face changed.
She
went to Fengshui Hudong to buy a house? That place is full of haunted houses. The elders of Qianji Pavilion defected with several disciples and hid here. Later, Qianji Pavilion sent masters to clean up the mess. They even killed the chickens passing by. Only the successor of the 13 ghost needles escaped and was rescued by the King of Chu. The King of Chu brought her back to the border. She later became Madame Chu. Mrs. Chu grew up in the Chu family and was childhood sweethearts with Marshal Chu. She never thought that one day she would destroy the Chu family that raised her with her own hands. Shang Guanling sighed when mentioning the tragedy of the Chu family. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Shang Guanling asked Qing Shuang again. Doesn't she know that there are haunted houses in there? Qing Shuang said, I know. Shang Guanling. Then she still buys it? Qing Shuang, it's cheap. Miss Meng is short of money. The angry little pig pricked up its ears. After Qing Shuang left, Bao Shu climbed down from the couch. Shang Guanling and Lu Yuan talked about matters at the border, but Bao Shu had no interest at all and crawled out using her hands and feet. She first crawled back to her room, fished out the small bag she had hidden under the bed, then crawled back to Lu Yuan's room, sneaked past the feet of Shang Guanling and Lu Yuan, and quietly entered the inner room. She opened the door of the treasure cabinet and saw the white banknotes. She stretched out her chubby little hand and stuffed the banknotes into her little purse with a sense of stealth. Midnight. Meng Qianqian was awakened by a nightmare and sat up with a start. Inside the house, the lights were dim. A lazy and handsome figure was sitting on a yellow pear-wood official hat chair covered with tiger skin opposite, flipping through her new storybook nonchalantly. He hasn't been here for a while since he was injured. Meng Qianqian frowned. Grand Commander, can you stop showing up in her room at midnight? Lu Yuan casually threw something to her. She took it swiftly, opened it, and saw that it was full of banknotes. Lu Yuan asked casually, What did you want to say to me just now? Meng Qianqian, nothing. Snort. Lu Yuan turned a page of the storybook and said with disdain, Why is it an unfinished book? Meng Qianqian looked at the heavy banknotes in her purse and asked, What does the Grand Commander want? Lu Yuan said, It's Bao Shu's. Meng Qianqian looked around and saw Bao Shu lying on her back, fast asleep, holding a small milk bag in her hand, on the inside of the bed. Meng Qianqian pulled the quilt over and gently covered Bao Shu. Lu Yuan flipped a few pages forward. I'm just borrowing it from you. Don't think too much about it. Meng Qianqian counted them and found that there were 20 notes with a face value of 1,000 taels each, which equaled 20,000 taels. With the 10,000 taels she had in her hand, she would still have 2,000 taels left for turnover after buying the house. It is definitely a timely relief. I charge 3% interest. Meng Qianqian frowned. This is double the interest, which is no different from lending money at usury. How can the Grand Commander take Zhao Zhao's money and lend it at usury? Lu Yuan said arrogantly. I am happy to do so. Meng Qianqian. If you don't lend it to me, I can take it away.
Borrow.
Can't offend this person. Will you tidy up the library? Meeting. Go to the governor's mansion tomorrow and get everything sorted. I'll give you 1 cent in interest. It was daybreak. Lu Lingxiao came out of the military camp. He had been in a bad mood ever since Meng Qianqian divorced her in public. It was not that he didn't want to find Meng Qianqian and ask her why she did this. However, urgent news came from the border again, and he was called to the military camp again. After discussing for a whole night, without even taking a moment to catch his breath, the young emperor summoned him and Lin Wanner into the palace. He was a fighter, and 3 days and 3 nights without sleep would not be a problem for him, but this time he was exhausted both mentally and physically, and felt very tired. Lin Wanner brought ginseng soup. General, Wanna has made ginseng soup. It won't be too late for you to drink a bowl before entering the palace. No need, hurry into the palace. Lin Wanna looked at Lu Lingxiao, who rejected her, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. The two got on the carriage heading to the palace. Green Rose said, General, the girl has been. Shunyan glared, Shut up. Luo turned her face away with resentment, lifted the curtain and looked out. Ah, isn't that the eldest young master's wife? Where is she going? Lu Lingxiao quickly stood up and looked out the window, but the carriage was going too fast, and he soon lost sight of Meng Qianqian. Parking. Lu Lingxiao said. Lin Wanner gestured and said, His Majesty summoned me. I think it's about the border affairs. The military situation is urgent. I hope the general will take the important matters seriously. Lu Lingxiao frowned and said, She didn't bring any maids with her. Shun Yan muttered, What's the point of caring now? What did you do earlier? Belated love is cheaper than grass. Lu Lingxiao, be careful with your words. Shun Yan covered his head, and hid away. The people in the governor's mansion knew Meng Qianqian, and when they saw her coming, they politely invited her in. Meng Qianqian asked the servant, "Excuse me, where's the library?" "The Grand Commander asked me to organize the library." Lu Yuan must have given instructions. The servant pointed inside and said, "Miss Meng, please follow me."
Good.
Meng Qianqian nodded. The servant led the way and said with a smile, "The Grand Commander said that if we can't sort it out, it doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is that we have to pay an extra cent in interest." How difficult could it be to organize the library? She would definitely make a profit from this interest. What she didn't expect was that Lu Yuan's library was not inside the governor's mansion, but was through the governor's mansion and exited from the west door. The servant took her to a 7-story attic and said, "Miss Meng, this is it." Meng Qianqian looked up at the magnificent building and asked softly, "Which floor is the library on?" The servant smiled. "All of them." Imperial study. Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wan'er paid their respects to the young emperor, who was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. The young emperor sat on a chair and said to the two of them, "General Lu and Miss Lin, please stand up." Lu Lingxiao helped Lin Wan'er up. Then, he took Lin Wan'er to pay his respects to the Minister of War and General Han, who were accompanying the emperor. The two nodded. Lu Lingxiao was very surprised that he actually saw General Han in the Imperial study. You know, they were discussing border affairs in the military camp all night last night, and when he left the camp, General Han clearly went back to his tent to rest. It seems that after I left, urgent news came from the border again. As expected, just as the thought flashed through his mind, he heard the young emperor say, "I am anxious to summon you two to the palace because I have something important to discuss, Li Quan." The personal and nudged Li Quan took a portrait and walked towards Lin Wan'er. "Miss Lin, do you know this person?" Lin Wan'er took a closer look, nodded, and wrote on the paper, "I know him. He came to my house to see my dad, and my dad asked me to call him Uncle Li." Li Quan turned around and looked at the young emperor. General Han exchanged a knowing look with the Minister of War. The young emperor said, "This man's name is Li Haya, and he is Inhu, one of the 12 guards. He was captured by the Beiliang people and imprisoned in the military camp outside Yumen Pass. His Xiantai token also fell into the hands of the Beiliang people. Our insider in the Beiliang military camp drew his portrait and copied his token. Since you know him and called out his last name accurately, he must be the real Inhu." Little Li showed the copied token to Miss Lin as well. "Yes." Li Quan took the rubbing of the token and gave it to Lin Wan'er. Lin Wan'er wrote, "The pattern and size are exactly the same as the black iron order left by my father, except that one is engraved with a monkey and the other is engraved with a tiger." The young emperor said solemnly, "If the Beiliang people catch Inhu, they will definitely try every possible means to force him to tell them the whereabouts of the Black Armor Guards. We cannot let the Beiliang people get the Black Armor Guards." Lu Lingxiao asked doubtfully, "The Black Armor Guards are subordinates of Marshal Chu. Could it be that the Beiliang people think they can subdue the Black Armor Guards?" The Minister of War sighed and said, "General Lu, you don't know that although Marshal Chu has fallen, the things he left behind have disappeared. We suspect that they are being guarded by the Black Armor Guards." Lu Lingxiao asked, "What is it?" The Minister of War said with a complicated expression, "The inheritance of the Black Armor Guard. If you get it, you can train another Black Armor Guard." The young emperor said to Lu Lingxiao, "So, General Lu understands the importance of rescuing Inhu?" Not only that, Lu Lingxiao instantly understood why His Majesty valued Lin Wan'er so much. Lu Lingxiao lifted his skirt, knelt on one knee, and pleaded, "I am willing to go to the border and rescue the Inhu guards." General Han also knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go with you." The young emperor nodded with satisfaction. The Beiliang thieves are still determined, so naturally we need General Han to go to the border to take charge of the situation. In addition to rescuing Inhu, the case of the 1,000 Beiliang envoys missing in Feng County must also be solved as soon as possible. We must not let this matter become an excuse for Beiliang to declare war. General Han said, "I obey your orders." The Minister of War saw that the matter had been accomplished and said to the young emperor, "We, the ministers, will withdraw first. The young emperor glanced at Lu Lingxiao and said, "My mother has been very concerned about Miss Lin these days. Li Quan, take Miss Lin to my mother's palace. General Lu, please wait in the Imperial study for a while." Lu Lingxiao, yes. After everyone left the Imperial study, the young emperor said to Lu Lingxiao with a serious look, "General Lu, when we go to Human Pass, I hope you can do something for me." Coming out of the palace, Lu Lingxiao and Lin Wana walked side by side on the quiet palace road. Lu Lingxiao has spoken much less recently, and didn't even ask how Lin Waner and concubine Li are getting along. Lin Waner gently pulled his hand and gestured, "Your Majesty left you alone. Does he have a mission for you?" When concubine Li saw that she was just a cover, she was very surprised when she went to Chongqing Palace. Lin Wana lowered her eyes and said in sign language, "Forget it, I shouldn't ask. My martial arts are now abolished, and my voice is hoarse from the poison. I can't help you with anything even if I ask." Her words made Lu Lingxiao feel guilty. Lu Lingxiao said hurriedly, "I was just thinking about something. His Majesty did give me a secret mission. He asked me to go to the border and find the relics of Marshal Chu. If I can find them, it will be a great achievement." Lin Wana stopped and looked at him expectantly. If the general achieves great success, will he ask His Majesty to marry Wana? On the way back, Lu Lingxiao thought of Meng Qianqian, who appeared near Zhuke Street, so he said to the driver, "Let's go over there and take a look." Shen Yan grabbed the driver's whip and hit the horse on the buttocks. "What are you looking at? Your father is calling you to go home." Lu Lingxiao. After returning to Song's Lu Yuan, Lu Lingxiao went straight into the study and yelled at anyone who knocked on the door. When the door was knocked again, he could no longer bear it and yelled, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to get out?" Lu Xingzhou pushed open the door. "Dog captive." Lu Lingxiao was about to explode, but when he saw his biological father, his face changed. He stood up from his chair and said with his hands clasped, "Dad." Lu Xingzhou frowned. "Didn't I tell you to come back and find me? Your father is calling you to go home." Shen Yan's words flashed through his mind, and Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Shen Yan, couldn't he speak clearly? Dad, please sit down." Lu Lingxiao gave up his seat. Lu Xingzhou sat down. "What did His Majesty say to you?" Lu Lingxiao recounted the conversation in the Imperial study in detail. With the help of General Han, saving Yinhu is not difficult. The difficult part is finding the remains of Marshal Chu. Lu Xingzhou said with a deep look, "I'm afraid there will be changes in rescuing Yinhu." Lu Lingxiao asked curiously, "Why did father say that?" Lu Xingzhou said, "You have been locked up in your room this afternoon. I'm afraid you don't know that a big event has just happened on Zhuke Street. General Han was assassinated and his life or death is unknown. I'm afraid the commander-in-chief going to Human Pass will have to be replaced." The Grand Governor finally took action against the military power. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists tightly. To fight in front of your own door is too arrogant. Isn't he afraid that people will suspect him? Lu Xingzhou said calmly. "He just wants the whole world to know, but there is nothing we can do about him." Hateful. Lu Xingzhou said shrewdly, "Don't worry. He has the final say in the capital, but when he goes to the border, he will become a beast with its fangs plucked out. Ling Xiao, this is a great opportunity for you to make a contribution." Meng Qianqian spent the entire day in the library and only tidied up a small corner. Baoshu crawled around excitedly behind her. When she got tired, she lay down on the ground and fell asleep with her arms stretched out. A stray little civet cat ran in, smelling the aroma of food, and looked at Meng Qianqian warily and timidly. Baoshu's teeth have grown recently, and she wants to bite everything she sees, so the chef of the Duda mansion made beef jerky for her to grind her teeth. Meng Qianqian picked a piece from the plate, tore it into pieces, and handed it to the little civet cat. The little civet cat didn't dare to come close at first, so Meng Qianqian put it on the ground. When she was far away, it came to eat. Seeing that it didn't seem to be able to bite, Meng Qianqian took another snack and fed it. After going back and forth, the little civet cat no longer avoided Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian moved it. As soon as Baoshu woke up, she saw a scene that stunned her. While Meng Qianqian was tidying up the bookshelf, She climbed over and started a fight with the little tabby cat without saying a word. Of course, she won the fight. She raised her chin proudly. You can only touch her. As night fell, both the big and the small were hungry. Meng Qianqian wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the huge bookshelf. I've been busy all day, and I've only sorted out this little bit. It will probably take several months to sort everything out. She wants a pay raise. 1 breath is not enough. It has to be 2 breaths. Qing Shuang appeared. Miss Meng, dinner is ready. Please move to Tinglong Garden. Meng Qianqian carried Baoshu to eat. The maid first brought her a bowl of medicinal chicken soup. Meng Qianqian took a closer look and discovered that there was red Ganoderma lucidum in the chicken soup, and it was the best quality one. Thinking of something, Meng Qianqian asked the maid, Did I eat this last time I lived in Tinglong Garden? The maid smiled and said, Yes, I stewed 3 for you. Meng Qianqian understood. No wonder I recovered so quickly. Well, let it be. I'll just consider it as paying for the medicine. Baoshu sat on her own little high chair, put on a bib, and washed her hands. She looked so proud. She opened her little mouth and waited obediently for food. Meng Qianqian smiled and fed her a spoonful of rice stewed with fish paste and vegetables. Baoshu was stunned for a moment and opened her mouth to spit it out. Meng Qianqian said softly, Zhao Zhao is the cutest when he eats obediently. Baoshu wanted to cry, but had no tears. It seemed to be saying, If you want to be fed, you must eat it even if you cry. Lu Yuan came back very late and was a little surprised to see Meng Qianqian still there. Meng Qianqian was afraid that he would misunderstand that she did it on purpose, so she quickly explained, Baoshu just fell asleep. The little guy felt very aggrieved after having a bad dinner and asked for a hug all night. Sheng Guanling heard the noise and came over from Lu Yuan's room. I knew you would come to see Miss Baoshu first. Well, it's time to change your medicine. Dr. Zhang has been waiting at the mansion for most of the day. He has something to do at home, so he has to go back first. Let me change it for you. Lu Yuan returned to his room with an expressionless face. Sheng Guanling looked at the bottles and jars on the table and muttered, What did Dr. Zhang tell me? Apply this bottle first. No, it seems to be this bottle. Sir Sheng Guan, let me do it. Meng Qianqian said at the door. Sheng Guanling said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble Miss Meng. Meng Qianqian stepped into the room and came to Lu Yuan carrying the tray on the 8 immortals table. She looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't move. Sheng Guanling suddenly felt that he was a bit redundant. Ahem, I'll go see how Yu Zichuan's archery practice is going. He disappeared in a flash. Meng Qianqian placed the tray on the small table next to Lu Yuan and said calmly, Grand Commander, please undress. Lu Yuan raised his hand lightly, untied his belt, and pulled his shirt down to his waist. Meng Qianqian opened the medicine bottles and smelled them one by one. She did not put the medicine bottle by bottle on the ground like Dr. Zhang did. Instead, she took a little from each of the 3 bottles and mixed them into a medicinal paste in a clean dish. These few applications are enough, she said. Lu Yuan didn't object. Meng Qianqian pulled his clothes down again and used scissors to cut the gauze wrapped around his waist and abdomen to expose the affected area more thoroughly. She first cleaned the affected area and then applied the medicinal mud little by little with a clean bamboo stick. She was so close that she could smell his warm masculine scent, as well as a very faint, cold fragrance that belonged only to him. A strand of her hair fell down and brushed his arm carelessly. His full, firm chest rose and fell slightly with his breathing. He turned away calmly, his expression as cold as a knife. Meng Qianqian applied the medicine and wrapped him with new gauze. The stitches should be removed tomorrow. Lu Yuan put on his clothes and said, I will be away for a while. Where are you going? Meng Qianqian asked. After asking, I felt a little offended. Lu Yuan replied calmly, The border. Meng Qianqian, then Zhao Zhao. Lu Yuan, take it away. When do you leave? 3 days later. Meng Qianqian frowned. Do we have to take Zhao Zhao away? Lu Yuan glanced at her and said, Once I leave, all the evildoers in the capital will come out. If you keep her here, she will only become the target of public criticism. Meng Qianqian didn't say anything. Lu Yuan picked up the teacup on the table and said nonchalantly, "Being my subordinate is a very dangerous thing. Before getting involved with me, you'd better think clearly whether you can bear this danger." When Meng Qianqian left Tinglong Garden, Qing Shuang in the corridor asked Shang Guanling, "Why didn't you entrust Miss Baoshu to Miss Meng?" Shang Guanling sighed and said earnestly, "That will only bring her endless disasters." For the next 2 days, Meng Qianqian did not come to the governor's mansion again. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Shang Guanling sighed. "Who told you to say those things to scare others? How can it be dangerous if it is related to you? Although it is true being around the Grand Commander is a mixed blessing, you can enjoy his immense power and protection, but you will also incur crazy revenge from your enemies. Especially since the Grand Commander is about to leave the capital, anyone who is smart will not have anything to do with him at this critical juncture. Alas, it is human nature to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune." Han's Han Temple. Meng Qianqian pushed open the door of the Zen room, looked at the courtyard covered in silver, turned around and said to the old lady with a smile, "Great-grandmother, the snow has stopped, and we can go down the mountain early tomorrow morning." The night before yesterday, she had just returned from the governor's mansion when she met Wu Gur, who had rushed back to the Lu family in the snow. Wu Gur said that the old lady had a seizure in the temple and locked herself in the meditation room. Meng Qianqian went up the mountain overnight to take care of the old lady and was trapped by heavy snow for 2 days. The old lady had wanted to go down the mountain a long time ago. There was no meat to eat in the temple, and no books to listen to. That guy only knew how to beat the wooden fish all day long. There was no one to chat with. It was not fun at all. At daybreak, Meng Qianqian and the old lady went down the mountain. Meng Qianqian first sent the old lady back to the Lu family and then asked Wu Gur to prepare a horse and rode nonstop to the governor's mansion. She dismounted, stepped onto the steps, and knocked on the door of the governor's mansion. The one who opened the door was Manager Sun Miss Meng. Manager Sun was shocked. Meng Qianqian was soaked in sweat, but her hands holding the reins were red from the cold. Meng Qianqian returned to the Lu family. She went to see the old lady, and when she passed by the old lady's yard, the old lady came out on crutches to scold her. The Lu family was really blind at the beginning. They didn't see that you are such a ruthless person. For the past 5 years, the Lu family has treated you well, and you are not grateful, but you actually embarrass Shower in public. How are you worthy of Shower? When Shower returns from the border after making great contributions, the first thing he will do is to let the world know that it is Shower who doesn't want a vicious woman like you. Meng Qianqian was too lazy to pay attention to her. The old lady punched the cotton with her fist, and she felt even more upset. She cursed with spit flying. "How dare you stay in the Lu family? Pack your bags and get out now." Meng Qianqian paused and sneered. "Madam Lu, you may have forgotten that the Lu family's house was bought by me with my dowry. You are the one who should pack up and leave." The old lady was so angry that she fell backwards. Meng Qianqian left. Tan Er chased after her and said, "Sister, do you really want this house?" Meng Qianqian said without hesitation, "No." Tan Er clenched his fist. "Yes. If you want a house where the Lu family lived, you'd better pay back the money." The two continued walking forward. Meng Qianqian asked, "Is the matter done?" Tan Er ran to the front, turned around, and walked backwards while saying to Meng Qianqian proudly, "It's done. The 20,000 taels of silver notes and 8,000 taels of silver are all given to Mother Chun. Madam Li has taken the title deed and the house, and Madam One has taken people to clean up." Meng Qianqian asked, "Did you encounter any trouble?" Tan Er shook her index finger. "Not really. They were just a few blind hooligans, and they were beaten away with just one punch." The Lu family would not let her take the silver so easily, so before going to the temple, she specially left Tan Er behind. Meng Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. Tan Er jumped in front of her, held her cheek with her little fist, and laughed. "Sister, I'm going to give up the braised pork today." Meng Qianqian said, "Okay." Tan Er opened her arms contentedly and turned around. "Oh, by the way, sister, The young man named Lu Chongsheng is here, and Nanny Li has given the things to him. He looks so weak. Can he subdue those monsters in the Zhao family? Do you want me to go and help him? Meng Qianqian said calmly. Let's see what he is capable of. If he can't even do this, then he is not the person I need.
Tan nodded vaguely.
Meng Qianqian added. Also, you are so young, you are not allowed to call me youngster. Tanner has a resentful face. Go away. The old lady doesn't want to see you. It was the voice of Shike, the old lady's personal maid. The two of them turned the corner and ran into Lin Wanner and her servant who had been chased away. Today was such a strange day. First I met the old lady, and now I met Lin Wanner. It seems I have to move out as soon as possible to avoid being an eyesore. Tan Air laughed. Oh, isn't this the witch Lin who stole someone else's husband, got pregnant, and still calls herself a girl? Green Radish asked angrily. How do you talk like that? Tan Air folded her arms and said, You said it with your mouth, but are you using your ace? Luo was furious. She couldn't win no matter how she talked or how she fought. Lin Wanner said to Meng Qianqian using sign language, The general promised me that he would marry me when he returns to Beijing in triumph. In fact, it was the old lady who agreed, but the result is the same. Meng Qianqian said calmly, Congratulations, it's not something I want anyway. If you like it, just pick it up. Lin Wanner pinched her fingers and gestured. Since it's broken, don't regret it in the future. When the general returns after making merit, you will be entangled with him again. Meng Qianqian smiled. First of all, no, I have never pestered him. You are the one who pestered him. Besides, speaking of pestering, you should be worried. Maybe after the war, he will bring back a beloved girl from the border. Take care of yourself. Meng Qianqian brought Tanner into the yard. Girl, you're here. The old lady is waiting for you. The magpie's cheerful voice and Meng Qianqian's carefree back deeply hurt Lin Wanner's eyes. Lin Wanner gestured fiercely. He won't. He promised me. Meng Qianqian didn't even bother to look back. In the next few days, Meng Qianqian accompanied the old lady for meals in the morning, and then went to the governor's mansion to tidy up the library and occasionally went to see Lu's mother. With her son going to the war, Lu's mother could not sleep or eat. Compared with Lu's mother, the old lady was surprisingly calm. Meng Qianqian remembered that when Lu Lingxiao went on his first expedition, the old lady's worry was no less than that of Lu's mother. She took the whole family to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, and also provided porridge to the poor people to accumulate blessings. But now, the old lady could do nothing but curse her in the house. Miss Meng, are you still tidying up the library? A familiar voice interrupted Meng Qianqian's thoughts. Meng Qianqian turned around and saluted. Sir Shengguan. Shengguan Ling smiled and said, No need to be so polite. The Grand Commander is not here, so you don't have to be so honest. It's okay to rest at home for a few days. Meng Qianqian said softly, I want to finish sorting it out as soon as possible. He's so stubborn just like you, Zichuan. Shengguan Ling muttered softly. Meng Qianqian paused and asked tentatively, Sir Shengguan, may I ask why there is another war at the border? Shengguan Ling did not hide too much from her and told her about the disappearance of the Beiliang delegation and 100,000 taels of gold in Fengxian County, as well as the capture of the Yinhu guards. In fact, ever since the Chu family was wiped out, Beiliang has been harboring evil intentions. Meng Qianqian pondered and said, There is a serious internal struggle in Beiliang. The reason why Lu Lingxiao was able to kill King Rong and was probably because of the internal struggle. If someone uses him to get rid of King Rong, it can save a lot of trouble. Shengguan Ling was surprised. Ms. Meng, you are quite insightful. And you even know about the internal fighting in Beiliang? Meng Qianqian said calmly, Oh, I was tidying up the library these days and took a look at some files. Can I read them? I'll pay attention to it in the future. Shengguan Ling waved his hands. No. The Grand Commander didn't say no. You can look at it as you like. Meng Qianqian blinked. However, I saw in the files that the 12 leaders of the Black Armor Guards were mysterious and few people had ever seen their true faces. I wonder how they determined that the captives were from the Tiger Guards? Shengguan Ling said, The insider sent back the portrait, and it was confirmed by Lin Wanner. Because I talked with Shang Guanling for a while, it was already dark when I arrived at Lu's house. Tanner was lingering at the door, apparently waiting for her.
Tan Er.
Elder sister. Tan Er flashed over and helped Meng Qianqian off the carriage. And I guess, what did you hear in Feng Yuan?
Feng Yuan is Lin Wanner's courtyard.
Meng Qianqian met her excited eyes, smiled, and asked, looking at you like this, did you hear some great secret? Tan Er puffed out her chest and said vividly, Lu Lingxiao went to the border to fight, and the old lady was not worried at all. This is not normal. So, I went to Feng Yuan secretly and heard Lulua ask her master, Miss, can the things you gave to the general really help the general to achieve great merit? Meng Qianqian frowned. Then what? Tan Er spread her hands. Then I'm not sure, I don't understand sign language. There was a sharp gleam in Meng Qianqian's eyes, and she quickly went to Feng Yuan. Lin Wanner had just finished taking a shower and was about to rest when the door was kicked open with a bang. The huge noise startled the servants in the yard, but after seeing Tanner at the door, everyone, without exception, retreated in shame. Lin Wanner glared at Meng Qianqian angrily, gesturing, You are no longer the eldest lady of the Lu family. You have no right to break into my yard, nor do you have the right to show off in front of me. Meng Qianqian grabbed her neck and said murderously, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask you one last time, what did you give Lu Lingxiao? Lin Wanner had never seen such a terrifying side of Meng Qianqian. She did not scream, but the aura in her bones was like a real sharp knife, hanging between her eyebrows, as if it could take her life in an instant. Meng Qianqian pulled out the hairpin on Lin Wanner's head and stabbed it fiercely into Lin Wanner's eyes. I said,
Lin Wanner gestured in horror.
The hairpin stopped on her long eyelashes. When she blinked, her long eyelashes could sweep across the tip of the hairpin. Her face turned pale with fear. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Her chest heaved violently, and she felt terrified and humiliated. What is it? Meng Qianqian asked. Lin Wanner's eyes were red, and she gestured. The Black Armor Guard's fireworks signal and rescue order. Meng Qianqian threw her onto a chair and said, Draw it. Everyone has been very careful with Lin Wanner since she became pregnant. It's a pity that Meng Qianqian is so rude and doesn't care about hurting the fetus in her belly. It can be seen that what the old lady said was right. She is a vicious woman. Lin Wanner used sign language to Lulua. Green Ivy took the paper and pen tremblingly. Tan Er threatened. And you'd better not lie. If you make a mistake in drawing one place, you will lose your life. Lin Wanner had to admit that she was really scared by these two crazy people, especially Meng Qianqian. Several times when she was about to scribble, she felt that Meng Qianqian seemed to have discovered it and became even more murderous. She finally finished drawing and handed the paper to Meng Qianqian. Seeing Meng Qianqian frowning, she assumed that she didn't know these two things, so she felt a little superior and gestured and said, You are a merchant girl, so you have never seen this thing. What I gave to the general is not an ordinary firework bamboo, but a rescue signal that can make the Black Armored Guards within a radius of 100 miles come regardless of everything. It can only be used once, and the token is also destroyed after use. Seeing the order is like seeing the Grand Marshal. If the general is in danger, he can use it to protect himself, or he can use a clever trick to lure the Black Armored Guards out to assassinate the generals of Beiliang. With them, the general will surely achieve great success in this trip. Idiot! Meng Qianqian slapped Lin Wanner so hard that the corner of her mouth bled. Lulua rushed over and hugged Lin Wanner, complaining bitterly, My girl has already given you what you wanted. Why are you still hitting me? Meng Qianqian looked at Lin Wanner coldly and said, If you weren't pregnant, I would have killed you today. Tan Er raised her hand. Sister, come and kill me. Meng Qianqian said to Tanner, Let's go. After leaving Feng Yuan, Tanner snorted, She is really stupid. I heard that the Black Armor Guards are no longer at the border. Is she so sure that there are still Black Armor Guards within 100 miles who will obey Lu Lingxiao's orders? Meng Qianqian's eyes gradually turned cold. No, it's best. If there is Tan Er tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. Huh? Meng Qianqian said solemnly, what Lin Wanu gave Lu Lingxiao was not a rescue order at all, but the Black Armor Guard's highest-level killing order. With fireworks as a signal, the Black Armor Guards within 100 miles will kill the person holding the order and his accomplices, without mercy. Tan Er gasped. Is it so serious? The Grand Commander and Precious Pig will also be implicated by him? This which has caused a big disaster. Does she hope that Lu Lingxiao will be well, or that he will die? If the stinky man dies, then he dies. My precious pig Tanner covered her face with her hands and cried exaggeratedly, but without any tears. Meng Qianqian said seriously, I'm going to go out for a while. You stay and keep an eye on her. Tan Er clenched his fist seriously. Understood. Meng Qianqian rode at full speed to the governor's mansion and rang the doorbell.
Who is it?
The servant yawned and opened the door. Seeing it was Meng Qianqian, he was startled. Miss Meng? Meng Qianqian panted and asked, Is Lord Shengguan here? The servant said, Master Shengguan has left the city. Shengguan Ling said that he would be out of town and would be back in a few days, but I didn't expect him to leave so soon. Meng Qianqian paused and said, I want to see Manager Si. In the flower hall, Meng Qianqian met Manager Tsin and said straight to the point, Manager Tsin, do you know how to contact Lord Shengguan? Manager Tsin said awkwardly, Usually, it is Lord Shengguan who tells us to do this. If he goes on a mission, we can't contact him. Meng Qianqian stood up and said solemnly, Manager Tsin, I need a pass and the fastest horse. If it's convenient, please lend me your clothes. A quarter of an hour later, Meng Qianqian, dressed in ink-colored brocade clothes and a black hat, jumped on her horse and galloped into the endless night. She didn't slow down at all as she approached the city gate. The guard on the tower shouted, Who is riding a horse? Don't you know it's curfew? Why don't you stop? Meng Qianqian held up the token of the governor's office. Open the city gate. The expeditionary force set out 5 days ago. Given the urgent situation at the border, the Imperial Court's Tiger Division would at least march quickly, covering 100 miles a day, and the cavalry would be even faster. In such bad weather, a forced march would consume too much physical strength and would actually be detrimental to going into battle and killing the enemy. But from the information revealed by Shengguan Ling, the Imperial Court was planning to negotiate peace with Beiliang, and sending troops there was just to maintain order. The focus was to solve the case so that Beiliang could not find an excuse to go to war with Dezhou. Where could 1,000 men and 100,000 taels of gold have gone? The government searched Feng County from top to bottom, but couldn't find them. Meng Qianqian was thinking about the details of the case while she was on her way. The wind is so cold that it freezes the skin and breaks the bones. When he was tired and hungry, he would find a big tree to stop under, take out a piece of frozen, throat-piercing bread from his bag, take a couple of bites, and when he was thirsty, he would eat the snow on the ground. When they felt sleepy, they would light a bonfire, hold their embroidered spring swords, and spend the night in a cave or under a tree. During the whole 7 nights, she only stayed at an inn once. She first caught up with the Imperial Court's food and baggage, and then caught up with the Tiger Division's infantry. Lu Yuan and Bao Shu were not in these 2 teams. Did he really follow the cavalry? The cavalry's speed was not slow to begin with, and since they had set out 5 days earlier than her, they should have almost reached Yumen Pass by now. Even if I travel day and night, it is difficult to catch up, so I can only take a shortcut. Meng Qianqian suddenly tightened the reins. The horse stopped suddenly, raised its front hooves high, and the old horse neighed in the wind. Meng Qianqian adjusted the mask on her face, turned her horse around, and galloped back in the direction she came from. The cold snow came again, and the wind raged, mixed with hail, clanging against her hat and mask, as well as her thin but unyielding body. A carriage was coming towards us. Meng Qianqian pulled the reins and passed by the carriage. Meng Qianqian walked back 2 miles, passed through the woods in the west, and entered a mountain range with layers of peaks. Just by crossing this mountain range, we can save 2 or 3 days of journey. The mountain road is rugged and covered with thick snow. There are several winding roads on the edge of a cliff. On the left is a rocky mountain wall, and on the right is an abyss with strong winds. Sometimes it looks like a road, but in reality it may just be a pile of snow. Once you step on it, there is no way back. Meng Qianqian led the horse and walked forward with difficulty in the wind and snow. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the stronger the wind and snow became. She could hardly open her eyes because of the wind, and the horse refused to move forward several times. An experienced horse can sense the danger in the environment. It is not only saving itself, but also saving Meng Qianqian. But she couldn't stop. Meng Qianqian touched its head, slowly opened her frozen and numb lips, and said with difficulty, "Don't worry, I will definitely take you across the mountain safely." The man and the horse continued to move forward. It took a full hour to walk the mountain road, which was only a few hundred feet long. Fortunately, we got through the dangerous section safely, and the rest of the mountain roads will be very wide. Meng Qianqian took a long breath, supported her body with the Xiuquan knife, and took a short breath. The horse was also very tired, and Meng Qianqian could not bear to ride it anymore, so she let it on a walk at night. After an unknown amount of time, the man and the horse finally reached the top of the mountain. The horse was hungry, so Meng Qianqian took some food and grass from the saddle to feed it. Just as the horse was eating grass, something strange happened. An extremely subtle sound of tearing cloth came from under the thick snow. "Oh no, there is frozen ground hanging in the air under my feet. It's going to break." Meng Qianqian raised her hand to grab the horse's reins, but it was too late. Human power is always as small as dust in the face of natural disasters.
Boom!
She fell into the abyss along with the broken, frozen soil. At the critical moment, a hand as cold as a bone tightly grasped her wrist. Lu Yuan was lying in the snow, with most of his body leaning out of the cliff, holding her with one hand and the horse's reins with the other. The horse bit the reins tightly, and its hooves scraped sparks in the snow. Meng Qianqian raised her eyes and looked at him in disbelief, as well as the masked man behind him who suddenly flew into the air and slashed at him with a sword. He either let go or died. Lu Yuan loosened his hand, the hand that was holding the reins. They both fell down, and he pulled Meng Qianqian up with force. Meng Qianqian knelt on one knee and landed steadily on the snow. At the same time, she grabbed Lu Yuan's wrist and pulled Lu Yuan up. Lu Yuan brushed off the snow on his wide sleeves and smiled. "Your swordsmanship is not bad." Meng Qianqian cleaned the blade with snow and put it back into the sheath. Not a bad idea. She took off her mask, clasped her fists, and bowed. "Greetings, Grand Commander." In the capital, she followed the common etiquette of a girl, but when she went out, she changed into men's clothes and performed the bow. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the heavy snowfall. "Let's find a place to hide first." Meng Qianqian glanced at the masked man on the ground. "Has the Grand Commander been chased all the way?" Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to be surprised about. It's abnormal that no one wants to assassinate me." The two found a cave. The horses are grazing outside. Meng Qianqian unloaded the luggage from the saddle, including firewood and dry food. She built a bonfire expertly. She herself used to eat frozen pancakes directly, but considering that this was a high-ranking minister who brought his own charcoal and chair wherever he went, she still toasted the pancakes over the fire, and then took out a new water bag from her bag, filled it with clean snow water, and placed it next to the fire to heat it up for him. Lu Yuan took a look and said, "This is the water bag from the governor's mansion." Meng Qianqian nodded. "Yes, Managertsen gave it to me." She opened the bundle and took out a bottle of golden wound medicine. "Grand Commander, your wrist is injured. He was scratched by the protruding rocks on the cliff when he was pulling her just now." Lu Yuan handed her his injured right hand. "Meng Qianqian, I mean for you to wipe it yourself." Lu Yuan said calmly. "Why? Can't you cure this minor injury?" "It can be cured." Meng Qianqian obediently gave the Grand Commander the medicine. Lu Yuan felt that this medicine bottle looked very familiar. "Did Managertsen give this to me?" Meng Qianqian said, "Yes." Lu Yuan's eyes fell on the bag she opened. There were gloves, earmuffs, knee pads. Everything, even cold cream to prevent frostbite. However, Looking at the girl's frostbitten face, it seems that it didn't work. Were these prepared by Managertson?
Yes.
Meng Qianqian nodded seriously. The Grand Commander doesn't have one? Lu Yuan grabbed the pancake and suddenly didn't want to eat it anymore. Thinking of something, Meng Qianqian asked, "How did the Grand Commander recognize me?" Lu Yuan said calmly, "Embroidered spring knife." Meng Qianqian touched the scabbard and said, "This Sichuan knife was also given to me by Manager. Is it different from other Sichuan knives?" Lu Yuan, "You talk too much." Meng Qianqian, "Where's Zhao Zhao?" Lu Yuan looked at her coldly. Meng Qianqian smiled. "Just ask the last question." Lu Yuan said unhappily, with Qingshuang. "Down the mountain? Is that your last sentence?" Meng Qianqian lowered her head. Lu Yuan said coldly, "Fengsha Town." Fengsha Town is only 100 miles away, and it takes only 2 days to get to Human Pass. It seems that Zhao Zhao didn't go with him, but they weren't too far away. This arrangement is safer for Zhao Zhao. Meng Qianqian wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Lu Yuan asked, "Meng Qianqian, is Lu Lingxiao also in Fengsha Town?" Lu Yuan sneered. "You really care about him?" Meng Qianqian said, "I must find him." Lu Yuan turned his head away and snorted coldly. Humph. Meng Qianqian had traveled too far, and after sitting by the fire for a while she gradually felt drowsy, so she forced herself to stay awake. Lu Yuan said indifferently, "I was on night watch. I slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night." Meng Qianqian didn't bother to be polite with him. She hugged the embroidered spring knife and fell asleep. Lu Yuan came to the fire and added some firewood. He looked at the dancing flames and waved his arm. The cloak on his shoulders flew out, carrying his body temperature and breath, covering her curled-up petite body. When Meng Qianqian woke up, it was already bright day. The bonfire was still burning. No wonder I didn't feel cold all night. During those days of sleeping in the open air, I was woken up by the cold many times every night and was even robbed once at the post station. Although the robbers did not succeed, my good sleep was ruined. After a good sleep, I feel refreshed. Lu Yuan was standing outside the cave. The snow had stopped, and the morning light enveloped the mountains like brilliant golden sand. He was wearing a black cloak, standing alone between heaven and earth, overlooking the mountains and rivers. Meng Qianqian came up behind him. "Grand Commander." Lu Yuan looked far away. "Go down the mountain." After Meng Qianqian packed up her things, she thought of a question. "There is only one horse." Lu Yuan got on the horse. Meng Qianqian blinked. "What about me?" Lu Yuan said, "Lead the horse. The way down the mountain is easier to walk." Meng Qianqian led the horse and reached the foot of the mountain very smoothly. Lu Yuan said casually, "You are familiar with the terrain here." Meng Qianqian pinched her fingers secretly. No wonder he asked her to lead the horse. It turned out that he was testing him again. This man really has 800 schemes. Meng Qianqian said calmly, "I've seen the map." Lu Yuan sat on the horse and stared at her back. "Where did you see that?" Meng Qianqian said, "The Grand Commander's library." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "How come I don't know that there is a map of the famous mountains in my own library?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "Then does the Grand Commander know that your library also has the 79 free and easy styles, the 36 pictures of spring breeze, and the 18 techniques of controlling women?" Lu Yuan's expression froze and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Shang, Guan Ling, if you dare to hide those messy things in my library again, I will kill you." After walking a few more steps, Meng Qianqian suddenly stopped walking. Lu Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Qianqian thought about it, turned around, looked up at him, and shook the reins in her hand. "Is this worth money?" Lu Yuan smiled coldly. "Are you still settling accounts with me?" Meng Qianqian said, "You are the Grand Commander. You can't just let someone lead your horse for nothing." Lu Yuan laughed and said, "If I call you, those who want to serve me will line up from here to Human Pass." Although Meng Qianqian was a little unconvinced, this was the truth. She let go of the reins. This governor has no shortage of people to lead horses. Lu Yuan rode his horse and walked past her leisurely, just barely in need of a guard. Meng Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she followed very smoothly, grabbed the reins again, and then while leading the horse, she turned back and asked him with fiery eyes, "How much money?" Lu Yuan snorted, "No future. If you have no future, then you have no future. How much is your toy worth?" Meng Qianqian stretched out her finger and said, "The life of the Grand Commander is extremely precious. If I can protect the Grand Commander, how about paying the remaining 2 cents? Lu Yuan smiled vaguely and said, "I'm just afraid that you will have the life to earn it, but not the life to take it." Meng Qianqian looked forward and said with a firm gaze, "I will return to the capital alive." Meng Qianqian bought a horse at the post station. In the evening, the two arrived at Fengsha town. Unlike the prosperous capital city where people live and work in peace and contentment, the closer to the border, the more miserable people's lives become. After entering the town, what they saw were not attic shops with carved beams and painted rafters, but small mud houses with wooden windows and rope hinges. From time to time, passers-by looked towards the two of them, including some beggars begging on the street with broken bowls, but due to Lu Yuan's murderous aura, no one dared to approach them. Lu Yuan followed the secret codes left by Qingshuang along the way and came to an inn. The shopkeeper saw the important guests coming and hurriedly came forward with a smile. "Sir, may I ask who you two are?" Lu Yuan ignored him and went upstairs. Meng Qianqian gave him a silver ingot and said, "A room upstairs to feed the horse." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Yes, yes." Meng Qianqian followed Lu Yuan and went to Qingshuang's room. When Qingshuang saw Meng Qianqian, she was very surprised. "Miss Meng." Meng Qianqian smiled. "Qingshuang." Qingshuang suddenly felt that she had missed out on a lot of things and felt extremely bitter and resentful. Meng Qianqian looked at the swaddling baby covered with a quilt, walked over with a smile, pulled open the quilt and took a look and was stunned. Meow, the little tabby cat in the cradle raised its little paw. It was the cat that had eaten in the library. Meng Qianqian turned around and looked at Lu Yuan. "Didn't you say Zhao Zhao and Qingshuang were together?" Lu Yuan sat down and took a sip of tea lazily. "Oh, it's also called Zhao Zhao." Meng Qianqian. What a good trick to deceive the world and replace the beauty with a cat. Even she was fooled, let alone those enemies who were secretly watching Lu Yuan. They were simply played around by Lu Yuan. Meng Qianqian frowned. But where did Zhao Zhao go? Capital city. After being closed for several days, Wanhula finally reopened to welcome customers. The girls all had charming figures, delicate makeup, and skins so delicate that you could squeeze water out of it. Who could have told that 10 days ago they were all stung by poisonous bees and turned into pig heads? "Oh, you've finally recovered. Look at your fair and tender face. It's worth all the effort I put into making the antidote for you. Okay, girls, go and make up for the losses you've suffered these days. Who will be our first distinguished guest on the first night?" Open the door following Madame Yan's order. The turtle captive opened the door in a very ceremonial manner. The girls rushed forward, vying with each other for beauty. Then, they all braked. A little baby sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Woo-wah."
"Ah."
"The little evil star is back again."
"Run."
The girls fled in all directions. Lady Yan looked up to the sky and roared. "Lu Yuan." Meng Qianqian had been traveling for many days and hadn't had a good bath for a long time. She asked the waiter for hot water, washed her hair, and took a bath in the Qingshuang room and changed into clean clothes. Although she was wearing men's clothes, the body shapes of men and women were different, and she had no Adam's apple, so it was still obvious that she was a woman. This may be rare in the capital, but in the chaotic border area, no one would look at you strangely. Meng Qianqian went to Lu Yuan's room. Qingshuang is reporting military intelligence to Lu Yuan. The Imperial cavalry had arrived at Fengsha town 3 days ago and was now stationed 10 miles away. The reason why the march was not continued was because the situation at the border had changed. In order to buy time for the Imperial court to solve the case, the governor of the Northern Territory went to the Beiliang military camp alone to show his sincerity. The people of Beiliang agreed to give Dezhou another month, and now half a month has passed. But during this half-month, a major event occurred at the border. The bandits who had been beaten and fled by the Imperial court actually formed a powerful rebel army. Taking advantage of the absence of the Jidushi, they stirred up trouble at the border and captured Fengxian, Qixian, and Yanggu Town, 3 important strategic locations, in one fell swoop. Meng Qianqian said thoughtfully, "Why do I feel like it was Beiliang's work?" Qingshuang nodded. The rebels' baggage is not inferior to that of the Imperial court. They have no shortage of food, weapons, and armor. In fact, many of the rebels who marched and fought used strange tactics, which did not seem like scattered soldiers at all. Meng Qianqian said, "There are probably more Beiliang soldiers in the rebel army than bandits." "Where is Lu Lingxiao? Is he also in the cavalry camp?" Qingshuang replied, "He and Yu Zichuan went to rescue the Yinhu guards. If the plan goes well, they should have already infiltrated the rebels' territory." Meng Qianqian clenched her fists. Lu Yuan said coldly, "If you want to go, go ahead. I won't stop you." Without the order of the Grand Commander, Qianqian dare not leave without permission. Going there now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who knows where he is hiding? The best way is to attack all the way and recapture the city. Lu Lingxiao will show up. The 3 of them went to the military camp overnight. Everyone heard that they were going to attack the city. They were stunned. It's getting dark now. Are we going to attack without any preparation? Besides, since you have just arrived, shouldn't you first understand the latest military situation? Several people exchanged glances with each other, and all of them had an ominous premonition in their hearts. After hesitating for a while, 6 generals, led by General Song Biao, entered the tent together. The group didn't see anything else, but first saw 2 female guards standing on the left and right of the Grand Commander. One of them they had already seen on the road. Her name was Qingshuang, and she was responsible for protecting the daughter of the Grand Commander. The other person appeared out of nowhere and looked very unfamiliar. Meng Qianqian was not wearing a mask. She had been a widow in the capital for many years. Although her affair with Lu Lingxiao was widely spread in the capital, these generals had never seen her in person. Lu Yuan sat in the main seat and glanced at everyone coldly. "Are you here to discuss the war, or to see my guards?" Everyone quickly looked away. Meng Qianqian poured Lu Yuan a cup of tea. Song Biao's eyes flashed with disdain. A guard? He was probably the kind who used his beauty to please others. He bowed perfunctorily and said, "May I ask, Grand Commander, which city shall we attack first?" Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and said, "Attack whichever one is closer." Song Biao frowned. The others also looked disapproving. Of the 3 important locations captured by the rebels, Feng County is close to Yumen Pass, while Yanggu Town and Qi County are both near Fengsha Town. However, although Qi County is far away, the road is flat, and there are less than 5,000 rebels in Qi County, making it the easiest to capture. If the first battle is won easily, it will greatly boost morale. Although Yanggu Town was close, the troops had to cross a mountain, which was not favorable for the cavalry. They were exhausted during the battle, and their physical strength and morale were both low.
Lu Yuan asked, "Why?"
"Do you have any objections?" Song Biao asked, "How does the Grand Commander plan to fight?" Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "Haven't you fought in wars?
You have to ask me for such a small matter."
"What's the point of the court supporting you?" Everyone clenched their fists. Song Biao frowned. "The infantry has not arrived yet, and there are only 10,000 cavalry," Lu Yuan said coldly. "All the troops are yours. I just want the result. You must capture Yanggu Town before dawn." After leaving the tent, the generals were extremely angry. This treacherous minister only knows how to play political games. How can he lead troops in battle? Isn't he just fooling around? Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Who made him the commander of this mission? You and I both know how he got here. Han Ci, don't you have anything to say? He was able to come to the border to bully others by murdering your uncle. The young man named Han Ci said calmly, "The commander-in-chief has ordered us to leave immediately. I should go and recruit the troops." "Hey you General Song, tell me, do we really want to fight? If you stand up, we will definitely follow you. He is showing off in the capital, that's because he has the Jinui under his command. When he comes to the border, Brothers will not fall for that. The speaker was Zhang Feihu, the most powerful general under General Han. At the border, the strong are kings, and the soldiers who sacrifice their lives and shed their blood only respect the strong, such as General Han and the former Marshal Chu. Song Biao said with a deep look in his eyes, "If you want to sideline him, there must be a reason." Zhang Feihu's eyes turned. "You mean," Song Biao said, "the first battle lost." Half an hour later, the army was ready to set off. 10,000 cavalrymen went out in full force, leaving only the original city troops of Fengsha town, which totaled less than 2,000 people, including 500 old, weak, sick and disabled people and 500 new recruits. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. It snowed heavily again at the border, and the traces of the cavalry were quickly buried by the snow. The tent was empty. The patrolling guards made a circle and then returned to the tent to rest, rubbing their almost frozen hands. Suddenly, two dark shadows took advantage of the cover of heavy snow and sneaked into the camp using their lightness skills. General Zhou, all the Imperial cavalry have left, leaving behind only 100 or so horsemen. That emperor was so smart that he sent someone who didn't know how to fight to lead the troops. He never expected that after sending all the people to attack the city, they would fall into our trap and leave the tiger behind. There are still 2,000 defenders in the town. Those people are just here to make up the numbers. They are here just to give themselves away. Let's kill the Grand Commander sent by the court, then go back to Yanggu town and kill those cavalrymen as well. Okay, get started. At General Zhou's command, the deputy general beside him blew the horn of attack. A large mass of rebels rushed out from the woods behind. Leading the group were 50 cavalrymen. General Zhou found his mount, jumped on it, raised his halberd high, and shouted, "Brothers, the one sitting in the tent is the emperor's father, the commander-in-chief of the court. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins." Tasteless. Lu Yuan sat on the futon and blew away the hot air in the cup. "My life is worth 1,000,000 gold.
Go."
The rebels were filled with anger and rushed towards the main tent with red eyes. The first one to rush to the tent was General Zhou's deputy general. He drew his sword and jumped into the tent. All I heard was a scream of awe, and a stream of blood splattered on the tent cloth.
"Look.
Vice Admiral Wu is coming out."
Is this
the end?
Too fast."
Deputy General Wu covered his throat, which was gushing with blood, and fell to his knees, dying with his eyes open in the snow. Everyone was shocked. General Zhou pointed his spear and said, "Whoever hurt Deputy General Wu, come out and be killed." Swoosh. A dark shadow leaped out at a speed so fast that no one could react, and flashed past everyone like an afterimage. Meng Qianqian held the embroidered spring knife in her backhand and stopped beside General Zhou. She said with an icy gaze, "I'm out." General Zhou's eyes widened, and the halberd in his hand fell. Like Deputy General Wu, he raised his hand to cover his throat, but could not stop the blood from gushing out. He fell off his horse in a panic, staring at Meng Qianqian in the snow with horror in his eyes. "You are." A cold arrow suddenly shot out. Meng Qianqian raised her hand and grabbed it, then spun around neatly and shot the arrow in her hand out. The archer fell to the ground, shot dead. This girl only used 3 moves and killed 3 of their generals. Even the leader, General Zhou, died tragically at her hands. What if she used 100 moves? The last person who was so terrible was Marshal Chu. But the Chu family had all died long ago, so where did this girl come from? Another deputy general named Li took over the command in a well-trained manner. "We have many people and power. No matter how powerful she is just alone. Why should we be afraid of her? Kill her." In the pitch-black tent, Qing Shuang listened carefully to the endless fighting outside. "I didn't expect Miss Meng to be so powerful. Was her weakness in the capital just an act?" When Qing Shuang asked this question, her eyes were full of admiration. Thinking of something, Qing Shuang said, "However, there are too many rebels. Do we really not need to help?" Lu Yuan picked up the cup and sipped the tea. "No. Go do what you should do."
"Yes."
Qingshuang lifted a corner of the tent and used his lightness skills to disappear into the endless night. A spear stabbed at Meng Qianqian's back. Meng Qianqian turned sideways, held the spear with her left hand, and cut it off with her right hand. At the same time, she stabbed to both sides. The spearhead and the embroidered spring knife pierced through the two rebels who were attacking her. Meng Qianqian understood that Lu Yuan was testing her. Since their first meeting, every step he took was a test of her. A rebel made a blunder in his attack on Meng Qianqian, but managed to save his life. He shouted excitedly, "She's running out of energy. Her moves are also slowing down. Brothers, kill her." Meng Qianqian gradually became unable to defend herself. From initially being able to kill one person with one move, it became possible for her to only seriously injure one person with 3 moves. However, no matter how hard she fought, she never asked for help. "If you are knocked down, you will stand up again." Lu Yuan snorted coldly. A rebel seized the opportunity, quietly approached Meng Qianqian's back, and slashed at her shoulder with a knife. Meng Qianqian was attacked from both sides and couldn't avoid the knife. There was a murderous look in Lu Yuan's eyes. He pinched the teacup with his slender jade-like fingers and waved his sleeves. The teacup shot out like a dart, knocking the rebel away.
Lieutenant General li fronat.
Is there another expert in the tent? Meng Qianqian was kicked in the left shoulder and took several steps back, stopping at the door of the tent. She could no longer stand, so she knelt on one knee and used the embroidered spring sword to support her severely injured body. A rebel cavalryman galloped over, hoof raised high, and stomped hard at Meng Qianqian. In a flash, a purple figure emerged from the tent and slapped the armored heavy cavalry away. All the rebels gasped. Lieutenant General Li changed color. Lu Yuan? He had seen Lu Yuan's portrait and also knew about Lu Yuan's situation. Isn't it said that this person has no martial arts skills and is just a civil official who plays political games? The secret guards who were hiding in another tent and paying close attention to the movements here immediately lit the fireworks signal in their hands when they saw this. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds all around, followed by wave after wave of overwhelming arrow rain. In an instant, hundreds of rebels were shot and the rear was in chaos. A rebel shouted, "Oh no! The Imperial cavalry is coming back. We've fallen into a trap." Lieutenant General Li's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "Retreat. Report there are a lot of cavalry in the woods and on the official road as well." Lieutenant General Li made a prompt decision. Go through the canyon in the east and head to Qi County. The rebels fled in panic. Meng Qianqian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yuan put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "You are really stubborn." Meng Qianqian curled the corners of her lips slightly. "Thank you, Grand Commander, for your help. This sound doesn't sound like someone who is seriously injured." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Are you testing me?" Meng Qianqian pulled out her own embroidered spring sword from the rebel's body. Same here, same here. Now that her abilities have been exposed, there's no point in hiding his abilities. Meng Qianqian went to wash the knife. The secret guard flashed in front of Lu Yuan and saluted with a fist. "Grand Commander." Lu Yuan looked at the rebels fleeing into the night and said coldly, "Don't leave any of them alive." "Yes." On the other side, the rebels fled more than 10 miles in one breath. "We got rid of them. They didn't catch up with us." "Very good." Lieutenant General Li frowned and said, "No, they are cavalry. Why don't they chase them?" Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling noise was heard from above the canyon. Lieutenant General Li looked up, but unfortunately the sky was filled with wind and snow, obscuring his vision. He could only concentrate and listen. Not good. "Get out of the canyon quickly. It's too late." At the top of the mountain, Qingshuang cut the rope with a sword, and a large number of huge rocks rolled down, swallowed up by the rain of arrows and rolling logs like a landslide. On the other side, Song Biao led 10,000 cavalrymen and camped outside Yanggu town for half a night. Han Xiai found Song Biao and asked, "General Song, when will we attack the city?" Song Biao said, "No hurry. We have been running around for half a night, so we need to let the soldiers rest. Han Ci, you go to the rear to prevent the rebels from attacking. This will leave Han Ci on the bench. You can't make achievements at the border just because you want to. Even if you have the ability, it will be in vain if you are not sent to the front line. Yes. Han Ci took the order and left. Zhang Feihu asked Mr. Song, are we really going to wait until daybreak before attacking the city? Shoot 2 arrows and leave. Song Biao said, glancing at the gradually brightening sky and putting on his helmet. The snow has stopped. It's time to teach the Grand Commander how to behave at the border. When the great Marshal Chu was alive, no one at the border was disobedient. But isn't Marshal Chu dead? Now, whoever is stronger has the right to speak. Song Biao led 2,000 cavalrymen and advanced towards the city gate with great momentum. Song Biao took the lead, followed closely by Zhang Feihu and 2 other generals. When they were 100 steps away from the city gate, Zhang Feihu raised his hand, and the archers lined up in an orderly manner. Song Biao rode on his horse and said coldly, you are traitors. I am a second-ranked general of the Imperial court. Why don't you open the city gates and surrender? Just as Zhang Feihu was about to order the arrows to be shot, the city gates suddenly opened slowly. Zhang Feihu was stunned. Song Biao also frowned. Just when the two thought that the rebels were going to open the city gate and fight them to the death, Lu Yuan brought Meng Qianqian out of the city gate. Zhang Feihu thought he had seen it wrong, Mr. Song.
I saw it,
Song Biao said in a deep voice. He rode his horse to Lu Yuan, dismounted, and asked suspiciously, Grand Commander, aren't you waiting for news in Fengsha town? Lu Yuan laughed sarcastically. Do you still remember that I am waiting for your news? Song Biao cupped his hands. This General Lu Yuan yawned and said, you are too slow. I can only attack the city by myself. Attack the city? He was not captured by the rebels, but he killed them? Where did he come from? How did he get into the city? He obviously had no more troops, so how did he kill the rebels? There were so many doubts that Song Biao was speechless. Lu Yuan raised the corners of his lips, smiling murderously. General Song, I told you to attack the city immediately. Why did you disobey the order? Song Biao was panicked. This General Lu Yuan said, demote him 1 rank and make him a deputy general again. Song Biao originally wanted to make things difficult for Lu Yuan, but unexpectedly, Lu Yuan taught him a lesson instead. Zhang Feihu went to inquire about the whole story of the incident, and after finding out, he was completely convinced. Mr. Song, you would never guess that it was the 2,000 defenders of Fengsha town who killed 10,000 rebels last night. The Grand Commander had already figured out the rebels' strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain and deliberately sent us out in full force to confuse the rebels. They first deliberately lured the rebels into the camp, killed the generals and destroyed their morale, then disguised themselves as cavalry from the court, shot 1,000 rebels with archers, forced them to flee, lured them into the canyon, and then used the traps and kerosene that had been set up earlier to kill the rebels without a single piece of armor left. This is a chain of links, and there is absolutely no omission. Old Song wondered, how could he come and go so freely without being discovered by the rebels or running into us? Zhang Feihu said admiringly, he is familiar with the terrain of the border. Meng Qianqian was treating her injuries in the tent. She was not seriously injured, but had some minor injuries, mainly on her back and left shoulder. While applying medicine to her, Qing Shuang said, Miss Meng, you are working too hard. Meng Qianqian knew that she was concerned. Injuries on the battlefield are inevitable. Besides, if you don't fight hard, you will die. Qing Shuang dipped the golden wound medicine and applied it carefully to the wound on her back. Miss Meng, have you ever fought in a war before? Meng Qianqian paused. Maybe. Qing Shuang didn't understand. At this time, the little tabby cat, who had a good sleep, broke free from the swaddling clothes, climbed out of the backpack, and jumped from the table to Meng Qianqian's legs with light and graceful steps. Meng Qianqian touched it and asked, how did you avoid arousing suspicion along the way? Qing Shuang opened her mouth and cried a few times. Meng Qianqian was startled and turned to look at Qing Shuang in a daze. Qing Shuang said, Before I was taken back by the Grand Commander to be a secret guard, I was begging on the streets. In order to avoid having my hands and feet broken, I reluctantly learned some crude ventriloquism. Actually, I didn't learn it like Miss Baoshu, but they were not familiar with Miss Baoshu and couldn't hear it. Meng Qianqian nodded. I see. I just didn't expect Qingshuang to have such a sad past. Lu Yuan appointed Zhang Feihu as the chief commander of the cavalry and ordered him to send troops to Qi County early tomorrow morning and recapture it before dark. Zhang Feihu bowed and saluted. This time, how do we fight? He was not testing the Grand Commander's ability, but was sincerely seeking advice. Although he himself has a good plan, there is no guarantee that the Commander-in-Chief may have a better one. Lu Yuan said calmly, fight however you want. If Zhang Feihu had heard this a day ago, he would have sneered. This idiot from the court was messing around again. But now, he put his hands on his hips and straightened his back. The Commander-in-Chief trusts me. Most military generals don't like to pretend to obey, but actually disobey. If they obey, they obey. There is nothing to be ashamed of. At dawn the next day, Zhang Feihu set off with 10,000 cavalrymen. According to the order of the Grand Commander, take back Qi County. Open the city gates immediately, and those who surrender will not be killed. In Qi County, 3,000 rebels were killed and 1,000 were captured. Following the order of the Grand Commander, take back Feng County. Those who surrender will not be killed. In Fengxian County, 16,000 rebels were killed and 3,000 were captured. Following the orders of the Grand Commander, kill the traitors. Kill, without mercy. Where are you running to? Your Grandpa Zhang is here. In just 5 days, the Imperial Army, together with the border guards, recaptured the city captured by the rebels and wiped out the remnants who tried to escape to Beiliang. Not only that, Lu Yuan also robbed the rebels of their abundant food and winter clothes and distributed them to the border guards and civilians. He also ordered the soldiers to repair the towns, villages, and post stations destroyed by the war. We will move to Yumen Pass tomorrow, and the camp is quite busy. Lu Yuan felt dizzy after sitting in the tent, so he came out to get some fresh air. He walked to a less crowded place and found a rock to sit on. A group of children from a nearby village came here to play and fight. They had never seen an uncle as handsome as Lu Yuan, and they couldn't help but gather around him curiously, looking at him left and right, up and down. The last person who stared at him like this had grass 2 feet tall on his grave. Among the few people, the oldest was 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest was only 3 or 2 years old. Each of them held a walnut in his hand.
Who are you?
The oldest child asked. Lu Yuan said coldly, Grand Commander. His name can stop babies from crying in the capital, and it is more effective than that of a yiksha. The children at the border obviously haven't heard of it. The youngest all patted his belly. Belly. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. A bunch of ignorant little devils. He wickedly snatched a walnut from a child, put it on a rock, and smashed it with one punch. The children all opened their eyes wide. Lu Yuan said with murderous intent, Do you want to become like it? If you don't leave now, I will kill you. The 2-year-old kid handed him the walnut and said one more time. Another child also held out the walnut in his hand. I want one too. Again. Again. I want mine too. Me first. Me first.
Lu Yuan.
The commander-in-chief, who was feared by even gods and ghosts in the capital, was entangled by a few kids after arriving at the border.
Niu Dan. Mao Dan.
Dia, area, Gowa. It's time to eat. The children grabbed their own walnut kernels and went back contentedly. When passing by the village entrance, he met Zhang Feihu, who had just returned from the village. He was the one who gave the walnuts. He looked at the walnut kernels in the hands of the people and asked with a smile, Wow, you cracked them open so quickly. You are really good. The oldest child pointed back and said, That guy smashed it for us. The 2-year-old touched his belly. Zhang Feihu looked over. Lu Yuan on the rock flashed to the front in an instant, turned around, and walked towards the rock casually. Grand Commander. Zhang Feihu immediately let go of the children and stepped forward to pay his respects. Lu Yuan hummed lightly. Zhang Feihu asked, The Grand Commander is leaving? Lu Yuan said. Just take a walk. Zhang Feihu had no doubts. Just now a few children said someone was cracking walnuts for them. Commander-in-Chief, did you see who it was? Lu Yuan said coldly. How could this governor know such a thing? Zhang Feihu agreed. A general who is busy with all kinds of affairs only has his eyes on state affairs, wars, and world affairs. There's no way he would care about a few kids cracking walnuts. He sighed, what a pity. This is the first time I've seen such complete walnut kernels. I just happened to have a sack of them. I wanted to ask him to smash them all for me. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched violently. When returning to the main tent, Lu Yuan met Meng Qianqian at the door. Meng Qianqian was wearing armor, holding a helmet in her left hand and holding an embroidered spring sword in her right hand. She looked at the rock and said jokingly, the Grand Commander is very popular at the border. As soon as he finished speaking, a baby over 1 year old toddled over and reached out to grab Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was afraid that he would fall, so she put down the embroidered spring sword and held his little hand. He opened his mouth, Mom. Meng Qianqian was stunned. Lu Yuan gloated. It seems like you're more popular. The little baby let go of Meng Qianqian's hand and hugged Lu Yuan's legs. Daddy. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Don't shout. The little baby was frightened and started crying. Then he peed on Lu Yuan's feet. General Lu froze on the spot. Meng Qianqian usually doesn't laugh unless she can't hold it back. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan's face darkened. The 3 military strongholds were recaptured, but Lu Lingxiao and Yu Zichuan did not show up. Meng Qianqian speculated that the two should have left Yumen Pass and sneaked into the camp of the Beiliang army. Just when Meng Qianqian was planning to go to Yumen Pass to meet them, the 2 men came back with the Yinhu guards. Meng Qianqian didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Lingxiao, so she went back to the tent and put on a mask. When she came out, she met Zhang Feihu. Xiaojiu. Why are you wearing a mask? Meng Qianqian's name in the military camp was Meng Xiaojiu. Meng Qianqian asked, can you recognize it? Zhang Feihu pointed at her and said, it's easy to recognize. The armor, the embroidered spring sword, and when you were killing the rebels, wasn't your left hand cut? It's wrapped in gauze. So that's how it is. Meng Qianqian went to Lu Yuan's tent. Qingshuang, Yu Zichuan, and Lu Lingxiao are all here. Yu Zichuan looked at Meng Qianqian and said, Meng Qingshuang grabbed the pancake on the table and blocked his mouth with it. Lu Yuan glanced at the back of his hand and said, Qingshuang, take Yu Zichuan down to heal his wounds. Yes. Qingshuang dragged Yu Zichuan, who was full of shock, out of the tent. Meng Qianqian adjusted the mask on her face and was recognized by Yu Zichuan. Is her disguise so bad? Lu Yuan said, Meng Xiaojiu, why don't you come over here quickly? Yes. Meng Qianqian responded in a low voice. Lu Lingxiao subconsciously looked towards Meng Qianqian. At first glance, it was difficult to tell whether she was a man or a woman, but when she spoke just now, she looked like a woman. He had only seen Qingshuang and didn't remember that there was a second female guard beside Lu Yuan along the way. Meng Qianqian walked past Lu Lingxiao calmly and stood beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said to Lu Lingxiao, General Lu, please continue. Lu Lingxiao recounted the entire process of rescuing Yinhuai in detail. They had come out of seclusion 3 days ago. The Beiliang military camp was heavily guarded, and they waited for a whole day and night before finding a chance to sneak in. Then they spent another day finding the wounded Yinhu guard in the armory, and waited until dark to bring Yinhu guard out. The entire process did not alarm the Northern Liang army. The reason why it went so smoothly was firstly that there was a camp distribution map sent to the court by an insider, and secondly, it was all thanks to Zichuan. Lu Lingxiao had not expected that a young boy beside Lu Yuan would have such amazing Qing Kung Fu skills. On the way here, Yu Zichuan always carried a bow on his back and practiced archery whenever he stopped. He thought the other person was just an archer. There are many hidden talents around Lu Yuan, and his father's plan to assassinate Lu Yuan may not be so easy to succeed. Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but tapped the table with his slender fingertips. Where is he? Lu Lingxiao turned around and ordered outside the tent. Come here. Bring the tiger guards in. 2 soldiers entered carrying a stretcher. Lu Yuan picked up the portrait of Yin Guard on the table and compared it with the other person's face. Meng Qianqian's gaze fell on the unconscious Yin Hui from head to toe. In order to allow the commander-in-chief to see more clearly, the 2 soldiers moved forward. "It's the Tiger Guard," Lu Lingxiao said. He had compared the portrait in the military camp. If he was not sure that it was Yin Guard, why would he bring him back? He turned away coldly. Suddenly, the Yin Guard on the stretcher jumped up and slapped Lu Yuan hard with his palm. Meng Qianqian dodged in front of Lu Yuan and raised her fist to meet his palm. But he smiled grimly, and with a flick of his hand, he pulled out a cold dagger from his sleeve. Meng Qianqian struck with all her strength, and it was too late for her to retract her fist. Seeing that her hand was about to be pierced through by the dagger, Lu Yuan suddenly pulled her away and grabbed the opponent's blade with his bare hands. Meng Qianqian immediately drew out her embroidered spring knife and stabbed through the opponent's chest. The opponent bit open the poison sac in his mouth, loosened his hands, and fell to the ground. Everything happened so fast that Lu Lingxiao was stunned. He walked over quickly, squatted down, and sniffed the other person's breath. "Dead," Meng Qianqian said. "He is not a real Tiger Guard at all." Lu Lingxiao frowned. "How is that possible?" "I checked, he didn't disguise himself." Before he could finish his words, Meng Qianqian peeled off his face with a knife, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. The art of disguise also has different levels. Some masks can last for 10 days without falling off, and ordinary people cannot detect them. Meng Qianqian's eyes fell on Lu Yuan's wound. Black blood. The dagger is poisonous. She quickly pulled out 3 silver needles and sealed the acupuncture points on Lu Yuan's arm. Then she asked Lu Lingxiao, who carried him back.
Lu Lingxiao said, "Yu Zichuan."
Yu Zichuan is better at Qinggong, so he can walk fast with people on his back and is not easily discovered. Grand Commander. Qing Shuang hurriedly opened the curtain. Yu Zichuan fainted. Lu Yuan sneered. No wonder it went so smoothly. Meng Qianqian went to see Yu Zichuan. Yu Zichuan was poisoned with the same poison as Lu Yuan. When Yu Zichuan was carrying someone over mountains and across rivers, he accidentally cut the back of his hand on the thorns. Yu Zichuan didn't care. Now he thought that it must be a fake Yin Hui who deliberately used the thorns on the roadside to create wounds and poison Yu Zichuan. After Meng Qianqian treated Yu Zichuan's injuries, she returned to Lu Yuan's tent. She placed a jade medicine bottle on the table and took out a row of silver needles. Lu Yuan glanced at the eyedropper bottle and felt that it looked familiar. Where did it come from? Meng Qianqian said, "Manager Tsin gave it to me. He said it was a detoxification pill from some royal family." Lu Yuan sneered. "This is the only one in the whole capital. He is really generous." After a pause, he said, "Give it to Yu Zichuan." Meng Qianqian said, "I've already given it to you." Lu Yuan. Meng Qianqian explained, "Yu Zichuan has been poisoned for too long, and the toxin has already invaded his internal organs. If he is not detoxified immediately, he will die." "What about this governor?" Lu Yuan asked unhappily. Meng Qianqian picked up a silver needle and said, "I have already used the silver needle to seal the poison in the Grand Commander's left arm. I will give him another injection and try to seal the poison for a little longer. Within 3 days, I will find Yin Hui, who is an expert in detoxification and will definitely be able to detoxify the Grand Commander. What if he can't solve it?" Lu Yuan wasn't asking what if you couldn't find it, but what if he couldn't solve it? Meng Qianqian thought about it and said seriously, "Even if one hand is cut off, he can still live."
Lu Yuan.
Although Yu Zichuan took the antidote, Meng Qianqian said that it would take at least 3 days for him to wake up. In order to take care of him together, Qing Shuang carried Yu Zichuan into the Grand Commander's tent. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "It's an eyesore." Meng Qianqian took off her armor and put on a plain white brocade dress. In the vast snowy world, white clothes are the best night clothes. As soon as she came out, she ran into Lu Lingxiao, who was waiting for her outside. She touched the mask on her face and asked calmly, "General Lu, is there something wrong?" Lu Lingxiao said sternly, "I am negligent in this matter. I will go with you to find the Tiger Guards." Meng Qianqian said calmly, I'm afraid you'll hold me back. Lu Lingxiao choked. You thinking of something? Meng Qianqian said. You can go with me if you want, but Yu Zichuan has been poisoned by the other party. Who knows if there is anything hidden on you? You have to let me search you. Lu Lingxiao frowned. You are a woman. I'm a grown man. Zhang Feihu suddenly appeared behind Lu Lingxiao. Lu Lingxiao shuddered, turned around and saluted. General Zhang. Zhang Feihu said, Xiao Jiu wants to search you. You better obey and turn around. Lu Lingxiao, you are the commander-in-chief of the cavalry. Why do you indulge Lu Yuan's minions? Zhang Feihu searched Lu Lingxiao and found a dagger, a purse, dry food, and a water bag.
Huh.
What is this? Zhang Feihu asked curiously. Meng Qianqian recognized the fireworks signal and killing order of the black armor guard at a glance. I'll keep these two things for you first.
Lu Lingxiao, no.
Zhang Feihu gave it directly to Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fist. General Zhang. Zhang what? Are you the one who fought with me? Are you the one who saved so many of my men from the rebels? Zhang Feihu patted Meng Qianqian on the shoulder. Xiao Jiu, go early and come back early. Meng Qianqian snatched Lu Lingxiao's horse, climbed on it, and galloped into the night. Lu Lingxiao was furious. This female guard's ability to infuriate people somehow reminded him of Meng Qianqian. Having said that, he has been away from the capital for so long. I wonder if she regrets it now. Lu Lingxiao hurried to the stable, got a horse, and chased after him. It takes 2.5 days to go from here to the Beiliang military camp and back, not to mention looking for the Inu guards. She can't afford to waste a moment. She rushed to Yumen Pass without stopping. Lu Lingxiao chased after him all the way and almost lost him several times. Where did this female guard come from? Her riding skills were even better than those of many cavalrymen. The horse seemed to have become stronger under her, and its leaps were smoother than usual. When crossing the glacier, she was very experienced in wrapping the horse's hooves with cloth. The first time Lu Lingxiao rode a horse, he felt like vomiting. Hey, it's been a whole day and night. Don't you want to take a break? Meng Qianqian whipped the horse on its buttocks, and the horse accelerated rapidly, leaving Lu Lingxiao far behind. Lu Lingxiao's face was covered with snowflakes splashed by the horse's hooves. It was smooth to pass Yumen Pass, but after entering Beiliang, we could not ride horses because we were afraid that the noise would be too loud and attract the Beiliang army. Meng Qianqian left the horse in the woods without tying it up. Lu Lingxiao kindly reminded, if you don't tie up the horse, you will regret it. Meng Qianqian said, shut up. Lu Lingxiao's face darkened. Meng Qianqian blocked his mouth with the handle of the knife and whispered, there is movement. Lu Lingxiao immediately became alert. At the same time, he was also a little surprised that this female guard's martial arts seemed to be better than Qingxuang's, and her 5 senses were not worse than Yu Zichuan's. You know, Qingxuang and Yu Zichuan are already top-notch masters around Lu Yuan. Although Yu Zichuan's poisoning was not his original intention, his temporary loss of combat power was a good thing for him to assassinate Lu Yuan. But I didn't expect that Yu Zichuan would fall, and there would be another Meng Xiaojiu. Wait, maybe they can find Yin Huai later and let Lu Yuan be poisoned. After sneaking into the Beiliang military camp, he deliberately made a few more circles to hold her back. Meng Qianqian frowned. Strange, there is no movement again. Lu Lingxiao said, did you hear it wrong? He was saying that Yu Zichuan alone was already abnormal enough. How could everyone be like this? Get out of the way. Meng Qianqian shouted. Lu Lingxiao only felt a dangerous breath approaching rapidly from behind him. He dodged to the side, and a leaf flew past his nose and cut off 3 bamboos in a row. Using leaves as blades, what a strong internal force. He quickly drew his sword. Meng Qianqian shot out a silver needle, breaking the leaves that were flying towards her eyebrows. But the other party was not in front of her at all, but appeared behind her silently. Lu Lingxiao's face changed drastically. Be careful. He jumped up, but was knocked down by the opponent in midair. Inhu paused. Meng Qianqian turned around and looked at him steadily. Lu Lingxiao also heard the sound of Inhu. But he didn't know that Meng Qianqian was identifying the other person by listening to the sound. He thought that Meng Qianqian saw the other person's face, although he didn't see clearly how she saw it. He covered his chest and stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the man. Could it be another fake? Inhu ignored him and snatched Meng Qianqian's token and Xiuquan's sword with a broken bamboo. He took a look and asked, "Someone from the Imperial court?" He threw away the broken bamboo and reached out to take the mask off Meng Qianqian's face. Meng Qianqian fought back this time and stepped back on tiptoe. Inhu picked up a bamboo leaf and flew towards Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian moved her wrist, and a silver needle broke through his flying leaves and shot towards his forehead. He took a closer look. Something flashed in his eyes. His face turned cold, and with a fierce, murderous look, he shot the silver needle back at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian did not dodge and did not even blink, just staring at him without blinking. Lu Lingxiao covered his chest. "Hey!" A scream was heard behind Meng Qianqian, and a masked man fell to the ground in a mess, dead from a needle shot in his forehead. There was a flash of extreme shock in Lu Lingxiao's eyes. "Why not hide?" Inhu asked. "I don't want to hide," Meng Qianqian said. Inhu walked over, pulled out the silver needle from the man's forehead, washed it with clean snow, and wiped it clean with a piece of bamboo leaf. He also picked up the first silver needle that Meng Qianqian shot out and handed it to Meng Qianqian. He said, "Don't fight head-on if you encounter Beiliang's shadow guards." Meng Qianqian took the silver needle and nodded obediently. Yes. Inhu was stunned. Lu Lingxiao had been lurking in Beiliang Royal City for several years, so he had naturally heard of Beiliang's shadow guards. They were similar to the genie guards of the Great Zhou, except that they performed more assassination missions. Every shadow guard is an expert among experts. They never expected that they could not even escape a single move from the hands of the Inhu guards. He had heard Wana mention that Inhu was not the most powerful among the 12 guards. No wonder His Majesty wanted to get the black armor guards. Their strength was truly terrifying. Lu Lingxiao was already certain that the other party was a real Inhu guard. He clasped his fists and bowed. "Junior Lu Lingxiao, greetings to Senior Inhu." Inhu looked at him and asked, "Now I remember you are the fool who saved the wrong person." Lu Lingxiao was embarrassed. "Senior, do you know that I went to the Beiliang army to rescue people?" Inhu admitted generously. I followed you out." Lu Lingxiao asked doubtfully. "Why didn't the senior remind us that we saved the wrong person?" Inhu said arrogantly. "Why should I remind you?" Lu Lingxiao frowned. The rumor that the black armor guards were only loyal to Marshal Chu and did not even care about the imperial power seemed to be true. "The affairs of the court have nothing to do with me. Go away."
"You stay."
Inhu's last sentence was directed to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian said, "Inhu, can you please help me detoxify a person? I sealed his acupuncture points with silver needles, and he can only last for 3 days. I came to you, and 1 day has already been used." The tiger seemed to be hesitant to speak. Meng Qianqian knew what he wanted to say. "You detoxified him. I will tell you whatever you ask." Inhu asked just one request: detoxification? Meng Qianqian paused and said truthfully, "I have something to ask you too." Inhu looked at her deeply and agreed. "Okay, I'll go with you to save people." Lu Lingxiao always felt that there was something strange about the two of them, an indescribable feeling. It was fine that she called Senior Inhu by his name, but Senior Inhu was not angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be pampering her. Sure enough, women are always better at pleasing men. Inhu looked around. "A horse?" Lu Lingxiao said to Meng Qianqian, "I told you to tie the horse." Meng Qianqian turned around, took off her mask, and whistled towards the woods. The horse, with a full belly, came back in a proud manner. Lu Lingxiao was stunned. Meng Qianqian put the mask back on her face. Inhu was about to mount his horse when suddenly his body stiffened. He knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood.
"Inhu."
Meng Qianqian's face changed, and she squatted down to take his pulse. Inhu brushed her hand away and stood up nonchalantly. "It's just a few blows. There is always a price to pay for breaking out of the trap array. It's okay." Lu Lingxiao suddenly realized that Yin was trapped in the mechanism array. No wonder he and Yu Zichuan had been searching for him for so long but couldn't find him and only brought back a fake one. Yin jumped on the horse and said, "Okay, time is running out. If it's any later, your friend will die. Boy, get on board." "Yes, senior." Lu Lingxiao and Yin rode together, while Meng Qianqian rode alone, and the three of them rushed non-stop to Human Pass. However, just as they were about to walk out of the bamboo forest, Beiliang's shadow guards caught up with them. Yin said, "You go first, I will deal with them." Meng Qianqian said, "No, you go first, I will cover you." His name is Lu Yuan, and he is the Grand Commander of the court. After saying that, she suddenly pulled the reins, stopped abruptly, turned around, and rushed towards Beiliang's shadow guard. Lu Lingxiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not stop her. It would be a good thing for Lu Yuan if there was one less expert around him. Besides, she was not here, and he had the final say on when to reach the military camp with Yin. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Yin's cold voice rang in his ears. "Boy, I advise you to be honest. If you can't see the Grand Commander of your court before dark, I will kill you." Lu Lingxiao grabbed the reins tightly. The number of shadow guards was more than Meng Qianqian had imagined. With her current strength, she was no match for this group of shadow guards. However, her purpose was not to kill them. It was enough to buy enough time for Yin so that he would not be caught up. She opened the purse around her waist, which Yin had hung on her waist when he returned the silver needle and the embroidered spring knife to her. She took out a small paper bag with her fingers, and when the two shadow guards attacked her, she used her inner strength to disperse the powder in the bag. Several shadow guards screamed and fell off their horses, covering their burned eyes with their hands and wailing. Meng Qianqian raised her eyebrows. "It's so useful." Next, she used the various poisons and poison pills given by Yin to knock down 9 shadow guards. When Meng Qianqian was about to knock down the 10th one, she found that the poison Yin gave her had run out. Meng Qianqian thought about it seriously and said, "If you can't beat him, just run away." She decisively jumped off the horse and fled away with a chirp. The horse that was left behind. Chase. She hid in the mountains. Hateful. It's highly likely that the tiger guards will not be captured, but this woman's identity is not simple. We can still report her to the mission if we capture her. Meng Qianqian hid in the mountains for a day and a night. The group of Beiliang's shadow guards were persistent. If it wasn't for the snowy winter, Meng Qianqian seriously suspected that they would set fire to the mountain to force her out. Life in the mountains is not difficult. When you are hungry, you can eat some wild fruits. Pyracantha berries and sea buckthorn are everywhere in the mountains. At least for her. As for whether those guys from Beiliang can find wild fruits to satisfy their hunger, it is unknown. Meng Qianqian also caught a few pheasants and rabbits, but since she couldn't make a fire, she let them go after playing with them for a while. At night, she slept in a snow pit dug out with an embroidered spring knife, using a leopard as a pillow for warmth. On the other side, Beiliang's shadow guards were going crazy looking for someone. It was snowing heavily, and even the footprints disappeared for no apparent reason. Even if you used qinggong, you would at least leave traces on the tree. Besides, it's so cold. Not to mention during the day, doesn't she light a fire to keep warm at night? They're going to keep warm anyway. A few people built a bonfire in the cave and roasted some wild rabbit meat. Another day and night passed like this, and when they almost suspected that the girl had frozen to death in the mountains, the other party appeared. When a person is unlucky, even drinking water can get stuck in his teeth. Meng Qianqian slept soundly in a snow pit. As soon as she poked her head out, she bumped into a shadow guard. The shadow guard looked down at the little head that suddenly popped out of the snow, and Meng Qianqian also looked up at the other's big forehead. The two of them stared at each other. Meng Qianqian blinked innocently and took the leopard out. "Bite him." The leopard bit the shadow guard's leg. Shadow guard. It's that girl. Without the mask, he almost didn't recognize her. "Found it," he shouted. He kicked the leopard away, and the leopard fell in the snow, rolling in a panic. Just as he was about to pounce and bite him, He saw several shadow guards rushing towards him with murderous intent. One of them was holding a torch. The leopard turned around decisively and ran away in shame. Meng Qianqian said seriously, "Humph, you're so timid." The leopard looked at Meng Qianqian, who flashed by with a chirp and escaped faster than him. The few of them chased until dark. Meng Qianqian held her waist and gasped for breath. "Can you stop chasing me?" A shadow guard panted. "If you don't run, we won't chase you." The other shadow guards nodded exhaustedly. Meng Qianqian was breathing out more than breathing in. "If you don't chase me, I won't run." Shadow guards, "I'm so tired. I'm really tired. I can't catch him. I can't hit him." Meng Qianqian was no less defeated. She had exhausted all her strength and couldn't even draw out her embroidered spring sword. Suddenly, a shadow guard took out a small crossbow from the backpack behind him. His companion was surprised and said, "You have this thing. Why didn't you take it out earlier?" The shadow guard panted and said, "I just remembered it." He raised the crossbow and aimed it at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian fell to the ground in despair. It was over. There was no way she could be faster than a crossbow. She was really going to die. The shadow guard activated the crossbow, and a short arrow shot out like lightning, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to Meng Qianqian's heart. However, at this moment, a tall purple figure dropped from the sky, stood in front of Meng Qianqian, and cut off the short arrow with a sword. Meng Qianqian looked at the tall and straight figure in front of her. Her eyes darkened. She lay back and fell asleep with her legs spread out. When Meng Qianqian woke up, she found that it was completely dark and she was lying on a warm and broad back. She shook her calves. "Woke up?" Lu Yuan asked calmly. Meng Qianqian lay on his back. "Yeah. I thought he would say that since he was awake, he could just come down and walk by himself." Unexpectedly, he just said, "Inhu is waiting for you in the cave ahead." Meng Qianqian said, "Oh," but didn't insist. After all, her legs were sore after being chased for so long. "Is your poison cured?"
Solved.
I said Inhu could solve it, but why wasn't he waiting for me in the barracks? Lu Yuan didn't answer. Soon, Meng Qianqian found out why Inhu rushed over from the military camp. Inhu sat in the cave, leaning against the cold stone wall, his face pale, his lifeless, his breath as thin as a thread. "Okay, time is running out. If it's any later, your friend will die." At that time in the woods, Inhu urged her to return to the military camp quickly. She thought Inhu meant that Lu Yuan could not wait any longer, but it turned out that he was the one who did not have much time left. A huge grief suddenly surged in Meng Qianqian's heart. "Tiger." Meng Qianqian squatted in front of him and called him softly. Inhu struggled to open his heavy eyelids and smiled weakly. "You are here." Meng Qianqian nodded. Inhu carefully looked at Meng Qianqian's face, and after a long while he said, "Hey, little girl. Why is your face so frozen?" Meng Qianqian's nose felt sour. "I'll put on some vanishing cream when I get back." Inhu smiled and said, "Wipe more." Meng Qianqian agreed obediently. "Yes." Inhu said, "I helped you save the person. You should think carefully about the question I am going to ask you next and answer it. It's okay if you don't want to answer, but don't lie to me, because I will know." Meng Qianqian nodded again. "Inhu. First question, who gave you your silver needle?" Meng Qianqian said, "I found someone to do it based on my memory." "Inhu. Who taught you acupuncture and martial arts?" Meng Qianqian shook her head. "I don't remember." Inhu thought for a moment and said, "Write something for me to see." Meng Qianqian picked up a dead branch and wrote on the ground, "Tiger." The font she wrote this time was completely different from the one she wrote in Hei Tanjuan, and she drew a sloppy tiger head after finishing it. A look of shock and excitement suddenly flashed across Inhu's face. He also picked up a branch and used his limited strength to draw an octagonal lantern on the ground. There were words on the lantern. Meng Qianqian read out the words one by one. "Long lonely night, late maple forest, frost and snow are silent." Inhu stopped writing here and didn't write any further. Meng Qianqian almost subconsciously recited, "Flowers fly, and flowers thank the jade." Inhu sat up straight and looked at her blankly. Who are you? Meng Qianqian was silent for a moment, then said, I only know that my last name is Meng now. Inhu stared at Meng Qianqian for a long time. After a long while, he sighed and said, okay, the tiger is gone. His eyes were open. Meng Qianqian saw herself in his eyes, but also seemed to see another unreal figure. Meng Qianqian raised her hand and slowly closed his eyes. She lowered her head and a hot tear fell. Send Yinhuai. Meng Qianqian and Lu Yuan buried Inhu on the mountain, where they could overlook the direction of the Chu family. Lu Yuan handed Meng Qianqian a bundle. Inhu asked me to give it to you. Meng Qianqian opened the bundle. Inside was the Inhu order and a notebook, which recorded various poison recipes that Inhu had collected from all over the world. Meng Qianqian asked, what else did Inhu say to you? Lu Yuan said calmly, no comment. Meng Qianqian frowned and turned away. Lu Yuan looked towards Yumen Pass at the foot of the mountain. It's time to end it. Meng Qianqian was surprised. Is the fight over? The army of Beiliang is not comparable to those cobbled-together rebels. If they really fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. How can it be finished in 3 days? 3 months is about right. Lu Yuan flicked his sleeves and said arrogantly, who said we have to fight? The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plan. I have my own way to make Beiliang withdraw its troops. Meng Qianqian thought of something and asked, did you find the missing Beiliang delegation? So quickly? Lu Yuan said calmly, do you really think that I stayed in Feng County just to wait for you to bring Inhu to detoxify me? If he really wanted to detoxify quickly, he went to Yumen Pass with her. Meng Qianqian and Lu Yuan buried Inhu and returned to Fengxian. From Qingshuang, Meng Qianqian learned that after she left the military camp, Lu Yuan did not delay for a moment and rushed to the Feng County government office. It only took him 1 day to solve the case that had plagued the border for more than a month. The people of Beiliang were really miserable this time. They thought that the court had sent a civil official who had never been to the battlefield, and Beiliang would definitely win. However, they didn't expect that they hit a wall. Lu Yuan may not be good at military tactics, but investigation and interrogation are his strengths. In his hands, there is no case that cannot be solved and no mouth that cannot be opened. He is bold and vicious enough that he is not afraid of arresting or killing the wrong person. Where did the Grand Commander start? Meng Qianqian was also quite curious about the details of solving the case. Qingshuang said, in the county government, the commander-in-chief arrested the county magistrate's family and tortured them to extract a confession. The county magistrate could not bear it and confessed that he was the one who hid the gold. Except for a few extremely important envoys, the rest of the 1,000 people had all mixed into the rebels. Meng Qianqian suddenly realized, it turns out that it is dark under the lamp. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. She knew that Beiliang had sent soldiers to infiltrate the rebels, but she did not expect that these 1,000 people would also infiltrate. This time, he just met Lu Yuan. If someone else came to the border, he might not be able to defeat Beiliang. 2 days later, Lu Yuan and the king of Qi of Beiliang met to negotiate in a valley 10 miles outside Yumen Pass. After the northern Liang delegation disappeared, the king of Qi led his army south to ask the Great Zhou for the people. If they failed to hand over the people, he would attack Yumen Pass. Each side led an army of 30,000 and was ready for battle in the valley. Lu Yuan brought Meng Qianqian into the negotiation tent. Lu Lingxiao frowned. Only 2 guards, is that enough? The king of Qi brought 4 masters. Although he and Lu Yuan did not get along, the overall situation was more important. If Lu Yuan died at the negotiation table, it would only be detrimental to the Great Zhou. Zhang Feihu put his arm around his shoulders and patted him. Don't worry, Xiaoju is very capable. She didn't want it herself, otherwise with her merits, she would have been able to become a general. Lu Lingxiao didn't believe this. He admitted that Meng Xiaoju was very skilled, but going into battle to kill the enemy was not a matter of showing off one's bravery. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly and was completely different from fighting alone. I'm afraid that there were so many soldiers, and she was the only female guard, so everyone protected her and her achievements were exaggerated. Why is Xiao Jiu wearing a mask again? Zhang Feihu touched his chin and glanced at Lu Lingxiao. He thought of something and asked suspiciously, "It seems that every time you are here, Xiao Jiu will wear a mask. What did you do to Xiao Jiu?" Lu Lingxiao said, "How would I know her? I didn't do anything." Inside the tent, Lu Yuan and the king of Qi of Beiliang sat across the table from each other. The emperor of northern Liang is old. The prince of Qi is his third son and is over 30 years old this year. This man was very warlike. He was the one who masterminded the case of the diplomatic mission behind the scenes. Needless to say, he also secretly supported the rebels. It would be a lie to say that it was not shameful that his tens of thousands of rebels were defeated by a civil official. So, he came early in the morning, eager to see the civil official who had caused him such a big mistake. He looked at Lu Yuan without hesitation and sneered, "General Lu is so arrogant." Lu Yuan said expressionlessly, "Yu Zichuan." Yu Zichuan brought a man in and threw him to the ground. The man was so frightened that he trembled and didn't dare to raise his head. Lu Yuan raised his lips and said, "County Magistrate Zhong, why didn't you say hello when you met an acquaintance?" Yu Zichuan grabbed his hair and forced him to turn his face towards King Qi. The king of Qi's expression changed. Lu Yuan smiled carelessly and said, "King Qi is very surprised. Is he unhappy to see his nephew's son-in-law?" If the king of Qi had been able to pretend to be calm before, then the title of nephew-in-law completely shocked him. The cousin of the king of Qi picked a young concubine's daughter from a branch of the clan and gave her to County Magistrate Zhong as a concubine. Even his brothers didn't know this secret, so how could Lu Yuan know it? County Magistrate Zhong rushed over and hugged the king of Qi's legs, crying and saying, "Uncle King of Qi,
please save me."
Save me. County Magistrate Zhong is already over 40 years old this year, older than the king of Qi, and it's unfortunate that he can even call him uncle. The king of Qi kicked the man away and said, "Do you think you are qualified to call me uncle?" A guard beside him drew his sword and stabbed at County Magistrate Zhong, but was stopped by Yu Zichuan. The guard was about to fight with Yu Zichuan, but the king of Qi shouted, "Back off." The guard put away his sword and returned to the side of the king of Qi. Lu Yuan said calmly, "Pour the tea." Meng Qianqian reached out to take the teapot on the table. Lu Yuanshu blocked it with his hand. "It's not you." Meng Qianqian withdrew her hand. The king of Qi looked at Lu Yuan coldly, his chest rising and falling violently, and said to the guards beside him, "Serve tea to the Grand Commander." The guard walked around the table and poured tea for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said with a half-smile, "If the king of Qi is not satisfied, I will send those ministers and your nephew-in-law to your emperor of Beiliang. I wonder how he will view your collusion with the enemy, treason, deceiving your superiors and subordinates, and provoking disputes between the two countries?" The king of Qi snorted coldly. "Do you think my father will believe you?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "As long as I spread the news, I don't have to worry about it. If your father doesn't believe me, does he not believe your brothers and sisters?" The fight for the throne in Beiliang was much more exciting than that in Dazhou. The king of Qi clenched his fists. "At worst, I will say that I can't swallow that breath and want to avenge Uncle Rongan. Father loves Uncle Rongan more than his sons. He won't blame me." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "But the one who killed King Rongan was you, King Qi." Qi Wangting stood up, pointed at Lu Yuan's nose, and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously your general from the Great Zhou who killed my Uncle Rongan." Lu Yuan laughed sarcastically. "If you hadn't poisoned King Rongan first and leaked King Rongan's whereabouts to Lu Lingxiao, how could King Rongan have died tragically at the hands of Lu Lingxiao?" The king of Qi blushed and said, "You are slandering me." Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and said, "King Qi, do you want to make a bet to see if I can produce evidence that you framed your own uncle?" The king of Qi's fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. After a long while, he sat back in his chair, panting. "What do you want?" Lu Yuan said, "Retreat." The king of Qi gritted his teeth and said, "I promise you. I haven't finished speaking yet. What else do you want?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, Originally, I only wanted you to withdraw your troops, but I suddenly want to raise the price. Lu Yuan, don't be so arrogant. King Qi slammed his fist on the table. The guard behind him drew his sword and stabbed Lu Yuan, but was kicked out of the tent by Meng Qianqian. Lu Yuan casually stretched out 2 jade-like fingers and said, "Add another 200,000 taels of gold, and I want your 7th prince to come to the Great Zhou as a hostage." King Qi looked at Meng Qianqian. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he stopped pounding the table. "You are robbing me. Besides, my father will never give my 7th brother to you. Apart from Prince Rong'en, the person his father loved the most was the 7th prince born to concubine you. He could pay for the 200,000 taels of gold himself, but if his 7th brother dared to accept it, his father would kill him when he returned." Lu Yuan sighed and said earnestly, "Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Your father won't kill you. At most, he will ignore you for a while. In fact, this may not be a bad thing for the King of Qi. The King of Qi can just go with the flow, hide his edge, bide his time, and let the other princes fight for it. When they fight to the death, you can be the fisherman. Wouldn't that be great?" The King of Qi finally decided to write this extremely humiliating letter of surrender. But when he wrote down 200,000 taels of gold, Lu Yuan stopped him with a smile. 100,000 taels. The King of Qi was stunned, thinking, is there such a good thing in the world? This black-hearted man finally found his conscience. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Write it, 100,000 taels, and the other 100,000 taels don't need to be told to the court." The corner of the King of Qi's mouth twitched. For embezzling money so blatantly, isn't Commander Lu afraid of being punished by your emperor? Lu Yuan raised the corner of his lips playfully. "King Qi, do you know why you lost? Because you didn't even investigate the details of this governor." County Magistrate Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, looked up at the King of Qi and said tremblingly, "Uncle, I have reminded you that Lu Yuan is the emperor's father-in-law." The King of Qi said angrily, "If you call me uncle again, I will pull out your tongue." It's not that he hadn't inquired about Lu Yuan, the emperor's father-in-law, who controlled the government and played power games, but most of these ministers who bewitched the emperor had no real ability and only relied on their mouths to charm the monarch. How could he know that most of the rumors spread by others were exaggerated, and that Lu Yuan would be even more ruthless than the rumors said?
"Write it,"
Lu Yuan said with a smile. The King of Qi gritted his teeth and wrote the letter of surrender. "When will the evidence be given to me?" Lu Yuan said calmly. "One hand gives gold, the other hand gives evidence." The King of Qi left in a rage. Not long after, he came back angrily. The 100,000 taels that the delegation brought before. Lu Yuan looked at him with a half-smile. The King of Qi forced himself to hold back the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. He had suffered all the losses in his life at the hands of Lu Yuan. The 30,000 soldiers of Beiliang withdrew from the valley. After consulting Lu Yuan, Zhang Feihu also withdrew the 30,000 troops of the court back to Yumen Pass. The Imperial Tiger Division was stunned. They arrived at midnight yesterday and received the order to send troops to the valley before dawn. They thought they were going to fight to the death with the Northern Liang army, but this is the result? General Lu of the Tiger Division asked, "General Zhang, excuse me." Zhang Feihu waved his hand. "No need to ask, we won the battle." General Lu was confused. "No. Did they fight?" Meng Qianqian came out of the tent. Zhang Feihu shouted at her, "Xiaojiu, are you going to leave?" Meng Qianqian said, "Let's go." General Lu asked curiously, "Who is she?" Zhang Feihu put his arm around his shoulders, like a father showing off his child. "Come on, let me tell you in detail." The large army left, and the valley, which was once filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere, returned to its former tranquility. The only people left in the tent were Lu Yuan, who was quietly sipping tea, and Yu Zichuan, who was guarding by his side. Suddenly, Yu Zichuan's expression changed, and he looked at the door curtain vigilantly. The door curtain was lifted, and a man dressed as a herdsman walked in. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Prince Li, please take a seat." This man was none other than the Prince of Qi's younger brother, the 27-year-old fourth prince of Beiliang. Compared to the rough-mannered Prince Qi, Prince Li is much more gentle and more handsome. I heard that his mother is a beauty from the Central Plains, so this may be the reason. However, precisely because of his impure bloodline, the Emperor of Beiliang did not value him very much. Prince Li sat on the chair Prince Qi had sat on, facing Lu Yuan. Grand Commander Lu is very capable. He controlled my third brother with just a few words. Lu Yuan smiled and poured him a cup of tea. Thanks to Prince Li for giving me the evidence that he framed Prince Rong'en. Prince Li said with a complicated expression, I owed Inhu a favor, but I didn't expect that he would give it to you. Before his death, Inhu gave Lu Yuan the token given to him by King Li, and asked Lu Yuan to contact King Li, who was lurking at the border, saying that King Li could be of use. Prince Li continued, I am very curious. What did you promise Inhu? I know Inhu, he will never do a business that loses money. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Prince Li, don't worry about that. As for the seventh prince, Prince Li must ensure that your father sends someone here. Only when he has tasted the pain will he hate Prince Qi, this useless son, even more. Prince Li said, I will make this happen myself, so the Grand Commander won't have to worry about it. Lu Yuan said, That's great. Prince Li said solemnly, I have made a 5-year agreement with you. Within 5 years, I will not invade the territory of Great Zhou, will not harm the people of Great Zhou, and will not kill the merchants of Great Zhou. But once the 5-year period is up, I will definitely lead my troops south to annex Great Zhou. Lu Yuan smiled but said nothing. Prince Li glanced at Lu Yuan and said, I am eager to seek talents. If the Grand Commander is willing to choose another wise leader, I am always here to serve you. Lu Yuan served tea to see the guest off. Prince Li, take care. The army returned to Fengxian and remained stationed at the old site. When the villagers saw them return, they were so excited that they steamed rice and flour buns and killed chickens and sheep to send to the soldiers. The women spontaneously mended their torn clothes. The 1.5-year-old kid came over with his parents again. His father was busy, so he staggered to Meng Qianqian's tent, threw his hands on the door curtain, and fell to the ground. Meng Qianqian walked out of the tent and helped the little guy up. The little guy chirped, Mom. Meng Qianqian sighed, I'm wearing a mask. How can you tell I'm a woman? The little guy calls a woman mother and a man dad. As luck would have it, Lu Lingxiao passed by here and saw the little guy. You're here? Your mother is looking for you. The little guy looked up at Lu Lingxiao. Meng Qianqian was worried that the little guy would call Lu Lingxiao dad after calling her mom, which would really make her feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little guy didn't shout, but just looked at him eagerly. Lu Lingxiao reached out to hug him, but he pushed him away. He wanted Meng Qianqian. Where's his mother? Meng Qianqian asked.
There.
Lu Lingxiao pointed. Meng Qianqian carried the little guy to find his mother. Lu Lingxiao always felt that she disliked him, but then he thought, it's not surprising that Lu Yuan's people disliked him. Lu Lingxiao was responsible for delivering the things sent by the villagers back to the village. There were too many things and he couldn't tell which belonged to which, so he could only send them to the village chief's house first. As soon as he entered the village chief's house, he noticed something was wrong. The village chief's family has many children, so it's always chaotic. Today it's too quiet. Village head? He called out, but there was no response from the village chief's family. In the past, when the children of the village chief heard the voices of the soldiers, they would rush over. Lu Lingxiao quickly put down the sack on his shoulder and cautiously pushed open the half-open door of the main room. Don't move, or I'll kill them. He was a fish that escaped the net among the rebels. He held the village chief's family hostage. The youngest one was held in his arms with a sharp knife against his throat. The village head and his wife knelt on the ground. Lu Lingxiao calmed down. Let the child go, and we can talk. The rebels said frantically, What is there to say? I am going to die. I am going to die. You are here to arrest me. We all have to die. We all have to die. Lu Lingxiao said, I'm not here to arrest you. Let the child go. I haven't seen you today. The rebel brandished a knife. I don't believe it. I will believe it only if you die in front of me. Otherwise, I will kill him. Ah, the village head's wife cried out. The rebel's knife cut the child's throat. Without saying a word, Lu Lingxiao drew out the dagger and stabbed it into his own chest. The rebels were stunned. The time is now. Lu Lingxiao took a step forward, grabbed the rebel's dagger with one hand, and snatched the child from his arms with the other. The rebel was furious and picked up a bench and smashed it on the heads of the other two children. Lu Lingxiao leaped forward and blocked the bench with his body. The bench hit his back and head, and blood immediately flowed out. The rebel pulled out another knife and slashed at Lu Lingxiao. With a scream, the rebel was shot away by a silver needle, and the dagger in his hand slipped out of his hand. Meng Qianqian flashed in and kicked the dagger away. The rebel's body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. It's okay, Meng Qianqian said to the village head and his wife, while holding the little one in her arms. The village chief and his wife thanked them repeatedly, and the village chief went to untie the child. The village chief came to Lu Lingxiao with great concern and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Lu Lingxiao handed the child in his arms to him. "It's just a minor injury, I know it." His own dagger was still stuck in his chest. In order to confuse the enemy, he really used ruthless force, but as an experienced general, he knew how to avoid the vital points. Then, he looked at Meng Qianqian and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you for what you did just now." Meng Qianqian ignored him and carried the little guy to find his grandparents. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little girl suddenly took off her mask. Meng Qianqian. She quickly turned her back and strode towards the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Lingxiao had already seen it. He didn't care that there was a knife stuck in his chest, and chased after him in disbelief. "Is it you?" Meng Qianqian closed her eyes. Lu Lingxiao endured the severe pain in his chest, walked around to her, stared at her face which he hadn't seen for many days, and couldn't believe what he saw. Meng Xiaojiu, how could it be Meng Qianqian? Am not. Lu Lingxiao was so shocked that he didn't know where to start. "Go away," Meng Qianqian said impatiently. "9 open." The little guy imitated. Meng Qianqian carried the little guy away. Lu Lingxiao couldn't calm down for a long time. How could this happen? Is there something wrong? How could she be Meng Xiaojiu? Why did she come to the border? Why did she become Lu Yuan's guard? She still goes into battle to kill the enemy. She can't even kill an ant. Speaking of Wanner going into battle to kill Thaxan, after all, Wanner is the daughter of Shinho, and her father and brother are both heroes at the border, but she is just a daughter who is raised in a house and depends on men for survival. The more Lu Lingxiao thought about it, the more confused he became. After finding a military doctor to treat his injuries, he immediately went to Meng Qianqian's tent. "Who allowed you to come in?" Meng Qianqian asked coldly. Lu Lingxiao came up to her and asked seriously, "Meng Qianqian, what on earth is going on?" Meng Qianqian said calmly, "What happened is none of your business." Meng Qianqian was surprised by how big his face was. Has he never heard a single word of truth since he was a child, and has everyone around him flattering him? So he developed a blindly confident mind? Lu Lingxiao stared at her straightly. "Why don't you say anything? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Meng Qianqian said coldly, "Lu Lingxiao, you came here, but your brain stayed in the capital, right? Do you think everyone treats you as a rare and precious commodity like your grandmother and Wanner? You ask me if I regret it? I only regret that I was young and couldn't control my own destiny. I could only obey the family's arrangement and marry you. If I could go back to 5 years ago, I would never marry into your Lu family, even if I caught a son-in-law on the street." Lu Lingxiao's face darkened. You guessed one thing right. I did come to the border to find you, but not to win you back. I came for these 2 things. Meng Qianqian said as she took out the fireworks signal and token from her purse. "Do you know what this token is?" Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Of course I know. This is the rescue order Wanner gave me. When I am in danger, I only need to send out firework signals, and all the black armor guards within 100 miles will come to help me." Meng Qianqian sneered. "Help you? I'm afraid I'd rather kill you." Lu Lingxiao said in a deep voice. "What did you say?" Meng Qianqian said, "It has a name, called the 100 Miles Killing Order. If you dare to send out the signal, you and your companions will be killed by the black armored guards within 100 miles. If I wasn't worried about innocent people being implicated by you, I wouldn't come to the border to find you." Lu Lingxiao said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. How could it be a killing order? It is clearly a rescue order. Wanner will not harm me." Meng Qianqian said, "Then go ask her, as the daughter of Shinho, why doesn't she even recognize the Bailey killing order?" Lu Lingxiao clenched his fist and said, "Wanner is Shinho's daughter. You have nothing to do with the black armor guards. Could it be that you know more than her? Whatever you think, what needs to be said has been said. Whether he believes it or not is none of her business." Meng Qianqian lifted the door curtain and went out with an expressionless face. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Lu Yuan, who was wearing a purple cloak and holding his hands warmers and looked very leisurely. Following behind him were Yu Zichuan and Qing Shuang. The eyes of the two were bigger than copper bells, and it was obvious that they had eaten a lot of melons. "I've met the Grand Commander. I'm going to feed the horses." Meng Qianqian bowed perfunctorily and left without looking back. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lu Lingxiao chased out and was shocked when he saw Lu Yuan and the other two. Then he thought of something and asked, "Grand Commander, did you tell her that the token was a killing order?" Lu Yuan curled his lips. "So what?" Lu Lingxiao clenched his fingers. "The Grand Commander really has good intentions." "Xiaojiu." Zhang Feihu's voice came from not far away. "Come over and have a drink." Lu Lingxiao's expression turned cold. How could a woman drink and have fun with a group of grown men? Lu Yuan glanced at Qing Shuang and Yu Zichuan and said calmly, "Let's go." Okay. Stop feeding the horses and come over here and have a drink." Zhang Feihu grabbed Meng Qianqian's embroidered spring sword, led her to sit next to the campfire, and kicked the deputy general. "Go away. Make room for Xiaojiu." General Zhou Wei on the opposite side smiled and said, "Xiaojiu, sit here." Zhang Feihu glared at him. "Who are you? Do you think you are qualified to sit with Xiaojiu?"
Han Si.
"Move to the side." Han Si said nothing and moved silently. He is a man of few words and only knows how to fight, and everyone is used to it. Zhang Feihu pointed to the empty seat next to Han Si and said to Meng Qianqian, "Sit down." Meng Qianqian sat down. In the military camp, everyone is a comrade in arms fighting in the battlefield, and there are not as many rules to separate men and women as in the capital. Zhang Feihu happened to sit next to Meng Qianqian. He caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan strolling in from the corner of his eye and quickly called out, "Grand Commander." Lu Yuan stopped and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Zhang Feihu smiled and said, "Brothers want to celebrate Xiaojiu's success. Would you like to sit down and drink a jar of wine?" Qing Shuang and Yu Zichuan, "You are a real tiger for daring to invite the Grand Commander to drink." Lu Yuan sat down expressionlessly. Qing Shuang and Yu Zichuan looked like they had seen a ghost. After coming to the border, they often felt that they did not know the governor. Lu Yuan did not sit next to Meng Qianqian, but sat opposite. If the people present were the civil servants of the Imperial court, the whole place would have been completely silent. However, when these generals saw that the governor was willing to reward him, they were more excited than if they had married a daughter-in-law. "Grand Governor, I, Lao Zheng, salute you." The last general respects the commander-in-chief. "Han Si, what are you doing standing still? Give a toast to the governor." Zhang Feihu slapped Han Si on the back of the head through Meng Qianqian. Han Si was stunned. Lu Yuan said, "Don't you want to celebrate Meng Xiaojiu's success?" Zhang Feihu slapped his head. "Oh, I was so excited to see the governor that I almost forgot." He turned around and handed Meng Qianqian a jar of wine. "Xiaojiu, you have done a great thing without saying anything. Don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Don't forget me, old Zhang, when you become successful in the future." Meng Qianqian was confused. What's the big deal? Seeing that Meng Qianqian was still in a daze, Zhang Feihu turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Grand Commander, didn't you tell Xiaojiu?" In the endless mountain range, a man in black clothes and white hair climbed to the top of the mountain with a compass. It should be here. He turned around and smiled. Look, I found it. He put away the feng shui compass, came to a blank tombstone, took off the gourd from his waist, and poured half of it in front of the grave. Inhu, I didn't expect that we would meet again, but we would be separated forever. This place is well chosen, with excellent feng shui. He looked to the south. Oh, I can still see the burned Chu family. I went to look for Shunho, but Shunho died. Then I came to look for you, but you died again. He stroked his chin and thought seriously, his pupils trembling. Could it be that you would rather die than see me? After a while, he put away his hurt and shocked expression and sighed. Alas, I'm leaving. He had only taken 2 steps when he turned back. No, you are the most cunning among the 12 of us. Would you just leave without saying a word? Well, let me break your trap one last time. He took out the feng shui compass and found a cave following the direction of the needle. This is where Inhu and Meng Qianqian met for the last time. On the stone wall where Inhu had leaned against, he used candlelight to burn a line of small words. So, you left a little tiger behind. He looked at his hands. Okay, let me go meet this little tiger and see if she is qualified to become a true 12 guardian. Let me make it clear, if she is not qualified, I will kill her to take her order. Military camp. Lu Lingxiao saw from afar Meng Qianqian sitting around the campfire with a group of brave soldiers. He didn't know what Zhang Feihu said to her, but her dazed look made all the soldiers laugh. Lu Lingxiao only felt that Meng Qianqian was so strange, as if he had never really understood her. How did she grow up in the Meng family? Where did she learn martial arts? Why did she hide it from him? General Lu. A young soldier passed by with 2 jars of wine and bowed to him. Would you like to come over and drink with us? Lu Lingxiao looked at Meng Qianqian. The soldier looked at the gauze wrapped around his head and said hurriedly, Oh, you are injured. Forget it. Go back to the tent and take care of your wounds. Lu Lingxiao's breath was stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. On the other side, Meng Qianqian held the jar of wine handed to her by Zhang Feihu with both hands, tilted her head back and took a big gulp. Then, she frowned and asked seriously, Why is it rice wine? Zhang Feihu. Why, you still want to drink strong liquor? You are too young. Do you want to learn to drink like adults? Wait a few years. Meng Qianqian turned her face away with resentment. Suddenly, she moved closer to Qingshuang, who was sitting between her and Han Xiai, and winked and said, Qingshuang, give me a sip of your drink. Qingshuang gulped down a few mouthfuls and said no more. Meng Qianqian. Zhang Feihu gave a thumbs up. Ah, Lord Qingshuang, you have a good alcohol tolerance. The two began to drink. A group of soldiers had a drinking contest with Qingshuang. Qingshuang is alone in seeking defeat. Lu Yuan and Meng Qianqian got up and returned to their respective tents. As Lu Yuan's bodyguard, her and Qingshuang's tents were next to Lu Yuan's, so they were traveling the same way. Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, There will be no war to fight next, so I'll give you a few days off and you can return to Beijing in 3 days. Meng Qianqian thought about it seriously. If something happens to you, will you deduct the interest from me? Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. Can you hope for the best for me? Capital City. Civil and military officials began another morning court session. The young emperor sat upright in the Golden Palace, listening quietly to the memorials from his ministers. It has been 2 months since Lu Yuan left the court. Apart from a few letters sent back from the border at the beginning saying that the court cavalry had arrived at the border, there was no news for more than a month. If Lu Yuan had not led the troops, everyone would have suspected that the border had already fallen. But from Lu Yuan's words, he was ignoring the emperor and was unwilling to report the battle situation to him. There were countless memorials impeaching Lu Yuan in the court every day. 9 out of 10 people requested to remove Lu Yuan from office. After the young emperor listened to an old minister scolding Lu Yuan with spit flying, he lowered his eyes and said nothing. Your Majesty, give the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Yuan has no respect for the monarch, is stubborn and self-righteous, and now he is concealing military intelligence, delaying the court's rescue opportunity. If the Bailiang people attack the capital one day, we will not even be prepared. From what I have seen, Lu Yuan has most likely suffered a defeat and concealed the truth, which eventually led to a disaster. A general came forward holding a tablet and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to request your order to rush to the border to provide assistance." There was a response from the court. Lu Xingzhou listened silently, and he also felt that Lu Yuan was most likely defeated. Since his son had the rescue order from the Black Armor Guards, he should be able to turn the tide. My son should be able to accomplish a lot of great things this time. The young emperor hesitated for a long time in the face of the overwhelming condemnation of Lu Yuan in the court and said in embarrassment, "My dear ministers, do you really want me to punish my father? Your Majesty, the country is the most important thing. We cannot let treacherous officials bring disaster upon us. His Majesty, if your Majesty does not dismiss Lu Yuan today, I will die in this palace." Report: a guard hurried to the Golden Palace. The young emperor stood up and asked excitedly, "But is there any news from the border? How is the war going?" The Imperial guards bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the case of the envoy has been solved, and Beiliang has withdrawn its troops." "Are you going to withdraw your troops now?" The person who spoke was the general who had just requested the order to march north. His surname was Yao. The Imperial guards nodded. Not only did they withdraw their troops, the Grand Commander also added an additional compensation of 100,000 taels of gold and allowed the 7th Prince of Beiliang to come to the capital as a hostage. Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials in the court were dumbfounded, and the officials who had been shouting for dismissal suddenly became speechless. General Yao asked hurriedly, "How many casualties have we suffered? How many soldiers are left out of the 100,000-man army?" The guards said, 120,000. General Yao's body trembled. Others' numbers decreased the more they fought, but Lu Yuan's numbers increased the more he fought. General Yao didn't believe it. "Did you hear it wrong?" The guards presented the military report with both hands. "Here is the information. Please review it, Your Majesty." The eunuch took the general report to the young emperor. The military newspaper did state the number of troops, which was over 120,000, including more than 20,000 new recruits. This meant that in this battle, not only were casualties reduced to a minimum, but a lot of fresh blood was also absorbed in a timely manner. Since the death of General Chu, there has never been such a grand occasion at the border. However, the military report only briefly reported the victory, without elaborating on the specific military achievements. The details would be announced in public after the commander-in-chief returned to the court. General Yao cleared his throat and said, "General Song was once a subordinate of the King of Chu. Later, he followed the great Marshal of Chu in his expeditions and made many outstanding achievements. This time, as the general, he will be in charge of the battle and make plans." Everyone nodded. "That's right. It must be General Song, who is a master in commanding troops, and Lu Yuan is just following behind and reaping the military merits for free." The young emperor asked again, "Where is Inhu?" The Imperial Guard said, "Inhu was rescued by General Lu and brought back to the military camp, but unfortunately, his injuries were too severe and he passed away. However, I heard that he passed the Inhu order to another person before he died." General Yao blurted out, "Who is it?" The guard shook his head. "That's not clear." The minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "Do I need to ask?" "Of course it's General Lu. General Lu has a relationship with the Shunho Guard and is also Inhu's savior. Is it reasonable for Inhu not to pass on his legacy to him?" Everyone nodded. It made sense. Lu Lingxiao was young and promising, and he had a deep connection with the 12 guards. Who else but him was qualified to be the second-generation tiger? The young emperor also showed joy on his face, looking at Lu Xingzhou and said, "Lord Lu, when General Lu returns to the court, I will personally welcome him." Lu Xingzhou lifted up his skirt, held up the tablet, and said, "Long live His Majesty." After leaving the Golden Palace, Lu Xingzhou was quickly surrounded by officials. A young official said, "Sir Lu, congratulations. Your son has made great contributions and now has become the new Tiger Guard. He is so young and promising, and he is worthy of being a role model for us. When Shunho's daughter gives birth to a son someday, He will surely inherit Shenhe's legacy, and the Lu family will then have 2 great black armor guard leaders. Congratulations, Master Lu.
No, no, no.
We'll know everything after my son comes back. Lu Xingzhou bowed repeatedly and was very modest in his words, but he was very sure in his heart that this Inhu guard must be his son. Although he failed to kill Lu Yuan, if he could become a tiger guard, his contribution would be great. The news spread quickly, and by the time Lu Xingzhou returned to the Lu family, the old lady had already heard about it from other people. The old lady couldn't wait to call Lu Xingzhou to her courtyard and asked, "Did Xiao really become a tiger guard?" The presence of a new Inhu guard means the death of the previous Inhu, but the old lady doesn't care at all who died. She only cares about her grandson's future. Lu Xingzhou couldn't hide his smile. It should be almost right. The old lady clasped her hands together and said, "Oh, may the Buddha bless you." Nanny Wu smiled and said, "Before we went to the battle, Miss Lin said that the young master would definitely return safely and make great contributions." The old lady nodded. "That's right. This time, thanks to Wanner, she gave Xiao the life-saving gift her father left her and helped Xiao. She is much better than that unlucky Meng. That girl will only bring shame to Xiao, unlike Wanna, who can help Xiao achieve great success. When Xiao comes back, I will arrange their marriage in a grand manner." That unlucky girl dared to divorce her husband in public. Let's see how the Lu family will smack her in the face this time. Manhwa Tower. Madame Yen sat in the lobby covered with 3 layers of dust, looking as pale as death. "Owner." The maid came over hurriedly. Madame Yen held her chin with one hand and asked soullessly, "Where did you go to rob the house today?" "The courtesan's house? The Oiran's was demolished 3 days ago." "Firefly?" "It was torn down 10 days ago, repaired just 5 days ago, and then torn down again yesterday." "Fengxian's?" The maid remained silent and looked at Madame Yen weakly. Madame Yen was about to cry. All the girls were the ones she had pampered, but that little evildoer had destroyed their homes to the point where they were almost forced to live in a pigsty. The maid smiled awkwardly. "Master, in fact, she didn't demolish the house today." Just as he finished speaking, a vase fell from the upper floor and hit the sign of Wanhua Tower. After being hit 17 or 18 times, the sign finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a bang. Madame Yen covered her eyes with trembling hands and said through gritted teeth, "Lu Yuan, if you don't come back, I will demand your governor's mansion." The maid was hesitant to speak. Lady Yen was so angry that she said, "Speak." The maid shuddered. "The host is so crazy." "Madame Yen, how can you not be crazy when taking care of a child?" The maid said, "The Grand Commander has returned to the court." The light in Lady Yan's eyes reunited. "You're back? Where have you been?" The maid said, "It seems that we are almost in the capital. I just ran into Manager Tsin and heard what he said." Madame Yen cried with excitement. Without saying a word, she rushed over and pushed open the door. "Little rascal, your father is back." Bao Shu, who was dismantling the house, shook her head, as if to say, "Humph, I don't want it." She grabbed a box of rouge worth 100 gold coins and dug out clumps of it. The maid thought of something and said, "Oh, by the way, I heard from Manager Tsin that the Miss Meng who was saved by the host has also gone to the border and will come back with the Grand Commander." Bao Shu threw away the rouge in her hand and used her hands and feet to crawl out quickly. Just when he was halfway up, he was pulled up by Lady Yen. "Girls, go out to the city to welcome the guests." It was still chilly in spring, and new buds sprouted from the grass on the roadside where the snow had melted. Meng Qianqian changed back into women's clothes and sat quietly in the carriage. Many officials and civilians had already gathered at the city gate. They all came to welcome Lu Yuan and the soldiers. The people at Heitanjuan didn't know she was back, so they probably didn't come to pick her up. She touched the Inhu order in her hand, as quiet as a breeze. Suddenly, a little baby sound of wah 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 was heard in a hurry. She hastily drew aside the curtain. Bao Shu crawled over using her hands and feet, searching one carriage after another. "Wah!" The little guy couldn't find it, and was so anxious that he was about to cry. Meng Qianqian felt a pang in her heart and leapt in front of Bao Shu. Bao Shu raised her little head, sat on the ground, and looked at Meng Qianqian eagerly. The South City Gate was packed with common people and those who came to greet them, and the guards had to use their bodies as barriers to block the surging crowd. Banksia and Tanner were also squeezed in the crowd. Tanner's ears suddenly moved, and she pushed hard outward. Banksia reached out to pull him, but failed to hold him. Tanner, where are you going?
Tanner er her. I hørte Bao Shus cry.
It must be her sister coming back. She slipped out from under the guard's arms. The guard was shocked. Hey, little girl. Tanner went out of the city gate and stood on the official road, shouting, Sister Bao Zhuju, where are the rebels? A guard came to catch her, but Qingshuang stopped him with the hilt of his sword. The guard understood and bowed, and left. Bao Shu, who had been crying loudly after being carried to the carriage by Meng Qianqian, shuddered when she heard the soul-stirring cry and stopped crying immediately. She stuffed the small candy that Meng Qianqian had brought back from the border into her little pocket. Tanner quickly opened the curtain. Sister. Zhang Feihu was startled. What are you doing? Who are you calling sister? Tanner frowned. You found the wrong one. Bao Zhuju, elder sister. She also began to look for them one carriage at a time. Finally, she found it. Meng Qianqian looked at her with a smile in her eyes. Tanner. Elder sister. Tanner giggled and jumped into the carriage. Bao Shu buried her little head in Meng Qianqian's arms, leaving only her round little ace to Tanner. Tanner lifted her up quickly. Is I a little ostrich? Do you think that if you do this, I won't be able to see you anymore? Bao Shu shook her little head and looked up at the sky. Tanner noticed her chubby hand pressing tightly on her pocket. Hey, what are you hiding? Bao Shu was very fierce. Woo wow. Tanner held her and sat down. I don't care. I must have some too. Isn't that right, sister? She looked at Meng Qianqian with a smile. Meng Qianqian curled the corners of her lips and pointed to a large box of date kernel cake on the table. Tanner stuck out her tongue at Bao Shu, slightly. Bao Shu put on a serious face, climbed back onto Meng Qianqian's legs, and occupied Meng Qianqian's arms. Tanner swayed her legs and asked sister, Why did you take so long? If you don't come back, I'll go to the border to look for you. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, How did you know I would come back today? Tanner tilted her head and said, Managertson said that Banxia is here too. She's inside the city gate. Meng Qianqian opened the curtain, and Banxia saw her at a glance, and was extremely excited. Miss. I'm here. Qingshuang squeezed into the crowd and brought Banxia out. Thank you, Miss Qingshuang. Banxia thanked him and walked quickly towards a carriage, and Tanner pulled her up. Miss. When Banxia saw Meng Qianqian, her eyes suddenly turned red. Since I followed my young lady to marry into the Lu family more than 5 years ago, this was the first time I had been separated from my young lady for such a long time. Young lady you. She wanted to say that the young lady had lost weight, but after a closer look, it seemed that she had not. When Meng Qianqian first married into the Lu family, she was a greedy little chubby girl. But as she grew up, she became thinner and thinner. After going to the border and strengthening my body, I feel stronger and more energetic than before. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, Banxia, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Banxia, who was about to cry loudly, suddenly couldn't cry anymore. Banxia was a little shy. She turned to look at Bao Shu and choked up, saying, Ms. Bao Shu has grown up a lot. Bao Shu lifted her little feet proudly. Meng Qianqian said, Tell me, how are you doing in the capital? Banxia wiped her tears and told Meng Qianqian everything she could think of at the moment. Meng Qianqian left in a hurry that day and only asked Managertson to give a message to Nanny Li and others, saying that she would be away for a few days for something. Now that I think about it, my explanation at that time was a bit too sloppy. Fortunately, Managertson was very meticulous and found Nanny Li at night. He told Nanny Li that Miss Bao Shu was crying loudly and that Miss Meng got along well with Miss Bao Shu, so the Grand Commander sent someone to take her away to take care of Miss Bao Shu. Although Nanny Li was worried, what else could she do now that the people had been taken away? Nanny Li cursed the Grand Commander hundreds of times in her heart for forcing people to do things against their will, and the next day she moved everyone out of Haidang courtyard. Banksia said, originally, we should wait for the young lady to come back before moving, but we are worried that the Lu family will find out that the young lady has not returned home all day and will ruin her reputation everywhere. Don't tell me, the Lu family is really capable of doing such a thing. Meng Qianqian praised. You did a great job. At that time, she completely forgot about moving. The court gave her a month's deadline, but in fact, she could not get back within a month. Banksia continued. When we were moving, Manager Tsen helped a lot. Old Madame Lu made things difficult for them in every way. She didn't allow them to use any carriages, nor did she allow hired carriages to enter the house. She also didn't allow other servants to help. She made them move things by themselves, one by one from the begonia courtyard to the outside of the gate. It was Manager Tsen who called the officials and sent the government's carriage over, and only then did Madame Lu stop making trouble. Banksia said, the news that the young lady returned to Beijing was also notified to us by Manager Tsen, who went to Fengshui Hudong. Tan Er held her chin with her fists, her expression extremely exaggerated. Staff Tsen is so pitiful, being scolded by Nanny Li every day, saying, your master is a bad person, kidnapping my young lady. Working for him, you're not a good person either. Meng Qianqian said awkwardly, well, that is indeed a bit pitiful. However, after the old lady learned the news that the soldiers of the three armies returned triumphantly to the capital, she immediately sent a servant to wait for Lu Lingxiao at the city gate. But the servant waited until dark, but still did not see his eldest master. He came back and reported to the old lady, and Lin Wanner was also there. She is more than 4 months pregnant, and her belly is gradually becoming noticeable. The old lady attached great importance to her pregnancy and originally wanted her to wait in the yard, but she insisted on coming over. The old lady's gray eyebrows knitted together. Why aren't you coming back yet? Did something delay you halfway? Lu Lingxiao was indeed stuck because he was injured in Feng County. In order to save him the trouble of riding a horse, Zhang Feihu allowed him to ride in a carriage. When they were halfway through the journey, they met a grandfather and grandson who were going to visit relatives in the town ahead. Lu Lingxiao softened his heart and gave the carriage to them, and went out to ride the horse himself. It happened to rain heavily that day, and Lu Lingxiao's injuries had not yet healed. After being caught in the rain for an hour, he developed a high fever that night. The army would not delay their journey because of him, so Zhang Feihu kept him at the post station, found a doctor for him, and left. When Lu Lingxiao woke up, he found a girl taking care of him. He was shocked and then recognized that she was the grandson of the grandfather and grandson. The girl knelt down in front of his bed and said, that man is not my grandfather. He is a human trafficker. My father sold me to him for 2 taels of silver, and he wants to sell me to a brothel. Please save me, sir. Because Lu Lingxiao had spent a night at the post station, he was still several hours behind the cavalry no matter how hard he tried. He returned to the Lu family at night. The old lady, Lu's mother, and Lin Wanner were all there, and even the second wife was present, except Lu Xingzhou, who had been called away by the Ministry of Works and had not returned. Lu Lingxiao strode in. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up, and she was ecstatic. Brother Lu, is this your home? Meng Qianqian knew nothing about Lu Lingxiao's situation, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She held Baoshu in her arms and returned to Fengshui Hudong with Tanner and Banksia. When she first came, the house was shabby. In just 2 months, the door was repainted red, the yard was tidied up, 2 crabapple trees were planted on the east side, a nest of green bamboos was planted on the west side, and a winding pond was dug, with red koi swimming around in the clear water. In the middle is a cobblestone path, and the grass on both sides is full of vitality. In addition, there are many elegant and quiet potted plants placed along the wall. Tan Er came to the begonia courtyard. Sister, I planted the tree. Do you like it? Meng Qianqian nodded. I like it. Baoshu leaned half of her body out of Meng Qianqian's arms, wanting to pick flowers one moment and catch the koi in the pond the next. She was very busy. Nanny Wan was tamping the earth. The snow had melted a while ago, and the soil had become loose. A dog from somewhere had dug a hole in the corner of the wall, and she was thinking of filling it up. Madam Wan. Meng Qianqian called out from behind her. Nanny Wan responded without reacting, that won't work either. Hand me the big shovel next to you. Meng Qianqian gave Baoshu to Bengxia and went to the wall to get a shovel for her. Nanny Wan took the shovel and pounded the rammed earth. Try it too. Take the small one.
Good.
Meng Qianqian grabbed a smaller shovel and started tamping the soil with Nanny Wan. Aunt Wan was surprised. Oh, your hand strength is really good, it's stronger than mine, you have done it before. As she spoke, she raised her head and took a closer look. Oh my god. Bengxia and Tanner were laughing so hard. Meng Qianqian couldn't help laughing. When Baoshu saw Meng Qianqian laughing, she also laughed out loud to show her respect. Is the young lady back? Nanny Li came out of the room with an excited look on her face. Ever since Managertsen told her that Meng Qianqian went to the border to take care of Baoshu, every time she heard the baby's voice, she thought it was Meng Qianqian who came back. Sometimes when she was out shopping and heard crying, she would go over to take a look. She didn't know how many times she had been disappointed, but fortunately this time Meng Qianqian really came back. Before Nanny Li said anything, her eyes were red. She pulled Meng Qianqian and looked her up and down. Meng Qianqian said softly, Madam Li, I'm fine. Nanny Li turned her back and wiped her tears, then turned back and looked at Baoshu and said, Why has Miss Baoshu become thinner? How can you not lose weight if you destroy the house every day? Actually, I am a little taller, but not much. Tanner said, It must be because life at the border is too hard. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned this. As soon as she did, Nanny Li felt distressed again and couldn't help but curse Lu Yuan hundreds of times in her heart. Soon, the cook and Mrs. Hu also came out. Now she should be called Aunt Hu. She was promoted and her monthly salary increased. When Meng Qianqian came back, everyone was happier than during the Chinese New Year. Nanny Li brought Meng Qianqian into the house and asked, Miss, how did you spend New Year's Eve? Meng Qianqian was stunned. She was so busy on her way that she didn't even keep track of the date. When she arrived at Fengsha town, the war began, and she didn't think about New Year's Eve at all. Now, counting the days back, the night when I met Lu Yuan on the mountain was New Year's Eve. The snow water and pancakes she baked for Lu Yuan were Lu Yuan's New Year's Eve dinner. In the military camp, Meng Qianqian said, without changing her expression. Nanny Wan and the cook hurried to boil water for bathing. Meng Qianqian wanted to take a bath, and Baoshu also had to take a bath. The little guy crawled all the way outside the city gate and was covered in dirt. Lu Yuan didn't restrict her too much. He told her not to touch this and not to climb that. Anyway, as long as she didn't kill herself, she could do whatever she wanted. The worst that can happen is that it gets dirty, you can just wash it and use it again. After taking a bath, Baoshu sat in Meng Qianqian's arms and drank milk. Meng Qianqian brought her a small milk pot made by a herdsman from the border. It was made from a water bag, and a reed was inserted in the middle of the wooden stopper at the mouth of the pot, so that she could sip the milk. Tanner bent down to look at her and pointed at her small milk bottle. Baojuju, sister, help you drink a sip. This is too much. You can't finish it, Meng Qianqian smiled. Humph. There's still some in the pot. Go drink it yourself. Tanner went to the kitchen in a hurry. Baoshu felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She immediately gave the small milk bottle to Meng Qianqian, slid down from under Meng Qianqian's legs, and crawled to the small kitchen. Nanny Li and Meng Qianqian talked about the dowry. She handed the dowry list to the government, and the government came forward to ask for it. The old lady spat out all the money she had eaten and hidden in her own pocket over the years. The second wife also paid out a lot, and I heard that she even borrowed money from her parents' home. But even so, there is still a part that has not been repaid. Meng Qianqian nodded. The money I used to pay off the Lu family's debt is calculated separately. My grandfather told me that Mr. Lu saved his life, so the money should be regarded as repayment for his life-saving grace. As for the dowry that the Lu family spent in the past few years, it is beyond my expectation to recover so much. As for the rest, I have my own plan.
Lu family.
Unlike Meng Qianqian's happy group, The Lu family became awkward from the moment the little girl showed up and called Lu brother Lu. "Why did you bring back another woman?" Lu Linglong muttered. The second wife pinched her daughter and told her to shut up. Lu Linglong was unhappy and whispered, "You're not allowed to say it? You woke us up in the middle of the night just to see Big Brother bring back another concubine?" The second lady covered her mouth. "Grandma, mother, second uncle, second aunt, I'm back." Lu Lingxiao greeted the elders in his family and said hello to Lu Linglong, little sister. Finally, he came to Lin Wanner and held her hand. Wanner. Lin Wanner looked at the little girl behind him, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Lu Linglong opened her mouth, pointed at the little girl and asked, "Brother, who is she?" Without waiting for Lu Lingxiao to introduce himself, the little girl stepped forward and said openly, "My name is Xiaodai. It was Big Brother Lu who saved me, and I will belong to Big Brother Lu from now on." Lu Linglong sneered, "I saved you and got you into trouble. Now I have one more mouth to feed." Xiaodai looked at Lu Lingxiao aggrievedly. "Brother Lu." Lu Lingxiao said to the old lady and Lu's mother, "Grandma, mother, Xiaodai has a miserable life and nowhere to go, so she stays in the mansion as a maid." The old lady has no objection. Mother Lu said to Lu Lingxiao, "In that case, let's arrange it in your yard." Lin Wanner was startled and looked at Lu's mother in surprise. Mother Lu said calmly, "When Ling Xiao brought you back, the family didn't say anything. Now you are just an extra maid."
Lin Wanner clenchel her fingers.
The old lady asked Lu Lingxiao to sit next to her and asked about his meritorious service. Mother Lu left first. As long as her son is safe, she doesn't care whether he has made any contribution or not. Lin Wanner saw that the old lady only had eyes for her grandson and had completely forgotten about her future granddaughter-in-law. Not only Madame Lu, but everyone in the second house was focusing their attention on Lu Lingxiao. The woman named Xiaodai, who had heard a lot about the battle along the way, was able to chime in a few words. She knew that she should sit quietly in the flower hall at this moment. After all, that was what Meng Qianqian did when she first arrived at the Lu family. But she suddenly felt a little chest tightness. She left the flower hall and caught up with Lu's mother. Mother Lu knew what she wanted to say. "You can't stand a maid? When Ling Xiao brought you back, Qianqian felt much more wrong than you." After saying that, Mother Lu left without looking back. In the flower hall, the old lady didn't notice that Lin Wanner had gone out. She was completely focused on her grandson. "Xiao brother, I heard that you have made great contributions at the border?"
"You saved that
tiger," said Mr. Lu. "Yes, yes, yes," the old lady said hurriedly. Lu Lingxiao said seriously, "No, it's not me who saved Inhu." Inhu escaped from the Bailiang military camp on his own and was later met with pursuers. However, the pursuers were intercepted by Meng Qianqian, who at most brought Inhu back to the military camp. If the credit is his, he will not deny it, but if it is not his, he will not force it on himself.
Ah!
The old lady was stunned. "But that's what people say outside." Lu Lingxiao explained, "I just brought Inhu back to the barracks halfway. It can't be considered a rescue." The old lady said hesitantly, lead the way. "He accepted you as his successor just for leading the way. Isn't this because my grandson is capable?" When she finished speaking, the old lady laughed with pride. Lu Lingxiao frowned. "Inhu didn't accept me as his successor. Where did Grandma hear that?" The old lady was shocked. "Didn't they say that Tiger had a successor?" Lu Lingxiao lowered his eyes and said with a complicated expression, "Inhu did accept a successor, but it's not me." Lu Linglong was horrified. "Brother, we have accepted all the gifts, but you are not the new Tiger Guard, so how will this end?" Lu Lingxiao had no idea that his family was so absurd. He hadn't even come back yet, but his family actually accepted the gift? He was already upset about Meng Qianqian's matter and wished he would never mention her again in his life, but his family took her honor as his own and accepted the gift. His self-esteem was severely hurt, and he didn't want to stay any longer. "I'm tired. I'm going back to the yard first." Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Lu Yuan, he ran into Lin Wanner, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Wanner's eyes were red, and she gestured and asked, Lu Lang, why did you bring a woman back from the border? Have you changed your mind? Lu Lingxiao didn't have any thoughts about Xiao Dai, but he had just suffered a setback and was now questioned by his sweetheart. All kinds of negative emotions were intertwined, and his anger was ignited at once. I just came back, and you didn't ask me if I was injured in the battlefield, but you only cared about whether I had changed my mind. I even let down my first wife for you, and in the end, you don't trust me at all? Lin Wanner choked and gestured. I am also too afraid of losing you. You are the only one I have in the world. I have even given you all the relics my father left me. If you change your mind, I will lose everything. Speaking of which, thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. She forced herself to calm down and said in sign language, Who told you it was a killing order? Did you use it? Lu Lingxiao said irritably, It's useless. Someone took it away. Lin Wanner suddenly remembered that Meng Qianqian came to Feng Yuan to interrogate her, and hurriedly asked, Is it Meng? Felt uncomfortable hearing the name Meng. The last time he heard her mention Meng Qianqian, she still called her the eldest young lady. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. The humiliation of being divorced by Meng Qianqian replayed it in his mind. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Wanner gestured. Not long after you went to war, she came to me and fought with me and Lulua, asking me what I gave you. I told her. Did she go to the border to find you? You too. Lin Wanner was about to cry, looking like she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Lingxiao was both soft-hearted and upset. There is nothing between her and me. Lin Wanner choked up and gestured. Really? Then why did she go to the border to find you? And why did she say the rescue order was a killing order to sow discord between you and me? Did you believe her words and think I wanted to harm you? I didn't believe it. Lin Wanner, I didn't believe you came to question me as soon as you got home. Lu Lingxiao, didn't you ask first? Wait, how did they start arguing? I have no memory of it. Lin Wanner continued to ask, where did she live during those days at the border? Was she in the same tent as you? Was she still going out with you, pretending to be the general's wife? The more she talked, the more outrageous it became. Lu Lingxiao simply couldn't listen anymore. She is Lu Yuan's guard. She doesn't need to pretend to be my wife. Just these 3 words, Meng Xiaoju, were enough to make the soldiers of the 3 armies look at her with admiration. Lin Wanner didn't hear the second sentence at all. Her attention was completely attracted by the word Lu Yuan. As for the guards, she felt that Lu Lingxiao had made a mistake in speaking, and that he must have meant the maid. Lin Wanner was stunned and signed. How long has she been away from Lu Lang? She actually ran to Lu Yuan? As a woman, how could she? Sister Lin. A clear voice like an oriole interrupted Lin Wanner, and Xiao Dai came over from not far away. I know I shouldn't come here to disturb you, but there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Lu Lingxiao said, You say.
Lin Wanner was stunned.
Xiao Dai said, Brother Lu, I have learned a lot about the court along the way. The Lu Yuan must be the powerful governor. The Meng mentioned by Sister Lin must be the former eldest young master's wife. I wonder if Xiao Dai is right. Lin Wanner gestured. Do you understand sign language? Xiao Dai said, On the way back to Beijing, Brother Lu has been teaching me. What I want to say is that, Sister Lin, you're born into a military family with powerful father and brothers to support you, and then you met a man like Brother Lu. You don't understand how difficult it is for a lonely and helpless woman to survive in the world. Maybe the eldest young lady was just coerced by the Grand Commander. I believe that to be Brother Lu's wife, her nature must be good. These words really touched Lu Lingxiao's heart. He and Meng Qianqian quarreled endlessly, always because Meng Qianqian was petty, jealous of Wanner, and not considered enough to him as her husband. But these are at best just bad tempers, not bad behavior. Furthermore, compared to voluntarily surrendering to Lu Yuan, being coerced by Lu Yuan is easier for Lu Lingxiao's self-esteem to accept. Xiao Dai added, Brother Lu, Sister Lin is pregnant. My mother said that it is hard for women to be pregnant, and it is inevitable that they have wild thoughts. Men should be understanding. These words are just like what Lin Wanner said to Lu Lingxiao. The eldest young lady is young, so you should be more responsible. Lin Wanner felt a tightness in her chest. Lu Lingxiao glanced at her slightly bulging belly and realized that he was indeed too angry tonight and shouldn't have treated her like that. He sighed. Go back and rest first. I will visit you tomorrow. He just wanted to be alone tonight. Xiao Dai chased him into the yard. Brother Lu, wait for me. Don't go to sleep yet. You haven't had dinner yet. I'll make you 2 pancakes. Eat them, and then go to sleep. Do you want some chili?
No.
Okay. Listening to the 2 people's voices, Lin Wanner felt as if she had been abandoned in the street, and a deep sense of grievance and shame surged in her heart. Green Rose was so angry that she cursed fiercely. Do you really think anyone can't see her little tricks?
Bah.
Lin Wanner returned to Feng Yuan with a complicated expression. Are you still afraid of her? Lin Wanner didn't respond. She was indeed very angry that Lu Lingxiao brought a woman back, but at this moment she was more concerned about the token. She didn't tell Lu Lingxiao the details of that night. When Meng Qianqian came to her, she seemed to be certain that she didn't give Lu Lingxiao anything good. When she drew the token and fireworks signal, she slapped her and called her a fool. Combined with what Lu Lingxiao said tonight, Meng Qianqian must have recognized the token as the Bailey killing order at that time. Why did she recognize the Black Armor Guard's token? What is her relationship with the Black Armor Guards? No, it was clearly a rescue order, but how did it become a killing order?
Din venner er bidt her finger.
Feng Shui Hatong. Bao Shu, who had struggled to keep food in Tanner's hands for a whole day, fell asleep on the chair during dinner. No one else can make Bao Shu, who is destroying the house, so tired. I won. Baby pig, the big chicken leg is mine. Tan Er picked up the big chicken leg from the bowl and took a bite with great pride. Then, she frowned. Why is it so unpalatable? Meng Qianqian smiled. The food Bao Shu eats is tasteless. Tanner wanted to throw away the chicken leg immediately. Meng Qianqian, don't waste it.
Tanner kreis for her lower.
I had to eat the chicken leg I grabbed, even if I had to cry. Qing Shuang came over at night. Ms. Meng, I'm here to pick up Miss Bao Shu. Hey, Miss Bao Shu went to bed so early. According to Madame Yan's complaints, Miss Bao Shu often plays until midnight, driving everyone crazy. Meng Qianqian said, maybe he is tired from playing. Qing Shuang said strangely, your family's fine. Meng Qianqian looked confused. Nothing. Qing Shuang picked up the sleeping little one with his hands clenched into fists and raised them above his head. Miss Meng, I'm leaving first. Qing Shuang carried Bao Shu back to the governor's mansion and looked at Stewardson, who was waiting at the door. She asked in confusion, Stewardson, Miss Meng has already moved out of the Lu family. Why do you have to bring Miss Bao Shu back? Are you afraid that the house is haunted? On the other side, Meng Qianqian also planned to take a rest. Everyone said this was a haunted house, but she felt somewhat at ease lying here. When Nanny Li came to call her for supper, she was already fast asleep. Nanny Li tucked the quilt in for her out of concern, lowered the curtain, and walked out quietly. Tan Er held a large bowl of mutton dumplings and asked in a low voice, Sister, you don't mind? Then I'll eat them all. Madame Li said, eat. The next day, Meng Qianqian got up very early. Madame Li asked, why don't you sleep a little longer? We are at home now. No one will say anything. Meng Qianqian said, I've slept enough. I'm used to getting up early in the military camp. After breakfast, Meng Qianqian took Bengxia and Tanner to the Lu family. The second madam and Lu Linglong were just about to go out, but when they met her, they were stunned. Lu Linglong asked unhappily, what are you doing at the Lu family? Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. I came here to collect a debt. What do you think you are doing? Lu Linglong choked violently. The second madam smiled awkwardly and said, Qianqian, we in the second house are not very clear about the family debts. You should go find the first house and the old madam. After saying this, he quickly dragged his daughter into the carriage and drove away. The servant reported to several stewards, but no one was willing to come forward. Finally, it was Steward Lu who invited Meng Qianqian to the flower hall. Manager Lu used to work under Lu's mother. He was one of the few people with a clean record, and he was always polite to Meng Qianqian. "Madam, please sit down for a moment. I will go and report to the old lady." Banksia corrected him. "Manager Lu, my young lady is no longer a member of the Lu family, so calling her Madam Young Master is a little inappropriate." Manager Lu sighed. "In my heart, the only eldest lady of the Lu family is Miss Meng. Go and report to the old lady." Meng Qianqian said.
Yes.
Manager Lu left. When the old lady heard that the debt collector came to her house, she immediately pretended to be sick and disappeared. Manager Lu came to urge 3 times. Later, it was heard that the old lady was alarmed, and she called Meng Qianqian to her yard, and the old lady breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady was overjoyed to see Meng Qianqian, but at the same time she felt a little aggrieved. "Why did you take so long to come back? Take me with you next time." Before moving out of the Lu family, Nanny Li was afraid that the old lady would have a seizure if she couldn't find Meng Qianqian, so she secretly told her that the young lady was out visiting relatives and would bring her many interesting booklets when she came back. How could the old lady have known that this wait would last 2 months? Meng Qianqian smiled and said, "Okay." The old lady asked Shike to call Lu's mother over. In the past, Lu Lingxiao was raised by the old lady. In order to let Lu's mother see her son more often, the old lady would call Lu's mother and Lu Lingxiao to her yard. Flourishing? Mother Lu was shocked. She didn't know that Meng Qianqian had left the capital. She had been missing Meng Qianqian very much during this period, but she didn't know where Meng Qianqian had moved to. Lady. Although she can no longer call them mother, in Meng Qianqian's heart, Mother Lu and the old lady are her relatives in this life. Mother Lu felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Qianqian was only 12 years old when she came to the Lu family. She would miss home when she was lonely at night and cry secretly. When she cried, she would let Qianqian sleep in her room. Later, her son died in battle, and she cried all night instead. Qianqian brought a pillow and stayed with her all night, fearing that she would be upset. If it weren't for this child, she really didn't know whether she could have survived those years. "I thought you." Mother Lu choked up. Meng Qianqian held her hand and looked at her sincerely. "Some words do not need to be spoken out loud. The heart already knows." The old lady said seriously, "I haven't cried yet, so you are not allowed to cry either." Mother Lu burst into laughter. Mother Lu was in poor health, so Meng Qianqian brought her a lot of precious medicinal herbs and also wrote down the recipes for decoction. Meng Qianqian also brought some tonic herbs and storybooks collected from various places for the old lady. Lu Lingxiao had just come from Lu Yuan. He was here to visit his great-grandmother and heard laughter from afar. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, as his great-grandmother's yard was rarely so lively. When he came closer and took a look, his expression froze. "She's there too?" "The weather is nice today, so the doors and windows in the yard are open for ventilation." Meng Qianqian sat with the old lady and Lu's mother in Shuming's spacious main hall. The 3 of them were talking and laughing. Even her mother, who was always unhappy in her impression, couldn't help but smile. Lu Lingxiao couldn't help but feel dazed. The maid inside the door spotted him and said, "Master, do you want to come in?" Lu Lingxiao thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'll come back later." He returned to Shoshiquan. Lin Wanner was sitting in his room. He was startled. Somehow, he would feel pleasantly surprised when he saw Lin Wanner in the past, but now, he felt that her behavior was a little abrupt. Lin Wanner gestured. "I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have argued with you. I came to apologize to you. Please don't be angry with me, okay?" Lu Lingxiao's expression relaxed, and he sat down beside her. "I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself." Lin Wanner sighed softly. "Regardless of whether you have made any contributions or not, you are a hero in Wanner's mind. As for Miss Meng, you don't have to worry too much for the time being. Lu Yuan is going to deal with you, so Miss Meng will be fine." Lu Lingxiao frowned and did not respond. Xiaodai walked in. "Brother Lu, didn't you go to see the old lady? You're back so soon? I heard Sister Meng was here too. Did you see her? Is she okay?" When Lin Wana heard this, her expression suddenly changed slightly. You went to see Meng Qianqian. Lu Lingxiao frowned. I didn't. Lin Wana. Then why don't you come to see me? You clearly said last night that you would come to see me today. Lu Lingxiao said, I was just planning to go, and you came. Lin Wana gestured and said, from the old lady's yard to the pine and bamboo courtyard, you will pass by my yard. Why don't you pass by? Lu Lingxiao raised the brocade box in his hand. I have something in my hand. I want to put it down before going to see you. Lin Wana angrily sighed. I don't believe it. Do you regret it? Regret bringing me back? Regret losing her? Lu Lingxiao had never thought of this before. Don't be unreasonable. When did I regret it? Lin Wana. Then why did you go to see her? Lu Lingxiao said with a headache. I said, I didn't go to see her. Before I went, I didn't even know she was there. Xiao Dai urged anxiously, Brother Lu, Sister Lin, stop arguing. Anger is harmful to your health. Sister Lin, if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider the baby in your belly. And even if Brother Lu went to see Sister Meng, so what? It's not like a man and a woman are alone in a room with so many people watching. Brother Lu and Sister Meng are innocent. What's there to say? Lin Wana slapped the table and said coldly, It's not your turn to speak here. Xiao Dai hid behind Lu Lingxiao in fear. Lu Lingxiao said coldly, Enough. I'm going to do the laundry. Xiao Dai picked up Lu Lingxiao's spare clothes and went out timidly. Lin Wana looked at Lu Lingxiao with hurt. I have something to do. I'm going to the military camp first. I won't be back tonight. Lu Lingxiao opened his mouth and called her Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian paused. Banxia and Tanner looked at him. Tan-er put her hands on her hips and asked, Why is it so difficult again? Banxia now dislikes Lu Lingxiao very much. She will never forget how much grievance her young lady has suffered in the Lu family. Lu Lingxiao's mood is very complicated. She broke up with him in public, and he was angry, ashamed, annoyed, and resentful. Later, when he met her at the border, he was very nervous, thinking that she would use this incident to embarrass him, but she didn't. She pretended not to know him at all, so that he didn't become known as a heartless man. But at the same time, he felt a little lost, and he couldn't tell why. You've come just in time, Meng Qianqian said. Lu Lingxiao looked at her in astonishment. Yet are you here to see me? Meng Qianqian thought about it and nodded. I guess so. After all, your grandmother is hiding from me, so I have no choice but to ask you to pay back the money. Lu Lingxiao's expression froze. Meng Qianqian took out an account book and said, My dowry, the money spent in Heighting Courtyard and the Old Lady's Courtyard, is not included. The rest of it, your Lu family still owes me 16,000 taels. Please write a new IOU. Lu Lingxiao clenched his fists. You really are. Meng Qianqian smiled faintly. When we were still husband and wife, we only talked about money. You don't think that we are no longer sworn brothers now, so I would talk about love and romance with you, right? Lu Lingxiao's face flushed. Meng Qianqian, Tanner, paper and pen. Yes, sir. Tanner quickly took paper and pen from the carriage and gave them to Lu Lingxiao, fearing that this scumbag would not admit his mistake if she was a little slow. Lu Lingxiao gritted his teeth and wrote the IOU. She was one way in front of her great-grandmother and mother, another way in front of him, and another way on the battlefield. But one thing remained unchanged. She was still as irritating as ever. Meng Qianqian put away the IOU. Let's go. Tan-er said heroically. Let's go. The group got on the carriage and sped away. Governor's office. When Bao Shu woke up, she found herself back in the governor's mansion again, sitting alone in the corner, sulking at the wall. Lu Yuan was drinking tea leisurely, with a pile of memorials and letters on the table in front of him. Shangguan Ling entered the room and bowed to him. Grand Commander. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Are you hurt? Shangguan Ling nodded palely. I was ambushed by a few scoundrels, but unfortunately, I didn't catch him alive. Lu Yuan curled his lips and smiled. The capital is very lively these days, right? Shangguan Ling said. It is indeed lively. There are many fence-sitters. Many of our people have been killed. Several valuable properties under our name have been seized. The left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel was convicted and imprisoned. Liao Chongshi of the Jinwu Guard was dismissed. The Grand Secretary of Wenyuan Pavilion and the Director of the Imperial College were impeached by students. At least half of our power has been reduced. I thought that after you left, we would inevitably be suppressed a little, but I didn't expect it to be so severe. In fact, they were not so bold at the beginning, but there was no news from Lu Yuan for more than a month, and those people thought that Lu Yuan had suffered a defeat at the border, and they jumped out to add insult to injury. It would be fine if those who were originally against Lu Yuan took the opportunity to suppress Lu Yuan, but some of them happened to be his own people. It is wrong to take advantage of Lu Yuan while stabbing him in the back. The people who betrayed are all listed on it. I have also found evidence against them. I believe that with this lesson, they will never dare to betray the Grand Commander again. Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "If you are unfaithful once, you won't be unfaithful for 100 times. Be clean." Shang Guanling was stunned for a moment. His eyes swept across the long list, and he nodded and replied, "Yes. It is chilly in spring. The moon is dark and the wind is strong." Shang Guanling was wearing Feiyu uniform and holding an embroidered spring sword. He looked out at the grassland with sharp eyes, seeing rows of Jinyui exuding a murderous aura. He threw a bunch of wooden signs on the table. "Get the signs." On each sign was a list of traitors. The well-trained Jinyui received the badges in an orderly manner. The last one is reserved for Shang Guanling. Shang Guanling looked at the name on the wooden sign, accepted it expressionlessly, and looked at the bloody knight. "Let's go." North of the city, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel was sleeping with his concubine in his arms and having a sweet dream. Suddenly, the window frame was pried open with a knife, and a tall figure rushed in with a fierce murderous aura. The right assistant minister felt a chill on the top of his head, instantly waking him up from his sweet dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man standing in front of his bed. He exclaimed, "Who are you?" The Jinyui drew out their embroidered spring swords. "According to the order of the Grand Commander, kill the traitor." Someone... The right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel fell in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. At daybreak, the last Jinyui completed his mission and returned to the governor's mansion to report to Shang Guanling. Shang Guanling took the wooden sign from him and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done." Shang Guanling turned around and stroked his own sign. "It's a pity that you shouldn't have betrayed the Grand Commander." The royal guards were startled. Shang Guanling stabbed him through the heart. The morning light is breaking. The young emperor slept late last night and was late for court today. As soon as he stepped into the Golden Palace, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Looking again, it seemed that a few people were missing. He asked the eunuchs below, "Lord Luo, Lord Zhu, and Lord Li are never late. Why are you late today?" The eunuchs dared not say a word. The young emperor looked at everyone with dignity without getting angry. "My dear ministers, what happened?" Everyone looked at each other. Minister Xing hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward with his tablet in hand and said, "Your Majesty, several murders occurred in the capital last night. Lord Luo from the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Zhu from the Dali Temple, and Lord Li from the cabinet were assassinated." Jing Zhaoyin also held up the tablet and said, "There are also several Imperial merchants who were killed inexplicably." Minister Xing said, "Looking at the wound, it looks like a knife wound." General Zhou said, "The knife, the invisible knife that kills people." Jinyui. Minister Xing said sternly, "General Zhou, there is no evidence at the moment. Please do not jump to conclusions." General Zhou said with reason and evidence, "These people were once Lu Yuan's subordinates. Later, they turned from darkness to light and impeached Lu Yuan for many crimes. Lu Yuan returned to the capital the day before yesterday, but he neither entered the palace to meet His Majesty nor went to court to meet with the officials. Where did he go? I don't need to say more. It must be Lu Yuan who ordered the Jinyui to do it. It was Lu Yuan. Who cares about me so much so early in the morning?" Accompanied by a voice that sounded like a smile but also carried a strong sense of oppression, Lu Yuan, dressed in a purple official robe, walked into the Golden Palace calmly and freely. The civil and military officials' scalps tightened, and they almost subconsciously bowed and saluted. Greetings, Grand Commander. This powerful aura made everyone hold their breath, and the long-lost feeling of oppression returned to the court. Lu Yuan never spoke harshly. Even his voice was gentle and courteous. At first glance, his gentle smile seemed to be doting, but it made everyone feel as if a sharp knife was hanging over their heads. There was total silence in the Golden Palace. Lu Yuan walked to the center and repeated with a smile, "Your Majesty, I am back." The young emperor said in a daze, "Just come back." Lu Yuan straightened the cuffs of his court robes and said casually, "During my absence, some dirty things ran into the house. I cleaned up the house and came to court late. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Cleaning up the mess? Isn't this a clear admission that he was the one who did what happened last night? Coupled with his fearless look, it was clear that he was saying, "I killed the man. What can you do to me?" Arrogant. Too arrogant. The whole court was gritting their teeth. Those officials who did not betray Lu Yuan because of fear or because they did not have enough time now felt a sense of relief at having escaped death. Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "General Zhou, Jing Zhaoyin, what important matter were you discussing just now?" General Zhou cleared his throat and looked at Jing Zhaoyin. Jing Zhaoyin pretended to be dead. It was Minister Xing who spoke up and told the story of how several court officials and several royal merchants were murdered overnight. Since there were no clues left at the scene, the murderer could not be identified based on the knife marks alone. Lu Yuan said, "Jing Zhaoyin, the murders happened in your jurisdiction. You must investigate it diligently. In addition, since the matter is of great importance, how about the Dali Temple also get involved in the investigation? The Ministry of Justice is in charge of criminal law and prison administration. Although it also handles cases are basically closed when they reach it and are only referred to the Ministry of Justice for review, such as the Imperial edict issued by the retired emperor. The Ministry of Justice will review it, and if there is no problem, it will be assigned for execution." What could the Jingzhao Yin and the Dali Temple minister say? They could only bite the bullet and take the case. They both knew very well that the case would soon be solved, but Lu Yuan would never be implicated. It took 2 months to eliminate half of his followers, but after he came back, instead of taking his time and planning before taking action, he raised his butcher knife in a domineering manner and hunted down the betrayers one by one. Even if he was seriously injured, he would never hide his edge. He would rather die standing than live in disgrace. The worst that could happen was that the net would be broken and the fish would be killed, but he would die arrogantly. They had long realized that Lu Yuan was a lunatic, but every time, Lu Yuan was crazier than they imagined. Lu Yuan took in everyone's fear and gnashing of teeth, raised the corners of his lips with satisfaction, and looked at the young emperor on the dragon throne again, as if he had just remembered to ask for his opinion. Your Majesty, do you have any objections?" The young emperor smiled and said, "Father Shang, what you said is exactly what I think. Father Shang, you have been away for so long and finally came back. I missed you very much. I will immediately hold a banquet to welcome you and the soldiers." Lu Yuan simply showed up at the court session and did not even sit in the seat next to the emperor. He handed in a list of rewards and honors and left the court on the grounds of being unwell. General Zhou looked at the elders of the 2 dynasties standing beside him and said, "Old Yang, didn't you say last time that if His Majesty didn't punish Lu Yuan, you would crash into the throne and die?" Yang Lao's eyes flashed. "Old, when did I say that?" General Zhou looked at Censor Wang on the other side and said, "Sir Wang, you love to report Lu Yuan the most. Why don't you report him this time?" Censor Wang waved his sleeves and said, "I am reporting someone, and I should also provide evidence, okay? He never gets involved in matters without evidence." On the contrary, the evidence was irrefutable, and he even sent his own father to jail. After the court session, the young emperor summoned Zhang Feihu. Zhang Feihu has been guarding the border all year round and has few opportunities to see the emperor. The last person who sat in the Imperial study was the retired emperor, and now he is the retired emperor's son. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Zhang Feihu saluted. "General Zhang, please stand up." said the young emperor. There were also the Minister of War and several other military ministers in the imperial study. Zhang Feihu greeted everyone. The young emperor first praised him highly and then asked, "General Song is not on the list of rewards this time. Was he omitted?" Zhang Feihu told the story of Song Biao's disobedience to military orders. The Minister of War said politely, "The Grand Commander has never been on the battlefield and lacks experience." General Song also considered the overall situation and did not attack the city immediately. "It is understandable." Zhang Feihu said, "I strongly disagree with what you said. Although the Grand Commander is a little bit worse than me in terms of using troops like a god. But the Grand Commander knows how to use people, is resourceful, has great foresight, and is good at planning. Which of the soldiers does not respect him? Old Song wants to show him some power, I understand. Then let's use military achievements to speak for ourselves. Deliberately losing and delaying military intelligence, such means are really despicable. It could be said that Lu Yuan was deliberately suppressing those who were at odds with him, but Han Ci ranked first on the list for the battle in Feng County. The Minister of War and Zhang Feihu were old acquaintances. He glanced at Zhang Feihu and said, "You are speaking in a much more elegant way." Zhang Feihu patted his chest and said, "The Grand Commander said that military commanders must also study more." Zhang Feihu also saw Han Ci's name and said, "General Han's assassination should have nothing to do with the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander is not that kind of person." After that, the young emperor asked about the battle situation at the border, including the negotiations with the king of Qi of northern Liang. Zhang Feihu told him everything. Although he was guarding outside the tent during the negotiations, he indeed saw the king of Qi come out in a rage, with a look of being so angry that he had no place to vent and wanted to kill someone but didn't dare to. The Minister of War asked, "So it was really Beiliang that the Grand Commander persuaded to surrender?" Zhang Feihu looked at him in shock. "How can this be false? There are 60,000 troops watching us. Also, Zhang, want to correct you. It's not about persuading them to surrender, it's about defeating them. To defeat the enemy without fighting is the best of all strategies." Afterwards, Zhang Feihu proudly recounted many of Lu Yuan's deeds, and everyone felt that the Lu Yuan he was talking about was not the same Lu Yuan they knew. When Lu Yuan led his troops to the border, everyone thought that he was overconfident and reckless, and that he would definitely learn a severe lesson. When he came back, he would find that his lair had been destroyed, and the situation was hopeless. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan not only made great contributions, but also won the hearts and morale of the people at the border. "Who is the heir of Yinhu?" the young emperor asked. Zhang Feihu said, "Oh, Meng Xiaojiu." "Who is Meng Xiaojiu?" The young emperor had never heard of this person. Zhang Feihu laughed and said, "The Grand Commander's guards." After Zhang Feihu left, the Minister of War said earnestly, "No one in the court can restrain Lu Yuan." The young emperor looked towards the western region and said, "Call the Prime Minister back to the court."